Hello and welcome to your English coverage of the European Championship Series live from Dortmund here in 2022. We are very excited to have a record-breaking attendance today for this YCS tournament. Over 2,500 duelists are here to take part. We've got plenty of feature matches for you today, but before we get to that, I'm going to hand you guys over to Paolo from Konami, who's going to tell you guys about all the rules and regulations that are going to be happening over this weekend. Over to you.
Thank you, Ed. Good morning and welcome to YCS Dortmund. It's a pleasure to have you here at this event, and it's the first time in Dortmund, and it couldn't be better. There are 2,580 duelists enrolled in this tournament, making it the single largest European event that we have hosted so far. This wouldn't have been possible without all of you present at this hall. This also wouldn't have been possible without the judges and staff members available at this hall, and the Westfalenhallen for having allowed us to host the event here. So thank you to them, and thank you to Tournament Center for having set up this venue. Please note that we're going to be using Neuron for the first time at this event. Please ensure that you check the notification section on it. There is information, there are guides, and any doubts you have, if you don't find it here, please come to the main stage. I'll be now introducing the head judge team, starting with Giovanni Paolini. He will be the head judge for this weekend, and he has a few additional notes to you. So please ensure that you listen to him. Thank you once again, and good luck for when we start the tournament.
Thank you very much, Paolo. So, we're ready to get started. We're going to be heading over to our first feature match very, very soon. But before we do, it's time to introduce our commentary team. Welcome to your coverage of YCS Dortmund. My name is Ed Templar and I'm going to be your host for the weekend. But allow me to introduce your coverage team. Leonard Koenig, Sebastian Lemka, Alberto Morazzi, Ed Templar, and Marcello Barbary. We are your coverage team for YCS Dortmund 2022, and we are very excited to be bringing you guys some amazing coverage. Don't go anywhere, we've got plenty of features and content coming right up.
Welcome, duelists, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series for the first time in Dortmund. My name is Leonard Koenig, as you have just heard. I'm sitting here with my co-caster, Sebastian Lemke.
What a pleasure.
Absolutely. Sebastian, we have been talking about this for weeks now. How hyped are you on a scale from 1 to 10? And 11 is an answer.
11 is an answer. Then I'm going with 12. This event is a German event since a very long time. We haven't had a German YCS in a while, but we are back in Dortmund and we are record-breaking, as we just heard. We have over 2,500 players enrolled in this tournament, so it's going to be the largest European YCS we've ever had, which is absolutely great news. I love that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is growing. I love the numbers we're putting up. I love that we're actually getting more and more players into the game, and we have attracted so many players for this specific event.
Absolutely, and we have produced a lot of content for the breaks yesterday already. I mean, you have just seen our welcome video. I can tell you, this was a fun This was so much fun.
It was absolutely fun. And yeah, let's talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! A little bit more. Let's talk about the cards that are being played this weekend. Let's talk about the specifics, what we're going to expect. We, of course, are going to talk about how many rounds we're going to play, because over 2,500 players indeed means that we're going to have 12 rounds again, as we had in Utrecht, and that will follow by top 16 64 ban, single elimination. So that will be a long tournament, but I can't wait, honestly. I want to see every single round. I want to sit here all day long, just talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! You guys know that we love that. We know that you guys love it, so we can't wait to put up a show in that regard. And yeah, we had some recent products which really shook up the metagame quite a bit since Utrecht.
I guess you could say so, yes.
Because in Utrecht we had Joshua Schmidt taking it down with Runic Sprite. But do you expect that deck to do too well with events?
Sprite. In Germany we call it an alte Kamelle. Yeah? This deck has basically, I don't want to say completely disappeared, but it has not been in the top cut of YCS Pasadena last week at all.
Not at all. That's crazy. No. Yeah. But you talked about American YCS, and I know we already have something very cool prepared for our first featured match. So why don't we go over to the featured match table? Let's hear from Ed and who he has for round number 1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, I am joined by our round 1 feature match. So on my right, I have Christopher LeBlanc, the winner of YCS Minneapolis. And on my left, I have Dennis Nobili. And this is going to be a very, very interesting round 1. So we're going to kick this off the way we always do. Gentlemen, we need a dice roll. Who would like to roll the dice first? Dennis is going to roll first. Okay, that's a 10. And that is a, we'll call that a 9. Do we need to roll it again? Okay. Okay, that's an 8. So who would like to go first? Dennis is going to go first. Right, there's the handshake. That means we're ready to do this. I believe it's time to duel. So I'm going to be handing you guys over to our wonderful German commentator team who are going to take you through every play-by-play of round 1. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ed. As we said, we can't wait. And you've seen his face. You see we have Chris LeBlanc flying in from America.
Absolute legend.
Recent YCS Minneapolis winner, making him a 4-time YCS champ. There's not a whole lot of people being able to say that, to be honest.
I don't think we have a single person who has achieved that in Europe.
Indeed, we don't. And therefore, a lot of people are now hunting for him again. Actually, Joshua Schmidt, we just mentioned, just equaled his score with YCS Utrecht. And one week later, Chris LeBlanc came in and was like, here we go again, title number 4. And yeah, he did not bring the deck he used for YCS Minneapolis. I can already tell you that. He used a Sprite Tealman's variant there. We might see the Tealman cards again, but the Sprite cards maybe not so much anymore. But I would say, let's just get into the action and we're going to see what they're playing anyways. So let's head back over to the feature match table right now.
So round 1 of the YCS in Dortmund is about to start. Nice, we are zooming in and there we are, live for round 1. Christopher LeBlanc versus Dennis. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last name.
Oh, good. It sounded Italian to me, so it looks like we have the USA versus Italy here in the first one, and we see they have came to the same decision deck-wise, and Dennis won the die roll, and he's going to start it off with one of the most powerful openings we have right now, because being able to get to the field spell, to Primal Perler Rhino, is going to be so huge, because as we can already see, it's going to be Ishizu Tealman's mirror match, and having access to the field spell is such an advantage, I can tell you that already.
That is true. The field spell gives you so much utility. It can pop your own cards in the first turn, you can pop your Kaleido Heart, you can pop your Scream to search out for a trap card. And by the way, I think that he's actually German because it's Urplanet Perle Rhino.
Oh, you're absolutely right. He might very well be German. Oh, and look at that!
Wow, what a Havness. This Havness. This is such a great card. Turn 0, you can special... Turn 0, on your opponent's first turn, you can special summon it out when your opponent activates a monster effect on the field and then mill 3 cards, and now he has actually hit Chiron and Mudora.
What a mill this is! And I mean, maybe he is playing Sprite cards. I was just saying he's not playing Sprite cards, but he has, at least is playing the Nimble Angler. So he's willing to summon some level 2 monsters. And there's the Bestial Druid's on the side of Dennis now as well. We see a lot of interaction just from the get-go. We see the Mudora being activated on the Shyren, I think it was, that Dennis sent to the graveyard. So instant denial of the resolve of a fusion summon. And then also the Druid Swarm was resolved on the Shyren of Christopher LeBlanc. So that wasn't resolving anyways as well.
And now we have Palarino, because Midora shuffled back the Shyren on the side of Dennis. He can actually use the effect to pop a Beaver. And now we can already go into Link 2 plays. We have the Druid Swarm here, so if it gets linked away, then we can send another Beaver from the field to the GY.
Yeah, but it's pretty rough for Dennis still, because all he's trying to do right now is clearing a board that Christopher just set up in his own turn. So he's dealing with problems that Christopher set up for him while he had no chance of actually evolving his play. So he's pretty much in a disadvantage right now. And there would be a potential line for Dark here. Dark then... Oh no, there's no target for Dark anyways to take.
Also, it would have been much better if this was a Magna Mood and not the Druid Swarm, because then he could have searched for another Druid Swarm in the end phase. So this is effectively one interruption less. So now Dark
He still goes for Dark though. He at least sends the Nimble Beaver with the Druid Swarm.
This is just a pass. Wow. Christopher LeBlanc with his Haven is effectively ending the turn of his opponent. He just ends on a Dark, and actually this monster is not too sticky. It is still floating into a level, or into a Dark monster with 1,500 or less defense points when it gets destroyed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually just got handed the deck lists for this round. Our deck list tool is now working, and I can tell you something. He is indeed still playing Ishizu Telements. No, that's not the surprise.
Wow,
but the Sprite part is the surprise. The Sprite part is the surprise. He's still bringing Sprite cards, actually.
He's playing so many more spicy cards. He's actually
it's
also
crazy.
On Mask Change and Ibli.
Yes.
People have been cutting the Lingerie from the side deck.
That might be a pretty good call, of course. So maybe in game 1, Christopher LeBlanc just wants to catch people off guard by summoning Ibli to the opponent's side of the field.
Now Shyren is activated after using Foolish Burial, which is a really good card. Again.
Oh yeah, Foolish Burial, one of the OG cards.
And now we already see that there is no answer from Dennis to this.
Oh, we see his hand. I think we see Diviner and another card that didn't do a whole lot.
Keldo, I think it's a Keldo.
Yeah, that's also not so great. We are searching for the Rhino Heart there, and look, even if Dennis would have an answer, there would be the Triple Tactics talent that Christopher LeBlanc has in his hand. He's also main decking this. That's a pretty big number of cards he fit into his deck there, to be honest. I'm quite surprised because he actually decided to cut a little bit down on the Telement cards. He's actually only running double Merly and only double Rhino Heart. So he actually... I saw a lot of people approaching this format being like, hey, there are so many millers around with the Ishizu cards, so I want to make sure to max out on my Telement cards. So always when my opponent sends me to mill, or when I'm milling, then I really want to hit. So I'm just going to play all of them, so I hit as often as I can. But he actually cut down on some of them, which is quite interesting.
Oh, and I can actually see some more spicy cards there, Beat Cop from the Underworld in the side deck. And also, I gotta say, it makes sense to cut on the Merly, because Merly is not one that you want to mill randomly. You want to rather resolve Shyren and Havenis first, so that you can actually send Merly via Sprite Sprint.
Yep, Sprite Sprint. Also a card we did not have for the latest European YCS in Utrecht. And this deck really gave a huge boost to Sprite and Telement strategies, for sure. Both decks really relying on that card, just sending a level 2 monster from the deck to the graveyard, being Nimble Angler, which we see he also has access to that. So even if he mills Merly at some point, he can still just send the Nimble Angler and he would be totally fine with it. And so he has a really big toolbox there in his extra deck. He can go many different routes. He's playing, of course, Gigantic Sprite to do something with the level 2s he's summoning. He's playing Baguska as well as a rank 4. And I was just checking. Okay, yeah, up there there's Abyss Dweller as well. For a second, I thought he was skipping on the Abyss Dweller, which would have been quite crazy. But there are already 2 level or rank 4s rather on the board. So okay, he's getting rid of one of them.
Going for a Dark already, I think. It makes sense. There's no responses, obviously, from Dennis for that. And the Starlight Rare Dark coming.
Oh, and he draws into the Mask Change too.
And Basti, I gotta be honest, he's summoning the Druid Swarm now, which is interesting, because if he sends away the Druid Swarm, then it will trigger in the GY. So I think that he might actually just wants to go for an OTK here.
It must be the case. Christopher LeBlanc probably already sees a line to actually seal the deal here in this turn already. He's sending the Merly, as you were just talking about, with Sprite Sprint, enabling him to fusion summon into Kaleido Heart. Now we can already tell that because there's only one summon that can come out of his 3 monsters right there. And there it comes.
And this is not yet enough for a game. However, he can still go for Dark Claw, but
you could even go for Dark Claw and Battle Phase, and that would very well be enough, right?
You cannot wait. I gotta check for Mask Change 2 again, because if this is a fusion summon or a special summon, then you can't use Kaleido Heart for it. You would have to use Druid Swarm for it, and then Druid Swarm would trigger and send Dark Claw to the GY, no?
But, yeah, true. You can't send Sprite Sprint, right? Because you need a Dark Monster, right?
But I think this is, it's special summoning. So this is not fusion material, so you can actually tribute Kaleido Heart. But
but he just normal summons Mudora and goes for
game as well, yes.
So Christopher LeBlanc just continuing where he left at YCS Minneapolis, getting that game number 1, even though he lost the die roll, just easily playing through all of that. To be fair, it wasn't that much he had to face there.
I mean, he had Huffness with the Shiren and Mudora. And I mean, sometimes the deck has the issue that it only has one play.
Yeah.
That can happen occasionally. It's unlucky for Dennis that it happened in the round 1 already.
Absolutely.
Against such a big player like Christopher.
Yep, and I think that's a pretty interesting thing to already talk about looking at Ishizo Tillman's lists. For example, the list of Christopher LeBlanc did one really interesting thing. He did cut on the Diviner of the Herald package. And we saw that Dennis already had a normal summon he committed into, being the Rhino Heart, which is a very good normal summon for the deck.
It is.
But he drew into another one with the Diviner, so that Diviner was just a card in his hand that couldn't do anything. So maybe it's the right way going forward, just cutting those Diviners, because they can be a little bit clocky in your opening hand.
I mean, to be fair, the Sprite cards can be too. I mean, he's running, I think, 1 blue and 1 jet.
Looks
and
like
those cards sometimes can be a bit annoying as well. So you ideally want to go into Sprint and then Angler and then Gigantic instead of just having them in hand, or a Smashes even.
Yeah. But what I love about the deck of Christopher is you just perform your usual combo, your normal Tier Elements combo, your Shizu stuff as well, that supports your Tier Element cards, of course. And then afterwards, after you're done with that, basically, you just be like, okay, let me get a Link 2 on board now. Let's make a Gigantic out of it somehow, and then we're going into our Sprite combo as well. Just fetch a Jet, fetch a Smashers, and then our board is even stronger than before. And we even have actual back row to support our board, which is really crucial because you want to have a multi-layer end board. You don't want to only have monster effects. You want to have some back row cards as well. That would be really cool.
Basti, I'm just taking a look at the side deck. Christopher is not even playing the Bestial package in the main deck. He is running.
Actually very interesting. He plays 1 Druid Swarm in the main deck, but that's all. That's really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense because you can reborn the Magnamut from the opponent's GY and then search for this 1 Druid Swarm. So also, if you draw it, it's not a bad card to be honest.
I liked the discussion people were having the last couple of weeks because of that. People were actually cutting down on the Druid Swarm and on the Magnamut, and were upping the number of Druid Swarms because they just didn't want to mill their own Magnamuts to give the opponent something to reborn with the dog you were just talking about. So that's kind of interesting.
Cutting your own card advantage to deny your opponent from card advantage. But we are seeing that the players are in fact ready for game number 2, so let's hop right over.
There we have them again.
Just to give you guys some reference, this is Bestial Druid Swarm. If you have not seen him already, you will this weekend.
And I just finally got the list of Dennis Nobili, to finally say his full name again.
I like what I'm seeing
actually,
here.
I do as well, but it's just not regular Ishizo Tier Elements. We actually see some Despia cards in there. We see branded and high spirits, or rather some branded cards if you want to say so. And we see the almighty and powerful instant fusion. Pay 1,000 life points to just get a Kid Colors onto the field for free without even committing into a Tier Elements effect into your graveyard.
Bestie, I gotta say, I'm branded in high spirits for this weekend as well. This joke works much better in German.
I think it works in English as well. But there we go, we are resolving the Kid Colors, and I'm pretty sure if Christopher LeBlanc would have another Halfness, we would have seen it already now. Yeah. We would have seen the Halfness coming down, but looks like Dennis has a little bit more wiggle room this time. He can do more freely what he wants to do, and he instantly searches for Tielemans' Crime. And that's also a development of the last couple of weeks. This card didn't see a whole lot of attention.
Until Darkwing Blast.
Until Darkwing Blast, indeed.
Tielemans' Scream was released, a card that when it gets sent to the GY by a card effect, it searches a trap card from the deck, so you effectively are able to search for Salik and another card, so you can end on 2 very strong traps. And now we are seeing Harvenness Mill in the Mill 8, special summoning Merly.
Wow,
Talents
but
are out
we
as well.
only hit the Harvenness, right?
Yeah, and a Keldo.
Okay, yeah, last card was a Keldo.
And
okay, that's kind of
Branded
fine.
in High Spirits, don't forget about this card. People often tend to forget that when you mill this card and you have not used the first effect of the card, then you can add it back in the end phase to your hand.
But just imagine Christopher having a Bestial for this. We see that it's resolving, so he is actually fine. But a Bestial here would have been really crucial. That could have stopped the entire turn of Dennis once again.
I don't think so, because he has not even normal summoned yet, and he just needs one other monster on the field to go into sprint and send a Merly.
Actually, you're right. Yeah, he could have probably extended, but he needs a normal summon for it. But it's pretty likely that he has one. This deck really revolves around all the
We have just
monsters.
talked about him having too many normal summons.
Oh yeah, indeed, for real. That's actually true. He's only side decking the Tielemans' Crime, so that came into his main deck from the side deck before this game too, which is interesting. But I do understand that because he's only running one Tielemans' Scream in the main deck anyway, so he's not going to mill that much anyways. So we see him fusion summoning into Mudora here. So he has a level 4 and a level 2 on board now. So I could totally see that happening, what you were talking about already. We could see Sprint. Oh, he again has the terraforming.
Yep, and now we are going to see a Primeval Planet Perlerino. He's also playing a Mystic Mine in the main deck, I think, so this was why he's playing set rotation. Dangerous game, to be fair, because you are milling so many cards in your first turn. And you also don't really necessarily want to always give your opponent a Mystic Mine just in case. I mean, you can pop it, fair enough, but...
I think when he resolves the set rotation, he usually is going to get the Mystic Mine for himself, I would assume.
We can now get a glimpse of the hand of Christopher.
Oh, and there's the newest and probably, arguably, the strongest Ishizu card. We see Kelbeck coming down, and Kelbeck is bouncing the Merly here. And I do understand why, because I think LeBlanc just wants to make sure here that his opponent does not have access to a level 2 monster on board anymore. So he is denying him from sprint and elf access.
Kelbeck is a monster hand interaction that actually special summons itself to the field while bouncing a special summoned monster on the opponent's side after a card has been sent from the hand to the GY or from the deck to the GY. So this is extremely powerful. And sometimes when you're lucky and your opponent does not have Muddy Mudragon on the field, you can actually spin, as we like to call it, a extra deck monster, which results in a +1 in terms of card advantage, which is really strong for hand.
Just a special summoned monster in general. But we see he still has 2 level 4 monsters on the board to go into one of the most popular cards this format. There's Abyss Dweller being summoned to the field. But the thing is, Christopher actually decided to not bounce any of the level 4 monsters. So I think he has a plan for the Dweller, to be honest.
He couldn't.
I mean,
Mudragon is water, and Rhino Heart is water as well, so you cannot target those.
You're right, you're absolutely right.
So he might have wanted to. However,
the protection effect of Mudora really, of Mudragon really comes in handy from time to time.
And I want to address something else.
Sure, go ahead.
As soon as I remember what I wanted to say, just this
I will address something that I see in the hand of Christopher, which is he opened double Mudora and then also a Caldo. So
if he was playing the traps, this would be okay.
Yeah, but not even then, really. So we are normal summoning the Sprite Blue. That's really not a good start, going into Dark here immediately.
And now we are going for the Dark. We have seen, I think, that one Magnamut was milled, and this one was shuffled back immediately for the Mudragon. What I wanted to say is Branded in High Spirits. I really like Branded in High Spirits as a card. Wow, discard the Merly. I mean, we knew...
The thing is, I think Christopher just wanted to bait out an effect from his opponent there because we see there's triple tactic talent in the hand of Christopher LeBlanc. So he just wants to see the last 2 cards that are there going to be drawn by the talent. And otherwise his hand just doesn't do a whole lot. So he just wanted to get his opponent to use one monster effect, which he now has accomplished, and then just drawing to 2 cards that maybe help him to play here actually.
However, there are a few more monster effects to come. We have seen also... Okay, so this looks like a scoop. Yeah, Christopher immediately scoops because the talents will probably not resolve, as we have seen Dennis search out a crime.
Indeed, there was a crime set, and why would you not use it on something that draws you 2 cards? I would always crime a Pot of Greed if you ask me. So that would have probably been the case for Dennis here. So Dennis Nobili, just taking a game here away from Christopher LeBlanc, 4-time YCS champion. So that's quite an accomplishment already. He can already be quite proud and can easily go into this game number 3 here.
Yeah, absolutely. Dennis has got to be really happy about this, not losing 2-0, but putting up a fight and now actually having the chance to best Christopher in this best of 3.
Yeah, and I mean, there are a couple of cards coming in for Dennis now from his side deck that could really help him here. He's actually upping the Bestial count by siding in double Saruanir. He's actually siding in a bunch of hand traps now that I see it. We see there's triple infinite impermanence coming into his deck. A card that wasn't really that popular anymore lately.
People were shifting away from hand interactions
absolutely.
as well.
And also there's Psy-Framping a Gamma. And honestly, a well-timed Gamma versus this deck can really hurt. It can be really good.
It feels a little bit ineffective when you are throwing it on the first thing that you are seeing, when it goes Rhino Heart, Mill, Harvest Effect, Gamma, and then your opponent just plays on. This feels a little bit not so good, but if you wait for a little minute...
I think so as well. It has to depend really on when you use it, and if you can figure out a good point to use the Gamma and resolve the Gamma then, you will be in a really good spot.
And Telemans combos are never the same. They are never exactly the same. You always mill different cards, so there is no fixed point at which Gamma is the best one. It has no weak spot where you can Gamma, so you really have to play well with the Gamma.
Absolutely.
And if Dennis is performing really well here, this Gamma might actually end the turn on a weaker board.
Absolutely. And I mean, we already talked about, we didn't really mention it that much, this mirror match, which we're just seeing right now, is super skillful. It's super intense because there's a lot of stuff happening.
Don't worry, guys. We are going to see this more often today.
For sure. It seems like this deck really is taking over. We saw that YCS Pasadena was actually having 26 Telement Ishizu decks in the top 32, so definitely the best deck right now, definitely the deck to beat. So every other deck entering the tournament really has to think about a way to beat this deck, and I think there are a lot of people actually coming up with creative solutions for that. We already talked to a couple of people.
Mask Change 2 is a nice way.
Some really interesting stuff happening, and let's see what other interesting stuff is happening here in game number 3 of our round 1 featured match. Let's go back into the action, into our featured match.
Here we are already. So it all comes down to this. Let's show up the Psy-Frame Gamma. Does Dennis have it? Does he have maybe 20 Bestials? I mean, that is also a point why Gamma is not really that popular anymore, because the Bestials actually, let's say, clog your field. They summon themselves, and then you cannot Gamma anymore.
That's true. We see Christopher LeBlanc already managed to open up Mask Change, but he also managed to open up 3 Shufflers again. He again starts with double Mudora Keldo, I think. So if there is an interaction on the Shiren here, that might hurt, but he mills another Shiren and the Kelback.
Now Christopher will have to decide, is his hand good enough to activate the Kelback? No, it is not. This is also why some people have cut Agidos, because Kelback is a really good hand interaction as well, but have cut on Agidos to...
And honestly, imagine having an Imperm now for that.
Oh, that would have been great. But this is a really blue hand for Dennis.
Oh, it is. It's blue. But honestly, the Imperm wouldn't have even been good in this specific scenario, because there's Mask Change 2 in the hand of Christopher LeBlanc, so he could have just changed it immediately.
That is true, and let's check Dark Law again, because I think that Dark Law is only Macrocosmos for your opponent, which makes sense, because then you wouldn't play it if it's Macrocosmos.
So we see another Mill 8 here. There was a Kelback right at the beginning. The rest is not really helping, and we see a lot of spell cards.
Oh, and a Keldo again.
Oh, last card being a
really
Keldo.
Not good. But however, Christopher at this point... no, Dennis feels safe now. He has seen 2 Mask Change 2 mills, and he's probably going to be like, nah, he doesn't have the 1-off in hand.
He does. Well, I can tell you he does. But for now, there's still only the Merly on board. I mean, he could potentially now just normal summon one of the Shufflers, right? Because he didn't normal summon yet. And therefore, he could enable himself to go into the sprint line we were talking about earlier. And I think that's what we're going to see. Look, Oh no, he's using the effect of Keldo in hand. That also makes sense.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to normal summon, but he just goes ahead and special summons the Keldo out.
And searches for a callback, another interaction on your opponent's turn, which is good. You also want to have the Medora in the GY. Now you have Medora and Keldo. Those are two really strong interactions already. Oh, and Mass Change discard callback, and now you can actually trigger the Merly because it doesn't send for cost. It sends during the resolve the beautiful ultimate rare Dark Law, and now Merly is triggering.
Oh, and he's triple. I think we're going to see the Mill 5 now. So he better prepare himself. I mean, he's banishing the cards. That's really good. It's really good. Oh, and we see the Mystic Mine being banished. And the driver as well.
You don't want to see the driver banished here. And we are hitting the Harvest. I think Harvest has not been triggered yet. It was only the Shiren. So this was actually
quite good for Christopher, especially when you see the cards that were being banished on the opponent's side. Especially that you see the driver there, the Mystic Mine, cards you don't have to worry about now anymore, because there's literally no way of getting them back from there. And he's fusion summoning into Garura now.
Yeah, the Garura is not doing too much. I think there's obviously there's no card in the opponent's GY, so you cannot go for a dark play.
But I like that really much. I like the solution that Christopher came up with. Summoning Dark Law before even using his millers, so his opponent's cards would actually get banished and not sent to the graveyard. This must be a huge advantage in the mirror match.
But Dennis has triple tactic talent, so if he can bait out the roll colors or any of the GY effects in the main phase... Oh, this is IP even. Okay, okay. Garura draws another card, makes sense.
And it was Perler Rhino from what I saw.
Is really strong here. I don't know if you want to activate it just now, because I don't know. You can search for Harvest always.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's
always
a good
search
way
for
to do
Harvest.
I mean, also, I don't think he normal summoned yet, so there would even be a way to normal summon here, if he likes. So if he wants an additional Kaleido Heart maybe to his end board, that would be a way to go here. But I feel like just getting Harvest is a little bit more flexible. But, oh yeah, he's going with the Rhino Heart indeed. Look, he has both of our options there lined up, so the people can actually feel with him. He is deciding... Oh, now it's Merly maybe even. Merly would give him access to... Yeah, he goes with Merly.
And he already proceeds to normal summon it.
And I mean,
but Merly doesn't even mill cards for him now, you know?
Yeah, but it gives him access to... Oh, he has Beat Cop up there.
Oh, he wants to Beat Cop the Dark Law.
That could be the way. Are we seeing this?
No, he has... What are we even doing, Basti? He has the Sprite package in his deck. He's obviously going to go for Blue Jet and Smashes now.
Looks like it. We didn't see any of that being milled, so it should all still be in the deck. We saw Blue there. I think Smashes is still in there as well. Oh, but where's the Jet? Did he side out the Jet? That would be crucial here. Look, oh, we're checking the graveyard again. I think, wasn't there a Jet somewhere? Right at the beginning, it looked like a Jet. That would be really devastating here. He is specialing the blue, and he's not using the effect. There's no Jet left in his deck. That might be a huge misstep here from our 4-time YCS champion, Christopher LeBlanc, not being able to fetch Smashers here in this situation. Just passing on the Sprite Elf.
And summoning back the blue to have another monster on the field already. Oh, and... Oh, wow! He chains Keldo to shuffle back the Sprite Jet before summoning the blue so he can activate the effect and search for the Jet again. This is really well played. This is really good.
Kinda saved himself. He would have rather just chained it instantly to the first effect of Gigantic, most likely, so he already could have done it there. But now, just like that, it should still work out just fine. But there's the Jet back in the deck.
This is so much cooler, not gonna lie.
A little way around, I would say. He gets to the same
This is what makes a
the
great player. Like, he made that up on the spot, probably.
Yeah, for
He's
sure.
like, oh, I don't have the... Oh, wait, I can still go for Keldo and chain it to Elf.
And I mean, he had multiple Keldos, so it's not that rough for him to instantly use one of those. Also, if that Dark Lord sticks to the field, there's not much danger coming from the graveyard of Dennis anyways, so I think that could really be helpful here.
And he could have also gone for... like just an Elf to Reborn Jet, but this way he gets another body on board, which does not do anything.
But Leo, what I'm asking you is, are there any sprite cards in the graveyard now? Look, he's checking. There should not be any sprite cards, so the sprite smashes for now.
He was going to do something like sprint or something, but
yeah, he considered it. He was hovering over his extra deck, but he decided against it in the end. And there's Parallel Rhino.
Oh yeah, and this is no. Oh no! I would have said the triple tactic talents before, because Dark Cloud now is going to activate to banish a card from it. If he has two, then he wants to see it get hit.
I had that debate with a friend lately. I would probably not activate the effect of Dark Lore here, because that just gives your opponent the option to even activate the triple tactic talents. And it is not mandatory, it is optional. I checked on that, my friend. And yeah, he is actually getting rid of the Chiron, which then hinders the power that can come after Retalent, of course. But still, it opens the door, I would say. It just opens the door to take the Dark Lord here.
Let's check Dennis's extra deck, because he actually has so many different options here. If he goes for a talent into Dark Lord, he can go for an easy Dark and can reborn the IP Masquerena.
And you know what? That's really interesting now, because that means that LeBlanc probably does not even get a sprite card into his graveyard now that there is the Dark Lord on the side of Dennis then in the end. And Christopher, look, he is not happy about this triple tactic talents being activated. And he would have been in no danger if he would have just not banished one of the cards. So I think it was just not good to banish one of the cards there in the hand.
That is true. And now Mudora is being chained. Oh, okay, this is a really smart move. He is putting back the Merly. I mean, it is a card that you want to reborn with Elf, but now the Merly is being shuffled back. Darklaw will change sides, and now it is going to be popped by Primeval Planet Perlerino.
Oh, you're right. He found an instant answer to it. So, I mean, on the other end, Dennis dealt with the Dark Lord now, but now Christopher instantly dealt with it as well.
He also dealt with one Meodora, and Elf cannot reborn Merly.
That is indeed true. So let's see what's coming next. There is Merly coming up for Dennis, and milling here is crucial. Okay, he hits Rhinoheart, double Rhinoheart, and the Magnamu. That's not what you want to see. Does he have other cards to discard?
He also has another Perlerino and another triple tactic talents in hand. You were right about that. Now Roll Colors is being activated. And Halfness is
but there's Halfness. There is a chance. He still has Halfness, so there's another mill coming. We see that is Salik, Magnamut, and Druiswolf. He mills all the Bestials. He would have needed those turn 1, but not as a mill now in his own turn.
But really well played by Dennis, knowing that this Rhinoheart will not resolve. It's chaining the Halfness, so it gets to the field. And Salik is going to search for another card. Can search for a Chiron, but there is no other monster in hand.
I don't think so.
Okay, so we have the Smashes interaction, but now he can play.
Yeah, and I mean, the Smasher still is not live, and Dennis sees that. There's no sprite cards in the graveyard of Christopher LeBlanc, so he could just set up his board right now, maybe spin back the back row with Kaleidoheart or something, and then he should be good to go here. I see a line for Dennis
he can actually summon back the IP as well. Is there any card in the extra deck?
There are so many cards in the extra deck of Christopher's that I cannot
know
even
there
imagine.
are cards in the extra deck, Basti.
Yeah, but no, like he has
nothing he can go into.
He has to fit so much stuff in there. There could be Sprite Sprint, of course, but there's no Exceed monster on his board, so...
Yeah, but he can still send a Merly.
Yeah, of course. So he gets into the Fusion Summon here, but he does not get to resolve the bounce effect that is also quite
And he gets the blue into the GY.
Oh, you're right. There is a blue in the graveyard now. That's crucial.
There's so much you can do with this deck.
That is a crucial
Sprite and Telement really work well together, you gotta be honest there.
So he is instantly fusioning away the Merly and goes into another Kid Colors.
I love that Kid Colors and Rule Colors loop each other.
Absolutely. So do you think he's just going to go into another Rule Colors from here on? Because then again, it would be Fusion Summoned. Because the thing about Rule Colors is that you would have to have it Fusion Summoned. But is it once per turn?
It is hard once per turn.
It is hard once per turn.
I can get it up for you guys again. But I'm a 90%, 900% convinced that this is hard once per turn. You can only use each of the following effects.
Alright.
Okay, so we are now sending the Halfness to the GY. We have already popped with Perlerino, so Dennis did a lot with what he had. I mean, he had a good hand, but the last two cards in his hand are triple tactic talents and Perlerino, and none of those can be activated.
And there comes Dracostapelia on top of everything now, so even if Dennis finds his way into a monster effect on the board, there is the Dracostapelia answering that immediately now. Dennis double checking on the graveyard. I think he actually has two multiples in his hand, right? He has a Talons he already used, and he has Pearlerino he already used as well. So 2 cards that just totally don't do anything. Looks like, oh yeah, Battle Phase running over Sprite Elf cannot be the worst decision here.
But it will also not help you too much, I think. So we are going for Smashers immediately, probably going to take out the Merly at this point, or the Havness to.
I mean, Havness would protect
the Elf.
The Elf, indeed. And when your opponent is already desperate enough to go into battle phase with those 2 monsters, I'm quite sure that Smashers there can't be the worst decision. And Dennis only can set 1 more card and gives it back over to Christopher LeBlanc, who draws into Nimble Angler. Not the best top deck, but his board already is providing quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is true. Also, the Pearlerino boosts the fusion monsters by another 500 attack points. I think maybe even normal summoning the Angler is going to be enough to go for a game here. But there might be some other place that Christopher has. I mean, think
there's still Sprite Sprint on the field, right?
But that's a summon effect.
Oh yeah, never mind.
But Kid Kalos can activate the effect. I don't know. I think there is no other Telement card in the game right now for him. No. Okay, so he can actually just use Elf and try to use... there is a mod... Oh, Havness in hand. No. Yeah,
oh, there is Havness in hand. So we're going to see another talent, Shiren and Merly.
Okay, so now he can actually play. There are no Mudora, no Keldos, as we can see, apparently, because otherwise Christopher would... Okay, no,
oh, there is Keldo. So the mills are great, but they're going to get answered immediately again.
This is why these cards are so strong in the game right now.
Yep, just an additional resource you find in your graveyard as interruption for yours and your opponent's turn. So really bringing you forward.
Back the Beaver to the main deck and the Merly and Shiren. So no fusions for Dennis in this turn. And now Christopher just is trying to find a way to win this game here. He could have sent the Gigantic. Oh, wait, Pearlerino can pop something now.
Yep, if he wants to. I think we're going after the back row, right? We know
the Pearlerino of Dennis.
Oh, true. He shuffled back Telement names, so he definitely could be popping here.
Oh, and he's popping his own Havness.
So Dennis really knows what he does, and he is actually now performing a fusion summon.
Yeah.
And he goes after the Kaleido Heart, it looks like. Yes, he's going with 3 monsters. We're summoning out Kaleido Heart here, so Dennis really getting all the options he can get. Even resolving Pearlerino on his own cards to trigger fusion summoning effects. And there's Kaleido Heart hitting the board now. What are we spinning back?
Will, however, be probably negated by Dragostapelia, right?
That, I think, immediately happened. Oh, no. But okay, we're declaring a target.
I mean, you still have Pearlerino, so you can go Chainlink 1 Kaleido Heart and Chainlink 2 Pearlerino to pop the Dragostapelia, so the negation of Dragostapelia does not do anything. Am I missing something? Or maybe he's just forgetting the Pearlerino, or is there a reason for it? Oh no, he can't be targeted. I mean, you can still activate Pearlerino on Elf.
Yeah, for sure. So he is just, as we said, that Pearlerino field spell is crucial in the mirror match, so definitely worthy of a pop here. He takes it out. So Christopher LeBlanc now being the only player here that has access to Pearlerino.
So Christopher has shuffled back the Gigantic Sprite, and now he can attack over the Kaleido Heart with 3,200 after having the effect activated. I mean, okay, you can special summon out a Merly or an Angler or Nimble or whatnot. That does not really do too much.
There's Merly coming.
You cannot really fusion summon anything this turn anymore because Gigantic Sprite has resolved, but you are dealing with
He's still milling, though. Maybe you are hitting some of the Shizu cards. No, we don't. That's only Terraforming and 2 Telement cards.
He could have maybe hit a Nimble Angler, to be fair.
That would have been quite decent, even. And he still, of course, has Dark in the graveyard, but Dark again. There are no level 2 or lower Dark monsters in the graveyard of his opponents, so Dark wouldn't provide any damage here either.
To be fair, also Dragostapelia can attack over the Kaleido Heart at this point because Pearlerino is on the field.
Yep, and he's attacking for quite a bit of damage, but it doesn't appear to be enough to go for game here in this turn already.
No, this should be 5,400 damage, and it appears to be the first damage dealt to Dennis. I mean, it is the first turn with a battle phase for Christopher, it just makes sense. So we are bringing Dennis down to 2,600 life points. I gotta be honest, Basti. I mean, it doesn't look good for Dennis right now. But if he can bait out the Dragostapelia effect on the next turn, with the talent set, there could be something.
That's true. Do we maybe go into the underclock? No, not the underclock taker.
Underclock taker.
I'm sorry.
This would be
yeah, that would be interesting.
Spice.
But I thought maybe we even go into beat cop here to protect something on our board. But he decides against it. He just summons out Dark. And it's
Dark
back on
is
Dennis.
not being able to summon anything from the opponent's GUI. However, you want this Merly in the GUI, so you can reborn it with Elf and get some mills, so you can fusion summon on your opponent's turn. And now we're seeing
and now the Pearl Rhino in his hand actually is great again. We saw that he started with a double copy of it, but now he can actually activate the second one. And Christopher is not happy about it.
So we have seen that he has drawn a trap card for turn. This is not what you want to see in this situation. You really don't want to have the Sullik here. And Elf is reborning the Merly. So,
and what are we hitting? Oh,
are we hitting a tier name? Yes, we are hitting the Harvness with the last mill. So Harvness is being activated with the Shiren together. We are going for a Kid Colors, and I'm pretty sure that Christopher does not forget about his Pelourinho effect. So he might actually pop.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's popping the Pelourinho, and this actually might hurt him because the set card is, again, still triple tactic talents.
What is happening after that? I mean, we just searched with Pelourinho, of course.
You can take the Dragostapelia because it does not target, and then you can normal summon your Rhino Heart. But there are Keldo and Mudora.
Oh, but he doesn't do that. He just starts it all off with the Rhino Heart.
There are still...
He wants to take something else, I think. I think he wants to take the Dark, maybe. But the Dark would not make sense because he can only summon into the zones he's pointing to, so there would be no zones. Oh, he wants the Kid Colors, though. So I think he's just resolving the on-field effect of Kid Colors.
Oh, he's trippy. He has the Sullik in hand. He is summoning back a Kaleido Heart from the GY, and he is sending the Rhino Heart. And now the Kaleido Heart can activate, and the Rhino Heart as well. He can discard the Sullik. This was really well played.
That's really cool, for sure. Dennis definitely knows his stuff. And you can see Christopher LeBlanc, first round at the YCS, you maybe expect somewhat of an easy start, maybe get into the tournament smoothly. But Christopher LeBlanc really gets challenged here by Dennis in this first round of a tournament.
Oh, Elf is summoning... Okay, no, we are resetting something. Kaleido Heart is still allowed to spin, I'm pretty sure of that, but now we are seeing the... Oh, no, we are still
we're
resolving.
Just taking out the Rhino Heart with another Keldo. Christopher LeBlanc started with so many of the shufflers. I think he opened Keldo, and Mudora, and now it pays off. He had those shufflers for so many turns. Dennis didn't really get access to his shufflers at all. And that might be, in the end, the advantage here in this specific game.
That is true, but what can Dennis do? I think there shouldn't be another Mudora. And this is going to be important. Is there a Mudora? Let's see. No,
Doesn't look like it. There was a Kelbag, but I think besides the Kelbag, no other Ishizu cards.
He is still able to use Dark, so he can actually go into the battle phase, run over Elf and Merly. You don't want to run over Dark, because then you will give your opponent a free Harvness, and you cannot attack over the Dragostapelia because of the boost of Primeval Planet.
Let's hope he doesn't forget. Let's hope he doesn't try to attack the Dragostapelia here. No, he runs over the Elf with Kaleido Heart. Well played. Dennis really remembering all the things here.
Dennis knows all his attack points.
Yeah.
And now we are attacking over the Dark, actually.
So, what are we going to search here? The double checking, yeah, but he is resolving the effect of Dark right here. And he's checking on the stats again. What can we even search? And it looks like he goes for Harvness.
Yeah, you can search Harvness and Shiren. There are already so many players in the crowd watching this featured match. I love it so much.
It's fantastic. So many players in the venue in general, and now the featured match area is also stacked. I mean, they see who made it here to Germany. Christopher LeBlanc flying in from the USA. That's quite a big name in the Yu-Gi-Oh scene. So, of course, they're curious on what he's running.
I don't understand why he ran over Dark to give his opponent a Harvness.
That was quite a brave move, yeah, for sure.
Now we are linking those away, going into the Dark. And Dark can now summon out many different cards. For example, IP Masquerena or the Kid Colossus again. And he can actually summon the Kid Colossus again.
Oh, but now he can change the Harvness.
He can actually use all the effects of Kid Colossus on Shiren.
But there's the Harvness, and we're hitting Shiren. So, as you said, he just gave his opponent a free Hafnis, and that might really, really, really be the turning point here for Christopher, because he gets to resolve one more fusion effect by hitting the Shiren, so definitely very, very good for him.
Oh yeah, and he is now going for a Kaleido Heart, and Kaleido Heart is really strong. I mean, he can shuffle his own Kid Colors away, he can also shuffle back the Dark, which is both would be really good. I think you would rather want to go for the Dark, because you can pop your opponents with the Kid Colors in the next turn. I mean, he searches for Havness now. So, okay, so he can trigger the Havness on the Kaleido Heart, I'm pretty sure of that, because he searched it before the Kaleido Heart could activate.
So, let's see. We haven't resolved the Kaleido Heart yet, but yeah, we are chaining
At this point,
indeed.
I have lost all track of
and we are
that
milling.
activated.
There's Rhino Heart, which we already activated, and a whiff besides that.
He did not hit anything, but I still think that he has Melee effect open, and he can easily go into sprint with this. What is this game? Dennis is having the performance of his life right now.
He is indeed. What a show he's putting up here. It looked like Christopher LeBlanc would already be able to maybe seal the deal in his last turn, but we still have 2,100 life points for Dennis, and he's far away from being done here in this game.
So now we are going into probably what is a Sprite Sprint. We can also go into Elf, of course, but I think at this point there's really nothing Christopher can do anymore. I think this is... Christopher is out of his last interruptions, and now Dennis can just actually play.
This is actually impressive, because Dennis played through 3 shufflers on Christopher LeBlanc's side. Didn't have access to any of them himself. No Bishields from either, and still he's playing through this quite well. Sending the Merly, as you were saying.
No, you cannot use Kaleido Heart.
Work.
This is not going to happen. Kaleido Heart cannot, in fact, be used for a fusion summon as material.
Okay, and looks like he's just going into Kid Colors here, right? And I mean, Kid Colors used all the effects already, and that wouldn't really help. Yeah, we are going for Kid Colors.
But he has Sulik in hand, so this is maybe something that he wants to try out here. Now we have drawn the Merly on the side of Christopher, which is not too strong. And now, I mean, all the cards are on Christopher's side right now, right? This is...
Norman Summon Rhino, and we are instantly answering it with the Sulik.
This would be so much better for Dennis if he still had a Pearlerino, to be honest, because then he could pop...
And we're milling the useless Imprint, but there's one Shiren. Is the one Shiren enough here, though?
I gotta be honest, I think it will be tough for him. Like, what card is he going to summon? Roll Colors is nice and all, but it still loses to Kaleido Heart in terms of attack points because of the Primeval Planet Pearlerino. And I think we're just going for that. It seems like a desperation play. He really needed to hit all the names. I think we're going for Kid Colors first, of course. Oh, he went for Kid Colors already.
Yeah. He used Kid Colors for that fusion summon, because Kid Colors was on the board at the beginning of the turn. So he's running over the stop, and Christopher LeBlanc takes this game number 3 here in round 1 of YCS Dortmund 2022. Biggest European YCS we've ever had. And Christopher LeBlanc is starting it off in style.
And what a round 1 featured match. Dennis put up a big fight. It looked like everything was against him. He started 2 Pearlerino and 2 triple tactic talents, but he still managed to break the board, come back, had so many different options, chose so many great routes, like summoning the Kid Colors of the opponent to get the effect after using Dark, and before that taking it to send the own Rhino Heart to the GY. That was really, really good.
Absolutely. You could tell that Dennis has played a couple of mirror matches in the last couple of days already. Of course, you would bring this deck into the tournament prepared, because you know that that mirror match is super skillful. You would need to invest a little bit of time to actually be able to understand the depth of this deck. But he really, really, really performed, honestly. It didn't look like a big gap between the two, quite frankly.
Absolutely not.
He played it very, very strong. And yeah, let's maybe get into the bigger picture a little bit again. Ishizu Telements. Do you think... I want one answer from you right now. What's going to win the tournament, which is not Ishizu Telements, because that would be the obvious pick, and of course it would be too boring. So give me one deck that's winning that's not Ishizu Telements.
Pendulums.
I like that.
I think Pendulums has a decent matchup. You have lots of level 4 monsters, so it's a deck apart from tier elements that can actually access Dweller.
And it also is a deck that is deep in your heart, so you have a special connection to it.
You can search for field spells now, so Necro Valley is a thing, and Necro Valley is really good against all the Ishizu cards.
True.
And against the tier element cards.
I like it.
So if I have to set my money on one deck, it's going to be Pendulums. What about you?
And I would assume it's Draco Slayer Pendulums, right?
Of course.
Because that's a newest edition in the latest set, so that would be really the Pendulum deck to go for right now, and I understand. For me personally, I would maybe go with Luanda Reese because it's a really good pick right now, but that's not the deck I'm actually going to go for it.
Shifter also not with the best Pendulum matchup, by the way. We have lots of wins.
True, but I will actually go with Naturia. I really like the new Naturia cards, and I really hope there's somebody really performing with the deck. I would love it. Those new Mole Cricket, Camellia, those cards are insane, seriously. I want to see them resolve as often as possible in the featured match.
I guess at this point you can already guess what deck profiles we are going to show you in the breaks in between the rounds. So we are going to waste no further time. We are going to give it over to Ed and Christopher LeBlanc.
Hello guys, yes I am with Christopher who's just won round 1. Christopher, first off, congratulations. So you've come off the back of winning YCS Minneapolis, you're a 4 times YCS champion. You've changed your deck a little bit from Minneapolis. Talk to us a little bit about your choices.
Well, the Ishizu cards definitely had to go in my deck. They're in most people's deck today, and especially after Pasadena, seeing the majority of people in Top Cut were playing Ishizu, I mean, I knew I had no choice.
So you've also got a couple of other spicy things in there, like Dark Claw, Mask Change 2. Why did you go with those?
It makes your basic hands and like the hands where you can't full combo like a lot better. As you can see in my game 3, how my hand was I missed on the Murley, I missed on their kick Kalos. So playing the Mask Change 2, it allowed me to play and keep going through my combo. So.
Nice. So you were probably expecting some of the mirror matches today. So the second you opened up against that, what was going through your head of how do I need to deal with this?
Definitely Dark Law. It definitely helps get lock them out. I was definitely surprised when I got Tactics though. It was very awkward, so I knew I couldn't play through Dark Law, so I kind of had to get rid of it with the field spell. But Dark Law alone, I feel like is going to carry me.
We'll see what ends up happening throughout the tournament. Let's just go through some of the plays of the game. Dennis kind of started off with that field spell turn 1, which is pretty good against the mirror match. You had some great mills. You were really going for Dark Law and Mask Change, and you attacked the game with a really strong field. Game 2, there was the instant fusion from Dennis, but you had Kelbeck and you denied him a lot of plays. But then at that point, you had triple tactics in hand, and then you still scooped. So talk to us what was going through your mind at that point.
So I knew he had the crime, and I didn't want to waste time because I knew I lost. I knew that's getting negated, and the rest of my hand just wasn't able to play through like anything that he had on the board. And playing through Dweller is almost impossible with that situation.
So you just knew it was time to move on to the final round. And then speaking of that round, you start with a really strong hand. You have Mask Change 2. You made Dennis mill away Mystic Mine and Driver. It was quite an intense game because you had responses to everything. But then, as it went on, it seemed like he was just kind of sticking with it. So how were you feeling in that final game?
I felt pretty good. I made a couple mistakes. I definitely could have played it a lot better. I feel like I could have summoned Dark with the Elf before I Gigantic. So I would have had I pretty much could have killed him a turn earlier. So I totally messed up, but you know what happens. It's Yu-Gi-Oh!
It is Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's been an absolutely amazing display for our first feature, so I wish you the best of luck with this. 4 times YCS topper, you probably stand a fairly good chance, and we've seen you in the mirror match. There's going to be a lot of the Ishizu tiers this weekend, so I'm sure you'll probably face a few more, and you'll breeze on through. But congratulations again. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Don't go anywhere, guys, because we have our second feature match coming up very shortly.
Join Elemental Hero Neos for new adventures in Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. New heroes, new strategies, new enemies, 100 new cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
So, welcome back, duelists. We are here for a little discussion or an introductory video about the public events of the YCS in Dortmund. So if you are going to a next event maybe and you don't really feel comfortable entering the main event, or you actually lost early in the main event, you can go to the public events and play those. Or you are arriving on Friday, so we are going to give you a brief overview of what events there are and what you can actually play next to the main event.
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't even have to miss out on the main event because you can already start playing public events on Friday. And for example, just right now, the registration for the 3v3 has closed, which has become one of the most popular public events at all, because everybody just wants to test the deck on Friday for the main event actually. So we will actually see a lot of good players that will be playing the main event here on Friday in the 3v3, and they're very competitive in that. We had very good numbers for the 3v3 in Utrecht already.
Yeah, it is incredibly fun to play with your friends. It's a key factor of the 3v3 that you can actually talk to your friends, to your companions, and help them in the game and get their help. Maybe you can't see a line and they will help you find it.
Yeah, normally Yu-Gi-Oh! Is played 1v1, but in this case you're playing 3 versus 3.
Yeah, it's in the name.
Absolutely ridiculously fun, and honestly, I would play myself if I wouldn't sit here with you, to be honest.
Absolutely.
Absolutely cool.
I will play with you, actually.
Thank you very much. But that's not all. There's also, in this afternoon on Friday, the Time Wizard March 2005 tournament, which is also one we had in Utrecht already, and which is very popular because you can play very old cards, 2005 cards actually.
You can actually activate Pot of Greed.
You can activate Pot of Greed, you can activate Scapegoat, you can activate very iconic cards, very, very cool cards, which you love to play with. It's in the community, a format that is being played a lot, and it has been played for a while, and now you can also play it here at the YCS, which is very cool. And therefore, people are actually playing with a bunch. And again, I would play it myself. I do have a Time Wizard March 2005 deck myself, and it's great fun to play, absolutely. So yeah, that's another tournament we have on Friday, and I can already tell you there's one more of those on Saturday as well. So 2 times, even if you missed that one on Friday because you came here on Saturday morning, still have the chance to play it on Saturday afternoon in the end then. And then also there's one just regular advanced constructor tournament, which is, oh no, wait, I forgot about one really big one, because there's already a speed duel attack of the giant card on Friday. And do you remember what giant card we had for Utrecht?
Elemental Hero Tempest.
Wow, what a beautiful giant card.
Absolutely.
And I'm pretty sure there's going to be another beautiful giant card for this one. And speed duel has actually risen in popularity as well, because it's a very simple and pure form to play Yu-Gi-Oh!
And actually you can play all the anime hype cards, all the Season 1, Season 2 Yu-Gi-Oh! GX cards are in there. It's just great fun, really.
Yeah, for example, the skill Fusion Party just enables your fusion party, and you're actually summoning fusion monsters such as the Elemental Heroes, the original ones. It's really, really fun, and it's really, really cool. So that's basically it for Friday. Of course, there are also on-demand events which you can play whenever you have 8 players, like Win-A-Mat and stuff like that, and double-up events and so on. But those are like the big free scheduled events for Friday. So let me check what we have on Saturday then. There's also double ups again, Time Wizard as I just said, but of course there's not that many public events because there's a big main event.
Makes sense.
Usually everybody will play in the main event, and afterwards you will have the chance to enter public events as well. But then on Sunday, of course, there's a new chance, because a bunch of guys are actually not entering day 2 because only a couple of them will have the chance to fight for the title, and therefore a lot of people will enter public events again on Sunday. And I think you can tell us very good what is happening on Sunday.
Yeah, we have one great event that is not going to happen on Friday and Saturday, which is Tag Duel. You are playing with a friend together in one match, so it's not like the 3v3, 3 separate games. It is one game with 4 players, and you can actually access different cards. You can't access different cards, but you can play different cards.
It's a totally different meta game. Ancient Leaf is insane.
It's basically Pot of Greed at 3.
That's a staple in this format, because it says if you have 9,000 or more life points, you can pay life points to draw 2 cards. And you will start with 16,000 life points in this game.
We have adjusted rules for that one, obviously, because we are 4 players. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. And this is a really nice format that people can try out. We also have the Sunday Mega Challenge to get some more points to get to these great prizes. We have giant cards here to be won and those you can access via that. We also have Dragon Duel, of course, for the younger duelists.
Don't forget about the young guns. They are really showing up lately, for sure.
We also have another 3v3 team tournament, and there is one more thing. We have another Time Wizard tournament with a new format that we haven't seen in Dortmund. Not exactly a new format that we haven't seen in Utrecht, sorry. It is going to be September 2011.
Oh, and we all know what that means. And just in case you don't know, this guy is an absolute enthusiast to that format, and he plays it non-stop at home, and sometimes even gets me into it. Tell us all about it. What are like the big decks you could play there potentially?
Have you ever normal summoned Reborn Tengu? It is an amazing card. You can play Tengu Plant, you can play Agents, you can play Gravekeepers. There are so many different decks that can be accessed there, and it is such a nice power level because sometimes you can go off in really big aggressive combos, but sometimes it's just enough to normal summon a monster and attack. Thunder King Ryo is a big card. As I said, Tengu, my favorite card of all time. Chaos, the Shadow Monarch, is one of the best cards.
It's a beautiful old format, for sure.
And it is just a lot of fun, and I can really recommend playing it. If you haven't been playing at the time, if you're new at the game, try this format out. It is amazing fun.
It's a great starting point for sure if you want to get into Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it's a lot more basic than modern days Yu-Gi-Oh! But it's still so much fun. I can guarantee you that. And what is also very fun is that we have very great pricing for all the public events this weekend as well. And we're not going to talk about it that much because there will be a separate segment for that. So definitely make sure to check out that segment as well and check out our gigantic prizes we have for this weekend.
My Millennium Necklace has seen the future of dueling, with ancient Tombkeeper cards to block your opponent's graveyard while testing your own powers of prediction. New hieroglyphic versions of your favorite cards and 6 different designs of sleeves to keep your cards safe. Your Yu-Gi-Oh! Future awaits you in magnificent Mavens. 20 cards and 70 sleeves per box, each box sold separately.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage of YCS Dortmund 2022. I'm here with Alberto and we're going to talk about the meta discussion for this weekend. As always, a lot has happened, even though we just saw you guys about a month ago at YCS Utrecht, but still, a lot of products, a lot of tournaments going on, and we'll just try and go through a recap for you guys. Of course, first of all, one of the most important sets looking into this event was Darkwing Blast, and I gotta say, on top of them all, the bestial cars. What do you think of them?
It was a blast, I have to say.
Yeah.
Starting things off well, right?
Yeah.
No, but I mean, the bestial cars gave an incredible speed to all the decks currently, especially because like they act as entraps basically.
Yep.
Previously we have DD Crow being played by most of our players. But now basically you are able to use them also as a quick effect if your opponent controls a monster. And they're very powerful, especially because most of the players, as we saw last week, and also our YCSs in America, were playing tier elements.
Yeah, absolutely. As we will talk about the decks this weekend, of course, tier element and Ishizu tier elements is the best deck in the room. And as you mentioned, DD Crow was a really, really good card. If you put additional effects on top, first of all, a body, because they're all 2500, which is pretty big. Then they have even additional effects. Those cards are amazing. And that's why I'm not surprised to see people actually incrementing the amounts of numbers. If I was playing this weekend, not gonna lie, I might consider playing 9, even all in 3-offs, maybe even Bell to just add an additional interruption, which can also stop them, by the way. So I think they are for sure a really good card, but let's talk about the elephant in the room this weekend. Magnificent Mavens brought out this Ishizu card, 4 cards of course, Mudora, Kelbeck, Agido. They are insane.
I mean, these cars really made the difference. I think it's one of the most powerful interactions we have seen so far. Talking about the Shizu tier elements, indeed, like the mirror match, if I was to play Shizu tier elements and I was ready to play at this event, I would be fearing to play a mirror match this weekend, honestly, especially because like it's not super easy to play against a mirror match, especially because there are so many different interactions, as you mentioned. Playing multiple copies of them basically gives you like an advantage out of your opponent, and also I think Abyss Dweller makes a huge difference.
But I mean, as you mentioned, luckily, and we are proud of it, events are bigger and bigger, and we'll see the final number of course this weekend, but we're expecting, just like Utrecht, 12 rounds of Swiss plus top 64, which means if you play a deck that complicated where you have so many lines, we saw a lot of these matches where basically we go up to chain link 10, even more than that, which is something we have not seen ever in Yu-Gi-Oh! Up to this day. That's really complicated. It takes a lot of focus, a lot of effort, a lot of testing, and it's unclear whether you can get the huge deck building advantage. But talking about what happened, of course, all of us always keep an eye on what goes on in Japan, what goes on all over the side of the ocean, and Ishizu tier element was dominating there, even though Maxi is at 3 copies. Here the main difference is probably Mystic Mine. We'll see how much that card plays a role this weekend, but the deck is for sure the deck to beat. He showed off his dominance last weekend, where it took 26 out of 30 Shu spots in the top cut. And in the end, it was a finals between two amazing players, Ani Jawari and Jesse Cotton. And in the end, already both YCS champions before that finals. So it was a great show. I'm sure we'll see most of it. But the big question now goes to what are the other decks that will try to beat? Honestly, I have to say I enjoy this format. Because when you walk into an event, such as, for example, last European Championship in Antwerp, you know a few decks, but everything can happen. It's tough to prepare. When you have a deck that you know you're going to play at least 70% probably of your matchups, you can prepare really well for it. So what's your top pick to beat Tier Elements Ishizu this weekend?
On top of my mind, there's Flowandris for sure. Looking forward to seeing Diego once again,
Italy
our machine Flowandris guy. But yeah, I think Dimensional Shifter can play a huge role. Wow. Of course, like the die roll is important in this kind of matchup, especially because you don't want your opponent to put a lot of resources in his graveyard. But again, if I were to play something very specific and oriented to play against this deck, it will be Flowandris, especially because like has always had a very good matchup against all the other decks in the format. And I think playing against the Ishizu Tier Elements, you have a good matchup.
Yeah, you need to try. It's of course going to be one of the decks. It was showing up pretty well in the US. And at the same time, though, Dimension Shifter, great card, but Herald of the Orange Light is in the deck, so it does have a few outs to it. It can happen, so we'll see how much of a deck that is. But next to it, I gotta mention Exo Sisters again. Won YCS Niagara just a little while ago, and it's still up there. Again, another deck that can play Dimension Shifter, but another deck that has even more options, because going second, even just a normal summon alongside a few play, maybe a Marta, can be quite annoying. And we saw it, a lot of these decks actually showing up strong in Minneapolis and going all the way to like the bubble match, sadly losing. But I'm sure that deck will perform well. And alongside them, of course, we didn't mention the obvious one, which is Sprite. But that is not without a reason. The thing is, while in the past we saw some streamlined version of Sprite, nowadays the deck is mostly an engine, not a deck by itself. We have seen Joshua winning with Runic Sprite. I'm really interested to see what the Runic engine will do this weekend. Still really strong. But outside of it, we saw, for example, Chris LeBlanc, again, who is here this weekend, by the way, for the first time in Europe. I'm sure we'll get to interview him or show him on stream. Who played Sprite inside his tier deck as an engine. So maybe Sprite by itself is not as strong, but I think it's still a really good deck.
Yeah, especially because like with Darkwing Blast, we have had the addition of Sprite Sprint.
Yeah.
I mean, the card itself is amazing and also puts you off ahead in the game. I'm really looking forward to seeing especially how these players are going to be prepared against the Ishizu Tier Elements, which was the most played deck in the top cut last week.
Absolutely.
But I really hope to see Pendulum in action, honestly.
Absolutely. I was about to say we do both like Pendulums, and Dragon Slayers are one of the really good archetypes right now this weekend. They also leave a soft spot in my heart just because, of course, they remind me of the True Draco monsters, same names. And I think the deck does not have to be underestimated. Going first, it might as well be the best deck of the format. It sets up so many interruptions alongside Necro Valley.
Yeah.
Throwback. But that card is absolutely bonkers against the tier elements. Even going second, if you don't set up like Crime, for example, or some interruption, Necro Valley shuts down both the Ishizu and the tier elements. So I think Dragon Slayer for sure is an interesting pick. We'll try to get it on stream for you guys. But outside of it, I just want to give a little shout out to people who forgot about the European Championship and Marcus Patel with his Rika deck, because it was really strong against tier elements. And when we interviewed Marcus at YCS Utrecht, he mentioned Runic Sprite will be the most played deck, and that's a bad matchup. Nowadays, that's not the case. Tier element is back, and although, of course, the Ishizu cards are somewhat interactful with Rikas, I think Rika is a deck we shouldn't forget about. Yeah. So maybe that will be the one. now it's the time though. You know what time it is? You know what time it is? Not time to do yet, almost in a moment, but it's the time that all of you guys are gonna be afraid when Alberto opens his mouth, because it's time for our friendly bet. But I wanna add an additional spice. Let's say if Ishizu Tier Elements is not gonna win, what deck is gonna win YCS Dortmund 2022? Pick it.
So, most obvious choice ever would be indeed Ishizu Tier Elements, and I'm afraid that if I say this, it's not gonna win the tournament. So,
should we test it?
I really like to test it out, so just for you guys at home, my pick is Ishizu Tier Elements.
Okay, bold choice. Let's put it to the test. Is there an additional Millennium object hidden from Alberto? Can his power really defeat Ishizu Tier Elements? You heard it from the man himself. So just to balance things out, I'm gonna go for a change, for a super wild guess, and mention Dragon Slayers. I want to have faith in Dragon Slayers. Pendulum is gonna win it all the way. Pen time, baby. And let's see if that goes to be the case. Regardless, thank you guys for being with us. This was the meta discussion for YCS Dortmund 2022. Stay tuned and we'll be back soon with more action.
History repeats itself throughout the ages in a never-ending circle. What if I told you the Duel Monsters cards that surpass the power of Exodia were in front of your eyes the whole time? They were the strongest and most feared creatures of Annihilation. Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. Control one and you can destroy 1,000,000 armies, wield all three, and the planet itself will quake in fear.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Dortmund 2022. I'm here with Chris LeBlanc. I don't think you need much introduction, but of course we'll still go through it. First of all, it's great to see you, and great to see you in Europe, first time. So how does it feel?
It feels really great. Definitely a different environment. I really appreciate all the Europeans for making me feel welcome. It's been great so far.
For sure, and you should feel welcome. We catch each other a couple of times back in the US in the past years, but it has just been incredible to witness your return, your comeback into the game, and of course the story, we have to mention it. Just over a month ago, you became a 4-time YCS champion, and the craziest thing is 10 years since your first win, right? So what a journey in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, it's insane. How was that experience? How does it feel? Is it different from your first win?
I definitely felt like my first win was like the most memorable up until this moment, like when I won the 4th one, because it was like a huge milestone for me. I felt like it was a lot different playing like today's day and age than it was playing back in the day. A lot more like the coverage is great. Konami really does a lot for the game and the players, so I think that was what really like meant a lot to me.
For sure, and we were just having a quick chat before this interview, and we'll get to experience the differences between, of course, our setup and the one in the US, which are both doing a great things for the game, and hopefully we'll see you on stream as well, playing and showcasing your plays. We have seen how you, ever since the start and the cards came out, you were a pretty big fan of tier elements, I want to say, but you still showed up your own style in Minneapolis with a deck that not many people saw coming, with Sprite cards in it. And you were saying just how you adapted your deck for last weekend, unfortunately losing on the bubble, but what do you think of the current format and just meta today?
I think the current state of the format, very skillful. It takes a lot of thinking and preparation. It's a lot of key points in your plays. You can't really make mistakes. If you mess up like one time, it'll mess up the whole flow of the game. So I think it rewards a lot of better players. I think it speaks that Hani Jawari just had won YCS Pasadena. So I mean, it just even shows like the first event with the Shizu tier, a great player has won. So you know.
Absolutely, there has to be some skill, of course, involved in there, but we already knew that. So we'll be curious to see how European players will adapt this weekend to the trends. Of course, as you mentioned, YCS Pasadena, everyone had to just witness it and adapt maybe their decks this weekend. Do you expect some major shifts in like deck building? Of course, still Ishizu tier being the deck to beat, I would say. Or are you afraid of like some tier 2, you know, other decks that are flying under the radar? What do you think?
I definitely think there's going to be a high representation of Flunder, but I also think that foreign events in general, like especially European events, have definitely spoken out where like Josh had just won with Sprite. And it just shows that you don't need to play tier, which is being considered as like the best engine in the format, and he's still destroyed that event. Like he showed that you can just play a consistent deck and still come out on top. So I think anything could happen going into this event, especially with how many players there are. I think it's going to be a great tournament regardless.
Absolutely, and you did mention Joshua, so I gotta bring this up because, of course, again, another player coming back and winning his third title, but you really didn't let him enjoy the win. You got the fourth and you basically tied. And you mentioned, of course, Billy in your interview, but do you have a message specifically maybe for Joshua, or are you trying, what's your goal, I guess, in Yu-Gi-Oh? Going for the 5th win, World Championship maybe, you know, a lot of different things in your mind, so.
I would say, I think Josh definitely motivated me a lot, and I feel like that's where like my win actually came from, because him tying me in YCS wins was a huge thing for me. I'm like, wow, it's like a weird feeling when somebody catches up to you and you're like, oh, I want it so much more, and I feel like it had a huge impact on Hani for him to win his event. And honestly, like my goals for Yu-Gi-Oh! Obviously to go to Worlds because I've never been, but just to keep playing and enjoying the game. I think that really matters way more to me than winning any like specific event.
Absolutely, and it's great hearing this from you. And we have interviewed a lot of these players who, for example, top of my mind, Rafael Neven as well, who pretty much go to every event, whether they are in South America, US or Europe. So hopefully we'll see more of you from European events, and we'll of course wish you a lot of good luck for the event. We'll see how it goes, and if you decide to come back visiting us for other events. This was Chris LeBlanc. Thank you guys for being with us. We'll definitely catch him on stream playing. We'll be back quite soon with more action from YCS Dortmund.
Hey! Oh, what's this? It's a Chris. Oh, Chris! Oh, whoa! Oh my God! I did that song.
Four-player duels. Cross-duel fields. Cross-duel monsters. Cross-duel spells. Cross-duel traps. Cross-duel teams.
Cross-duel strategy. Cross-duel fun. Cross-duel. Cross-duel for everyone. Cross-duel for the world. Friend or foe, 4 duelists cross wits. A new era of dueling. 4-player card battles. Cross-duel. 4 duelists face off on a crisscrossed battlefield. Summon monsters and set spell and trap cards to defeat your opponents. Simple, beginner-friendly rules for any duelist. Will you work together or claw your own way to victory? Optimize your strategy in real time. Clash with fellow duelists in a battle like never before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Cross Duel.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Dortmund 2022, and we're here to talk about a new engine that was brought to the TCG very recently in Magnificent Mavens.
It's a big one.
And it's a really impactful one, and it's actually the Ishizu engine, or yeah, I will call it engine. It's not really an archetype, but is this anime related? Can you talk about that a little bit more, maybe?
Exactly, it's like a newer version of the cards that Ishizu played.
Yeah.
The anime character. So it's kind of part of the Gravekeeper archetype. There's
Indeed,
also one Gravekeeper card that can be activated through the effect of Mudora the Sword Oracle.
Absolutely.
Which is Gravekeeper's trap. It's actually just the trap.
Yeah, well let's go ahead and start first of all with one that starts with A, Agido.
Yeah.
Let's start with the alphabet. Agido, the Ancient Sentinel, is like the new version of Agido.
Yeah.
And you can basically divide the Ishizu cards into two different segments. One of them will be the millers, and one of them will be the shuffler backs. Yeah, or shufflers is just easier and quicker, you're right. And Agido is one of the millers. So basically, when it gets to the graveyard via a card effect
from hand or deck.
Indeed, you can mill 5 cards.
Yeah.
And as a bonus, if Exchange of a Spirit is already in the graveyard, then you can mill 5 more if you like.
And also your opponent will have to mill the top 5 cards, which is really important.
That's a little twist that I have left out so far, because we've talked about it a little bit. This is going to be very, very popular for this event. For example, last weekend we had YCS Pasadena, and we had, I think, 81% of Ishizu tier elements in the top cards, so it was really, really, really showing off. Just after the release of Magnificent Maven, so it's definitely a deck you have to expect, an engine you have to expect to face. So it will be really interesting how the millers will perform. And while talking about the millers, let's talk about the other miller, and that is the Kelbeck, the Ancient Vanguard then.
And Kelbeck is a really, really strong hand interaction. So when your opponent sends a card from hand or deck to the GY, you can special summon it, and before that target a special summoned monster on the field and bounce it back to the hand. So if your opponent, let's say, hypothetical scenario, has a Kid Colors on field, and then normal summons
could happen
a Rhino Heart next to it. I don't know why they would do that when they have the Kid Colors effect open. Then you could, after the card was sent, special summon Kelbeck from hand and bounce back the Kid Colors. And this way, this would be a hand interaction that immediately goes +1 because you still have the body of Kelbeck on board.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that's really cool. So now that you already mentioned, and like the other effect is of course also the mill effect, so it's very, much the same than Agido, but we didn't talk about the hand effect of Agido yet, so let's round it off with that. So what's the hand effect of Agido then?
So Agido special summons itself from hand and special summons another level 4 Earth Fairy from the GY to your field.
Which all the Ishizu monsters are. Like all of them are Earth level 4 fairies, so and definitely something very easy to do.
We know that level 4 monsters are really important. We have good rank 4 exceeds.
There could be a toolbox coming up in the extra deck.
Abyss Dweller, we have Bagushka, the terribly tired Tapir.
Yes.
And we have Time Thief Redoer.
Indeed, indeed. Yes.
And we have more.
That's basically the millers now. That's how we call them most of the time. Let's now go over to the shufflers. And the first shuffler is Keldo, the Sacred Protector. And I will explain a little bit more what the shufflers mean. First of all, the effects can be activated in the graveyard and on the field as quick effects, which is the most important part, because this will be an interruption on your opponent's turn. And you can just banish it for cost and then target up to 3 cards. Oh no, it has to be exactly 3 cards in the graveyard. In your graveyard, but also in your opponent's graveyard, and then you shuffle those back into the deck, or extra deck, or whatever. And that actually means you can interact perfectly with opponent's effects activating in the graveyard. For example, opponent's Telemans effects. That's why it's so good.
Hypothetical scenario.
Might happen, might come up, for real. And yes, that's just really, really good, because you just don't even need to commit any resources from your hand or your field or anything.
Maybe
you can just have them, maybe, but that's not really the case most of the time. They will end up in the graveyard mostly. And therefore, it's definitely crazy how impactful those cards can be just by being milled by, for example, our millers. Agido, Kelbeck, they work together very, very nicely, and they're just beautiful as an engine, designed to work together as a total.
And all jokes aside, after explaining the 4 cards, the engine goes well with tier elements. We will see a lot of tier element Ishizu decks in the top card and in the event, in the featured match as well. And when you activate the effect of Agido or Kelbeck and mill 5, also from your opponent, then most of the time both players will activate T-Element's effect to fusion summon in the GY. And then there will also be the shufflers, Modora and Kaldo, that can react to that. And because the T-Elements have to send themselves to the deck as well as a part of the fusion material, you can react to that with Modora and Kaldo and basically pseudo-negate the effect because
they can't
the target cannot resolve anymore.
Indeed,
So this will lead to complicated game states. This will also lead to states where one player milled Shiren, Merly, Rhinoheart and Havness and won't activate all 3 of those because the opponent has Modora. So you want to bait out the Modora by only activating 1, and then the player will have to get the other cards into the GY again, and this is all really complicated and honestly very skillful.
100% super skillful. It's an engine or like a deck that is really good right now, that is definitely favoring the very, very, very experienced players. They will definitely do very well in those kind of environment, and I definitely think we will see a lot of good performances in the feature match area with those kind of decks in the top cut even, because there will be a lot of this in the top cut. But let's first of all not forget about Mudora v Sword Oracle, because it's not just Kelbeck, it's also Mudora v Sword Oracle, and they both have that shuffle back effect. So you not only have one interruption with that, you actually have 2. So if you mill both of them, and there are different ways to get to both of them even, then you will actually be able to have that interruption on your opponent's turn twice. So that's like really, really good.
And these also have a great hand effect.
Indeed, yeah, go ahead.
It's kind of the same. They summon themselves by discarding another Earth Fairy monster.
Who would have thought?
Probably the other one. And Mudora, the Sword Oracle, can set a Gravekeeper's Trap from the deck.
Yeah.
And Kaldo can actually search for another Earth Fairy, so it can...
I actually think it even activates the trap, Mudora.
Oh, yeah,
which is even better, yeah.
Right.
Because then you can activate Gravekeeper's Trap. And like, this is like the last card we will talk about, because this is like the only other card that's really considered from this engine right now. And Gravekeeper's Trap is such a unique card and can create such unique scenarios, because just in case you don't know, when you have Exchange of the Spirit... No, wait, let's start with the generic effect first. When your opponent is drawing for turn, you say, hold on, my friend. Let me first of all call one card out of the whole Yu-Gi-Oh! Universum and say that card name, and if you draw that specific card now, you'll have to discard it to the graveyard.
And you know, it will not all the time happen.
Of course not.
But you get information.
Oh yes, because your opponent has to reveal it to you as well.
Yeah. And
absolutely.
Information can be crucial. I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is such a dynamic game, and if you have some responses for your opponent's effects, you will need that information later on.
Absolutely. And on top of that, it's also very cool, even though they're not drawing it, just always call so powerful board breakers such as Lightning Storm, Dark Root no More, cards that could just really hurt your board. And if you just can deny him drawing them, that will be really, really problematic for them if they can never ever get to their board breaker. So that's really cool. And on top of that, if you have Exchange of the Spirit in your graveyard, which is also one of these old Ishizu cards, also related to the anime, of course, then your opponent, that's an additional Abyss Dweller, basically, because your opponent cannot activate effects in the graveyard, which is quite strong. Let's be honest, it is.
Absolutely.
It is really. Yeah,
amazing.
So I would say that would be it for now, because we're going to see so much of this engine over the course of the weekend.
You will learn the effects.
Yeah, for real, definitely. We will go over them multiple times over the course of this weekend. We will talk about Ishizu a lot. You will see it a lot. They are very good cards. Magnificent Mavens really brought us some very great tools to play with. But let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go back over to the feature match.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. In this class, there's just one rule. To make the grade, you first must duel. Gather your friends, then clean their clocks. With 4 new decks, all in one box. Prove you're clever, like a fox. With Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. Available now. Over 100 cards per box. Each box sold separately. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Now available. Rated T for teen.
Darkwing Blast has tons of new monsters and the return of Blackwings. They're back for a whirlwind of destruction. 100 new cards for decks of all kinds. Darkwing Blast.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Welcome back. Thank you very much for your patience. We are now here with round 2 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live from Dortmund here in 2022. Very exciting first round of seeing that mirror match of the Ishizu tier elements, but we've got another very exciting round 2 for you. So we have Typhoon Bayraktar versus Eren Uysal, and this is going to be another cracking round. Gentlemen, could we start with a dice roll? Who would like to roll the dice first? We're going to do a high roll to see who is going to decide on there first. So that is an 8. And that is a 3, so who's going to go first? Okay, that means Typhoon is going to be going first, so I will hand you guys back over to our wonderful German commentary team who are going to be taking you through each play-by-play of this round 2 here at YCS Dortmund. Gentlemen, take it away.
Welcome back from our side as well. Welcome back to round number 2 here at YCS Dortmund. And you may already recognize one of the two sitting there in the feature match area, Typhoon Bayraktar. Quite a well-known name, especially in the German community.
Yeah, he's the former German national champion from 2018, and he has topped various YCSs already.
Absolutely. And he has came second in one specific YCS in Rimini back in the day with one very cool deck. What was it back in the day?
It was Pendulum.
And what a story. He brought that deck in new fashion back to this tournament again. So he's actually on the Pendulum Draco Slayer deck. But I would say the players are ready. He won the die roll, so he's probably shortly going to show off the combo with his Pendulum deck. Let's dive into this game number 1 of round number 2 here at YCS Dortmund. And here we have the Typhoon Bayraktar on the top versus Eren Uysal on the bottom. And we actually pre-recorded a deck profile with Draco Slayer and Typhoon. He showed us what the deck can do. He showed us the new cards and everything. And therefore, we wanted to get him onto the feature match stage for sure to show us in practice what that deck is capable to do.
And now he is special summoning the Kashtira Fenrir. What a great card that was introduced in Darkwing Blast. Such a generic card. And this card is actually not even a brick in this deck, because back in the day with old pendulums, right, when you wanted, or not even old pendulums, with electromite pendulums, you want to say, you had to summon 2 pendulum monsters on the field. But now the Link 2 pendulum support monster
Beyond the Pendulum,
let me get it up, just requires 1 pendulum monster and 1 other effect monster, and Kashtira Fenrir replaces itself and then can be pendulum summoned out.
True, that's really cool, because normally you struggle to get out the second one that you searched out, but now you can, in this deck, even Pendulum summon it out. That's really, really cool.
And now we are going for Luster Pendulum, the Draco Slayer.
Absolutely. We resolved the Odd Eyes Revolution Dragon first of all. It's already in the graveyard. And we see that there's Dimension Shifter being chained by Eren Uysal.
That's tough.
And we already can nail down what kind of decks he could play from that activation alone. And you can already see on the screen that he is on the Exorcister deck. That's not a deck that Typhoon necessarily prepared for, I would say.
No,
but on the other hand, Eren probably didn't prepare for Pendulums either, so that's an equal match in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, the Exorcisters thrive on summons from the GY, and Pendulums don't really care about that too much. I mean, there are some routes in this deck where you go over Dynamite, actually. I'm going to bring him up for you guys, to summon monsters back from the graveyard, but you can kind of avoid that. Also, Kashtira Fenrir is just really chill against the deck. Like, you really
oh, but look at that!
Yeah, of course.
That is pretty decent. He had to pass it over to Eren, and Eren started off with a powerful Pot of Prosperity. And the thing is, we see in Typhoon's hand, and also in his deck list, he decided to run a pretty decent Bestial package. And those Bestials are not really game changers versus Exorcister, are they?
Oh, that is something you really want to side out versus them, because even if, I mean, you can banish the Dimension Shifter.
First card of the top of the deck is Exorcister Marthar, and I mean, that's the card you want to see there. I'm pretty sure he's going with Marthar, because his board is empty, and Marthar would be a pretty chill way to actually change that.
So Marthar can be special summoned out. Can't be banished by Fenrir because it activates in hand. Will special summon another monster, but then if you go for your rank 4 exceeds, Fenrir is actually quite good to banish the card.
It is. I mean, it could be an aggressive play by Typhoon Bayraktar to just instantly book one of the two monsters, either book the Martyr or the other monster he's, then book. It's banished face down, that's why I was thinking book, but yeah, it's actually being banished face down. So he could get rid of one monster, so that would be a potential denial of an XYZ summon. On the other hand, we know that Exorcisters, he can just normal summon another Exorcister monster.
Anything right now.
Why not?
Martha activated in hand.
Yeah, but Fenrir activates on resolve, and that's what he does. He actually just activates the effect of Kashtira Fenrir to banish the Martha. But if Aaron now has another monster to normal summon, and he does, of course, there is another Exorcister he just instantly brings to the field. So I don't think that effect of Fenrir did too much there, to be honest.
Nope, not at all, because Aaron can play out his combo here, which means go for an XYZ, probably banish a card, and then search for another one.
We're going into Michaelis first of all. And one really cool thing that I see in the list of Aaron is that he's actually main decking Ishizu cards. He's playing triple Kaldo, triple Mudora. I'm wondering, is that just in case you play versus the Ishizu tier deck and they mill you, so you actually get some value off of that as well? Because as soon as your opponent sees that you're playing a deck such as Exorcisters, which doesn't profit off of mills usually, they will always resolve their Kelbacks, they will always resolve their Agitos, so that would actually be a pretty smart move to then also have cards to counter that.
I mean, we have already seen some deck lists that have just completely cut out on Kelbacks and Agitos, maybe playing like one or two of those.
Yeah.
So this would actually backfire at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. Nobody is even playing the Millers anymore, and you're sitting there with the Shufflers that actually don't do a whole lot in your deck. But now Michaelis is banishing the Draco Slayer, and we have one set card, two set cards for Aaron. That's pretty good. And let's appreciate the Sky Striker Mobilize Engage sleeves that Aaron is using.
Yes.
Just brought to us in a TCG via Magnificent Mavens. They're beautiful. He's not playing Striker, but still, they work with an Exorcist deck just as well.
That is true, and now we are going to see a Kashtira Fenrir being summoned again, and I mean, the Michaelis doesn't have the quick effect to banish something anymore, so this is actually really good.
Yeah, that's quite a big monster, honestly.
It's still really strong.
Yeah.
Because it always replaces itself, and also the Bestials are not too bad. I think it's only Druid Swarm and 2 Pendulum monsters in Hand of Typhoon.
Yeah, the thing is, I can already tell you that Fenrir on the field right there is not going to replace itself because he is only on 2 Fenrirs in total. So he already maxed out on both of them, switched the second one in the first turn, and now does not have access to another one. But there is Exorcista Returnia being activated by Aaron. Paying life points, and that could instantly just get rid of the Fenrir. Yeah, but he's chaining even after that. Oh, he has both Exorcista traps. He has Exorcista Returnia and Vardis right here. So he is not fooling around. He's just instantly shotgunning both of them into his opponent here. But there is the Druid Swarm being chained on Exorcista Shifter. No, Dimension Shifter, of course.
When you're looking at Exorcista decks, you can think that it is Exorcista Shifter, to be honest. Or Floowandereeze Shifter.
Yeah, Floowandereeze Shifter would also be very fitting, indeed.
So Vardis and Returnia, the absolute combo. Because I think after Returnia resolves, or yeah, you can Exceed Summon a monster. So if you chain those in the right way, you actually get a free Exceed Summon. And the turn these Exceed monsters are summoned, they are pretty powerful.
Yep, that's the whole concept of the deck. Usually this is pretty rough going second, but due to the Dimension Shifter resolving, that was actually quite neat for him because his opponent passed on a very mediocre board, just consisting out of one singular Fenrir.
So, and Necro Valley in Hand of Typhoon is really not the card that he wants to see.
That's indeed true. He drew some of the cards that are really powerful versus Ishizu Telements, but in this specific matchup, we talked about it. He has not prepared for Exorcista, of course. He was prepared to play Ishizu Telements all day long, but no, here he sits facing the Draco Slayer, facing the Exorcista deck of Aaron, and he's just trying to run over the Michaelis now with the Druid Swarm.
Yeah, so that makes sense because when he crashes into the first one, Druid Swarm can activate in the GUI and send the second Michaelis in damage step. Nothing to be activated to this here. So maybe Typhoon actually still has a chance because he has Luster Pendulum. Wow, it wasn't even banished with a quick effect.
Yeah.
Typhoon actually might have a shot in here if these 2 cards are enough for him to combo off.
2 cards left in hand besides the Necro Valley. We know that Necro Valley is not going to help him combo, and we see a pass from Typhoon. There's nothing coming from him here. Back to Aaron, who may be able to get those 6,650 life points out of it, because there's also Exorcist Martha being the first card activated again this turn as well. He summons out Elise, and I'm pretty confident that Aaron will be able to actually put up enough damage. But Exorcist deck can struggle with that, but I think we may see a rare occurrence of actually going for game here in this turn.
I mean, what can he possibly do? He can go for Michaelis again. He can search out packs, no?
Yeah, indeed, he can search out packs. So search out packs. And that's probably what he's going to do, because you want to go for another Exceed summon here, quite likely. And you already went through both of your traps. Let me check how many. He's playing double. Oh, he's going for a return.
I mean, what does packs do realistically here? It searches out one monster and you don't have another one in hand, I think. Oh, he does have more monsters in hand, however.
So he just goes battle phase. I was too hyped about it already. He does not have a way to actually seal the game right here, so he just sets himself up, having Returnia and his Michaelis on board.
And Typhoon is absolutely being patient here. He said, maybe I can do something with my 2 cards in hand, and now he's searching for, he draws Purple Poison, and this card can actually make a difference. Let me just check Returnia again. Because
let's return to the card
if
text
all
of
monsters you control are Exorcist monsters, so if he activates Purple Poison and Luster Pendulum,
go ahead, yeah.
Then you can pop the Purple Poison and destroy the Michaelis. Returnia will have to be activated on the Luster Pendulum earlier.
There it is. We see Purple Poison. That was his top deck for turn. And there is the Luster Pendulum as well, as you were just anticipating. And I think he let him activate the...
I mean, that's the correct timing, right? So you now chain Returnia and banish a card.
Thing is, Aaron actually being down in life points quite a bit, because he keeps on paying for those trap effects. So he's already down to 5,500, and I don't even know whether the effect of this Returnia is already included with that. Yeah, no, it was not. 4,950 for Aaron even. So if Typhoon actually gets to summon out some of his big monsters, and Pendulum decks do have the tendency to summon out big monsters, then we might see him going for game in this turn here.
So he special summons out.
Okay, I was again hoping for too much. Typhoon only summons out the Draco Slayer.
Can we check Typhoon's list for a second, please?
Sure. What do you want to know?
I want to know how many Dynamite Power Loads he plays. He plays 3. Okay.
He's playing 3 copies of it, yeah. But he's not seen any of his powerful starters. He has not seen Bunbuku, for example. So he has not seen any Draco Slayer card besides the one that just sits there in scale. So not really the opening he was hoping for.
So he had to summon Luster Pendulum in order to not
there's packs now for Aaron.
His life points reduced to 0 this turn. Which is unfortunate, because he's already at a pretty big disadvantage.
Yep, Typhoon on 5k. I mean, Exorcista should be able to actually get 5,000 damage on board in one turn, right?
And we are going for the Martha again.
and Typhoon has enough. He is not going to win this game 1 anymore, and therefore Aaron, actually the underdog in this scenario right here, is going to take game 1 due to a very well-timed Dimension Shifter, and he is actually 1 game up against the big Typhoon Bayraktar. And honestly, we saw the score of the 2 players. They already lost round number 1. So losing here for Typhoon might be very, very, very crucial. Might be already a very bad sign for him for the tournament.
That's true. I mean, that's the worst start you can have, actually.
Indeed.
So, I mean, honestly, the one time you don't want to draw Necro Valley in this tournament is versus Exorcista. It's literally versus Exo.
Yep.
And yet you still draw it, and it hurts your combo. I mean, he only plays 3 spells, I think, and those are all field spells. No, I think he's playing Dynamite.
I mean,
Power? Dynamite. The Dynamite Surge continues.
Charge. Dynamite Charge. Yeah,
Charge. And
I mean,
Sky Iris.
a lot of his monsters are pseudo spells by being Pendulum cards, right? So they are half spell cards.
I think they are full spells. They are. You can count them as spell cards any time of the week.
That's what I would be thinking as well, for sure. But
probably not, though.
One very interesting thing that Typhoon is going to be able to do with his side deck is that he could now include Artifact Dacta, Artifact Scythe, and Elder Entity Antis into his main deck. Because you talked to him specifically before the deck profile, and he told you, yeah, this does lose to the Bestials, because you can just get the, what is he getting out of the graveyard? The Entis, right? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It has to be the Entis, I think.
Yeah, he's getting out the Entis and then making Dweller with Entis and then detaching Entis to pop his own
Scythe.
Scythe.
Oh no,
so
you can just banish the Scythe. Never mind. Yeah,
true.
that as well.
But you lose to you lose with Droplet if you're in the Telements player's shoes in this scenario. Which is
because
not
one
he's
of them
playing
will always
Exorcista.
resolve, basically.
Dweller
Exactly.
or Scythe will always resolve. This is pretty neat. However, I don't think this is too good versus Exorcista because you also don't want to Dweller them.
But you could go for another rank 4 maybe. Yeah, but what is detaching? Yeah, it's kind of
how many
rough.
rank 4s is he even playing?
Let me see. It's Dweller, it's Baguska, but that's not really detaching anything. So it's rough. Probably not even going to be able to pull that combo
Majesta
off.
can't beat. I think Majesta needs.
On the other hand, though,
Pendulum monsters.
if you could actually pull off that Scythe combo, that's still a pretty valid win condition versus Exorcista. So it might.
It is.
Of course, Dweller isn't great, but it might still be the way to go, even though you're putting up a useless Dweller, useless, because that Exorcista deck is not necessarily working with the graveyard, as we know. But looking at the side deck of Aaron Uysal, I don't know when I saw for the last time 9 trap cards in his side deck, but Aaron is bringing 9 trap cards in his side deck. He's actually bringing some heavy going first cards. He's bringing in Destructive Daruma Cannon, which I love. That's a very new card, and it's really, really nice.
And triple Solemn Judgment. And
that as well.
Why don't we just go over and see? I mean, he will probably not side them now.
Maybe with Daruma Cannon.
Why don't we just go over and see what the players are playing?
Game number 2, and I really want to see Typhoon Bayraktar combo off with his Pendulum deck here. That's why we brought him to the feature match stage. We wanted to see what Pendulum is able to do now in 2022, and we see he at least started with his Searcher Bunbuku, and I think that's going to be maybe even the starting point here. Yep, he's instantly grabbing it and then putting it back into his hands. But no, I think Bunbuku would be a decent start. But no.
Oh, he is starting off with the Odd Eyes Rebellion Dragon. This is basically the same start that he had last game, but with other cards as well, so the Bunbuku will help him a lot.
Yeah.
It's not even
the Revolution Dragon, but still. Oh, we see Ash Blossom in the hand of Aaron Uysal, which is not really a very popular card lately, but still
For
Aaron
the first time
decided,
in ages, honestly.
Yeah, that was basically always the starting point of your deck, right? Yeah, I will start with triple Ash Blossom and I should be good to go. The rest of the deck can somehow find its way together. But
he also has the Luster Dragon. I think
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, wait.
He
did not Ash the Revolution Dragon.
No, he didn't. He still has Ash Blossom in hand. I think he may just even let him combo all the way through, because by looking at the hand of Aaron, you see he has a very old but very powerful still board breaker card, being Raigeki. So every board that Typhoon tries to put up here might be victim of a Raigeki, and
this shows that Aaron is unprepared for Pendulum, because one thing that this deck almost always does is number 38, Hope Harbinger.
Yep, Hope Harbinger might definitely come up here. But there's now the Ash Blossom on the Bunbuku normal summon, and let's see how hard that is going to stop Typhoon from comboing off here.
No, I think this Bunbuku was normal summoned earlier for Majesty's Pegasus, but Pegasus activated in scale.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. It must be the scale effect of Majesty Pegasus he's ashing. Which is interesting. So he actually seems to have some experience versus the Draco Slayer deck, because he decided on a very specific point to ash there, and he didn't just throw the ash onto the first thing he saw. So that's kind of cool. But we are going for triple Tactic Talent, and that's going to draw him 2 cards as he's just shuffling his deck. Let's see. Was it that looked like double Odd Eyes Rebellion Dragon.
Ah, that's not good. In this situation, the
Revolution Dragon. I'm sorry, I'm correcting myself. It's Revolution Dragon again. And then we are Pendulum summoning now. I don't even know when I saw a Pendulum summon for the last time on stream, to be honest.
I mean, we for sure didn't see it in Game 1.
Yeah, absolutely not. I think over in the US we had Draco Slayer being in the area, but here in Europe, I don't remember it. We searched for Sky Iris, and I mean, Sky Iris is a very, very strong field spell card.
Majesty's Pegasus, that has to discard a card now, which is the Cosmic Cyclone, does not really help at all at this moment. So Ash Blossom was really good, because now the scales are have been kind of clogged. It's 5 and 2, so you can only summon level 3 or 4.
Which he did, to be fair,
Monsters.
but what's coming afterwards now? Now there is the Sky Iris, and he's getting room in his pendulum scale again by popping the Luster Pendulum.
So we don't have a tuner on the field right now.
But that is maybe about to change.
He can search now for a card. I mean, that's for sure.
That's what he's doing, but that's...
He already used his normal summon. Oh, and he's looking for a different scale, which is the Odd Eyes
Persona Dragon. It is the Odd Eyes Persona Dragon. And that is a low scale. That's a scale 1. And he cannot search this one for his monster effect because, quite honestly, that is a very high level. I don't think he's going to normal this out.
Nope.
And he already normaled, actually. So it has to be for the scale effect.
That is true, but this one only works if your opponent has targeted a Odd Eyes monster. I mean, this card is like only for scale purposes. So let's see what we are going with here. Are we ending on a Baguska or are we going for a Majesta? Or does Majesta even need it?
It is the Baguska turning his own Bunbuku into the defense position. And we know that Aaron actually has Raigeki to out that Baguska quite easily. So this end board coming out of Typhoon's hands here is not really it. And it's going over to Aaron. And he's confidently drawing his 5th card in his hand now for turn. And it is a Pot of Prosperity even, which will help even more now.
This couldn't get worse for Typhoon. I mean, Bunbuku is still protected from Raigeki. That is a plus.
Sure, I will give you that. But I don't know whether that Bunbuku is going to be the main selling point here in this game, because it can get run over quite easily by every Exorcist monster you could imagine.
That is true, but it saves you some life points. Raigeki is coming down here. It's a 1-for-1 trade. However, this Baguska is a really strong card that you want to keep on your field. So Raigeki not destroying the Bunbuku. Bunbuku might later be Pendulum summoned out and then can still search another...
And there is the Marfa. He doesn't even need the Prosperity. He already has the Marfa in hand. So Prosperity can then later on fetch for some non-engine cards that could even protect his end board even more.
Martha is a strong card.
Indeed it is. It was really the turning point for the Exorcista strategy. It brought it to a whole different level.
Not gonna lie, Power of the Elements, quite the powerful set.
Indeed it was. And I mean, we had Exorcista in top 8 at YCS Utrecht, being Joshua Ostman. And he almost made it even further, but there his journey ended. Let's see how Exorcisters can perform this weekend, because quite honestly, Exorcister in theory is a pretty good matchup versus Telemans. That was always the matchup you wanted to play against, because that deck non-stop does stuff with the graveyard. So that would be absolutely the matchup you're targeting. So
we are seeing a different Exorcister.
That's Caspitel indeed, yeah. He's going for the Caspitel. And Caspitel is the one that searches him a monster, which he's doing right there. So he just wants to get bodies onto the board. The good thing is, Aaron knows that there is not going to be any hand interaction by Typhoon, because that is one of the things that Pendulum decks are known for. They literally play 0 cards because they want to use all of their resources to create a super good end board, but they don't want to sit on any hand interactions for the opponent's turn. Their end board is the main selling point, not the cards they keep at hand.
That is true. The only cards that were really good as hand interactions were the Bestials, and those are not strong versus Exorcista.
Nope. And we have Pax as well, searching Stella. So the whole Exorcista family now almost together. And which is the one he's normal? He's actually going for Stella as his normal summon of choice. That is bringing out the Sophia as well. And Sophia triggers to actually give him a draw. Look, he's not going to resolve the Prosperity this turn. He rather wants the draw effect of Exorcista Sophia there.
I mean, he has all the cards that he wanted. He can keep the Prosperity for the next turn.
Very, very much true. And Typhoon sits there. He opened
now
up.
We're going for the Michaelis.
Yes, he opened up with one Odd Eyes Revolution Dragon, and then he drew into 2 more with his talents. That was really unfortunate. He couldn't combo on. And yeah, now he sits there again facing 2 Exorcista Exceed monsters.
I remember his YCS final in Rimini, where he opened up with a triple unicorn.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't invite him to the featured match area anymore.
Absolutely not. This is bad luck for him, apparently, with Pendulum decks.
And we're even getting rid of his last scale now, so Typhoon is left with no scales, and I can already spoiler you, there's not going to be any monsters left after this turn either. Maybe the Sky Iris is going to help him though, because that would be able to activate the effect next turn again, right?
Now we have the big boss monster of the Exorcister archetype, which is Exorcisters Magnifica.
Yeah, 2 Exceed monsters were sacrificed to get her onto the board. So it makes sense that it is Exorcisters, right?
Yeah.
Because multiple sisters combined made her. Yeah, and it really is a boss monster. That is really the one you're trying to go for turn 1. And now it is turn 2, but he wasn't interrupted in any way by Typhoon because that Raigeki instantly took care of the Bagushka. So yeah, one more set card. Even maybe one more? Nope. Oh. Of course, not even the Sky Iris will stay there for Typhoon, so he has to rely on the 4 cards he will start his turn with. We know 2 of them are Odd Eyes Revolution Dragons. Oh, and he drew into another Odd Eyes card, right? Or was
he drew into the Bunbuku, which could actually be okay. I mean, resource-wise, it's not the best to have this Bunbuku, but it actually enables him some more plays by searching for the Majesty Draco Slayer, which is always treated as a Magispector card, just in case you were wondering why this is a target for Bunbuku.
Yeah, indeed, he searches it out. And now, again, his hand does not only consist out of Odd Eyes cards anymore. Before that, we had double Revolution Dragon and the Persona Dragon. Let's see what he can make out of it. It looks like it really looks like he's trying to come up with something here.
Yeah.
This is a situation where he just has to freestyle, if you ask me. He's not going to perform a regular combo. He just has to come up with something on the spot. We saw that from Chris LeBlanc in the first round featured match.
Yeah.
He was very good at that. He was showcasing how good of a player he is. And I know that Typhoon is a very good player as well, so I'm pretty sure he could come up with something here.
Typhoon is a fantastic player indeed, and now it is really all about this turn. Can he get off the Luster and Majesty combo?
So, he is using
Magnifica on activation of the cards or activation of the effect? No,
I think it was
activation of the effect.
Effect, yeah.
And it is now banished. So Magnifica is there laying without a target or without a material to activate the second effect.
That's true, yeah.
So maybe Typhoon can actually play here for a little bit.
He's considering his options. Persona is a 1 scale, right? We checked on Persona being a 1 scale. So Luster, Pendulum, and Persona would work for Pendulum Summon in some way.
Basti can only Pendulum Summon out 1.
Oh yeah, I forgot the master rule change. You would only be able to summon to the extra monster zone right now because there are no link monsters pointing to any other zones. Therefore, he could only summon out 1 Bubuku or 1 Draco Slayer.
So Typhoon is actually... Okay, so he can Pendulum Summon a fair amount of cards from hand.
Indeed he can.
Now he's going for activation of Persona Dragon. He has the Bunbuku on the field.
And we know that there's Exorcista Returnia set, and now it's the time for Aaron to activate that.
It's probably going to hit the Persona Dragon. Yes, Typhoon actually told me before the deck profile that we made that, oh, and it is the handshake. This deck is lacking low scales. And Aaron actually wins the featured match in round 2, 2-0 over Typhoon.
First round, we had almost an underdog defeating the big name. Chris LeBlanc really had to work for his victory in round 1. And now in round 2, a swift 2-0 by our underdog. Really big congrats to Aaron Uysal, keeping himself in the tournament.
We have seen Ash Blossom perform really well. Ash Blossom actually decided this game. Typhoon told me before, yeah, there are so few hand traps played. This deck struggles versus Ash Blossom in particular because it does not only stop searching, it also stops you from popping your own scales.
And who would have thought?
It was in the side deck even, by the way. Ash Blossom in side deck, really coming in clutch versus Pendulum. You can't make this up.
Absolutely not. Who would have thought that Exorcister is a deck that beats Pendulum, right? Because
I didn't.
It is actually designed to beat all the Teal'c decks in the room, and then he gets paired against a Pendulum deck. And look at the first 2 combo boards that Typhoon brought up. Game 1, was there even any negate or anything on board?
Fenrir pass.
I mean, that's some kind of interaction, but it didn't do too much in the end. And then in the second game, Bagushka would be a very valid win option because it usually buys you time.
Ash Raigeki.
Azrak Geki in game
Azrak
number
Geki.
2 coming down, so no chance there for Typhoon to fight back. Aaron really showcasing that Exosystem might still be a contender.
Yeah.
It didn't top at all in YCS Pasadena, but maybe it's comeback time again. Maybe it's coming in here.
I gotta be honest, I would have really loved to see or to even showcase on stream a combo of the powerful Pendulum deck. This is a really clutch deck. We also have other top contenders on this deck in this tournament. I can tell you that. I won't tell you any names, but there are some other YCS finalists on this deck as well.
For sure, for sure. Some really interesting choices all around in the field. We will be able to show you some other very cool decks. It's not going to be Ishizu Telemans all day long. We have some good decks already. We're like, you can imagine that we're going around like spies in between rounds, looking at the tables, looking through the decks and everything. And so we want to really make sure to actually present you some really cool decks and to bring them into the featured match area. And I mean, we wanted to feature the Pendulum deck right here. And then it did not even play versus the most popular deck. It actually played versus Exorcista, so we could basically showcase both of the decks.
And then it would have actually taken maybe another turn because Typhoon got to start and he had the Necro Valley, which would have been so good versus these Tearlament decks.
Absolutely, yep. That is indeed true. And it is, of course, a little bit unfortunate, though, for Typhoon Bayraktar because he's starting 0-2 into this tournament. I mean, you're having a whole CS and you are actually just out of the tournament after 2 rounds already. I mean, your tiebreakers are not going to be too good, and it's not really the best start.
It's a tough one.
But let's speak about winners, rather. Let's see what Aaron Uysal has to say in his winners interview with that. Take it over.
Hello, guys. Yes, I am joined by Aaron here, who's just won his first round of this YCS Dortmund against none other than a previous German champion. So that's got to be a pretty good feeling. How are you feeling having that as your first win of the tournament?
I'm happy. Yes.
So talk to us a little bit about your deck. You're running Exosister, which is pretty good. You've also got some of the Ishizu cards in there, which we're seeing, frankly, quite a lot of. And also in your side deck, 9 trap cards. So can you talk to us a bit about your deck choices?
I use Exosister because I think it has a great matchup against Tearlaments. And the Ishizu cards are quite good because the deck has consistency issues, and if you add 6 level 4s to it, you can do rank 4 plays way more often. And if the Tearlaments player who always wants to mill with Kalbak and Agido mills in your deck, they see that you also play the Ishizu cards and you stop his play. So it's amazing.
Were you concerned? Because obviously the 2 decks that we saw were kind of almost in a way chosen to make sure it combated Tearlament Ishizu kind of decks. So when you weren't up against that and you were up against another deck that combated that, were you nervous?
Yes, a little bit, but I think the Exosister Pendulum matchup is pretty good because I can always banish his scales and he doesn't even get to play, so yeah.
Well, we're going to talk about that in a moment because that's how you ended game 2. But let's go through game 1, a decisive 2-game victory. So there was a kind of weak start for Typhoon there because he passed straight over to you. You were into Pot of Prosperity. You had Michaelis and Banish the Pendulums. So talk to us a bit about some of the things going through your mind during that first game because you were pretty dominant in that round.
Yes, I just wanted to do the standard Exosister plays, but I also misplayed in the battle phase because he attacked my Michaelis and I didn't realize that it was Druid War. My mind was on Magnamut and I didn't use my Michaelis quick effect to banish it and even get a quicker win.
Was that just a brain moment?
My first feature match, maybe I was nervous, but yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter about the nerves because you came out on top there. So we'll talk about the round 2 or the game 2 there because he kicked off with some of the odd eyes stuff. You were choosing to Ash very carefully because there were a couple of things you could have Ash. Why did you choose what you did choose to Ash?
I don't know if it was the right thing, but my friend was always playing Pendulum, so I knew what to Ash, but I'm still not sure if it was 100%.
Well, like I said, you've won, so it must have done you some wonders.
I can still improve, so yeah.
Always learning, that's what we like to hear. You had the Martha in hand, so you had a very strong start. The Raigeki dealt with the Baguska. You were holding on to Prosperity for when you needed it. So you really had all the resources. You got into Magnifica, and then it was just that Returnier at the end that just really sealed the scoop. So you seemed pretty confident. Were you feeling confident the whole round?
Yes, because of Returnier. I knew if I get it, he can put his scales and I can interrupt it, and yeah.
That's exactly what happened. Well, congratulations on getting your first win against, like I said, none other than a previous German champion. So that's pretty exciting. Best of luck, because you're probably going to be coming up against a lot of those Ishizu, Tielemans decks. Almost certainly at this point. So good luck against those. Good luck against anything else you go up against. Don't go anywhere, guys, because we have our third round coming up very soon. Hello and welcome to a very special little event that we're doing here during your coverage of this YCS Dortmund 2022. In front of me, you may see two familiar faces. Now, these are Marcello and Alberto, two of your commentary team, who are going to be taking part in a fun little thing. So we're taking part in a Time Wizard 2011 format mini tournament between the commentators. Right now, the two Italians are going to face off. Then in the next match, which you'll see later, the two German commentators will face off, and then whoever wins both of those rounds will face off against each other in a grand final. Now, in front of our two duelists, there are 4 decks. They have no idea which decks these are. They're going to pick them randomly, and they're not allowed to look at the cards until they draw their first hand. It's going to be very exciting, and to make this quick, this is a best-of-1 tournament, and also there's 15 minutes on the clock, so this is going to be snappy, but this will fill some time while we wait for some of our feature matches to get done. So, guys, why don't we start with a dice roll, and then we're going to see who gets to pick their deck first. Marcello is going to roll first. What have we got there? That's a 5 for Marcello. Alberto? Okay, right, so that's 11 for you. So which deck are you picking, Alberto? Remember, you cannot look at the cards. You must select the deck. Rolling for which one? You're getting 2, okay. So then now it's time for Marcello to roll to see which one he's going to pick. 5. Okay, right, their decks have been selected. So while we wait for them to shuffle, I'm going to pass you over to our German commentary team, who are going to be facing off in the next round. But for now, they're going to give you guys a little bit of analytics. Over to you guys. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Ed. I'm so hyped that we are doing this. I'm extremely excited to finally play Time Wizard at a YCS.
We always miss out on those public events because we have to cast. Okay, it's not really have to.
It's not.
We love to cast for you, but now we can actually play those tournaments as well here while casting, which is fantastic. So we actually have the advantage because we are going to see how they play their decks first, and then afterwards we're going to play our semifinals between each other, and then we maybe have a little bit of the groove going again. I know you are a big fan of the Tengu Plant deck for that format, but I hope you're not getting that, because then my chances are pretty slim to win. But in general, I'm super excited which decks are going to be there, because we don't know yet.
We don't know either. And for now, we are friends. In this match, we are friends, but we are going to be enemies on the table. So both players have put out their starting hand before them, so we can go right into the featured match.
Alberto Marazzi versus Marcello Barberi.
What a stacked tournament it is.
Indeed. As you can see, Time Wizard, September 2011. One little thing that will start it off is very unique for older Yu-Gi-Oh! Times. You will be able to start with a 6th card in your opening hand, or at least you draw a 6th one, even as the first player to start. And now, look at their faces. They realize what kind of decks they're playing. This is fantastic. And Alberto starts it off by drawing a card. And can you see what he's playing?
Oh, I think he's playing Worms.
Oh, Worms, that would be fantastic.
I think I saw W Nebula Meteoroid.
That would be so much fun. Yeah, it looks like Worms. And look, he's reading them. I see Kataros, I see Sex. I think, yeah, that is really the case. He is on Worms, and he starts it off with Upstart Goblin. I love it already.
Oh, Sex was such a crazy card.
Indeed, indeed.
Because it can send Yagan? I think it was Yagan. I'm so happy.
It's even fun remembering those, yeah. But we see a very powerful card for that specific format in his hand already. He has the Solemn Warning, and now he has access to Thunder King Ryo as well, which is crazy
and Dimensional Prison. Newer players won't know, but actually Dimensional Prison as a trap card banishes an attacking monster, and this is...
And look at Marcello. Marcello can't understand what's happening.
Marcello is having a breakdown over Thunder King Ryo. He is not looking too happy about this, and I think from Marcello's reaction, Alberto can see that normal summoning... We don't want this to happen. That normal summoning Thunder King Ryo is a good play. Maybe also because Alberto doesn't really know what his cards do.
So I think so as well. That was a pretty smart move by Alberto. He doesn't know really about the good old Worm cards maybe anymore, and now he just decides maybe to normal summon that Thunder King he just added to his hand. Would be kind of good.
And Alberto is really turboing through his deck. Also, it does not look like Marcello has the best hand. I don't think I have seen a monster. I have seen Mind Control and Pot of Avarice.
Mind Control could help though. Mind Control could be good.
That is true. If he draws another monster, then he can go into...
Oh, he plays the Karakuri deck. We saw that earlier. Marcello plays the Karakuri deck. And we were joking because we know that this is one of the decks that is popular in this format. And Karakuri cards never really were that much in the spotlight. So maybe we would have to read up on a couple of Karakuri cards actually. And then we have the first one we saw in his opening hand there. He rather drew it for turn.
I think. You want to see my favorite Karakuri card?
Go ahead, please. I want to know. I didn't ask, but I want to see it.
It is Karakuri Soldier MDL236 Nizam.
Let's go. That's a beautiful card for sure. So, Marcello is considering his options, and it looked like he passed. He at least was throwing it back over to Alberto. But those guys have to be aware we're playing 15 minutes best of one, so they should definitely not waste too much time here. He should get into the action, otherwise Alberto and his big beatstick there is going to do some damage here. Oh, that looks like a set 2 pass to me.
Marcello is setting 2, and this could be a Storm from the bottom for for Alberto, because Storm was legal in this format. Heavy Storm.
Thanks for giving me that information again, Leonard, because I wouldn't have remembered. I would have not remembered that.
Oh no.
Looks like Battle Phase, and there comes Fiendish Chain by Marcello.
Actually, guys, I'm going to bring up every card that is activated in this match.
Let's just remember and appreciate all the old cards we're seeing here. Fiendish Chain. Such a fantastic card. Just it's very similar to Fogblade, to be honest. Like that's
it basically is Fogblade, yeah.
Indeed, actually it is.
But the monster can be attacked.
Yes, indeed. And there we see it, Wormsex, and Marcello also has to read up on it.
Yeah, and Wormsex is a card you really want to Fiendish Chain, because you can now send Yagan, and I think Yagan special summons itself. I don't know if it does if you have a monster that is not a worm. Let's check. If the only monster you control is Wormsex, so that does not help him at all as long as this Thunder King Ryo is open. Solemn Warning is activated.
That brings up Marcello's life points down now significantly.
To 8,000. Because double up stuff was activated, so it was basically a free Solemn Warning that Alberto gifted him here. Of course, he is trading a card 1 for 1. Alberto is setting 2 cards.
And look, I think Marcello just realized that Wormsex would have not done too much there now. So maybe the Solemn Warning was a little bit preemptive there from him. That maybe was a little bit too quick there. He assumed, yeah, that Yagan is going to come down, he's going to snowball too heavily off of that, but it could have been pretty easy for him there. And so look at the extract, Marcello playing the OG Utopia there, I love it.
I think Marcello activated Solemn Warning because Alberto would have had the chance to look through his entire deck while activating Wormsex. So he does not have information on what cards he's playing.
Potentially, yeah. And also, I mean, he would have had access to rank 4 plays, of course, because that would have been a second rank 4 monster on the board.
And there is Warning on Inashichi, and Inashichi adds... Oh, this is actually a really good card. It adds another Karakuri card from deck to hand, so it makes sense to Solemn Warning that.
Absolutely.
However, Marcello... I mean, this was not a key card for Marcello, and Alberto just bought himself some time, but he can't really apply too much pressure. I mean, Marcello is still sitting at healthy 8,000 life points.
Yeah, and Alberto even being down to 7,000 now, and there's the next Wormsex bow.
And there was a spell card set for Marcello, and I doubt that it's Forbidden Droplet.
Absolutely, that should not be the case, otherwise we would have to check back on the decks
and now we can check. Oh, he's playing the Reptile Trap card and the Worm King. And this is important for us because now we can check the deck as well, by the way.
We can spy on their decks already to maybe get the best of us in the finals then.
Honestly, I'm going to try to not show too many cards when I'm looking through my deck.
Okay, you're already trying to figure out the perfect moves for this specific format.
Alberto is trying to mill cards that he doesn't really understand.
He has a very, very special way to deal with it here. He sends Walkaround to the graveyard right there.
Yeah, and I don't think that I can show you guys. No. So, Walkaround is sent to the GY, and now I think that was just a quick punch, or he didn't even attack, maybe.
I think he... he's considering an Exceed summon, maybe. Oh, he attacked. Oh, yeah, we see with the life points. Marcello down to 6,200. Only 9 minutes left. I mean, that's still more than half of the time we started with. But, oh, Marcello now having a quick look through his extra deck finally. And he says, oh, look at that. Buraido, Burai, the cool, good old ultimate rare. Beautiful Karakuris you see there. And also a couple of fusions.
You know what's not ideal? That Thunder King Ryo was Fiendish Chain, because Thunder King Ryo tributes itself for cost.
Oh, yeah,
and then Fiendish Chain doesn't work anymore, so you can actually use the second effect of Thunder King Ryo when it is Fiendish Chained.
Which is very good versus the synchros we saw there.
Oh, and it is the best single card in the Worm deck that came out in Extreme Victory, the set of Tour Guide from the Underworld. Change all face-down monsters on the field to face-up defense position. During the end phase this turn, change all face-up light reptile monsters you control to face-down defense position, then draw one card for each.
I just realized he cannot activate that legally because he needs to put face-down monsters. He needs to flip up monsters for this card to resolve. That's what I just figured. And we should definitely...
Yeah.
Oh, that looks like a scoop.
No. He just activated MST on it and Alberto couldn't chain.
Okay, we realized he couldn't chain it. Okay, all good. And there comes the next Karakuri monster. Maybe Marcello now gets his stuff going.
Don't remember. It's Ninishi.
Good old
This is the one that lets you normal summon another monster from your hand to the field.
And this
where
could
are you
snowball.
going to normal summon monsters from?
Yeah, of course. And now Ninishi also has that neat little word on it, being tuner. So this card could lead into some synchro summoning here.
Don't forget the Ryo. However, Marcello can bank on Alberto not knowing that he can in fact tribute the Ryo.
I think Alberto knows. I will have to go with Alberto here. He probably knows that he can do that. But maybe Marcello... Oh, he has machine duplication on the Ninishi. That's a power play right there. I mean, he can, of course, go after one synchro summon with the Ryo, but what is he doing after that?
Yeah, because every one of these Ninishis can activate the effect once per turn to normal summon another monster. It's not even going to be an effect that says...
No. You can only gain that effect once per turn, though. That's the last sentence of the cards.
I did not read the card right.
But I would have been scared to activate machine duplication there, even because I wouldn't have known whether I played 3 Ninishi, to be honest. But he was lucky enough to find 3 Ninishis in here. Marcello has 3 on board now. Wow, machine duplication is such a power card.
Good. And now he can actually, if he has another monster, bait out the Ryo effect with a rank 3 exceeds.
If he's playing rank 3s, yeah.
I hope so for him.
He probably is, though. What is your favorite card of all time to machine dupe?
Spiral Quick Fix? No.
That would be a good one.
It's actually a Cybertal for me.
Oh, that's pretty cool as well. Mine would be Card Trooper.
I thought so.
We probably not going to see any of them in the feature match area for this specific event, YCS Utrecht, and also not in this time wizard. But maybe I'm there to see mind control now as well.
We forgot about it. We saw it in the beginning, and now we will have to check. The Karakuri Synchro monsters have restrictions to them. Summoning restrictions. Oh, he summons Black Rose. Okay,
Black Rose Dragon is hitting the board. He just searched for a level 7 synchro, and he probably was it a restriction for the Burai? Yeah.
You need the non-tuners. So we are attacking with the Black Rose over the XX. Already? No.
Such an iconic monster being summoned here. That's crazy.
Ninishi is actually really good in attack position. I know it has 0 attack and 1,900 defense points, but when it gets attacked, it changes the position.
And how much defense has it?
1,900.
That's good enough for most of the monsters in the game.
Absolutely.
Here. That's really good for Marcello. And I think he will have now the chance to actually get ahead in life points. And with the clock ticking down, that could be already a pretty good way to go. But we saw Alberto somewhere in between drawing Dark Hole for turn. So this card could definitely pop up as well.
That is true. I think we are still in Marcello's turn, though, because he has not attacked over the XX.
Do you think he could maybe fight OTK here? If he has other Karakuri monsters, pretty likely,
he can go for Baron.
That would be quite funny. Funnily enough, Black Rose Dragon actually a card that has seen some popularity again lately due to it being played in Naturia right now as well. So kind of a comeback for this very old card. There's the Leviathan, wow!
And now we are going for the big damages, so 2,500 and 2,400 crashing onto the Wormxex, but the Dark Hole in Alberto's hand is really going to be a bad surprise for Marcello.
Indeed. Marcello really relies on this push, maybe bringing Alberto in an unwinnable position. But Alberto already knows that he has a Dark Roll in hand. And he drew the Dimensional Prison for turn up. But now, let's look at the face of Marcello. He knows. He doesn't even blink.
Not happy about
he
this.
doesn't even blink. He knew something like that was coming. And now Alberto, being down to 3,900 life points. It's on him. And look, Marcello smiling. But there's only a set monster.
Oh, yeah, he's only setting one. We are 4 minutes away from time.
Marcello is looking kind of good still, even though he just got hit with the Dark Hole. And he has the Avarice, bro!
Pot of Avarice is really strong. He's probably playing multiple machine duplications. I don't know if this card was at 1 back in the day, so you can actually summon back all the Nishis.
That's crazy. You just take all the Nishis. And I mean, in general, just the draw 2 is so powerful because we have simplified the game state quite a lot by now. They are down to quite few cards, and just getting 2 cards for 1 now is really, really good for Marcello.
That is actually the case with many of these games in Time Wizard formats. You have many cards that trade 1 for 1. For example, Mind Control, Solemn Warning, or something like that. Players don't want to commit too much to the board if something like Dark Hole is not forbidden. So you get simplified game states a lot, and then drawing 2 and reshuffling your resources helps.
For sure it does. And I think he drew into more Karakuri monsters. Yes, and once again, the one that he really wants to see, because it fetches out another Karakuri card from his deck.
And now he can finally see his own deck.
Oh, yeah.
It is loaded. Imagine he had drawn a Cyber Dragon as well. Oh, there it is! There it is! There is Nizamu! I love this card so much. Let's get it up again. It's not important here, but Nizamu is
maybe he's searching for it. He has Quick in hand as well.
Quick is such a good card as well. I love Karakuris, man.
I'm impressed by us how well we know the names of Karakuri cards from 10 years ago, honestly.
Same.
That's really cool. Look, also Alberto going through his extra deck. We see Steel Swarm Roach, and he's going with the Cuckoo we were just talking about.
So Quick destroys monsters by battle and then special summons something, right? Yeah.
Yep. And I mean, it really depends now on how big the defense position monster for Alberto there is.
1,800. Let's see if Alberto knows his Worm Yagan. Marcello.
Yeah, but the thing also is, do we have a tuner on board if he would normal?
Oh, Inishi is a tuner, but he doesn't
have a normal summon anymore, right? Yeah.
No, and he also does not have a level 6 synchro.
Oh, it would be level 6, never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, he's trying!
Wow.
He's running into the Warm Cutterers, which activates as a flip effect. Something we don't see regularly anymore. And what is he going to search for now? He's considering the Warm King. Oh, honestly, that was kind of foolish of Marcello to attack there with the Karakuri.
Right, because it only has 500 attack points.
Yeah, that's not really strong. And there's the dual terminal Warm Cutterers being able to resolve the effect now. And also that actually helps Alberto in terms of life points, because he has to hurry up to get his life points straight here over Marcello, but Marcello actually helped him with that. Maybe Marcello doesn't want to play in the finals with Karakuri again. Who knows? Who knows?
Oh, and we are seeing another power card of the game. We are seeing Genex's ally Birdman, which is such an iconic card. This card upped the power level of many decks back in the day.
But Alberto, please don't read your extra deck right now. You only have a minute left. You gotta hurry up. You have to find a way to seal this right now. Marcello will probably otherwise take this victory in a timeout scenario. 1 minute left to play.
Birdman is being considered as well. He has Xex and Yagan on the field, and now Xex is almost
another one.
Now he can mill immediately. Marcello reading up the card again, because he has probably not seen it in the last 10 years. Maybe
Same
11.
to be honest. Same to be honest.
Oh, there is a heavy storm set for Marcello, by the way. Oh, let's get silent about it. Building
also,
up some tension.
Worms always are an archetype to me that I specifically connect to Hidden Arsenal as a set. Yeah. Because they were first released in Hidden Arsenal, and I feel like all of them have been released, and there comes the Birdman by bouncing back the Zax.
Oh, and let's see if there is a way for Alberto to take this back. And he is going to summon a Synchro Monster that I have never seen in my entire life.
I know in German it's Dreiarm, but Tri-Arm or something.
Triforce.
Triforce it is. Okay, Triforce.
Let's check this card. Oh, this is a lot of text.
But I mean, it has 2,500 attack points. Good thing for Marcello. I think every Karakuri, if it is attack, goes into defense position, so he should not be facing any damage with this battle. But we see the clock has gone down, and by the looks of it...
I think we're playing with the old time rule, maybe?
I honestly don't know.
I have no idea.
But I don't think so.
This will be for the judge to decide.
Indeed, yeah. So, clock is down. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. The judge just informed the players that we are now in timeout, and they will figure out how we're doing with this. How are we? They're looking for the graveyard. They're figuring out. Well, is Triforce just reborning Ryo? It looks like
Stop
it.
reading
It
the card.
looks like it.
Light once per turn, you can select one light monster and you give it special summon in face down
In
position.
face down defense position.
It's the face down Ryo, really strong. Alberto.
Okay, look. Yeah, we're playing extra turns. We're playing extra turns.
Very
fantastic. So Marcello
Makes
really
sense,
has
we can't
to.
have draws.
Yeah, indeed. Marcello really has to find a way to deal with this now, because otherwise, next turn, GNX LE Triforce is just going to apply a lot of pressure. And on top of that, okay, first of all, let's go with the Heavy Storm on the Dimensional Prison. That helps for sure. But he needs to find a way to deal. There's Kuik over the Ryo.
Over the Ryo. He should have said something else. Kuik can now special summon out. I think it's just Inishi. No, he has Ninishi as well. He can special summon the Ninishi and then he can go into the powerful Karakuri Synchro Monsters.
I want to hear from Marcello later whether he has ever played Karakuri himself or whether he just comes up with all that crazy stuff right there on the spot.
So it is. I'm pretty sure that Marcello has played this deck before. So Bure is summoned to the field, maybe, probably.
Looks like it. It is sitting there on top of his extra deck.
Card with his weapon thingy in hand that I don't really know what
it's a Karakuri thing. You wouldn't know.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're checking the graveyard again. Marcello maybe going for Black
Rogues. Also just go for black because I mean you don't really want him to special summon monsters from his GY all the time. So, but Bure can, as a quick effect. No, it's not a quick effect.
No, it's absolutely not a quick effect. And I don't know whether he could get into more Karakuri effects this turn. So maybe he cannot even capitalize on the Bure.
He can special summon one from the deck when he summons Bure.
Yes, true, and that should be able to use its effect. You're right.
And then you can special summon the drawing monster from his deck, and oh no, the drawing monster with Buraido. Oh god, this has been ages.
It absolutely has been. What I'm interested in, we are currently seeing one anti-meta strategy with the Worm deck versus a combo approaches deck from Marcello. And I'm curious what we are going to get. Is there going to be another anti-meta deck versus a meta deck? Because I'm pretty sure one of those has to be Tango Plant, right? I'm quite sure Tango Plant is still in the pool. Maybe it's not.
I don't know. Maybe it's Gravekeeper versus TG Strike.
That could also be the case. Who knows?
Okay, now we have Nizamu on field. My day has been made just now.
I'm so happy for you.
Thank you.
And
I appreciate that.
He goes for the aggressive approach, which is interesting. Can he end this game right here, right now? Or is he going to give Alberto another turn?
He can't end it. He attacked with Quick.
Oh, you're right. He was in battle phase already. So why is he summoning so many monsters in attack position right there?
Because they changed to defense position when they get attacked.
That's a pretty good point, my friend. That's a good point.
So and now it is Alberto's turn again. But this deck is not known for applying too much pressure. But maybe he can link away his two monsters and go into Alquifa.
I doubt that. I doubt that for sure. We haven't had link monsters being introduced to this just yet.
I think that Alberto has drawn Honest.
You're kidding.
No, I've seen a Ghost Rare in his hand and I don't know what else it could be.
If he has I mean, still, those monsters will go into defense position. Same with Burai. Does Burai go into defense position? So that would be 2,500 points of damage, right?
Yeah.
Which would be huge.
That is actually enough. I'm really bad at that. Is enough?
That is enough indeed.
Are we going to see the major upset? Alberto is trying not to smirk.
He's attacking over the Kuik though.
Oh, that was...
I don't think he's going to have enough damage now.
No,
Alberto!
And now he can
this is your last turn.
The Xex into defense position with the Strategist.
Is he putting it into defense position when he was destroyed by battle?
No, the Strategist that is being summoned, I will quickly get him up for you guys. Nishipachi, on summon, changes the position of monster.
Oh, yeah. There it is. He's putting the Xex into defense position. And there's the handshake.
Wow. And oh no, the Gen X ally is a darkness monster.
That's why he couldn't use Honest.
And he didn't play Dark Honest. That's on him.
Absolutely true. He should have gone with the Dark Honest, but he only had the normal Honest. And what a start to this little nice, fun little section to our nice little September 2011 Time Wizard tournament.
We can continue these.
Absolutely. So Marcello Barberio,
Barberio, of course.
I wanted to say Il Bestio right after.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be in the finals of this, and one of us will be facing him, but we're going to find out who's that going to be later on. We're still friends, right? Even if I beat you, we're still friends, right?
Sure, Basti. Sure we are.
Fantastic, fantastic. So, what would you hope for as a deck? Because we are picking randomly right after this.
I really love Agent Chaos or even Monster Mash Agents. That was one of the coolest decks in history of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
So I really hope I can get that, but I would be fine with anything, to be honest.
Same. So I think we're going back over to the table actually to have a quick word from Ed, so head over there.
What an exciting first game for this Commentator mini tournament in the Time Wizard 2011 tournament. Guys, how does it feel so far? I mean, there was a clear winner there, but how do you feel?
No, the match overall was great. Like playing old format brings back good memories, no? But it was fun. Yeah.
Was that a deck you'd ever played before?
No, not at all, honestly. Like I remember Worms back then playing against them, and this is the first time I played it, so it felt a little bit different, but Karakuri as well was... Yeah, one of these decks you used to play back then, you know, a lot of synchro summons, was a nice one.
And Marcello, congratulations. So how does it feel to win the first ever mini Commentator semi-final?
Amazing, probably the best achievement in Yu-Gi-Oh! In my career, but yeah, it's a lot of fun, and what I was telling him is when I opened my hand, I thought it actually was Tengu, because it was all spells, and then the 6th card was the Katakuri, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is where we are going, but yeah, I had a lot of fun, so I'm looking forward to commentating our German colleagues, and then facing the winner in the finals.
Indeed, and we'll see which one of our commentators is going to be named Grand Master of the entire Yu-Gi-verse, which is apparently what we're giving the winner of this, is the best title in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Don't go anywhere, we've got plenty more feature matches coming up, and very shortly you'll see the next round of our mini commentator tournament. Don't go anywhere.
Join Elemental Hero Neos for new adventures in Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. New heroes, new strategies, new enemies, 100 new cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Millennium Necklace has seen the future of dueling, with ancient Tombkeeper cards to block your opponent's graveyard while testing your own powers of prediction. New hieroglyphic versions of your favorite cards and 6 different designs of sleeves to keep your cards safe. Your Yu-Gi-Oh! Future awaits you in magnificent Mavens. 20 cards and 70 sleeves per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back to YCS Dortmund 2022. I'm here with familiar face, Christopher Nielsen.
Hello everyone.
Thank you very much for joining us here in this interview.
Thank you for having me, appreciate it.
So, familiar face, for those of you who don't know Christopher, he has been topping YCSs all around the world, I would say, top 8 European Championship competitor.
Yes.
You have quite a history.
I have, yeah.
For Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yes.
And now let's talk about a bit about YCS Dortmund.
Yes.
And how it has basically they made a change since YCS Utrecht.
Yeah, they did
1
a lot,
month ago.
Yeah, yeah.
So first of all, I'd like to ask you about Darkwing Blast.
Yes.
I think one of the most precious additions we have had is the Bestial.
Yes.
And so what do you think about them in general? And here in this specific format, we have seen how they interact, let's say, as a DD Crow, but as a body on the field.
It is, yeah, as well, yeah.
So what is your thought about that, and especially in the Ishizu tier elements?
It is, and that one as well. I really think the Bestial cards is really good into the deck, like into the meta game. I think the cards are really well designed. You can use them as a quick effect if they have a monster, and you can also use them as just a normal DD Crow to keep playing on your own turn. Like the Dragon deck got a little bit of support of that. The new Bestial one that can search a dragon in the end phase. I think that's really good design of the card. And 2500 is pretty much level 6. That's like that's a Stardust Dragon back in the days. That was pretty hard to make. Like you need a
still hard to keep rid of, no?
Yeah, you need a Mali and a Formula Synchro or something like that.
And then you can get over it. Yeah.
And then attack, suicide, and send one of those. Like I think the cards are really well designed, and I really like them, especially in this format as well because of the Ishizu tier deck. Yeah. It's a really deck like to remind me of Necros a lot, back and forth Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was a kid younger, when I also played that as well, it was one of my favorite formats because like it was back and forth all the time, and I think that was really good with that decks. Like it wasn't just one turn you just die, and the mirror match of the Shizu, if you play mirror in the deck, I think the turns take a little bit longer, and I really like that. And also the engine of the Bestial cards you can splash rank 6s, and it does so many powerful rank 6 M7. I didn't see anybody in Pasadena play that, but that's a really good rank 6 as well. You can get a Bestial back to your hands, you can summon again another DD Crow, get another one. It's a really good card. Beatrice as well.
One after another.
Yeah. Beatrice, able to send any card of your deck, the turn you summon it, instead of to wait a turn for like your Burning Abyss. I think that's so powerful. That's really, really good. So I really like the cards. It's really well designed. So I think they're really nice. I think that a lot of people are going to play them this weekend as well.
And my next question is always related to the Ishizu tier element.
Yes.
Because we have seen in Pasadena basically something quite different from Minneapolis, in which basically some people were splashing tier elements with Sprite. So my question is, how would you feel playing a small engine right now, Sprite card with Sprite Sprint, which is very powerful as well.
Good card,
but how would you approach in these terms? Would you be afraid of playing a deck like this at the moment, especially because like of the Bestials, how powerful they are?
Yeah, I think like I wouldn't try to enter Sprite and Tier and Ishizu into the deck. I saw Charlie, he did really well at Pasadena, he went 9-0, they won. But they too, he lost 3 in a row, got really unlucky with the deck because I don't think the deck is bad at all. I think it's really powerful, but it just seemed like to try to do more and you have to. Like the normal tier, they already do enough pressure on the field, like having 1-2 creatures, some back row, some interaction in hand and grave. It's more than enough to grind in the mirror. So I don't think you need the other one. That's obviously a more powerful version of the deck, like to do more, like the sprint cards, like the Sprite cards. It's really good, especially in the Sprite matchup if you play against that deck. Dog is getting way more value to getting blue than to Jed, Smashers, and just rolling. It's like it's really hard to beat if you play that as well. But I don't think you need them into winning. That's why I personally won't play them for this event. I played them at last Utrecht. I played it at Utrecht. I played Sprite in my deck. I think they were really good in the tier deck. So I was really happy. They were really good. If we had the new cards, that would be even better.
Yeah, exactly. So, and talking about instead about those matchups you are most afraid of.
Yeah.
On top of my mind for this event, there's of course Flow Wanderers, which, yeah, that's I think the main problem of the deck. I think apart from that, I think one other card which might be very troublesome, let's say, is Necro Valley.
Necro Valley, yeah.
So how would you feel, because like we have seen players not having so many options against this kind of rock decks, are you afraid of them?
I'm afraid of them. I'm not gonna take I'm just gonna play Mirror the whole weekend, like normally most of the team, like especially in Euros when we and Marcello we played Zodiac. Everybody thought you're gonna play Zodiac the whole week, but most of the people played True Drago. And then we're ending up playing like Rebus in main deck was really bad against True Dragos, and everybody tried to beat the Mirror so badly, so they forgot about the other decks. And I learned about that from that time, and you shouldn't do that to just completely regard the other decks. So I will still like have some cards into that deck, like especially Flanderies. I'm really scared of playing that. I don't think it's a bad deck at all. I think have potential to do really well, but it won't be a deck I personally will choose to play. But I think it will do really well, and especially also Necro Valley into the other decks that play that Shifter as well. Like somebody got Mash in second. I played that at Euros as well. I told you about already there.
Yeah, I know that.
Everybody played it now. It's like I told them already back that that's a really good card, but. And now everybody played it as well. That card is really good in the Mirror as well. It's basically a Macrocosmos.
Exactly.
That's pretty good as well. So yeah, I'm scared of course I'm taking considering into my side deck as well, what should I be in it and stuff like that. So I definitely have some slots in my side deck for that kind of matchups.
And hopefully we will get the chance to see you in action this week and not playing too many rock decks and beating them.
So yeah, hopefully getting like...
So best of luck to you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us.
I will, like always.
Thank you very much guys for watching. We will be back soon with more action from YCS Dortmund. Thank you.
History repeats itself throughout the ages in a never-ending circle. What if I told you the Duel Monsters cards that surpass the power of Exodia were in front of your eyes the whole time? They were the strongest and most feared creatures of Annihilation. Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. Control one and you can destroy 1,000,000 armies. Wield all three and the planet itself will quake in fear. Do you see? Now do you believe in destiny?
Chris, oh, no. Oh, my God. Hit that song.
4-player duels. Cross-duel fields. Cross-duel monsters. Cross-duel spells. Cross-duel traps. Cross-duel teams. Cross-duel strategy. Cross-duel fun. Cross-duel. Cross-duel for everyone. Cross-duel for the world. Friend or foe, 4 duelists cross wins. A new era of dueling. 4-player card battles. Cross-duel. 4 duelists face off on a crisscrossed battlefield. Summon monsters and set spell and trap cards to defeat your opponents. Simple, beginner-friendly rules for any duelist. Will you work together or claw your own way to victory? Optimize your strategy in real time. Clash with fellow duelists in a battle like never before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Cross Duel.
Welcome to your coverage of YCS Dortmund. My name is Ed Templar and I'm going to be your host for the weekend. But allow me to introduce your coverage team. Leonard Koenig, Sebastian Lemka, Alberto Morazzi, Ed Templar, and Marcello Barbary. We are your coverage team for YCS Dortmund 2022, and we are very excited to be bringing you guys some amazing coverage. Don't go anywhere, we've got plenty of features and content coming right up.
Speedtool GX Midterm Paradox. In this class, there's just one rule. To make the grade, you first must duel. Gather your friends, then clean their clocks. With 4 new decks all in one box. Prove you're clever, like a fox. With Speedtool GX Midterm Paradox. Available now. Over 100 cards per box. Each box sold separately. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Now available.
Rated T for teen.
And welcome back to your coverage here of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Dortmund here in 2022. So, we've already had 2 very exciting rounds, and now we move on to our third. Both of our 2 duelists are 2 wins to 0 losses. So, whoever takes this is going to be having their 3rd win. Whoever loses will be taking their 1st loss of the tournament. Quite exciting, quite tense. So on my right, we have Dewey, and on my left, we have Dennis. So guys, can we start this off by doing a high roll to see which one of you will go first? Who wants to roll the dice first? Dennis, you're going to go first? Do you want to do 2 dice at a time? Okay. Okay, that's an 11. And for Dewey, we've got an 8. Okay, so who wants to go first? Dennis, you're going to go first. So Dennis is going to be going first, so I will hand you over for the first time of this tournament to our wonderful Italian commentator team. Gentlemen, take it away for round 3.
Thank you, Ed, and hi everyone. Welcome to round 3 of YCS Dortmund 2022. Once again, great to be back. I'm Marcello and
Alberto.
We'll be with you once again for at least the next 2 rounds. So exciting stuff, of course. What an event, first of all. It has been great to be back playing YCSs here live in Europe, and we're having a blast. We're having so many players this weekend from not just Europe, but as we saw in round 1 with Chris LeBlanc, from all over the world. And what a blast we are having. So many different decks. Of course, as we mentioned in our meta discussion, which you can follow or just go back and watch, the format is still quite intricate. There are a lot of different decks. And it's actually quite interesting because there are some, I guess, underrated picks. And one of them is the main reason why we picked this table. Both guys, as Ed mentioned, are undefeated, so solid Shuo start. But the main reason is Dewey and his Thunder Dragon deck. So
yeah, this is what makes the difference. While we were basically scouting for decks like this, we found out Dewey's deck doing pretty well at the moment. And I think what is making the difference now in his Thunder Dragon deck are the Bestials, which we have talked about yesterday in our deck discussion. And I think he plays all of them like in the main deck, which I think is very consistent, honestly.
Absolutely.
Playing 3 offs of them makes you far ahead in the game, especially because like Ishizu Tier Elements is a thing now.
Yeah.
So
absolutely, it is the deck to beat. But as we have mentioned multiple times already, the Bestials are a great engine, especially for combating Ishizu Tier Element decks. But Dewey is taking it a step further, and he's actually playing the Bestial Lubellion in his deck, which is essentially the entire Bestial engine. He really wants to put some synergy alongside Branded Beast and his Thunder Dragon monster. So this is really the step further. Is working out really well for him. We actually saw one duelist from Europe, by the way, because a couple are going as well to the US events, topping with a similar deck list, YCS Minneapolis. But we didn't really see this strategy perform that well in Pasadena. So we'll see, but if there is a test against it, it is his opponent, because his opponent is on Ishizu Tier Element. Once again, let's see, is it gonna be the most played and represented deck this weekend who takes round 3? Is it gonna be Dewey and his Thunder Dragon deck? Our players are ready, so let's go to the table. And here they are. You can see Dewey having the time of his life, and actually right before the match he came to us and mentioned that we basically made his dream come true, which is always nice. Some players get, you know, very tense playing on stream. He's having a blast.
Yeah,
so.
I think a very good time. And here.
And yeah, we see the one and only Eastern Fusion coming down. Great card, we have mentioned it, and no spoilers, but in our little tournament among the commentators, we might see Eastern Fusion come up in the finals. Let's just say that.
Not once.
Yeah, that's a bigger spoiler, I guess. But yeah. So of course we have mentioned it. Eastern Fusion, just a great tool here, as you can see. Pretty much guarantee the Kid Kalos. The main and I would say most important decision that you have with this deck going first is, are you able to set up a Dweller before, or are you gonna just randomly mill your opponent? And here already we see a really strong start. Diviner of the Herald, one of the tech cards, and you can see here debating, am I gonna mill your opponent? And so he is going actually for the mill 5. Wow.
Yeah, this really depends also on how you feel like it. Basically, if your strategy is to go for it every time, now is taking the risk.
Yeah, and it's actually paying off so much. Bold decision by Dennis, but he gets rewarded with double shufflers, we can say. Great. It's What a start. And actually, one of the cards we have not really seen being played. Usually, I think Crime and Suliek were popular, but Metanoy is actually being there. It's a card we have not really seen.
Yeah, I mean, over the last few weeks, we have seen players with like just Suliek and Metanoy. Like even before with when Sprite was like more popular than now, I think the card was not picked so much. Still, I think with these mills, you're still far ahead with this.
It's definitely an interesting choice. I don't know how big of a fan I am of it, to be fair, but I guess it's working out for him against other matchups. Having this kind of Book of Moon puts in some work. But for now, we're just gonna see some usual setting up. Dennis, as mentioned, great start. He can set up, obviously now aware that his opponent is on Thunder Dragon.
Yeah.
It's not the easiest decision, I guess.
Yeah, also because like you don't really know what to expect, honestly. Also, the Chaos Space being there in the graveyard for Dewey could be useful later on.
Absolutely.
But now I think you would go if you have the chance for Dweller anyways, right?
I mean, it's definitely useful against his opponent, and I'm actually surprised that we haven't seen any of the Bestials from Dewey yet. It seems like he really got unlucky there with his opening, but at the same time, this is not too threatening. If this is all that Dennis has, I think we might have an interesting game one on our end. Yeah, and I think that's it. So play is back to Dewey. Can he make something work and pretty much disrupt his opening from Dennis? I gotta say, not the most threatening, but of course, really annoying nonetheless.
Let's see if he starts things off maybe with a danger or just to put some pressure on Dennis here. I mean, the Baron is of course pretty good. Usually you manage somehow to put up an Abyss Dweller as well. This was not the case. Still, the Diviner of the Herald made the difference.
And here we see the Solar, which Ed really was hoping. Big fan of Batteryman in general, so. What a throwback, honestly, to YCS Milan.
Yeah.
And a lot of other tournaments with Thunder Dragon pretty much being the best deck back in the day, and now it's up against the actual best deck of the format. So interesting how Yu-Gi-Oh can develop but still keep these decks relevant, even without, of course, Colossus.
Yeah. This is basically how the game has evolved. Now basically he's using them as a tool to access his extra deck.
Yeah, but a Shuffler will be used here by Dennis, and here it comes. Definitely great setup, and you can see just how good these cards are. He's gonna send back Chaos Space, and the second copy, really annoying, shutting down the Bestial, which, by the way, it's most likely gonna be the 6th draw, because otherwise we would have seen it on one of the tier elements, so kind of an unlucky hit.
Yeah, I think also this was very unfortunate that Dewey didn't draw any of the 3-offs of his Bestials. He's playing 9, so...
Gonna take a look at his opponent graveyard. There is yet another one in the form of Mudora. So this is not an easy way out. As mentioned, the Keldo was able to shut things off. They're really good cards. But here we have another copy of Chaos Space. He's gonna discard a card, and then his opponent could potentially negate, and he does. So he activates the Baron to shut it down, and Dewey already smiling, not feeling the best about his chances, but he goes for the Melody with the Danger Nessie. Wow. This is actually gonna be able to add 3 cards from the deck with the Levianeer, so this is still far from over. Great stuff.
Because I think you have to negate the Chaos Space no matter what, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
probably, I guess, yeah. And here we see not only the Levianeer, but one of the past YCS prize card in the form of Chaos Emperor. What a card.
And now with the Levianeer, I think you force.
Yeah, but I think you have to use the Mudora.
Yeah, you have to.
If your opponent is able to resolve, you have to consider it, and he doesn't go for it. Wow. I thought Dennis was gonna use right away the Mudora, and I think this is a big punish. Very surprised by this play from Dennis. But he has the Herald of the orange light. Okay. Still, I would have liked the Mudora right away. I have to.
Yeah, I mean, I think you activate the Mudora and then you prevent basically do his play and you keep the Herald for something else, right? Still.
No, still really strong opening by Dennis. Okay, wow, but Wyvern Buster are drawn, so this is still... you can see how many plays Dewey has available. It's really an interesting deck, because the Bestials in his deck are not just interruption during your opponent's turns, but they trigger your own Thunder Dragons. And here you can get a draw off the cow space if you want.
And I think this is very good because basically he hard drew the Wyvern Buster and then basically the cow space was not super needed.
It was a bait.
Yeah.
And Dennis took it, so... Let's see, as the Striker Dragon, why not? You really want to fill the graveyard with Light and Dark in this deck. And I think Dennis is now considering the Mudora on the cow space, which is way too late. And he actually goes for the Wyvern Buster, which, by the way, it's actually bad for him because, I mean, yeah, sure, now you shut him down, but then the Call-Up Serpent is able to add it back, so I'm not sure if I'm following Dennis' line of thought at the moment, but of course, great opening and still has a lot of chances to take this game one. So yeah, Dewey now resolving, gonna add the Call-Up Serpent. We have seen this again multiple times throughout the years. A really strong engine for not only Thunder Dragon, but Dragon Link.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think over the last 2 years at least, these cards have been played. So still here. I mean, they're super powerful. They can be splashed basically in this kind of decks that rely on Link summons.
And now, as mentioned, the Mudora would have been much better afterwards because he can go for a Link Chew, which is the Dark, great, and then he special summons the Call-Up and can use the Dark, which can be shut down by Rulkalos, but then he adds back something. So this is what's going on here. Activate Rulkalos and then Dark will resolve. So interesting line, I think. Let's see what he decides to get. He has a lot of different options available. Of course, it has to have 1500 or less defense. And by the way, I think I'm just realizing that I forgot to activate an SC. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he had it of it. Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, just got the Legionnaire with the Chaos Emperor.
Yeah, because he resolved the Melody, but then he didn't really get to the danger. And now we'll see the other effect of Chaos Emperor. Not only can you summon it, but you can use it as a skill to get back a banished dragon. This is what's going to happen here by paying 1000 life points. You get back maybe even the Levian here if you want. He has a few considerations. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, having the danger here would have been, let's say, a +1.
Yeah, actually a quite relevant one. Yeah. I think it has to be the Levia. But in the very end, okay, yeah. After a long consideration, he does take the Levianeer back, which is really good for next turn, at least if he wants to feel light there. Now we see the Call-Up Serpent, and let's see if he has another play. Otherwise, this could be very anticlimactic, and he does. So 50-50 roll with the danger. Bigfoot, I think.
Yeah. Worst case scenario, you can just use it to get rid of one of them. What does he hit?
Okay.
It is the Levianeer. So Bigfoot is special summoned to the field, getting him another card.
Now I'm wondering what he could do. Looking at his extra deck.
He's considering just crashing. You can see big debate here. And I think this would be a little bit of a mistake if he just goes for this, because then it would have been the same to use the other effect. So what he could have done instead was activate the Bigfoot when he didn't have a card in his hand, and then guarantee the Levianeer to stick, which I think is, on average, much better than any other top deck. But play is back to Dennis, who is now in control, and yeah, this will be a lot, and I think Dewey picked up his cards, so game 1 goes to Dennis. Pretty brutal game 1, I want to say. At the very end, Dai was quite unlucky with his pickups. We mentioned he's playing 12 Bestials. He didn't pick up any of the relevant one, going second, and actually the 6th card was a Bestial, which made it even worse. But kudos to his opponent. He kept his calm, and he just performed this combo, which I gotta say was a little risky, I think, without knowing what your opponent is playing. Going right away before the Dweller into a Mill 5.
Yeah, it's risky.
If it's a mirror match, you can get punished heavily.
Yeah.
But at the very end, with the Herald of the Orange Light in hand, he was able to shut things off from his opponent. I am still, gotta say, a little bit skeptic on the way Mudora was played there, because I think if he prevented the Levianeer, which he knew about, of course that could have changed things. At the same time, though, his opponent also didn't activate the Nessie when it was discarded by Melody, so both players obviously chew and know, so they gotta know what they are doing, but playing on stage can be nerve-wracking for anyone. We just had the demonstration when we played against in our little September 2011 future match, and we'll have an even better demonstration when we get to see Leonard in action later on. But I don't think he has heard of me while in the crowd, so luckily for me, yeah.
Or lucky for him.
Probably, to be fair. I mean, we'll see what happens, and we'll see who advances to the commentators' final. So regardless, now we can take a quick look at the side decks. What do you think Dewey is gonna do now that he probably goes first?
Yeah, he goes first. The Cold Body Grave is gonna go in. I think it's a very good card going first in general, and also has Ghost Bell.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, I think it's a good one. I think it's. I think it's the most better hand trap of this format.
It probably is.
Along with the Bestials.
I think, as mentioned, I really would have liked to see some players using multiple Bestials and Ghost Bell in the main deck for the mirror match, so definitely those are coming in. Also because they stop your opponent Bestials, so they can be really, really good. Yeah. While on the other hand, Dennis, of course, probably not prepared too much for this matchup, but his side deck is really good. He has Ash, Draw and Lock, Evenly, Super Polymerizations, old card that can be sided for this matchup, but you gotta know what you're doing. So if he hasn't really tested against his opponent deck, maybe he doesn't know what to side in. Regardless, I think our players are now pretty much ready for game 2, so let's go back to them. And here they are, so as mentioned, Dai probably wants to go first. The setup is Bestial Lubellion, which is really the best combo in the deck by itself. Let's see if he can pull it off. I see a Collapse Serpent, maybe a Danger Tsuchinoko, yeah. Yeah, and he's probably gonna go for the Tsuchi knockout right away. Let's see what this Dairo eats. Yeah, probably one die is enough in this case. Yeah. This is gonna be quite relevant. What does it eat? It's the Call-Up Serpent, which is a pretty good hit, by the way, but at least he gets to pick up a card. Again, looking for the Bestial Lubellion. Let's see if he finds it. Even Melody would be a really nice one here. Cow Space, all of them. And he does have the Melody, so is there an Ash Blossom from his opponent? No. So, do if Fan gonna be happy, Die Fan are gonna be happy. Let's see, he picks up Levian here. He discarded the Diabolos. So really a big throwback here, but this still looks a little fragile to me. He needs to pick up either a live monster or a way to get things going.
I think also having discarded the Call-Up Serpent makes the difference, because that would have been very good. Now with this, he also has the Cipher.
But this is the card he was looking for. He didn't really have much going on at the moment, but the last card was the Cipher. Is there a response though? There is the Avnis, so let's check this mills out. Okay, does it a Tirlma, but might not be enough. Of course, still better than nothing, which is all that Dennis was hoping for. And here, finally, we get to see the Lubellion. This is such a great card in this deck. It does so much.
Yeah.
Basically, you send it from the hand, and you add any Bestials. And then you can easily summon it back from the graveyard, set up the branded beast. It's such a strong card here.
Yeah, I think this is what really Dewey tries to make every time he has the
chance.
chance.
Interesting. He gets the Scream. So he's not really interested in going for maybe a Stapelia or a more aggressive play, but instead sets up a Scream for next turn. Definitely not an obvious line here.
Because like you think he's going to expect...
Yeah, because now we see the Lubellion, but... Yeah, I mean, he's taking it really slow. And now, as mentioned, we get to see the combo I was talking about. Great stuff. You get a Bestials, you set up for next turn, which is always good. We know how good Bestials are against Ishizu tier elements. And then you get to set up pretty much the branded beast if you want, which is a great trap card, potentially.
I mean, I really like the idea of Dewey's, splashing the Bestials inside this.
I also like it a lot. Here we see getting rid of the Call-Up Serpent, pretty much a setup in case he gets to the cow space, or he gets, milled by his opponent, who, by the way, opened Instant Fusion again. So, yeah, great stuff here. Again, really good opening. We see the Diabolos, which was a great discard.
Card we haven't seen in a while, honestly.
Yeah, it has been so long. Again, the very first versions of Dragon Link were using it, but now he gets rid of a card from his opponent and I think put it on top, right?
Yeah.
So his hand must be incredible, I guess. And now we get to see once again the really cool interaction with the Chaos Emperor, getting back the Call-Up Serpent. He could have gone for a Levian here, but instead thought that it was going to be better for him to get the call-up. And this is a very strong start.
Yeah, because now I think he wants to. You really want to go for the SHUEISHA with this deck in order to draw cards. But
yeah,
having the Diabolos on the field also, I think.
Yeah, it's a lot. You can see he's considering his plays. He wants to get rid of the Cypher to set up a Lightning Grave, but he has both the Dingirsu and I think number 38 in the extra deck. Yeah. So, as you can see here, we do get to the branded beast. really strong card, essentially able to get rid of a card during each player turn. By simply tributing a dragon monster. So really, really strong card. And now he goes for a Link summon. Interesting. So he might go for Hieratic Spheres. Yeah, Hieratic Sphere comes down. Now he finally has a Lightning Grave for the Call-Up Serpent. Is he playing the Guard Dragon package? Probably the Pisty, right?
Yeah,
okay,
he does.
So we could see a Pisty potentially. And yeah, for now he will just go for Call-Up.
Especially because, like, I think the Diabolos is not easy to get rid of in general.
Sure.
And with the seal also, you have a good protection. Now I think he's going for the Pisty.
Yep. He could go for the Pisty afterwards, like the Striker Dragon plus Pisty, and he does. So Pisty hits the field. He will now get to the Wyver Buster. He can go for Striker Dragon and set up another play where he goes for maybe a rank 8 alongside another rank 4 play. What does he have? Apollousa, Access Code. Of course, he needs to go into a Dragon first, but then he's good to go. And surprisingly enough, I think he's playing the old Hieratic Atum.
The original one.
Yeah. Which is something we have not seen in a while. But, I mean, it makes sense with all the bestials he's playing. And look at this. So he goes for the triple dark Levianeer, which basically means with Diabolos and Levianeer, he got rid of 2 cards from your opponent end. So, great stuff. Yeah. Third, yeah, gets rid of a card and will now be able to continue off his combos, potentially going for the Wyver Buster, as mentioned, into the Striker. Then he gets something back with Pisty. And it's already one of the best openings we have seen this weekend, to be fair.
Also because I think Dennis was not expecting this to come, because he put on top part of the Diabolos one of his cards, which means that he had a really good hand. Now I think with this setup you have the seal, to bounce back 1, and also the Branded Beast. This is very good stuff from Doi.
For sure. We always just try and comment on these players who bring maybe underrated decks, we could say, and sometimes they work out really well. And here comes down the Skull Dread Saruya, only with 3 materials, I believe.
Yeah.
Which I'm not too sure why this line was chosen. You can see Dai maybe shaking his head a little bit, but yeah. This might have been a little too fast. Not too happy with his play. We were just saying how well he played up until this point. But yeah, now he has the Wyver in his hand. He has not reused the Pisty, so yeah. Unfortunately, a little bit of nerves, but at least the Brotor is a good pickup here.
Yeah, he gets to use it. Yeah, I think it just...
Yeah, you can see him smiling a little bit. And by the way, he has to resolve another Bestial, which by the way still means that this is a lot. Because you can see this Dai smiling about his play. But to be fair, I think this is still really good. Not what he hoped for, but he has Masquerena plus 2 Bestials. And the Branded Beast, so it's still a pretty good setup. So wait,
Yeah, he cannot go for the Mascherena, of course, because you cannot summon it with a link, which means either he goes for Dark to get back one of his opponent Bestials, or he can go for the Mascherena using Levianeer, for example.
Yeah, I think he was pretty sure of summoning the Saryuja with 4 monsters. Yeah, that was the
he thought that he used 4 materials. It was 3, unfortunately, and now, yeah, he's gonna commit to a play, maybe a Dark, not the greatest. Which, by the way, he could have gone for a pretty sick play here if he added a different Bestial. He could have gone for the Atom, which we were talking about. So, nonetheless, gotta keep your calm and try your best. Yeah, and now he goes for the Chaos Emperor, able to access a rank 8 play if he feels like it. And I think he just entered the end phase. No, okay, yeah. The judge reminded him maybe of his end phase ad. He's gonna go for the 38. In the end phase, he gets a search, so maybe a little sloppier than we would have expected it, but Dai keeping his nerves down and still ending on a very, very good opening with 2 cards sent back from his opponent and a threatening field. So let's see if Dennis is able to fight back with his hand. I do see the Scream. We could see the 38. Honestly, I don't see a reason why you wouldn't, except if you want to play around talent. But there are not many spells in this deck, so you might as well just take it. But I don't think he did, or maybe he chained to the 38. And he hits a Merly chaining to the 38. Here we most likely gonna see the Bestial come down from Dai. Let's see.
I think it makes sense to
For
do
sure.
it now. So
he goes for the Bestial as expected, which now will activate his effect and getting another one for next turn. But again, the Diviner, let's see if he wants to use the Branded Beast here. This is actually a close one. Because the problem is the Kid Kalos is still there, so I think you are forced to use it here. But he does not. Wow.
Oh, okay.
He's gonna resolve the Diviner, gonna mill 5 from both. What is he gonna hit? Let's see. Let's see these mills. The Merly was already used, but yes, 5 more with the Kelbeck plus the Avnis. So this is getting out of hand real quick from Dennis. Huge hits. And yeah, here we see another Bestial, but another 5 mills from both decks. We cannot quite see them. I think the Shireen would be, and he hits the 3rd name. Wow.
He hits the Keldo, the Shireen, and the Mudora as well.
He hits all of the names plus Mudora and Keldo. These mills are incredible from Dennis. All that he needed. And I mean, this deck is the most represented for a reason this weekend.
And this is where the madness begins, basically. Because now I think Dennis can potentially come back.
For sure, he has access to so much, and you can see here why the Diviner is still considered by many a really strong normal summon option. Even if you just send it off the top of the deck, it's so good to get back with Elf and end on a Baron.
Yeah, it gives you, I think, an additional way to get things started. And with the Agido in this kind of matchup, you really want to mill 5.
For sure. And here we get to see the Shireen resolving, I think, into the Mud Dragon. Which is great because, by the way, it prevents the Branded Beast from targeting his monsters once the Mud Dragon resolve. At the moment, it's one of the last spots in which he wouldn't. Let's see what the next line is. Of course, we might see a
Kit Kalos, but by the way, all 3 tier elements that Fusion Summon were used. So this actually limits quite a bit the possible plays that Dennis has access to. And I'm really surprised that he picked Mad Dragon as his last Fusion Summon for the turn.
Because like the sooner you put it on the field, the better to prevent the Branded Beast being activated.
But I think the goal here is to go for a Baron soon. So if he does end up with a Baron, that's really good, because number 38, by the way, has how we like to call it, secret effect, which is the redirecting of attacks. So,
which is relevant, I think, also in this spot.
Yeah, both were used correctly, so... Now, let's see, as mentioned, the problem is if you go for the Baron, you have to use the Mad Dragon.
Yeah. I don't know if you really want to commit it to, but... because now he really needs to get rid of... I mean, Dewey's field is still impressive. It just wants to make sure that about the beast, let's see if now all the chains have been resolved.
Yeah, gonna take a little bit of time here to consider his options. And at the very end, I think the beast was used right away.
Yeah.
But really interesting target there, because now you get to use the bestial effect to get rid of the diviner, possibly. Wow. I think maybe Mad Dragon was used as calling light to prevent diviner. That's my only guess, because we obviously can't quite tell what they're saying, but now I think he wanted to activate the Diabolos, but unfortunately by having you summoned on defense, we get to see the 5 meals. As mentioned, all the relevant tiers were already used, so he can just get to that, but the Baron is still an option.
Yeah, the Baron is an option, and now with the Salik he gets to search the Rhino Heart. I'm still not super convinced that he can, because like I'm thinking about that Mad Dragon even before summoning it in that specific spot. Still, now, yeah, he has to use the Shaireen, and then let's see what he mills.
Nothing too relevant, all effects were already used, but now he will be able to make the Baron, as mentioned, which is such a strong card. He can pop the number 38, and he will do so, which means now the Scream is sent to the graveyard. But he picks up his cards. Wow, so surprisingly enough, he probably due to how much time was left in the round, he picked up his cards, and yeah, we are going to the next. Really interesting game, Shu, I gotta say. The opening from Dai was what we expected originally from the deck. So definitely what we have seen, although he was cut off from some of the Thunder Dragons, we saw an Avnis from his opponent, which is always scary. It actually, it's just a tier element name, and once again there was no Bestial that could be activated right away. But nonetheless, the opening was impressive.
No, I think he opened things off very well in general. With that SHUEISHA, I think he had in top of my mind drawing and then putting cards back.
Yeah.
Still, I think he was able to come back into the game because also he had another bestial in his hand. And I think this is what really made the difference, like playing all of them in the main deck. As we have discussed before, I think it's very useful because basically you can get rid of tier element monsters in your opponent's graveyard. And I think also with the Bestial Lubellion setup with the branded beast that made the difference.
Absolutely. What we mentioned is the Bestials are great going into this event, but Dai just took it a step forward and turned it into not only a disruptive engine, but a comboing engine as well. So when he goes second, he has access to them as entraps to just stop your opponent. But when he goes first, not only are they really good alongside Thunder Dragons to trigger them, but as we saw here, he banished some monsters from his graveyard, got them back with Chaos Emperor, and with Levianeer plus Diabolos, on top of his combo, he got rid of 2 cards from his opponent's hand. So great stuff by both, but with around 8 minutes remaining on the clock, our duelists are ready for game 3. Let's find out who will be the winner of round 3. And here they are, ready to fight for an undefeated record in round 3. Both duelists Shuo. Only one of them will be able to stay in this with a clean record. And I do see a super polymerization for Dennis, which can be really, really strong.
With the Diviner once again.
We're going to the casino. I think we're getting these 5 meals off. Are they going to be as good as they were in the previous games? Let's find out. Oh, and it's going to be a meal 10 right away with the Merly. Wow. Eating the jackpot there from Dennis. But at least Saronir will keep things in check. Let's see these next 5 looking for a tears, but he misses. He kind of a whiff here, getting the Keldo, but nothing too relevant outside of it. Is that gonna be the end of the play from Dennis, or does he have something else? He does have the Magma, which is pretty relevant. Can we check what rank 6 is playing? Maybe the Beatrice.
Yeah, it's playing the Beatrice. Yeah, which basically is one of the most popular one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get to see any name out of the 10 meals basically, rather than the Merly, which is unfortunate on one hand. Something that you don't really see often. Like usually, you get to see at least another one.
And I think we might see a second from Dai. At the very last second, he whiffs. He decides not to go for it. And we do see the Beatrice coming down in attack position. Wow. Fiera, we could say. Yeah. Goes for activate the effects. Probably going to send another name. It's the Shireen. Are we going to see another Bestial from Dai? And we see the Ghost Bell. Okay, nice. Keeping things in check for his opponent. You can see him looking at the camera, looking at the crowd. That is getting bigger and bigger. But I think, again, I might have been a fan of using it right away. Now we get to see a Mudora. Just setting up even more disruptions from the graveyard. Gonna set one card face down, which we know what that is very well. But does he have any cards in his hand?
No, he doesn't, right?
I think he does not have any cards back in his hand. Wow.
Now he's activating the Keldo.
Yeah, he has double Keldo, double Mudora, but what I'm wondering is why don't you just keep it in your hand and he sends back the Sphere mode alongside some other targets that could be useful in the graveyard. I am a little concerned about that super polymerization. Of course he can get to a card in his hand, but he needs to resolve the Beatrice.
And now he's gonna go and add a dragon for the super polymerization, which is the Druid Swarm. Solid opening. Do you think Beatrice in attack mode?
Yeah, I mean, that's my only
sense?
concern. That's my only concern. I mean,
with 4 minutes on the clock, Beatrice in attack mode, a little threatening, but I don't know. He's gonna come down to the wire once again, but again, what a card Super Poly is.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen it in action multiple times, shutting things off so often. Now it's back to Dewey, which honestly he's starting things off.
Start things off with the Melody. Not the best when you're playing against both Keldo and Mudora. And here he discards the other branded card he's playing in his deck, which is one of the most unique ones, branded Regained. But yeah, Melody gets significantly worse when your opponent can shuffle back 6 cards. And he does not even have a second target for it, it seems. Wow.
This is very unfortunate.
Yeah, this could be an unfortunate one.
Because now it's true that there's the super polymerization, but if he finds the way to deal damage over the Beatrice...
That would be a shock to
yeah.
me. I think with super polymerization, Keldo, Mudora and Beatrice, it is Dennis who is in control. And I see another Beastal and maybe the Hawk could be the card.
Maybe no, it's the Levianir, right? Because it didn't add the...
Yeah.
Could be, right? Or
Let's
another
see.
piece.
Yeah, Levianir is in the end for sure. But this is where I don't understand why we're not using these Keldos and Mudora. What? I don't know. This decision might cost him a lot because he had the 6 shufflers back and he just didn't go for them. So now we see the Levianir. And if he activates the effect, the super polymerization might come down. Is he using it? He might not use it and just try and push for damage. Let's see. Are we gonna see it right away? I don't think he's discarding it. So maybe he gets to the battle phase. He attacks and we'll see the super polymerization coming down, and there it is. Super polymerization from Dennis, clearing the whole field. Wow. Such a good card in this spot.
This is what he really needed, because like apart from that, Dewey was able to stop him even before. Now, with just 2 minutes on the clock.
It's gonna be tough. It might end up being a draw. And now again, Dennis has to consider using his Mudora and Keldo, and he finally does, activating the Mudora. But is there gonna be enough time? So he shuffles back some of his opponent cards, and I think Dai, looking at the crowd, knows that this one might just be over in a blink of an eye. But again, I really don't get why we are not just sending all of the Darkened Lights back from the graveyard.
At least you are guaranteed no more plays from your opponent.
By the way, there is 1 minute of extra time as opposed to what we are seeing on the clock, so about 2 minutes left, which gives Dennis significant chances of victory, I would say. Do you think the Beatrice in attack was just a bait for the Super Poly then?
But I mean, in general, I will prevent having any other issue.
Yeah.
I will just put her in defense, and I mean, I understand that having Super Poly, of course, puts you far ahead, like being on the safer side, let's say, but in general, I would summon her in defense.
It seems as if he's pretty much shut down from his plays, gonna activate maybe the Druid Swarm, I think, and yeah, Keldo gonna be chained, just sending back the remaining Light and Dark monsters in the graveyards, and this is making things a lot more complicated. Dennis is guaranteed to be able to push damage. And yeah, I think when there is about a minute left on the clock, It will come down to this damage from Dennis. Again, 1 minute remaining. I think he's almost done with his turn, and time is actually called. I thought we had another minute. Yeah. As expected, the time gets called, and at the very end, both duelists remains undefeated. So let's go back to us for the post-match discussion. What a match it was. It really came down to the wire. Both duelists fighting with all they had to stay undefeated. We mentioned one of them was not gonna remain undefeated. Instead, both found a way, and it was a draw. So both duelists remaining with a very solid score of 2 wins and 1 draw. Great chances of making it to the top 64 tomorrow. But regardless, I think a really interesting match. We saw again the Bestial engine being played at its fullest, and I think that was really a good show for both players. Maybe, just maybe, the consideration with the bell was something that I had in mind. So when the end was looking a little shaky from Dennis in game 3, and we saw a level 6 diviner on the field and a Bestial, I really would have liked the bell to come down there. Because if you stop it, then you're basically having a really good chance that your opponent just ends their turn. You attack over and you win the game and the match. So maybe that's the only consideration, because if you don't, you know they are gonna make at least a Beatrice, and that means they have not only a play that you're forced to stop during Danny's turn, but then another play during your own turn which you're also forced to stop. At the same time though, again, another surprise is that I was thinking at the very end there, with the Beatrice on the field, that we might have seen a scatter shot, but Dennis is not playing any cards of that kind, which means at the very end, I think it was deserved that they both fought well and deserved to just end up in a draw. So I guess as a final reminder, I don't know, are you convinced by this Thunder Dragon deck? Do you think it has what it takes to beat tier elements?
I mean, in general, I think Dui's deck is centered on Bestials, and I think his strategy is pretty straightforward in the sense that I'm playing 9 of them, so all the good ones, like all the ones that I have, I want to play them. And also in the side deck, I have 2 Ghost Belts. So like if I play against the Shizu tier elements, I have 11 cards. So basically, let's say most of the times my opponent is not going to Fusion Summon. I'm convinced the deck is very good, especially with the Branded Beast setup. It's very good also with the Link Summons interactions that the deck can have. It was a very nice one. Also with the side deck, I'm very convinced about the Ghost Belts. Yes,
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, some of these players this weekend have been prioritizing shutting your opponent off, but it seems that compared to other formats, there aren't really some, you know, outside of a Beast Dweller maybe, which not all decks can use, it seems like they're just grinding. So if that's the case, then it seems as if the deck from Dai can do that significantly well. The Branded Beast probably being the best card, because also your opponent doesn't really want to keep, you know, Cosmic Twin Twister in their deck, and then you're forcing them to deal with this interruption, which is on both turns. So that's definitely something to work for. But on the other hand, do you think Dennis has other plays maybe different that he could have gone for?
Looking back at the game, I think the Beatrice on attack position was our concern actually, because it's true that they had the super polymerization to prevent his opponent to basically make his moves, but still I will summon the Badgers in defense. You will never know, like 3 minutes left on the time,
Absolutely.
but
But maybe we can ask them directly now with you guys. So thank you for being with us. It was been a pleasure. We'll see you quick in round 4. But before we do that, let's go to Ed for a little quiz.
Hello guys, yes, I will say this is a first for me because we're going to have to do a 2-player interview. I very confidently said at the start of this round that one of these people will be taking their first loss. Not so. We ended up in a draw, which is quite interesting. So, how do you feel about a draw, Dennis?
It was not good. So I have more misplays done and it was not ready yet. Yeah, so I look to the next games and I hope so it's better.
Well, that's the confident approach that you've got to take. What did you think about going up against a Bestial Thunder Dragon deck? How was that for you?
So it's okay, but it's so it was only easy to play with the Ishizus, but yeah, I must mill the Ishizus. That's the problem.
Because it's one of the decks, like those Bestials at a couple of points stopped a couple of plays, but you managed to play around everything. So we're going to go through the sort of play-by-plays I've written down here. So in game 1, you built a very strong field. Dewey didn't activate a Nessie off Melody, so that there were a couple of moments that just didn't really work out for Dewey, so that's why he ended up scooping. You really controlled that game. Were you pretty level-headed throughout all that?
Yeah, I have the one game, I have more on the board, but yeah. First time feature match, and yeah, it's the nerves. Yeah, sure.
That's fair. So let's still look at game 2. So there was quite a lot. Dewey was working hard to get to Lebellion and stuff, and then into the spheres, into Saryuja with only 3 materials. So that was a little bit of a mistake. So there was lots of moments where it looked like you were possibly going to win this because there were some misplays there. But then you sort of had to sit and wait, although you did get the Havnis off. And then Dewey stopped Merly with the Bestials. Do you reckon that was something that, did that stop you, do you think, getting the Merly stopped?
No. So it was a mistake. So I want to go Babushka or Baroness. So, but she has number 34, I don't know. So when I run in with Babushka for Zeus, it's not confirmed. So I want to go the Baroness, but it was not enough.
And then in that final one, it was sort of a little bit of a battle of attrition where it looked like you were in control for most of it. You had that great moment with Super Poly, and then it all came down to the wire.
The time is running.
You disappointed?
No.
You can't be disappointed. You did well. You performed admirably in the feature match. So congratulations. Sorry you didn't get the win, but a draw is still, it's better than a loss, I'd say, in some way. Sure. So Dennis, congratulations. I'm going to bring in Dewey right now. So thank you very much. Best of luck in your next games. Dewey, come on in. Yes, you're a bundle of energy that we look forward to in these interviews. So how do you feel with the draw?
Honestly, I got to admit, I play horribly. Normally, I don't play much better, but the nerves really got to me game 2, almost through that. So I'm very happy with the draw, personally, but we should always play to win, of course.
I suppose that is true. If you want to get to the top of YCS, you do have to play to win. Let's talk about some of the nerves and the misplays, because there were a couple of things. You didn't activate Nessie off Melody in game 1. Why was that? Was that just forgetting?
I was just forgetting. Mentally, this game was already written off. I'll be honest. Like, I saw what he milled, and then shufflebacks. Nah, you can't do that.
Nothing you can do. Fair enough. So then let's talk about game 2. You worked pretty hard to get into Lebellion. You built a very strong field, very good start into Hieratic Spheres, and then you jumped into the 3 material Saryuja. Yeah, no, is that just me? I'm maybe the only one who noticed that. So talk to us about what you were thinking at that moment.
That moment, I thought my world was going down. I don't know. It was just the nerves. I'm sorry for everybody, but I recovered okay-ish. Still won the game, but yeah. If I had played it correctly, that would have been the most beautiful Thunder Dragon play ever. David Urban would have been very, very, very happy. And Robin, sorry I don't know your last name, but you would have been also very happy. Don't crucify me now.
Okay, just come a little closer to me so you aren't jumping out of frame. You're so energetic that you're just going to keep bouncing in and out of the camera. Then let's just quickly talk about the last one, because there were a couple of moments. You actually managed to hit Dennis with the Ghost Bell at one point, which I think you were very confident that that was going to stop a couple of plays. It just came down to playing to time. There was an unfortunate situation with Melody. Dennis was kind of in control. There was that super poly. Were you actually kind of glad that it came down to time in those final moments, because it could have ended up looking a bit worse?
Like when you flipped the super poly, I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna lose this. Super poly was very clutch, so I would have won maybe in time if he hadn't had the super poly, but well.
So would you take the draw over the loss from super poly?
Obviously.
Okay, so there we go. So congratulations on getting, I think, our first draw that at least I've been a part of since we've started coverage. So this is the first dual interview I've ever had to...
Not a good thing.
Well, either way, best of luck.
I had time cards in, don't worry. I had to sign in with Agave Dragon. Wasn't that great because I didn't have the bodies, but all good.
All good.
I'm very happy to be here. You're gonna see me next time again, and I'm gonna win.
Keep an eye out for Dewey then. You're probably going to win. Thanks very much, Dewey. Well, this is going to be exciting to see what happens in the upcoming games. Stick around because we've got round 4 coming up as soon as we can get it to you. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to this, your mini commentator tournament, live from YCS Dortmund 2022. You've seen Marcello take the first round of this mini tournament, and now it's time for our wonderful German commentator team to have their 1v1 here. Remember, this is the Time Wizard 2011 format, best of 1, 15 minutes on the clock. So 2 out of the 4 decks have been selected by our Italian team. Marcello has won that. So whoever wins this out of Sebastian and Leonard will be facing Marcello in the grand final to become the Grand Master of the Yugiverse, or whatever kind of title we've made up that has the word Yugiverse in it. So, gentlemen, I'd like to see a high roll to see who's going to be going first, and then we'll be rolling to see which deck you're playing. That's an 11. That's a strong start for Leonard. Okay, that's not looking good. Okay, so you're going to be going first, but now we need you to roll odd or even to pick one of these. That's odd, that's even. So let's see which one you get. That's even. So we have our decks selected. So that means Sebastian and Leonard are going to be dueling at this. Remember, they are not allowed to look at their cards. They have no idea what they're playing until they get their first hand. So I'm going to hand you guys over to the players of our previous round, Marcello and Alberto. Guys, take it away for this second round.
And thank you, Ed, and welcome to round 2 of our mini tournament. As Ed was saying, we are having a little bit of fun here, and we'll soon find out who the best player in the Yugiverse is. Probably not, to be fair, but we'll try our best. And as we were saying, of course, we'll see which decks are remaining, which are both interesting for all of you watching, and especially for me, because I gotta face the winner. So let's see what they are dealt with. I think Leonard with an 11, just like you, of course, is gonna go first. But let's see if that will not matter this time, or if it will. So let's go to the table. And here they are, ready to start this game 1. So let's take a look at the decks. Okay, Leonard is having a little bit of a laugh. Let's see. A lot of different decks in this Time Wizard format.
Salt Beast.
That's an interesting one. We could be seeing,
Yeah, he has, I think, the Dragon Ravine stuff.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think the deck should be with Dragon Ravine inside. And also he has the weak condition, like if you activate and resolve the assault mode activate.
That's huge.
Yeah.
So basically this is a synchro turbo deck maybe, and he does Cards of Consonance. What a start. Wow. It's a tough deck to
upstart. Yeah, I think. I think if he wins and you're going to face it, it's not going to be easy.
No, not looking good for me.
Indeed, terraforming.
Oh
I think he's
my.
going to research Dragon Ravine now. Let's see if he has it.
This deck seems a little too strong going first, as you can see Leonard having a laugh. But of course, you gotta figure out what to do. I do have some memories of this kind of deck back in the day, but essentially, as you mentioned, the idea is going into some Dragunity plays, which involves, as I will show up for you on the screen, a synchro level play that's usually the Vajrayana, which turns into Stardust, and then the one and only, the big boy, Stardust Assault mode, which could be the key card in the deck, I'm afraid.
Yeah, il Dioros, our local.
Sì, il Dioros. The one, another Upster Goblin. I mean, every single one of us has played Upster Goblin in their first turn. So,
I mean,
kind of surprised.
Leonard started, and now with
now we see Phalanx coming back and probably going into Vajrayana, as mentioned, into Stardust and Stardust Dragon Assault mode. And good start by Leonard, not really taking his time. He already knows Dragunity a little bit, it seems. And start things off, turboing through. Maybe it's a little too strong. We'll see how this goes, and Sebastian on 10,000 life points will try his best. Let's find out what deck his opponent is playing.
Duality.
And Duality already, so interesting. Dimensional Prison, and it's Gadget. Oh wow. Gadget, nice. I love gadgets.
Yeah, me too.
I love it. I really would have liked to have it. So regardless, it's a close one. Of course, it's quite annoying to deal with it, but I think, funny enough, you can keep the Stardust. You don't need to go into the Assault mode one.
Because now especially, it's not easy to play against gadgets because basically they play a lot of trap cards.
Yeah.
And I think this is what we're going to see soon.
This is a tough one.
Indeed.
Oh wow, look at this opening. 3 sack cards. And Leonard goes for it. Interesting. I'm not sure if this will be the correct line. You can wait, pretty much turns the trap card into a +1.
Yeah. I mean, you could either wait or, I mean, you can put pressure on your opponent, especially because like it's very difficult to get rid of this.
This is very tough. Oh, and it's the heavy storm off the top from Leonard. This could be a quick one. Sebastian shaking his head, and no, he does not have an answer. What an opening by Leonard. This could be a really, really quick one. Wow.
I mean,
Leonard having to discard a card for Dragon Ravine. He still hasn't discarded a card. I'm sure our judge will pick it up on it. But yeah, he goes into the Vajrayana, and we'll continue on with a Synchro 8 play. And yeah, he's thinking about it because there is a second effect which essentially allows you to double the attack, I'm pretty sure. But let's see. I'll bring it up for you. Oh, and Monster Reborn! This is absolutely insane, and this doubles the attack of Vajrayana, and this is enough to seal the game. But if it wasn't for the Upster Goblins, so Sebastian on 10,000 will be able to stay alive because this is 8,800 damage, I think, or how big is the assault? Is it 3,000 maybe?
3K?
Yeah, then 93, so 700 left for Sebastian, who has really a tough time here figuring it out, but Yeah, you can see him shaking his head. It seems like Leonard opening was way too much. And here, a single green gadget will do. Luckily for us, Leonard still had a couple cards up his sleeve, so it didn't matter all that much. But yeah, Leonard in a controlling fashion. I'm scared, man.
No, of course. I mean,
give me some tips. What should I do? Oh, but here is a Machine Fortress, close one. At least they will be able to trade for the Stardust and put some pressure.
I mean, for sure, Leonard started with like the nuts.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Also, Monster Reborn, Heavy Storm. Like it was insane
hand.
Honestly.
And here, yeah, he can potentially crush and
crush.
force, or he can just have a +1 attacking over the Raven. Let's see. Yeah, he's debating. Okay, in the end, last second, he just attacks over. And you can see here the gadget really is a weak point, but 2 face-down cards, so Sebastian will try his best to stay in the game. Again, Leonard might activate the Raven, but has to discard a card from previous turn as well.
Now it's going to get very tough, especially because like Sebastian, I mean, he has to set cards, but here, like with double Stardust on the field, it's getting very difficult indeed. I mean, this was the best start ever, honestly, because like not only putting up the Stardust on the field with the drop card itself is honestly amazing, and the deck itself is working out pretty well. I mean, if I were Marcello, that would be very difficult to be playing against this deck next round. He's only left with 700 life points. Now he's going to activate another Dragon Ravine.
Now, after a little bit of time, Sebastian picks it up and the Zephyros as well. Wow.
Yeah, now Leonard is just discarding the card. He didn't discard the previous turn with Ravine. So they're just fixing the game.
Yeah, you can see Leonard smiling at the camera. They've now just fixed the effects of the Raven. He will try his best, but Mirror Force gets flipped. Stardust will negate it. Is there another response? And there is the handshake. It is Leonard who takes the game and the match and advances to the finals. What a match. I'm scared.
I feel sorry for Sebastian, but I think I feel even more sorry for you.
For me, right? I know. Guys, send some help. What can I even do? I'll try my best. Just as a reminder, now we have been playing 2011 September, actually, Time Wizard, and now the finals is set up. It will be Alberto and Sebastian doing the commentary for the final match between me and Leonard. But I seriously need some help. If this is the opening from Leo, I don't know what can I do. I will try my best to stay in this and claim the title. Worst case scenario, I'm still the best Italian at the tournament. So that's good enough for me. But yeah, without further ado, I think we can go back to Ed and our German team.
Well, who saw that coming? An intense and swift decisive victory there for Leonard. So that means the final is going to be Leonard versus Marcello. Very exciting. Basti, let's talk a little bit about that. He took quite a devastating hit earlier that if it weren't for that 10,000 life points, probably would have knocked you down. How are you feeling?
Yeah, he's an expert in this format for a reason, I would say. So shout-outs to him. He's definitely the better player, and Heavy Storm definitely hit me quite hard there, I have to say.
It was the heaviest of storms, but commiserations, you fought valiantly. But I come over to you, Leonard. You dominated that round in your swift, decisive victory. How did that feel, and are you feeling confident about the next round, the final?
So now that I have learned that you also have to discard a card if you want to add a Dragunity monster, I don't feel that the deck is as good as I initially thought. However, I think that this is a really strong combo, and Stardust Dragon Assault Mode is such a great card.
Well, we'll see how it fares against Marcello in the final round. You'll be seeing that final very shortly, but don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more content and feature matches coming right up. But you'll be seeing who decides the final match and who gets crowned the Grand Master of the Yugiverse very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Elemental Hero Neos for new adventures in Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. New heroes, new strategies, new enemies, 100 new cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Necklace has seen the future of dueling, with ancient Tombkeeper cards to block your opponent's graveyard while testing your own powers of prediction. New hieroglyphic versions of your favorite cards and 6 different designs of sleeves to keep your cards safe. Your Yu-Gi-Oh! Future awaits you in magnificent Mavens. 20 cards and 70 sleeves per box, each box sold separately.
History repeats itself throughout the ages in a never-ending circle.
What if I told you the Duel Monsters cards that surpass the power of Exodia were in front of your eyes the whole time? They were the strongest and most feared creatures of Annihilation. Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. Control one, and you can destroy 1,000,000 armies. Wield all three, and the planet itself will quake in fear.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Dortmund 2022. And now we're actually going to talk about a new format, a new Time Wizard format we're playing this weekend. And this is the September 2011, yes, September 2011 format. And I've gotten an expert player in that, somebody that actually spends a lot of time on this specific format. So let's see who it is. Let's bring him in, come in here.
Hi.
Who would have thought? It's my friend and co-colleague Leonard König. Leo, so you are playing a lot of Time Wizard 2011 September format, right?
Exactly.
And you brought a couple of cards with you to show us what kind of cards are being played in that format and which are basically the format cards, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I have all my decks with me, and I will be very happy to show you some of those cards.
As always, you have all of your decks with you since a couple of years already. I mean, 2011 has been a while. But yeah, let's get into it. Here we have your cards. Show us like the 4 main cards you have for this format, because you brought a very specific deck for us now, right? And let's talk about that deck and what are the key cards of the deck.
Yeah, so this deck is very iconic for the format. This is the Tengu Plant deck. And of course, the first card I will have to show you guys is the Reborn Tengu, obviously. It's an amazing feeling to normal summon Reborn Tengu, I gotta be honest. This card is what we call a floating card. So when Reborn Tengu leaves the field, via effect, via battle, everything, it just reborns the Tengu from deck. So you special summon another one. This leads to a good consistency. It is a good defensive card. If your opponent applies some pressure on you, you can just set it, and when it gets run over, you can special summon another one, so you don't get OTK'd easily, and you can go for absolutely aggressive moves.
Yeah, and 2011, of course, was also still the age of synchros. So having a level 4 body constantly on the board to be used for synchro summons, kind of nice, right? But let's get into more of the deck.
So, you guessed it, the deck was called Tengu Plant. So we have the Lone Fire Blossom, one of my all-time favorite cards. One of my first competitive decks was Giga Plant OTK, so I have a special relationship to this card. This one on summon, or not really on summon, but when it's on the field, you contribute a plant monster and then special summon out another plant monster from the deck. So you have 3 great different plants in this deck, which is Dandelion, Spore, and Glow Up Bulb. And I think all of those cards, even Lone Fire Blossom, were limited to 1 in this format. And it was still being played as one of the best engines, so it really tells you how strong it is.
Absolutely, and what I love about Lone Fire Blossom is that it fills the graveyard as well. So Pot of Avarice back in the day was a huge card still, so that was definitely very favorable for that, because all the Tengus would get you monsters into the graveyard. Lone Fire Blossom would help with that as well. Really great card back in the day for sure. Yeah, let's talk about a non-plant card now, because you gave us all the plant cards. What else do we have?
So we have Tour Guide from the Underworld, a really strong card. We have seen it in so many different formats. Still just recently, this is such a strong card with Burning Abyss monsters, Link 3 or Rank 3 toolbox. This one enables you to summon out Sangan. If you have a little bit of a weaker hand, Sangan is great. It can search for Max C in this format. And it also enables Leviathan and Livia Ear plays. So when you use Spore, which is one of the plant tuners, to banish Lone Fire Blossom from the GY to summon back the Spore, you can actually summon a Tour Guide, summon another Tour Guide, go into Livia, and then summon back the Lone Fire Blossom to immediately go into a synchro summon. Yeah. And it's really, really strong.
It's fantastic because all those different engines of the deck actually work so well together in the end. Even though like one is a fiend, one is a plant, then there's one Reborn Tengu as a what is it again?
Reborn Tengu.
Yeah. But what is in as a type?
Oh, it is a Beast Warrior.
Beast Warrior, of course, yeah, of course. So all of them working together very well. So what's the last card? I think you now have an extra deck card for us as well, because there's a lot of extra deck summoning happening in this format. Which one did you bring?
So in this deck you are playing most likely 11 Synchros and 4 Exceeds monsters, and this one is maybe one of the most exciting Synchros, one of the strongest in the history. It's Trishula, Dragon of the Ice Barrier. You have so many different routes into Trishula. Trishula is such a great card. You are playing Enemy Controller, you're playing Book of Moon to dodge the effect Veilers that your opponent is running. And yeah, there are even plays with Formula Synchron. You know, you play Dandelion and 1 tuners. So you can actually go into Call of the Haunted and chain Formula Synchron, or activate Formula Synchron, chain Call, and then go into Trishula on your opponent's turn to also dodge Veiler. There are so many different routes to access this crazy card, and I love it so much.
And I can understand why, for sure. This is just a fantastic deck. It's so much fun to play, especially
because it's not the only deck in the format. Like, there are definitely other competitors. Can you name us a couple of other decks that would be played in the September 2011 format?
Yeah, how about two decks that counter each other? Maybe it's Agents, also one of my favorite decks in history, so I really love this format. Gravekeepers was good, and TG Anti or TG Stun. So we always had some decks that try to counter the meta, and with TGs you basically activate Skill Drain and all of your monsters search another monster when they get destroyed main phase, so really strong.
I remember those for sure. That was definitely fun. So what was the hardest matchup for Tengu Plant back in the day?
I think it might have been Gravekeeper, to be honest, because Necro Valley locks you out of your entire plant engine, basically, and this is really a key part of your deck.
I do understand, that's quite tough. And would you bring this specific deck to the Time Wizard tournament, which would be played this weekend, or would you make another choice?
I mean, this is a deck that people are well prepared for, so there is nothing really surprising. However, this deck is extremely strong, and you sometimes don't need to surprise your opponents when you have all these power plays, because you are also playing like Thunder King Ryos, you're playing all the good traps like Solemn Warning, Maxi, Veilers. So it's a very good all-rounder deck with a high ceiling.
Absolutely. Kind of similar to Ishizu Telemans, maybe. Was the best deck in the format back in the day. Today we have another one. Well, yeah, that's it about our September 2011 Time Wizard format with an absolute expert. Thank you for joining me, Leonard, and see you back for the next feature match.
Welcome back. Welcome to round 4 of our feature matches here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Dortmund in 2022, because that's the year. So we've seen 3 different rounds. Right now we have our 2 new duelists who are going to be taking part in this. On my right we have Dinkar Bui, who has won YCS Milan in 2018 and was the finalist of the last 2 YCS Utrechts. And on my left we have Romain Vigier, which I'm sure I've butchered in the French accent, but that was the name. So, guys, could we start with a high roll? We're going to be testing to see who is going to be going first. So who wants to roll the dice first? Dinkar will be going first. That's a 5. A shake of the head. That's a 4. So are you going to go first, Dinkar? Okay, so Dinkar's going to be going first. So I'm going to hand you guys over once again to our Italian commentary duo. Marcello, Alberto, take it away for round 4.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to round 4 of YCS Dortmund 2022. What a match we have picked for this one. Of course, Dinka doesn't really need an introduction, but what a player he is. The finalist of our last European YCS, where he unfortunately lost in the end to Joshua Schmidt, another incredible German player. But right here today, not only is he, as we know, a great player, used to playing at the very top level. Sometimes he brings these unconventional decks. As Ed mentioned, he has won YCS Milan with Prankids. How can you forget that? Mekotzi. But today, honestly, when I was typing his name or just looking for him, I had that little hope in my heart that maybe since he came out with such a great performance using Runic at the last YCS, he was playing Runic, which is something we have not seen today. I open his deck list, I see runic cards, I get hyped about it, then I look at the rest of his deck list, and that's where the actual hype comes. Because Dinka is playing Bestials, he's playing some of the Ishizu cards, he is playing Runics, but the engine of the deck is Naturia. So he has all of these Naturia monsters trying to set up a field with Naturia Beast, which is one hell of a card still in 2022. But his opponent is not gonna leave it too easy because he's playing
branded tier elements, and I think this is gonna be a very tough one, especially because like seeing VG's list is playing Bestials as well, which I think every single player in the room this weekend is playing. It's going to be a very interesting one, especially because also for this future match, maybe we will be seeing Lubellion in action.
Absolutely. Because it's not just a regular tier elements, he's playing a lot of branded cards and Despia cards, so it makes a lot of sense. In this deck, Lubellion is much better than in any other deck we have seen, but again, the Beast, the Retribution as well is something we have not seen too much of, but without further ado, our players are ready, and Dinka with the Pyramid is the one who is gonna go first with his Naturia Runic deck. Let's go to the table. And here they are. So as mentioned, the plan for Dinka is to set up the one and only Naturia Beast. Let's see what he will open up with. So many different engines, so if you don't know what to stop, it's gonna be tough. And the Bestials are also not that great against this specific matchup. And already we see one of the first Naturia cards in his deck. He's playing multiple of them, and this is the Mole Cricket. Very interesting one. It has a quick effect, as we can see here on the screen. You can tribute it and special summon a Naturia from the deck, which is what we are gonna see probably right away.
And also here, you could be wondering what is he playing. You know?
Absolutely, like I guess this is a shock. We see a Runic card already, gonna bring out one of his Runic fusion monsters. And yeah, he can get to the fountain through the Yugin. We have seen this plenty of times already at YCS Utrecht. And the discard is actually quite nice because Saronir can send a card back, even if discarded from the end. So let's see. He goes for the quick effect of the Mole Cricket, special summoning a Naturia from the deck, and it is the Camellia. Of course, we are gonna see a lot of reading in this match, as you could expect. Camellia is essentially a Foolish Burial. It sends one from the deck to the graveyard, and not only monsters, it can send also the Naturia Trap card, which is what we are gonna see right here.
And I think this is very powerful, especially because like in this format, if the Sacred Tree sent to the graveyard basically gets to search a Naturia card from its deck.
Yeah.
Very nice addition, and I think we would have never thought about this deck, honestly.
No way. This is what you won't expect from Dinka, and here he gets the Blessing, which is essentially a instant synchro summon whenever he feels like it. Pretty good indeed. So, proceeds to continue his extra deck plays, and he goes for the Coral Dragon, which pretty much guarantees him a draw if he feels like it.
Indeed, Dinka is explaining it to him.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not something you don't often see.
And here we see the Fountain. Again, we'll be able to draw 2 cards with it, and he gets to summon the GG from the extra deck. So the Jerry coming down, really solid opening, drawing 2 cards. And what an inventive way of building your deck, really. We have not seen the Runic cards being played in a combo deck.
Especially because like you basically find another way of playing Runic cards besides Sprites, you know, that we have seen.
This can be the Baron. Yeah. And yeah, Baron coming down, throwing a card from the Coral Dragon. Solid setup. He already has the quick spell, the Naturia Blessing, which he tries and go for the Naturia Beast later on. Let's see. And I think Naturia Beast is actually really strong against this specific matchup. So let's see if he will be able to go for the Beast later on. But play is back to Romain, who now will try to go for some of his branded plays, but of course has no idea what's going on right now. So he'll play it as carefully as he can, maneuvering through a really solid start by Dinka.
Yeah, with this setup, with the Baron also having a couple of quick spells makes the difference.
And we see the terraforming coming down from Romain, probably getting to the Perle Rhino. Yeah. Let's see if Dinka is able to push for a Synchro Summon here with the Blessing.
Yeah, because this is, I think, the main goal of the deck, of summoning the Naturia Beast.
He's considering his options. As mentioned, he has the Naturia Blessing face down, but instead he goes for the tip. He will be able to banish the top card of the deck from his opponent, and this is what's going on right now. He gets the Destruction, I think. Yeah, so banishes the top card of the deck. Yeah. Let's see what he banishes off the top. Ooh, it's actually one of the one-offs in the deck. So now what you want to see if you're Romain. Kind of an unfortunate pick here with the Retribution.
Yeah, this is unfortunate, especially because like this is only the only copy he's playing.
Yeah.
And here comes the Destruction on the Pearl Rhino.
Great stuff. Here we see even more cards being banished, and it's another one-off banished by Dinka. Huge hits from the runic cards, which now gets him 2 more draws. And again, you should not forget how strong the runic engine is.
This is very strong, because now, okay, he's going for the Shayrin. Is he going to chain the
Blessing, you think?
Yeah.
He does. So Naturia Blessing coming down from Dinka. Of course, his opponent is gonna read it and try and figure out what to do. He will special summon a Naturia from the graveyard, and then let's see what he does. He does go for the Camellia. Again, Foolish Burial effects available.
No Tearlmans being milled by Romain.
Very unfortunate once again. It seems like the luck, both in the mills and in the top card banished, is on Dinka's side.
Because now he gets to search for the Imp plus the Alpine.
Yeah, because the strong thing is most of these Naturia cards have a couple of effects. One that when they are summoned, and another one when your opponent summons a monster. So if you're able to bring them to the field during your opponent's turn, for example, the Camellia is an additional effect which allows you to special summon another one from the grave. So they are really annoying, and here we get to see, as mentioned, the Mole Cricket coming down, which again is a quick effect, and again an additional effect when your opponent summons. So you can see just Dinka trying his best to catch people off guard this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, in this format, like Naturia Beast, honestly...
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
It's really, really good. Of course, there are some decks that are able to play with just monsters, and Ishizu Tearlmans
among them is for sure an option, but spell cards are just so great in usual formats like this. So now we get to see a second copy of the Blessing, I believe, added to the end of Dinka. Just some nice available resources for next turn in case we get to it. And then we see one of the best Naturia monsters in the deck, which is the Sunflower, essentially a negation on monster effects.
And this is very good because basically it's another sort of interruption.
Yeah.
And
it's level 2, so you can get it back with Sprite Elf if you have the option. It's a really nice card. Essentially, you force the battle phase, which now will be a huge regret from Romain having summoned the Sheruin in defense. Now, yeah, you get to activate the Albion from the graveyard, sending a card back. I think it's sending the Ice Spirits, maybe, but definitely considering it. And I think Dinka, any runic cards he has picked up are obviously going to be really good. The Baron has not used his negation yet. So a lot of really interesting options. And now the Albion gets sent to the bottom of the deck, face down. Okay. Can Romain push through? He activates the Patchwork. He could negate, and he does negate with the Baron. A second copy of Perle Rhino is useless at the moment, so this does not look good for the French player. But now he's able to actually go for the Albats, but the negation is there from Sunflower. So Sunflower activates and will negate the Albats. This is absolutely brutal. If he would have played the Sherin in attack mode, this would have been much better. But instead, with the Camellia, he's able to mill cards from the top instead of tributing his own monsters, which is so huge because essentially you get to keep your cards, and he hits even one of the Mudoras. This is so much. Wow.
This is very strong. Yeah. I mean,
this is over as it gets. The Camellia is the reason why it did not tribute a card. What a strong card it is. Yeah, and this is, of course, over. There are no more plays available from Romain. He has already activated a Perle Rhino this turn, and he cannot activate the second copy, which I think will be game over.
What I really like about the Sunflower is this is not once per turn. So basically, you keep doing it as long as you can.
Yeah. That's why you have to attack over it.
Yeah.
And when you don't, you are in big trouble. So, I mean, you can't blame Romain for having played it in defense, but you don't know what you're up against. And yeah, as mentioned now, there are no more plays available. The only concern is, of course, runic cards don't allow you to enter the battle phase, but I mean, this is already a dominating position by Dinka. I don't think his opponent is interested in playing this game much longer. And we actually get to see the Baron back. I mean, he knows the last card in the end is the Perle Rhino, so he has nothing to worry about. He gets the Coral back. So that's huge.
He also has the Keldo, okay.
Wow.
He gets rid of the Kel back.
Yeah, this I think is enough. His opponent picks up the cards, and it is Dinka and his Naturia deck that takes game one. What a match already, a huge start. At the beginning, we saw when they were rolling the dice that Dinka was quite mad about his 5, but his opponent 4 was just low enough to allow him to start. And I think this paid off significantly. because pretty much Dinka had a really strong hand for going first. Maybe not so much if he would have lost the die roll. And we just saw a little bit of what's going on with the deck. It's essentially an engine that works well with some of the tier cards against them to prevent them to activate in the graveyard. He has both Bestials and Ishizu cards to just shuffle as many cards as possible from the grave. And the Naturias seems to be working fine for him. At the very worst case, they are a Baron, which is a solid synchro. And if you're able to go for a Naturia Beast, or as we were seeing, some other different combos with the Sunflower, they can get really annoying. So what do you think his opponent will do now?
No, I mean, if I were Roman, I would be in trouble, especially because like you don't really expect this kind of deck. I mean, on one hand, Rurik's cards are still incredibly powerful, and then you don't really know how to play against these Naturia cards, actually, you know?
It's tough.
It's super difficult.
It's a really difficult spot. At the same time, as mentioned, Roman will be happy to just set up his combos going first. I think this means he might just side in a little bit of cards. Maybe the draw in his side decks are interesting, but do you really side draw when you don't know what you're up against? On the other hand, he has both Eradicator and Barrier, but I don't think they're that great. Like, Eradicator might be really good because you saw runic cards, so I guess you side those in. And just hope for the best. On the other hand, the Dinka is more prepared. But to be fair, he was able to just side in maybe the other Bestial cards in his side deck and the Gammas, maybe, I would say. So it looks as if that's more on Dinka's side to prepare for this matchup. But our players are ready. Let's find out who the winner of Game 2 will be. And here they are again, Roman going first, trying to set up his combos. Of course, you want to open the branded fusion, and the opening is a good way to start things off. I don't think Dinka is playing Entrop or like really traditional. Ooh, and the actual opening with the Imp is the best you can do in any Despia deck. So great start by Roman in this game 2.
Yeah, this is very good stuff from him.
Yeah, you can really overextend when you open like this. You can end up with basically both Stapelia, Mirror Jade, or like the setup with Branded in Red and Chimera. You can do so much with this. So good, yeah. And as mentioned, the Bestial cards are really good, but against the Despia version, they lose a lot of value. So maybe not as good as Dinka would have hoped for. And yeah, here we see the Patchwork being activated. Again, one engine that we shouldn't forget about. We saw Herman back at YCS Utrecht playing, again, a similar deck, 60 cards in this case. And he was really destroying people left and right with it. So
the deck is very powerful, like plays with Tiltmans as well, so you have a lot of fusion summons on the line.
And again, we might see here no response from Dinka. He has a couple of interesting targets, and did he actually discard it from the end?
Yeah, he did.
Wow. Okay. Interesting play here. Maybe he sided out the second copy.
Yeah.
Wow. So a little bit of an unfortunate draw here by Romain, but I guess the rest of his hand was that good that he's not gonna be that mad about it. So now the Lubellion again comes down. Albion will activate from the field to fusion summon. And we do see Dinka chaining a Bestial, so let's see if this will be enough to shut his opponent out of play. Of course, the Albats here is huge. You shut off the Mirror Jade, but Roman is considering his options. And he chains his own copy of Saronir, which Dinka is asking about, because he went for branded fusion. But he cannot obviously use the Bestial since his opponent does not control the monsters, so they're not quick effects. But here you see another of the strategies of this deck, which is just burn. Trying to use your Masquerade to just get rid of the life points from your opponent. And if you end up on double Masquerade, for a lot of these decks this gets quite complicated.
Yeah, especially because like Dinka is using runic cards and he needs access to most of them. This might be complicated actually, but
so yeah, now the play is back to Romain, who is setting up the Albion in the graveyard. He could get some of these very interesting tech cards like the Retribution, which we have seen being milled in game 1. We really haven't seen this card before, I would say, in the past, but Lubellion can set up the Beast. Instead, he goes for the Spell card. Really interesting choice with the Regained.
Yeah, we also saw this card being played in the previous round. I mean, it's an alternative. I think inside this kind of deck is useful, especially because like you have multiple options, and with Branded Ice Spirits as well, you have the Retribution. You have a lot of good cards.
Yeah. And now he gets to go for, I think is it the Retribution?
Yeah, it is.
So as expected, he went for the Retribution. So very good setup here by Romain. But Dinka, on his other hand, knows that there is a Saronir in the end from Romain and will do his best to play around it. So, still a close one, but let's see. I think, yeah, they are debating whether the timing of the effects will be, but yeah, now the Retribution is face down. Translation is provided to the Inca. I can bring it up for you guys once again on the screen, but it's essentially an interruption that is really, really useful and basically returns to the extra deck one fusion monster. So, not only that, he gets back the Branded Fusion for next turn. Yeah. So it's a pretty decent setup, I would say.
Looks like it will pay off, no?
Yeah, it seems like a pretty decent card. Yeah.
And also Dinka reading cards, this is not something we quite see often.
Yeah, exactly. You know? Usually it's opponents who is the one forced to read the cards out, but sometimes you gotta surprise them, and the Retribution is definitely a good way to do it. While they fix the life points from Masquerade, now we get to see still in the end phase another Bestial from Dinka, just trying to prevent his opponent from using his own copies, and the Druid Swarm is summoned, and now play is back to the German player who picks up his cards and will try his best to once again fight back and advance, but right away we see, as expected, one of the face downs from the French player, which I think could be the Beast. Yeah. Let's check. I mean, when you set the other card, usually you have the branded Beast already, and this is huge.
This is very powerful, because I don't think Dinka was expecting this to come.
with this kind of setup, having the Beast alongside with the Retribution. And indeed he's asking for the text of the card because it's very powerful, you know, while controlling a bestial monster, basically.
Yeah. The only thing I'm surprised about is the Branded Regained not activated in the previous turn. When Dinka resolved his own bestials, he would have shuffled back and drew one. But yeah, now there is a huge start from the German player who is paying some life points and will try his best to fight back, and does so with Akeldo plus Mudora.
Because now Dinka needs to play around the Beast, which will get rid of one of his monsters.
But it's basically on Dinka to force out the plays. At the moment, Romain can just chill. And the Retribution, of course, you gotta be careful with it, because now the play would have been to get rid of the Masquerade and summon it back. But he cannot do that anymore, because now there are both the Keldo and the Mudora. So now they are just figuring out how much, or rather how many life points Dinka has to pay. But outside of this, it seems like Dinka is not really afraid of committing to this field and will try his best to fight back.
Because Romain on his side has 2 interruptions at the moment, also very powerful. But if Dinka gets to see, like with the Kel back here, if he goes to mill, then
now he gets to the Kel back. Of course, you really don't want to mill Romain, because as you can see, having a little smile, he's the one playing tier element cards in his deck. And yeah, it's really Dinka who is dictating the pace of this game 2. And his opponent turned from the combo deck into basically building a wall and trying to stay in this game as much as possible. And I think Dinka is doing a really, really good job at that. And now, yeah, he will go into a Link Summon and will force out the Druid's Worm. So he goes for one of the Charmers we really don't get to see that often, which is the Aussa. Of course, really useful when you're playing against another Ishizu deck.
It's very good also because Naturia monsters are all Earth, so makes sense. And here Dinka also has the Maul. And now he gets, it's not easy because like basically Romain is either forced to activate the Retribution, I think he really needs to, because otherwise where does he activate it? He's considering it indeed.
Yeah, as mentioned before, Naturia Maul Cricket, one of the best cards in the deck from Dinka, because you tribute it and then special summon one. But if your opponent controls a monster with the highest attack on the field, you summon 2 from the deck, which is absolutely disgusting, I think. And here you can see that effect being activated. And now you use the Camellia, send the trap, just like we did in game 1.
And now this is good for Dinka because basically Romain cannot activate the Retribution at the moment.
Yeah, he does not have any fusion. He's just forced to activate afterwards the Masquerade if he wants to try and push. And now we see one of the other tech cards in
Dinka Extra Deck, which is a Warsoul Synchro Monster, I believe. It is the Chang Ying huge card with all the banishing going on. It does so much, banishing both from the field and the graveyard.
This is huge, honestly.
Yeah, what a unique set of cards from Dinka, really.
And also the interactions with Bestial and Naturia monsters are very powerful, because like this, we only think about, you know, Swarsoul in general when Changing gets summoned. This is not the case at all. Now Roman, let's see if he can stop Dinka here, and he does so. With the Beast.
He will try to use it and just pop the Chang Ying right away with the Beast, I believe. But I think they're discussing what to do. I'll try to bring it up once again for you guys on screen. Branded Beast, one of the best cards you set off the Bestial Lubellion. Essentially allows you to just tribute and pop one.
And also the Changing doesn't get destroyed, because indeed he activates his effect to prevent the destruction.
Yeah, which is great, because now you get to resolve both. So unfortunately a little bit of fall in the calculations from Roman, who, as mentioned, tried to destroy it, but you can just banish one from the graveyard, and then that triggers its own effect. So really strong play by Dinka, who is now just a bunch of life points away from swiping his opponent remaining life. And with Keldo and Mudora set up, he can just shuffle back the Masquerade and shuffle back all of the remaining branded cards in the graveyard by Roman. Great show off from Dinka, really. Well played. Does he have other options as Link Choose, or do you think the Charmer was actually the best one? Let's check his actual deck.
No, he's only playing the Charmer, actually.
So only the Earth Charmer.
That's it.
Usa.
Yeah.
Interesting, yeah. I guess he doesn't have that much space in the extra deck, since he's playing pretty much everything. But yeah, those are shuffled back in the deck. Yeah, let's not get things mixed up. Masquerade will get banished, and this is actually beautiful executed by Dinka. Since a Bestial was summoned, he gets to use the second effect of the Camellia, summoning one back from the graveyard, and this is getting out of hand real quick. We might see the Naturia Beast here. And we do, for the first time, finally we get to see one of the key cards from Dinka Bui, which is Naturia Beast. My god, when was the last time we have seen that card being summoned? It has been a while for sure.
Honestly, it's showcasing us how to play the deck.
He's just trying to OTK here, sending back the Saronir. I think his opponent might have seen the writings on the wall. He will try his best, goes to the battle phase, attack, and there is the fist pump. It is Dinka who takes it 2-0. What a match. Let's go back to the post discussion. Wow. I'm honestly shocked by how well Dinka once again proved to be playing, not only just in terms of actual play, but in terms of deck building and understanding the current meta and how to get an advantage.
Honestly, I'm impressed, especially because like we have seen the popularity of Ishizu tier elements, and basically found out this incredible, you know, strategy with Bestials, Runic cards, Naturias. Honestly, I have to say that the Mold Cricket, it's incredible, because basically it gets you so far ahead in the game with the Camellias, which is also a tuner. And then if you have Bestials monsters on the line, you're able to also get, you know, Synchro Summon monsters.
Yeah, I don't know which is the MVP. We can maybe ask Dinka, because Camellia as well performed so well.
Yeah.
It does so much. 3 different effects, all of them absolutely relevant, all of them basically destroying and getting so much advantage down. But yeah, in the end, just to go for a quick recap, in game 1, I gotta say the die roll was extremely important because Dinka just set up a really threatening board with both a face down Naturia Blessing and the Baron, which gives you just so much recurring power, especially with the Bestials in end. So that was too much for his opponent. But if any of you guys were skeptic about what is Dinka gonna do if he loses the die roll? What's the plan then? Is it just a going first deck? Well, I think he proved his value, his worth, and he just destroyed his opponent in game 2, possibly, I think, even more convincingly than game 1, OTKing him. And his opponent opened it strong.
It was very good, like, because basically he had the Lobelion alongside with the Masquerade, and then he had the Beast. And not only that, I think that basically started things off very well. Also with the Retribution being set, it was not enough at all. Like, he OTK'd through all these cards.
Absolutely. I gotta say, maybe, I mean, the Bestials put in so much work because they hit the one Fallen of Albats, essentially shutting down both the Retribution and the Mirror Jade from hitting the field. But then the Inca, it's, as you mentioned, the Mole Cricket, just so strong. Like, Mole Cricket alone would have been really good, but the additional effect, once again, of when your opponent controls the highest attack monster, you summon Chu, that's really
insane, honestly.
Insane.
Yeah.
You got 2 Camellias, one of them is a tuner, you make, again, Changing. Maybe there his opponent could have paid a little bit more attention and not get OTK'd, but I think the game was over regardless, even if he didn't target the Changing with his Beast trap card. But I think, once again, all of you guys probably watching home, we're rooting for Dinka. He's now on a 3-1 record. We might ask him, we've had in the post-match interview, whether he's lost to a tier deck, which would be really unlikely. It seems like his deck really crushes tiers, and they are the most represented deck this weekend. So still really solid chance to make it to the top cut, and I think that's what he's gonna try and aim for. Really wants that revenge on Joshua after getting 2nd place. And we do have a lot of redemptions. I think alongside him we have Jesse Cotton as well. We might see him later on stream, who holds a record I think not many people are proud of, which is 4-time YCS final loser, though he scores an incredible play, a lot of results, but he lost 4 times at YCS final already, and one was just last weekend at YCS Pasadena. So I'm sure, just like our lovely Dinka, Jesse is gonna try his best, and maybe we'll get to see him in action. But without further ado, I think our lovely Ed is ready with Dinka. So let's hear it from the man himself, how and why he's crushing with this Naturia deck.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I am here with Dinka, who's just won round 4. Congratulations. I just want to ask, because we now know you're 3-1. You've got a very strong deck. Everyone in the chat is wondering, what did you lose against?
Last round I lost against Sprite because I drew very, very poorly, game 3. But yeah, it happens.
Oh, so it was against Sprite, and it was just down to the lack of heart of the cards, was it?
No, it was just my opening hand, which lost to 1 Imperm on my Hugin, and...
Fair enough. Well, there, now you guys know what the unstoppable Dinkabui was slightly lost to there, slightly beaten by. So let's talk about your deck. You're running a Naturia Runic.
Bestial thing, everything.
It's a hodgepodge of different things. Talk to us about why you're playing that.
First of all, I didn't want to play a tier variant, so I decided to play something which can counter it. The Naturia engine is a pretty good engine to work with, alongside with the Ishizu cards, which was a deck which existed before. By the end part was pretty weak, in my opinion, so I decided to put in the Runic cards to give the deck a better end board in the end and a better grind game with drawing a bunch of cards. And the Ishizus in the other decks are a problem for the runic cards, but me playing also Ishizu cards to put back their shuffle backs is kind of good to combat that problem.
Okay, I mean, it sounds like a lot of theory crafting went into this deck, so and it's clearly proved you well. Let's go through some of the plays that you've had here. So you had a very strong start. You were basically in control of game 1, and then he scooped. Then we got into game 2. Started slightly unfortunately for him, but he ended on a fairly good setup, and then there were some play errors that seemed to happen, and it stopped. Do you want to talk to us about what happened there? Something to do with figuring out some life point differences.
No, there was not a real problem, I think. To be honest, I can't even remember what the issue was in the end, but it was all fine, I think.
It all worked out in the end, so that's what matters. There was a moment where I saw that it stopped and the judges were talking. I think they were figuring out some life point differences, but it didn't matter ultimately in the end. And then finally, there was a moment where he tried to Albion for Mirror Jade and then Bestial the Albaz.
Yeah, the Bestial was very important to give me 2 more bodies to work with in my opponent's turn, to get the Drew Swarm on board, to send off his fusion monster so he does not have the counter trap alive, which could have stopped my Mole Cricket to resolve.
It all went well, and then he tried to hit the Cheng Ying as well, which just didn't work.
Yeah, Cheng Ying is like the MVP combined with Pistons and the Shizu cards, which banish itself. It's pretty good to outlike bigger boards and push for a lot of damage, yeah.
Well, it all worked out in the end, like I've said a couple of times. Congratulations. Are there any decks that you're nervous about going up against? Are you worried about going up against another Sprite and bricking?
If my deck draws well, I think I'm okay into every deck, to be honest, yeah.
You do have a very good deck for going up against the sort of format of Ishizu tier that seems to be everywhere, so...
Yeah, it's all right, the matchup, yeah.
Well, best of luck with those future games. Hopefully we'll be seeing you in that top cut. Dinkarbui, the winner of round 4, 3 for 1 now in his tournament. We might be seeing him later in the top cut, but don't go anywhere because we're going to have round 5 coming up for you very shortly.
What's this? It's a Chris. Oh, Chris. Oh, whoa. Oh, my God. Hit that song.
4-player duels. Cross-duel fields. Cross-duel monsters. Cross-duel spells. Cross-duel traps. Cross-duel teams. Cross-duel strategy. Cross-duel fun. Cross-duel. Cross duel for everyone. Cross duel for the world. Friend or foe, 4 duelists cross wits. A new era of dueling. 4-player card battles. Cross duel. 4 duelists face off on a crisscrossed battlefield. Summon monsters and set spell and trap cards to defeat your opponents. Simple, beginner-friendly rules for any duelist. Will you work together or claw your own way to victory? Optimize your strategy in real time. Clash with fellow duelists in a battle like never before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Cross Duel.
Some of the most exciting prizes that you guys can win at these YCS tournaments are the giant and oversized cards. Last time at YCS Utrecht, you saw us get the scapegoats. And this time, we have not 1, not 2, not 3, not even 4, but 5 pieces of Exodia. Behold! Exodia Obliterate! Dramatic stuff, eh? You guys can win these by getting 250 points in the public events that you guys can all be taking part in at YCS Dortmund and get your hands on all 5 of these oversized pieces of Exodia. Very, very exciting stuff. And the rest of this event is going to be incredible. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more coverage coming right up.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Darkwing Blast has tons of new monsters and the return of Blackwings. They're back for a whirlwind of destruction. 100 new cards for decks of all kinds. Darkwing Blast.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back, guys, to the coverage of the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG Championship Series in Dortmund 2022. I am here with Flavio Palumbo, who is a Fluonderies master, and I am here for another deck profile with Flavio. So, Flavio, why don't you tell me, what are the best cards in the Fluonderies deck?
Best cards of Fluonderies are Dimensional Shifter and Statue of the Winds, because Statue is the win condition if you win the roll dice against the tier elements. They haven't out to break my statue, and Shifter is so good because if you go second and draw it, tier elements pass the turn, and you have the time for make statue combo.
So what are the best cards of your own engine, of the Fluonderies engine?
Best cards of the engine are Map, because Map can do the second place outweighs the normal summon, and Robina is the starter of the deck because can search all Fluonderies master.
Yeah, with Robina alone you can go into a Ampen and search for a trap. So, what are your best matchups? What decks do you want to face with this deck?
The best matchups is tier elements, because Lowe's by Shifter he can't play nothing. The only play that he can do is summon number 41 for lock your turn, but if you can play cards such as Dark Ruler, Raijeki or Mystic Mine for do time and destroy Baguska after 3 turns and make your combo.
So what decks, and especially what side decks, are you most afraid of when we're running Fluonderies?
Most side card, I think the best side card is for sure Herpes Fade Storm, because Herpes Fade Storm is the same to draw Shifter against the elements. They literally pass the turn.
And what side deck cards are the best against Fluonderies?
Against Fluonderies is the same, the Herpes Fade Storm, because it's so good against all meta decks. But Zombie World, cards like Zombie World, because I can't use my effect on Banish, because the Monster of Fear becomes zombie and not a Widget Beast. And the back row removal, Twin Twister, Cosmic Cyclone, Storm, evenly matched, because they destroy the trap card and you can't protect your statue by a monster with the good attack to destroy statue.
So thank you very much, Flavio. One last question: how many players do you think will achieve the top 64 cut with Fluonderies?
How many players do the top cut? I think the top cut is all tier Ishizu, but Fluonderies, I think 2 or 3 players can do the top, because if they play against these matchups, have a good chance.
Okay, thank you very much, and we are going back to the live coverage of the YCS Dortmund.
Right, welcome back. So, this is going to be a little bit of downtime quizzing that we're going to be doing. For those of you who have tuned into some of the other YCS tournaments that we've been doing coverage for, you'll be familiar with this. Basically, we have our Germans versus our Italian commentating duos. What I'm going to do is we're going to play a quick game of rock, paper, scissors to see who starts. I will then offer the winner a question. The teams may confer. If they don't get it, it gets passed over, and then they get a chance to answer it, and then whoever gets a correct answer gets a point. Once it's been them, it'll go back and forth until we have a decisive winner. So we have to fill some of the time between some of these rounds because some players have little judgment things that might make it last an extra 20 minutes or so. So it's always an unpredictable amount of time between rounds. So that's what these quizzes are for. So gentlemen, are we ready to begin the quiz? I'll have you two do a rock, paper, scissors. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, go. Okay, right. So the Italians are going to be going first. Marcello, Alberto, are you ready? Remember, if they don't get it, it's over to you. Question 1. Which card is featured on the recently released Elemental Hero card sleeves? Now, like I said, our teams can confer during this quiz if they don't choke to death first. But basically, I can repeat the question. Which card is featured on the recently released Elemental Hero card sleeves? So some of you who have been keeping up to date with the products that have been released might know what this card is, but we're going to have to press them for time. The Germans are getting impatient. They know the answer, but what do our the Italians have no idea. Right, Marcello, what's your answer?
Not going to give it away for them, but unfortunately we know the name, we just can't think of a name. But
So you know what the card is, you just don't know the name?
Exactly.
I can't accept that as an answer, so I'm going to have to pass it over.
Miracle Fusion
is correct. So that's 1 point to the German team. So we'll move on to question 2, and it's now going to be you answering because the Italians answered first. Which monster featured on the Darkwing Blast booster box? A very recent addition to the world of the TCG, but what was the card on the front? Do you in the chat know? Almost certainly. I can hear you typing away, getting angry that they don't know the answer. What's the answer, Basti?
Black-Winged Assault Dragon.
It is correct! So that means it is currently 2-0 to the Germans, but we do pass back over to you guys. So question 3. Quite a meta-relative conversation at this point. Lists the effects of triple tactics talent. You have a couple of moments to discuss this because there's, you know, judging by the name on the card, there are 3. A lot of you guys at home will know this. This is a card that most people are playing at least one of in most decks in this current format. Some are even playing more. Do you think you know the answer?
So it's draw 2 cards, take control of an opponent monster until the end of the turn, and look at their hand and shuffle back 1 from the end.
He's entirely correct. So that is 1 point to the Italians and 2 points to the Germans. So I'm going to hand back over to you, Basti. Question number 4. What is the maximum number of cards that you can banish with evenly matched? Again, they turn away heads in shame as they try and figure out exactly what the answer to these questions is. Do you at home know? Sometimes it's a trick question. You have to try and figure out an extra number of cards. I can tell you the answer is quite unlucky. God, I'm funny sometimes when I have to talk to myself and wait for 2 teams of European commentators to get their answers together. Okay, you think you know?
Yes, 13 it should be.
Is correct! See, an unlucky number. I said it to the audience while you were conferring. So, handing back over to you. So that's 3 to you, 1 to you. Question 5. What pot monster has the highest attack? Now, that's going to be an interesting one. Behind the camera, we're having some people laughing because that is a tough question. Which pot monster has the highest attack? Everyone's head is going to the pots of greed, pot of prosperity, etc. But it's not one of those. This is one of the pot monsters. Let's see. Let's see if our Italians know the answer. There's a lot of gestures going on, which might be giving away what the card art is. Marcello, Alberto, do you think you have an idea?
We're thinking of the buff Pot of Greed one, but I honestly don't recall the name of the card, so that's my guess.
That's your guess. Okay, well, Basti, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Dice Jar 2, but probably not.
It's Pot of the Forbidden. Pot of the Forbidden. Pot of the Forbidden, I say thrice. I'm afraid that's no points, so that's still 4 to you, 1 to you. Still a chance of you guys bringing this back. Let's see what happens with question 6. Who's this one to? You? Question 6. Another meta-relevant card. How many runic spell cards are currently available in the TCG? Some of you runic players are going to be thinking long and hard about this question. Frankly, I didn't know the answer to this, but I have it written down, so I don't need to, because I have the answer written right here. Then we still have 1, 2, 3, 4 more questions after this, so the Italians could still bring it back. And we're still waiting for some players to finish on their rounds. And then we'll bring you the next round when we're ready. I don't know when that'll be. Just hold tight. You've got all day to watch these streams, so who cares? Right, Basti, do you think you have an idea?
We'll go with 10.
10 is correct. There are 10 runic spell cards currently available in the TCG. So that's 5 points to you, 1 point to you. 5 points, is that right? Okay, cool. 4-1. Oh yeah, because we missed a question. Okay. Right, so over to you guys, the Italians. Question 7. How many Sprite trap cards are currently available in the TCG? A lot of Sprite players over the last few tournaments. Some people are going to know this one pretty obviously. It's actually quite a simple answer if you paid any attention to the Sprite meta. That is, of course, unless I've written the wrong answer down. We're going to see what the Italians have to say. Oh, something just beeped in my ear. Right, what is your answer?
Alberto is confident with 3.
I'm afraid it's incorrect. Basti? There's a little bit more conferring. What's your answer?
We would have guessed 1 or 2, so we're kind of gambling on that now, and we will go with 2.
You should have gone with 1. It was 1. The answer is 1. So that is no points to either of our teams. So that's still 4-1. I think. We think that's the answer, or that's how many we've got. So we move on to question 8, with the Germans still in the lead. So this one's coming over to you guys. What link ratings are all the Charmer link monsters? 2. Very good. An extra correct answer. So that's 5-1. We think. We've kind of lost track. All we know is you guys are winning. So we move on to question 9 for the Italians. Fill in the blank for this fusion material of Tearlament's Kit Kalos. 1 Tearlament's monster and 1 what monster?
Aqua monster.
Is correct. So that's 2 points there, the Italians, but the Germans still in the lead. So let's get on to the final question for the Germans. How many cylinders appear on magical cylinders? Magical cylinders.
I think it's the same answer than our last question. It's 2, right?
It is not. You're thinking of a different card. How many do you think? Oh, they need a moment to confer. Bear in mind, for those of you at home, there's magical cylinders and there's magical cylinder.
Let's double it and go to 4.
Is incorrect. There are 3. Your magical cylinders. It's the one with the robotic arm putting them into the barrels. There's 1 in there, and then there's 2 that are halfway in. The answer is 3. Unless you want to be picky about it and say that the big cylinder they're in is in itself a cylinder. And then it would be 4.
You can give it to
Tell you what, I'm going to overrule this and give them a point for being technically accurate, even if it's wrong. But the winners of this first quiz that we're doing as part of YCS Dortmund 2022 are the Germans. Round of applause. Our gracious second place team there. Congratulations, guys. That was a solid win. We have more quizzes planned. There's plenty more of these questions, as well as our tennis-style one that we've done before, where we sort of say, name 4-star monsters, and it's the first team who runs out of ideas, they lose the point. So, which is typically Alberto. So don't worry, plenty more of that coming. We also have a very difficult specialist quiz coming up, but you're going to see these over the next couple of days because we have a whole other day tomorrow with all of the top cuts of the tournament. So don't go anywhere because our next feature match will be coming very soon.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Dortmund 2022, and we have another deck profile right here, and it's a deck that has gotten support very lately, and I'm here with Philip. How are you feeling, Philip?
Yeah, I'm feeling quite good. I'm happy to present my deck Naturia.
It's a beautiful deck. It's a pretty old archetype, but it's gotten really, really good support, and I think it makes sense to speak about the new cards that were just released in Darkwing Blast, so go ahead, take it away. What's the first card you have for us?
So a very important card we have in the new format is Naturia Carmelia. Carmelia itself is very good because it has 3 different effects, which makes it a starter card. It gives you the extenders, so it extends your combo, and it even gives you follow-up for the next turns, which makes the card pretty strong. Because on summon, you can just dump a card from your deck to the graveyard, and then you can search a card by the effect of Naturia Sacred Tree.
That's nice. Sacred Tree is really good because Sacred Tree is actually a card that profits off of your opponent sometime, because we know that Ishizu cards are a big thing in this metagame, and when your opponent is milling Sacred Trees for you, that's kind of nice, right?
Yeah, it's a very good thing. I mean, it is not even once per turn, so you can even search multiple Naturia cards from your deck directly.
That's really, really neat. So, good starter and extender, basically does multiple things for the deck, really cool. What's the next card you have for us?
So the next card, which is also a new card from Darkwing Blast, is Naturia Mole Cricket. Mole Cricket itself is very strong because it can summon any Naturia monster from your deck to the field. And if your opponent controls the monster with the highest attack on the board, you can even special summon 2 Naturia monsters from your deck.
That is a pretty strong start. Just for every archetype, that would be a pretty big boost, and it is very, very much so a big boost for Naturia. And also, that works together with Carmelia, right? Because you could technically mill cards from Carmelia instead, right?
Yeah, the good thing is that, like I said, Carmelia itself as an extender has the effect that if you would tribute a Naturia monster, you can instead just send the top 2 cards of your deck to the graveyard, meaning you just get a free monster on the board.
Pretty nice, pretty nice. So there are more effects, though, for Mole Cricket, right?
Yeah, Mole Cricket itself has another very interesting effect, because if you special summon a Naturia Synchro monster from your extra deck, or your opponent special summons any monster from his extra deck, you can just special summon Naturia Mole Cricket from the graveyard.
There it is again, that sounds pretty good. So Mole Cricket really the main extender you have now, right? Mole Cricket is just getting you more and more and gets you fodder for synchro summons. So it's not the tuner, but it will be synchroed away very often, right?
Yeah, the good thing is that Carmelia, in fact, is a tuner. And you might wonder now how you would get like 2 monsters on the board, which is because you only have 1 normal summon. Yeah. But there is another card from Darkwing Blast, which is Naturia Blessing. Naturia Blessing has 3 effects, where the first one is the most important one, because Naturia Blessing is a quick spell card, which lets you special summon any Naturia monster from your hand or graveyard. The other 2 effects are that you could synchro summon or fusion summon a monster in your opponent's turn or in your turn instead of the special summoning effect. But the first one is in fact the most important one.
And there's also one big clause missing that a lot of other cards have. Blessing actually is not once per turn, right?
It is not once per turn, but still it even doesn't require you to just special summon a Naturia monster from your extra deck. You just have to use a Naturia monster as synchro material, but you can special summon any synchro monster.
That's really good. So the synchro part of the deck, synchro engine, really got powered up by Naturia Blessing being released. But I know that there's one other card that usually is going to end up on the end board of the Naturia decks right now, right? And I see it right here, so let's talk about the last card.
Yeah, the last card is pretty interesting, because it is in fact a very old card. It is Naturia Sunflower, and Sunflower itself has a very simple effect. You can just tribute itself and another monster, Naturia monster, to negate a opponent's monster effect. And this effect also is not once per turn, meaning as long as you can let your Naturia Sunflower stay on a field, as example by the effect of Carmelia.
That's what I was thinking, because you don't even have to tribute monsters when you have Carmelia, so you're just milling cards and you're negating with Sunflower, right?
Yeah, that's in fact a good strategy, and you can even revive it with Naturia Blessing in your opponent's turn.
That's really strong. I really see where this is going. So this looks like a pretty cool deck. What do you think is the biggest strength this deck has? What is the main selling point for it? Why would you play this?
So a very big advantage of the deck nowadays is that you have like a very easy access to strong synchro monsters like Naturia Beast or Naturia Barkion against trap matchups, which already are very good boss monsters itself. But you can even like access other synchro monsters as well, and you have a very good follow-up for the deck, which many decks nowadays potentially are lacking in.
That's really true. And also what I really like is
But all those cards are Earth cards, so Bestials, which are also a big thing right now, don't really work with this deck, right?
Yeah, that's in fact true, because like you have like closely only Earth monsters itself, so like all Bestials are in fact not very useful in a matchup.
Well, that almost sounds too good. What would you say is the biggest downside this deck has? What is maybe the side deck card you're feeling the most when you bring this deck into competition?
So there are a few things, like Naturia itself is a deck which has to interact with the graveyard, meaning that cards like Dimension Shifter are very strong against the deck. Also cards like Carmelia, like I said, how strong it is with 3 different effects. One Effect Veiler, a very old card, can negate all of them.
I do understand. Luckily though, Effect Veiler isn't that popular right now, so maybe this is really a good pick for the event. And let's talk about the event in specific now. What would you personally say, as a Naturia fan, as a Naturia enthusiast? How many Naturia decks are we going to see in top 64?
So we know that there is big competition nowadays, so it is hard to tell how many it will do, but I believe in 2 to 3 players which might be able to take the deck to the top. Maybe even more than just top 64.
Let's hope so. I can't wait to see Naturia in the featured match area, and that's why we're going right back to the featured match table. Let's go back to live coverage of YCS Dortmund.
My Millennium Necklace has seen the future of dueling, with ancient Tombkeeper cards to block your opponent's graveyard while testing your own powers of prediction. New hieroglyphic versions of your favorite cards and 6 different designs of sleeves to keep your cards safe. Your Yu-Gi-Oh! Future awaits you in magnificent Mavens. 20 cards and 70 sleeves per box. Each box sold separately.
The most important part of these YCS tournaments are you, the players. So we took to the hall to ask some of our YCS Dortmund duelists some very important questions. So how far did you have to travel to come here today?
We come from Saint-Etienne, so we traveled about 10 hours. So we're a bit tired this evening, but that's okay. That was we came by car, and so that's okay.
I'm from Eastern Germany. We traveled like 4 hours to come here. Four, like this. Yeah.
Like 80 kilometers. It's half an hour with a train.
3.5 hours.
Where did you come from?
Luxembourg.
Actually, it's quite funny. I live in Bochum. It's a close town from here. It took me only 15 minutes to travel here. Yeah, I'm from Italy originally.
What deck do you think is going to top the event this weekend?
I think everybody expects Thierry Chizu to be the most representative deck for this event, of course.
I hope a lot of Floranderi's decks tops, because there are a lot of people in our locals that play the deck, and I think also Ishizu Tier will top a lot. Yeah.
I personally hope Mermail, because I really like that match, and I like the cards. But I think Ishizu Tier have quite a relevant spot today.
I'm pretty sure it's Ishizu Tier, but I hope for a surprise.
Probably the Tier Ishizu, which is the obvious choice.
What would you like to see, Tom?
Mermail, but that's not going to happen.
What decks are you afraid of coming up against this weekend?
No one. I'm just here to have fun, so I'm not afraid. I just want to have fun, and that's it.
I stopped playing till the COVID time was, and I really hope I don't face any decks that were released in the COVID time, because I need to read every card that was there. And I'm really sad that I must read every card I really don't like to read. Yeah.
I think there's only one deck in this current format, and it's Ishizu Tier, so I think everyone else agrees me on that.
So Ishizu Tier is another really strong deck, but also Flander or Flu is pretty scary, because you either lose or win. So there's nothing in between.
Oh, the Mind decks. And Flounder maybe. But I think I got that covered, so we'll see.
What is your favorite card in Yu-Gi-Oh?
Today I think it's Mystic Mind, because I love when people become salty.
I think it's totally awesome. I really enjoy the decks you can play with the card, like Paleozoic or now the Sprite deck. I really like the card.
I personally think Mermail Abyss Megalo, because it's my favorite card. I started playing with it when I was smaller, and yeah.
Penguin Soldier.
Why?
Because it's a penguin.
And finally, what is your favorite memory from your time playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
Training with Pierre and his family. It's my favorite moments about Yu-Gi-Oh story.
I remember when I was a kid on the beach, and we used to play with our cards in the sand, and we just buried the cards under the sand to hide them from each other. So sometimes when you come back in the evening, you pick up the card and you have a free card, you know.
Well, that's from 2017, I think. I was at the Nationals in Germany, and I dropped X3, but I managed to get top 8 at the Mega Regional.
Basically, every time I go to an event where I see all my friends, it's a really good time, so I think every time I travel.
I think a memory that is this weekend. One of my friends can't come over, so we made a special choice. We make a pillow of him, and to greet all the people, we want to take photos over the whole weekend to make photos with him and the pillow. That it's like you were there. There's a proof. There's a lot of pictures with you, and that's why we made the pillow.
That's very sweet. So he's here with you in spirit.
Yeah, he's here in my heart. Yeah.
Welcome back. This is round 5 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, live from Dortmund here in 2022. So we've had 4 very exciting rounds, so we now move on to our 5th, because that's how numbers work. So on my right, I have Multi Imdahl, and on my left, I have Eugen Haidt, European champion in 2014, the Austrian champion in 2018, and topped countless other YCS events. So this should be a very exciting game to see what happens here. So guys, when you're finished shuffling, could I ask you to do a high roll on the dice? We're going to see who's going to be going first. Who wants to roll first? Eugen's going to go first. That's a 5. And then Multi. Okay, that's 11. Who's going to go first? Multi's going to go first, right. So I'm going to hand you over to our wonderful German commentary team. Leonard, Sebastian, take it away for the commentary for round 5.
Thank you, Ed. Very flattering. Of course, we are here back, hyped for round number 5. Eugen Haidt, a big name in the community.
Oh, yes.
What an amazing player. Multi Imdahl, also known locally, might step up to be
and also
known regionally.
Eugen Haidt, such a humble guy. Yeah. When Ed mentioned that he was a European champion before, he was like, oh, why do we have to mention that?
I know I won Euros and Nationals. It's
really
okay.
He's a really good player. And on top of that, we got an absolute no-brainer feature match with him because he approached us telling us, do you know what I'm playing today? I'm actually bringing Madolche. And then we realized, wait, Madolche? Actually, they work perfectly well together with the new Ishizu cards and with the new Vernisil cards as well.
So this deck is actually a contender now. So why don't we just go over to the match and see what he's bringing to the table?
And here we have them. And we've heard it's Malte Imdahl and Eugen Heid. Don't get irritated by the names. They're going to get fixed quite quickly, I would say. And we saw that Malte won the die roll, and he's on the Bestial Tielemans stack.
If
And
I was
also,
Malte, I
of
would make
course-
that my profile picture. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, yeah, it's not too bad to be mistaken with Dinkabui for sure. But yeah, he's playing a quite reasonably big package of the Shizu cards.
Yeah.
But he only really maxed out on the shufflers, and he definitely cut down on the millers quite a bit. He's only running 1 Kelbeck and a total of 0 Agitos, but he's already starting to discard one of the Kel-Dos, which he's maxing out on, by activating the effect of Shiren, and he hit a Merly in the process. And I think
a crime, and that is actually not a good hit. And wow, immediate Druid's Wurm activated to banish the Merly from the GY.
Yep, it's not only about Earth monsters in Eugen's Madolche deck. He's bringing a couple of Dark monsters. The Bestial's really making his Tielemans matchup even better. And look, Malte is shaking his head. I'm afraid there's not coming much more, but there is Pearl Rhino.
There is Pearl Rhino, and Pearl Rhino could eventually pop the Druid's Worm. However, Druid's Worm can then send a special summoned monster, which could be Shiren, not the one you necessarily want to send, to be honest.
Absolutely not, no. And Eugen is playing quite a few really strong going second cards, because he's not only bringing the Bestials, which are really good versus the matchup he's just facing, Ishizu Tielemans, but he's also bringing in cards such as Herald of Orange Light, which in this deck is even better, because you played Herald of the Orange Light in Madolche before, because we're all fairies, and now you can even add some Ishizu cards, and you have so many cards you could discard with Orange Light. Basically, every monster works well together with the Orange Light, besides the Bestials, of course.
It's a deck full of dragons and fairies. This is really cool, actually. So,
absolutely.
Let me show you some of my favorite fairy artworks, because we are about to see them very soon.
Yeah, but let's focus on what Malte is doing. First of all, he's going to send Hafnis to the graveyard with the Rhino Heart, and he uses that Hafnis and the Shiren on board to go into Kid Colors, and Kid Colors is about to resolve its effect, apparently. Yeah, he gets to resolve it here. And Malte is calmly going through his deck. I think Malte can handle the pressure of this feature match. Eugen, we know, he's very, very much known to the feature match area. It's no big pressure for him. He even approached us saying, hey, I play Madolche, I should probably be featured at some point. Yeah, he was very direct about it. He was like, please bring me on. And we were happy to have him here. And then on the other end, Malte now resolving the effect of Kid Colors.
Actually, in our third match of our little cup that we are having, I'm doing a tribute gesture to one of Eugene Hyde's featured matches, and those who know will know.
Sure, and look,
and this time I read Ravine, by the way.
This is an interesting trend that I've seen beginning from this event by looking through a couple of deck lists of the players. A lot of the Ishizu Tielemans players have started to pick back up the Ghost Bell. That card fall out of popularity quite a bit. Yeah, but a bunch of players are actually bringing Ghost Bell, and I do kind of understand why, because of course you could use it on Tielemans effects in the graveyard, that's nice, but you could also use it to prevent Bestials from banishing your own Tieleman cards, and I think that's even more handy in this matchup.
Ghost Bell has kind of, instead of being an interruptive hand trap, become a protective one. Because we have seen also in MathMech, one of my favorite decks, that you'd want to protect your trap card from DD Crow or Called by the Grave.
Absolutely.
And this is the case here again, I think.
Yeah, totally. So it is kind of a Called by the Grave, right? So it looks like Ghost Bell is a... and it could also negate Called by the Grave, by the way. Yeah. So Ghost Bell really fits all...
Oh, we are detaching Elf instead of Merly.
We are detaching Elf indeed.
I think that Malte is going to go for... Okay,
yeah,
so he's
playing one Jet, one Smashers. That's the full package he's running for the Sprite cards. And of course, the Gigantic in the extra deck. And we don't even have to talk about him playing the Sprite Elf as well.
Is he playing double Elf, though?
Let me check. I have his list right here.
Should be, right?
And he is playing one Gigantic, of course, only. And he's only playing one Elf as well. And then one Sprite Sprint, of course. So there's 3 Sprite extra deck cards in his Tielemans deck here. And now he gets to summon out this Jet. He actually searched for the Smashers already. And look, he's already using the Caldo now preemptively in his own turn to actually get the Crime back to into his own deck. What do you think the chances are that Malte knows what he's facing here? Do you think he's aware that Eugen may be playing Madolce? Because it's always tough when you're a big name, everybody knows you, and you're going into that kind of a tournament. People will start to realize when you are playing a very, very interesting deck.
Oh, he shuffled back the elf. Okay, now I get it.
He did
that makes a lot of sense. You can actually cut on spaces in the extra deck.
Yeah, I like that a lot, to be honest. I like that a lot. So maybe he knows that he's facing that matchup. And the end board is like, for an Ishizu tier deck, it's not that impressive. We see Elf, we see Rulkalos, and I really want to see some Earth Fairies now on the side of Eugen, to be honest.
Yeah, if you think that you don't need Abyss Dweller, then it's fine to just end on this board, set one card, and maybe hope for the best, actually. But he never got rid of the Druiswurm.
That will be an instant threat now in Eugen's turn then.
Yeah.
Because as soon as he links it away or does something with it, he will be able to do something with it. And look, he's starting it off with the Vernisylph engine. Malte has to read it. And all the Vernisylphs basically do the same. They discard themselves and they have to discard one more Vernisylph card or any monster. And then they will resolve their second effect. And he starts it all off with one of the Vernisylphs. He's only playing one of Vernisylph of the Awakening Forest, as you can see on the screen.
And he has the one of which mostly means, as when the cards are not limited, that you don't want to necessarily draw it, but you would rather want to have your 3-offs, which are...
Yep.
I call them duckies and, and the fairy.
Yeah, and I mean, I forgot one crucial part about it. They all do the same in discarding itself and another one, but they also all reborn one afterwards. So he gets 2 monsters in the graveyard now, but he discarded one of the Angelis, and as we said, there's so much synergy in this deck. The Ishizu pods work with the Vernisylphs, the Madolce cards work together with the Vernisylphs, and as you can see that right now, he discarded Angeli, and he will be able to special summon Angeli right back after that.
And Angeli is a power card.
It absolutely is.
But first of all, the Vernisylph of the Awakening Forest has to resolve. I think it's mill one from the deck. Yes. And I mean, okay, so Caldo is being activated already, targeting the Angeli. It makes sense because
yeah, but you know what
he can mill one now.
Yes, true. And you know what's kind of annoying? Eugen, by resolving his Vernisylphs now, is actually locking himself into only resolving Earth effects. So that Druiswurm he has on board is actually not going to be able to use its Scent effect this turn if it gets away from the board this turn.
That is indeed true. So now we are sitting here, and now the Awakening Forest mills, right? Should be. It should mill.
Let me double check. So you, of course, special summoning from the graveyard.
And it can just special summon itself. And he gets the Caldo into the GY, so he immediately has an interrupt. This is really strong.
Oh, look, he doesn't even special summon out the Angeli. He wants to special summon
Angeli
out
was shuffled back.
The Awakening Forest. Oh yeah, makes sense, of course. Oh,
and we're going for a Link 2. Which one could that be? Dark.
It will be Dark. That is one of the most popular Link monsters in every extra deck. Even if you do not play Dark monsters yourself, you will sometimes have a way into getting Dark monsters from your opponent, and then Dark is definitely
And he cannot send the Roll Colors.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking. Also, maybe he doesn't realize, and then Dark is not that good anymore because he can also not use the effect of Dark on the field. So he gets rid of the 2 monsters on board. He cannot trigger the Druiswurm. He cannot use the effect of Dark on board. So maybe Eugen Heid here actually forgot about the restriction that Vernisylph cards bring with them.
And now Malte is reading the Roll Colors as well. Roll Color is going to be able to negate the effect of a card that special summons a monster. But we also have the Elf effect open to special summon Merly.
Yeah, it looks like Malte's kind of small setup is still going to provide him quite a bit here. And let's not forget about Sprite Smashes still being set there in his back row.
That's true, but we also do not want to forget about the Caldo and the GY of Eugen.
That is indeed true, yeah. And now we go with Madolce Zalon being activated on the side of Eugen. And Malte once again picking it up. And that just gives you another additional normal summon for Madolce monsters. He hasn't even used his regular normal summon yet, but he still wants to have another one. And of course, if another Medolce card you control on your graveyard is added to your hand or shuffled into your deck, you can set one Medolce spell trap card directly from your deck. So, as we know, that's happening quite a bit, and actually quite funnily, that would have triggered on the Medolce Angelique shuffle back, I'm quite sure. So maybe he should have started things off with that, and then he could have already got the trap set.
Would have been neat.
Yeah, for sure. So, he's considering his options. And is that the hand of Eugen? It looks really big. There are a lot of cards.
It's the GY, actually, of Malte.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, there is no GY on Malte's side, so definitely is the GY of Malte. Both of them are running a couple of Ishizu cards. On Eugen's side, it's not that many, though. When we look through his list, he's playing double Caldo and only one Mudora, and that's already it. Not playing any of the mill cards. And we see he's milling one... Oh, no, okay. I thought that's his graveyard again, but no, it is Malte's graveyard. And I think we're resolving Caldo, trying to shuffle back the Mudora here. And also 2 level 2s, which could potentially get reborn by the Elf.
Yeah, this might be a chain to the activation of Elf.
That could also very well be the case for real, yeah. But now we are chaining our Mudora. But to be fair, there's not that much stuff you would actually want to shuffle back here. You probably are actually going to reset some resources on your side.
But you really do not want to reset your Druid's Worm,
That's
right?
what I was thinking. I mean, okay, it is live right now because there's a Druid's Worm in his opponent's graveyard.
But I mean, still, the card's not that strong.
Absolutely not, no. He's considering his options. Eugen sitting there waiting for him. He's certainly going to put back the Vernosilv. Oh, and now he's also chaining the Smashers right now.
Yeah, I mean, he basically wants to get rid of the Salon. But now this looks like all of the...
Oh, he's banishing the
Smashers.
Elf.
Elf, yeah. Which one should be banished, no?
But it's so tough for Eugen that he actually has that dog that is useless right there on the board. He cannot use the effect of dog, and that's so crucial here in this situation. I don't know whether he will be able to actually go into something with it, because his link package in his deck is quite small, and he's much rather focusing on Exceed monsters, as Medolces usually do.
I think he probably just wanted to get rid of the Roll Claws anyways. But I mean, this one sticked.
Yep. That Druid's Worm effect wasn't able to resolve.
Will Malte think of it? He can now use Pelourinho to pop the Dark. Dark will not get the effect, because Merli was shuffled back into the deck.
Yep, doesn't look like it though. Doesn't look like we're resolving that. Nope.
Okay, fine, cool.
But we gotta say, it's much easier to follow that here in the commentary booth than live.
Oh no, he's actually going for it.
Look at it, look at it. He has not forgotten. He doesn't forget. Malte is so far playing this smoothly.
I wouldn't even have been mad at him, because it's easy to forget cards if you don't know the effects of half your opponent's
deck. And that's it for Eugen. Wow. He is passing on an empty board and is back on Malte again.
So Malte has to show something now, because otherwise he will still just be able to attack with roll calls and then pass. I mean, he has not generated any follow-up, and he's going for the Druid's Worm.
Do you think he top-decked into the Druid's Worm, he just shuffled back for himself? That would be
hilarious.
Quite hilarious, for sure. So that's quite a bit of damage already.
Oh,
and look, he has Magna Mood now as well.
This one actually goes through. Because, and now he can go for a Beatrice or the Wallow. I think he's only playing Wallow, right?
Let me double check his list.
One of my favorite cards from
Malte Imdal is on rank 6, rank 6, rank 6. I can't even find any of them. Oh, he's on Beatrice. I found Beatrice, and while we think about
Eugene
that,
is playing Wallow.
Eugen has actually scooped it up. 1-0 for Malte Imdal here in our round 5 featured match. So maybe the champion again gets his loss here in the featured match area, because we had that early on as well, where the big player actually managed to get defeated quite quickly with Typhoon Bayraktar.
Just Chris LeBlanc chilling here, winning all the games. Yeah. But our champions seem to play some kind of roguish decks at the moment. I mean, maybe this wasn't the key to victory, and Chris LeBlanc just went for Tirishizu, which seems to be a good deck for this tournament.
Looks like it. Also, we can mention that Chris LeBlanc's list and the list of Malte Imdal actually have some similarities, because not a whole lot...
They both play Telement cards.
Wow. Great point. Thank you very much for bringing that up.
No problem. I'm always here for you, pal.
But also, they both play a small sprite engine. The engine of Malte Imdahl is even smaller than the one from Chris LeBlanc because he's only on Smashers and Jet.
Yeah.
But still, not a whole lot of players have actually decided to do that. So it's quite interesting to see that both of them are actually quite successful with their lists so far.
I mean, this engine got it was played before, but it got so much better with Caldo and Modora, because if you mill your Smashes, you can actually just shuffle it back into the deck, and this is really good.
Yeah, we saw that. He just, in his first turn, used one of his shufflers to actually get the Crime in that case back to his deck. It's just the resource game in general. It's a great interruption to stop your opponent from playing. It's not that relevant though versus Madolce, so you can actually much rather use it as resource fodder for your own deck, which is fantastic. Absolutely great. Let's look into the side decks a little bit though. Malte Imdahl will be facing a going second scenario here most likely, and he's prepared for that, let me say that, because we see there's Dark Ruler on the Morse, and Dark Ruler actually wasn't that popular anymore lately, because it wasn't that much about big negate boards, and we have the Ishizu cards being in the graveyard, it's much more about that, and Dark Ruler doesn't do anything versus that, so it was kind of rough with those, but
I mean,
he still
we
went with
haven't
them.
even seen what board the Madolce deck can put up. Maybe it is a big board that can negate a lot of stuff. We've also seen the card in LeBlanc's sideboard, I think.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Maybe they're
I was surprised about that. I mean, it's always shifting around, like kind of triangle-ish. One event, people are putting up big boards because Dark Ruler no more has fallen out of favor, and then in the next event, everyone is playing Dark Ruler again, so the good players play around that, or the
you always got to stay
players.
ahead of the curve, right? You got to be so quickly in adjusting.
But you can't be 2 steps ahead of the curve.
That would be outplaying yourself then,
Yeah.
Because last week we just had YCS Pasadena, and this event, of course, has a lot of influence from that event because people were just seeing what happened there and was 1 week ago, so it's a little bit of recently biased, of course. They saw what was good there, so they assumed it's going to be good here. And very, very smart players, as we just have in our feature match area right now, of course, try to already make assumptions based on the assumptions others are making. And let's see what kind of assumptions we have here in Game 2. Players are ready, so let's get back over to the table. And as you were saying, we did not see a board from Eugen yet, but it is on him now to actually produce a board because he will be going first here. Let's hope there's something coming out of this. Let's hope we're actually going to see maybe Glass Soufflé or Pudding Sass being on the end board for Eugen Hyde.
Yeah. Petting Cesar is one of the best starters that the deck has. It's basically just a special summon and then an add. I think he's also running triple copies of this. Yes.
No, he's only running... Oh no, it's one Pudding Sass, but triple Petting Cesar. You're absolutely right about
this
that.
This deck is a literal treat.
Yep, a lot of treats. How many treats does Eugen get here, though? He has to really consider his options. It can't be that easy, and again he starts off with the one-off.
And this time he starts versus a Telement deck with a Modora in the GY. Modora also one-off in his list, by the way.
Yep, he starts with 2 one-offs, Venusil of the Awakening Forest and the Modora. And wow, we have the Gamma being chained by Malte Imdahl. And for a second I thought that driver is coming from his hand, but he's shuffling his deck, so I assume it came from the deck. And that could be an early stoppage here for Eugen. We gotta see whether he can recover from that.
Maybe he had the driver
Gamma
in hand and special summoned the Gamma.
I don't think so, my friend. But look, he has another Vernusylph. We can go on Vernusylph of the Misting Seedlings, discarding Angeli, and now this time he even has a really good card to Reborn now all of a sudden with the effect of Vernusylph of the Misting Seedlings.
And Misting Seedlings, exactly, also searches a card from the deck to the hand.
Yeah. And contrarian to Vernusylph of the Flourishing Hills, the Mistling Seedlings, very new from Darkwing Glass, by the way, can actually search you any Earth Fairy. So you could search out a Caldo if you like. You could search out any of the Madolce level 4 monsters, and you could do so many different things. And there is a Hoot Cake hitting the board already.
I'm gonna get this one up for you guys.
Madolce Hoot Cake. And Malte maybe a little bit of, I will just throw the Gamma on the first thing I see and then pray it's enough, but Eugen looks like he's very happily still going for a big play here.
I mean, it was a +1, right?
In the end it was, yeah. You always take those +1 trades, I will agree with you. It seems like a pretty good activation indeed, for the Gamma. But maybe Eugen also wanted that. He was like, hey, I'm going to give you an option. You can go +1 right here. You rather do it, and then I have my stuff that I really want to resolve afterwards. Because, honestly, he didn't discard the Angeli at first, so I kind of think that was the case. So we resolved the Hood Cake. We have now special summoned out the Madolche Exceed Monster, the Madolche Teacher Glass Soufflé, and we're instantly putting another Exceed Monster on top of it. We have the Madolche Pudding Says Chocolat à la Mode. There she is. 2,500 attack points. Pure power.
That is true, and it has Pudding Says as material.
It does. And we are using the effect. Oh no, I think he's just explaining, yes, we have Pudding Says as material. So that was just confirmed to his opponent.
Oh, and Jelly is being shuffled back into the deck. Petting Sister is, or Pudding Says, and Jelly.
What do you try?
Well, he can just special summon monsters now. He can special summon Messenger Gelato and search for the Chateau. This is where we're going for.
That's how it is. Messenger Gelato bringing the bad news for Malte Imdalje in that case. And Malte sits there with only 4 cards in hand now. Maybe not even sure what's happening there, because he hasn't seen those Madolche cards for a while. But Eugen brought them here to the tournament.
I mean, Malte is kind of young, so he might have never seen them before. I mean, that is bold to assume, but now...
I mean, to be fair, Eugen Heid won the European Championship a long time ago, so a lot of us actually haven't even been playing back then.
Yeah.
Both of us have been, but
been a
lot of
fan
our
of
viewers, of course, haven't. But now you see him here, still going strong in 2022.
Chocolat à la Mode is again going to special summon a monster from the deck to the field.
Yeah, but it's great because those Madolche cards actually got reprinted quite a lot over time, because we had multiple OTS pack reprints, and also Ghost from the Past actually got us a lot of cool Madolche reprints.
Ooh, and that's Butler Rusk, I think.
Yep, and that's a card Eugen actually sides in. He has decided to side deck one Madolche Butler Rusk, which is coming onto the field right here, right now.
And this one adds a field spell card to the hand when it gets summoned, so I think that he can just add a Necro Valley or something.
Yes, that's what he's also siding. He's siding Necro Valley and Butler Rusk. So that's his side decking plan for the Telemans matchup, I would assume. And luckily, he sits across one Telemans player right here, right now.
What a coincidence.
Yes, what a coincidence. Who could have foreseen that? Oh, and he's not done yet. Another Vernusylph effect.
Oh, it's the ferry this time.
This time it's Flourishing Hills. Yeah, they're all ferries. But Flourishing Hills, and this is searching for one Vernusylph. And then, of course, again, special summoning back from the graveyard, as they all do.
You guys see what I mean with the ferry.
Yeah, absolutely. And we search for another Misting Seedlings right here. And we're specialing back the Angeli.
I think Angeli has been used this time already. This turn.
I'm pretty sure as well. But it is fodder for a rank 4 Exceed Summon if you want to. That could be an easy Dweller now as well. That's really good. Dweller, Baguska is all the options, but Baguska usually more of an option versus Sprite and Floander stacks, and Abyss Dweller being the obvious choice versus the Telemans deck. But has he searched for Necro Valley? I didn't see him pick up Necro Valley yet. Maybe Hard Druid, maybe he doesn't even play it, because there is a field spell now on the field, but it is the theme internal Madolche Chateau being up there.
He's going for another Glass Soufflé.
Yep. Making itself unaffected, and now shuffling back. But I mean, so far, it's only the Madolche monsters on the board, which is not... Okay, okay, now we're searching again. Butler Rusk now probably going to search out the Necro Valley we were thinking about, and here we have it. Necro Valley, such a strong weapon versus the Telemans
And Malte is laughing.
He's nodding.
He was wondering, what is this going to end in? And now he knows. Of course, it's got to be the Necro Valley card that absolutely shuts down the entire deck. However, he has probably sided in Lightning Storm, and I don't think there's a way for Eugen to prevent him from Lightning Storming away this Necro Valley.
Yeah, but did you see in his hand? He has to first of all draw it.
I trust in Malte. He can absolutely do this. So we are looking at Sistart again.
Yep, he's double checking. And I think Malte wouldn't waste any time here when he wouldn't have an answer to the Necro Valley. If he has no answer, he's probably just going to go into game 3. So I am also, as you are, quite optimistic for him that he has an answer to it.
Does he play any other answers to it?
Let me check. You talked about the Lightning Storms coming in from the side deck. But besides that, I mean, maybe with Perler Rhino, I mean, no, Perler Rhino can't even really trigger when there's Necro Valley on the board. So it's really only those, I mean, Sprite Smashes is another one. He could get to Sprite Smashes at some point. That actually does work. But wait, can you even activate it? You would have to banish from hand, right?
Oh, I thought he was going to add Mystic Mine with the Terraform.
Oh, that would have been quite decent here, honestly.
I think that Sprite Smashers can banish from hand as cost.
Yeah, it can. But on the other hand, you only run Jet and Smashers, so it would be quite hard to pull that off. Yeah, for sure. That would be quite a hard task. So Perler Rhino is up there now. Both of them having a field spell. And Perler Rhino probably being the most popular field spell in the whole tournament. But right now it seems unequally matched right there, because that Necro Valley is really doing a whole lot more for for Eugen than his Perler Rhino is doing for Malte.
That is true. And now, did he already search something? Because I couldn't really see what. No.
I think... Yeah, okay. He's confirming we searched the Rhino Heart.
Good card.
It is indeed.
Not solving his problems right here, gotta be honest.
He still keeps on going. He's still... So, Lightning Storm now out of the question. There's not going to be a Lightning Storm anymore.
Oh, yeah, he wants to go for a Zeus line.
Oh, that's... Honestly, yeah, we didn't even consider that, but that's a pretty easy way to actually clear the whole board.
Yeah, you just go for Baguska and then attack. And then you have the Zeus line. Perfect. It's
Seems
as
like
easy
a
as 1, 2, 3.
Really, really good plan. And that's probably what Malte is thinking here. That line is really obvious, but Eugen has to be aware of that. That can't be the first time he gets faced with a Zeus, so there has to be a backup plan in some way. And yep, Malte does exactly what you were talking about. He goes for the rank 4. He goes for Dweller. I mean, at the end of the day...
absolutely useless versus Madolcha. I don't think that any card really does something against Dweller except for Caldo. Oh, it would be actually really strong here, to be honest, to activate it first of all, and then basically shut down the Modora or Caldo and the opponent's GY.
You know what I would have liked?
Before going to Zeus?
Maybe just go for the Rhino Heart and then go Battle Phase, because there's an Exceed monster in defense position on the side of Eugen, so you could have actually gotten a scenario where you have an Exceed monster battling without even summoning one yourself. So maybe that would have been the way. But he went for his own Dweller.
That worse than... because now he can actually deal damage, right? No. Okay, I thought he could go walk over Battle Rust.
And now there's Zeus, and is there an answer? Because, of course, Eugen is chaining the Glass Souffle effect. So he can make one of his Madolche monsters unaffected. But that doesn't make the Necro Valley unaffected, so...
And this is really the card that Malte wants to get rid of.
Yeah, I think this is working out for Malte.
Also, he cannot use the effect to shuffle something because Necro Valley is on the field.
Yep, indeed. This looks like it could very, very, very well work out for Malte. And I mean, we were already going like, does he have another option than Lightning Storm? Not really. And then by seeing him summon another level 4 monster, we were like, Zeus could be a really good line. And now we are actually in the process of resolving Zeus, and Necro Valley is leaving the board, making play for Malte a lot more comfortable. But what does he have in his hand to now follow this Zeus up?
And now it is the last sweet standing for Eugene. Chocolate a la mod against the world. There is Zeus. Caldo is being activated, probably going to deal with the Mudora instantly. And also shuffling back some resources.
We're targeting the Mudora.
We're not going to shuffle back the Necro Valley, 100%, I'm convinced.
I'm pretty convinced too. And we're most likely going to see Eugen also going to chain his Mudora here, but there's no real good target. I mean, he himself can actually get the Necro Valley back into rotation, but let's just... he would also have to go after the Butler Rusk, so he would have the option available again. So I could really see that here, going after Butler Rusk and Necro Valley to have that option again for the next turn to put Malte once more under the Necro Valley. Oh, but he's looking... Okay, that was
What
his
other
hand.
cards is Eugen playing in the deck that can protect you from a Zeus, actually? Or Lightning Storm?
Yeah, I would have thought that against Zeus, it's actually going to be the Orange Light. I would have thought maybe there's an Orange Light in his hand to just protect all of that. But besides that, not really.
Is he running Knights? Orange Light, yeah. Promenade.
But he's not running Knights, no.
I think Promenade bounces
And look,
something, right?
exactly what I thought. He goes after Butler Rusk and Necro Valley, wants to have that option back in his deck. So he could pull up the same combo again that he did in turn 1 to put his opponent once more under the restrictions of Necro Valley. One of the most powerful field spell cards there are.
And now he used the Chocolate a la Mode to special summon out the Petting Sister to get some follow-up for the next turn. I mean, it bought him a turn, right? Necro Valley just made Malte use his battle phase. He took 300 damage, and for next turn he can now get some more resources and set up.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe that's just how Eugen wins those games. He gets one turn, it's fine, and then afterwards he just goes for the OTK in the turn after, because that is what Madolce was originally. This deck sometimes was even a going second deck because you could actually end games in one turn so easily. So I think Eugen, contrarian to, for example, Exorcisters that we saw earlier, would be very much able to end games quickly. So I could see that here. Oh, but there's instant fusion on the side of Malte.
Malte having the instant fusion, going to summon out a Kid Colossus for free, looking into the camera and smiling.
That is really one of the cards that makes him get the gas going again here. I think, was it only 2 cards left in hand and one of them being instant fusion after already normal summoning? That is really one of the best cards you could have there.
And he has not used a single name. He also knows that his opponent is not on tier element cards, so he can basically freely go for a Kalbeck or a Guido effect if he wants to. I think he's only running 1 Kalbeck and that one is already in the GY, so scratch that. But I mean, milling 8 is going to do a lot.
Indeed, indeed. So, Malte considering it. What are we going to see here? How big is his combo going to look like?
Kid Colossus targeting itself. Merly in attack position. An angry
the
Merly.
Classic Mill 8 coming up here. Free for the Merly. That's already Rhinoheart and Merly. There's another Rhinoheart.
Scream is really, really good. And Hafnis is the last card, the second name in this Mill 8. He is going to activate Merly, Hafnis and Scream. There is no interruption in the GY of Eugen, and he's just now free to pop off.
And look how happy Malte looks. He really, he came up with that. He figured out that the Zeus line is most certainly the way to go here, and he actually profits heavily off of it.
Yeah. Maybe he also has a Chiron in hand, so he can re-summon the Rhinoheart, so he can build an even bigger chain link. But for now, we are going to see that he's going to search Salik with Scream, because most likely he is going to, or he had sided out the Crime.
Yeah, that's what you usually
He also
do
has
second.
2 cards in hand, by the way. Oh, he searched for Crime.
Okay.
Never mind, I stand corrected.
So, let's see how that chain...
I mean, he probably had to
develops.
side out all the Bestials. There were probably no more cards that he wanted to side out.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing a big Bestial package, and in general, that is a trend here in this tournament. People are really focusing on the Bestials. Those cards from Darkwing Blast, almost everybody runs them in the main deck, absolutely. And he's playing triple Druisworm, double Magnamoot, and 1 Saronir. So one more of the team Druisworm over Magnamoot, because you don't want to give your opponent the chance to reborn your Magnamoots, and therefore he's on triple Druisworm and only double Magnamoot.
I mean, it just makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. So we are still resolving the chain here. And it looks like there's an Hafnis being... Oh yeah, we're triggering the Hafnis. We milled as our 8th card there. And we're going to
like
shuffle back.
Walkaround, probably.
Yeah, there's no more... Oh, he goes for Dragostapelia.
Okay. I mean, this makes sense, you know? There are already monsters on board that you want to basically negate, and Dragostapelia can actually have multiple monsters negated at the same time. I mean, you can only use the effect to put a Predator counter once per turn, but the counters stick to the monsters. So if you negate the Hoot Cake now, it won't be able to resolve next turn.
Yeah, that's really cool. He can actually go after 2 monsters instead of 1. So definitely a heads-up play there by him. And he's still not done. After that mill 8, he had a bunch of stuff to do, and he now looks through his extra deck. He could actually just link away... Oh, we're going for kit colors again here. Interesting.
Very interesting. I wonder what that is all about. Maybe he wants to desperately go into another Walkaround, but... okay.
This looks like we're going for...
Going to Sprint? No, Dark.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's Elf. It's Elf. Yeah, of course it is Elf.
Oh, he milled Jet.
Oh, you're so right. He did mill Sprite Jet, so his little package is actually alive, so he can special out the Sprite Jet with Elf to get the smashers from his deck. So he now has Dragostapelia on board, which is an interruption. He has smashers on board, which is another interruption. And he has Sprite Elf, which will be able to special summon back the Merly from his graveyard as well. So going second through a Necro Valley, Malte Imdahl actually put up a fantastic board here.
And now we are going, of course, for the gigantic Sprite.
Oh, he's checking. Is there gigantic in there already? But of course it's not. We would have noticed, right? We would have noticed if we would have been locked into only rank and link 2s.
And he, of course, now detaches Elf again. I criticized it earlier, but it just makes sense because you want to shuffle it back.
Yes, indeed it does. So, Malte, again, he still has that Caldo in his graveyard. And look, instantly putting the Sprite Elf back to the extra deck. He also wants to recycle the Zeus, just in case Eugen gets a chance to set up Necro Valley again. He wants to have that option once more. And he's going after 1 card from Eugen's graveyard as well, maybe?
At this point, I'm kind of confused about the Elf shuffle back if he goes into Elf again right here, because what does it do now? Like, why did he go into the route? Like, did that accomplish anything? I mean,
you mean the Gigantic, right? Yeah, Gigantic didn't really do too much here.
No, he just
I mean,
he
probably... Was it the second one? That's a question.
Yeah, it was the second
one. I mean, then I really don't get it either, but... He is, first of all, negating the Hood Cake, I think, with the Dragostapelia, as you were talking about earlier. Also, he searched Crime in between, so it's not just the board I was talking about, it's Crime on top of all of that. So this is really a fantastic end board. But I think...
Keep in mind, it looks like he has no cards
That's
in hand,
what
right?
I was about to say, indeed. So Crime, not live just yet, but we know there are a couple of ways to get cards into your hand in the tier elements deck, even on your opponent's turn.
So there are a lot of ways for everything in the opponent's turn in tier elements.
Indeed, indeed. So Eugen draws for turn, not looking too comfortable anymore. He looked happier when he had Necro Valley on board, not gonna lie. But is there a way he can figure this out?
Gigantic Sprite patiently waiting the graveyard of Malte, waiting to be shuffled back and being summoned again. You can actually recycle the Smashes engine every single turn if you want. It is absolute. Not every single turn. You have to banish something for cost, but
it almost feels like it's free. But Eugen, what is his way to deal with that now? I mean, he could always just instantly go into something such as Baguska, I think, because that could potentially buy him time. On the other hand, there's Sprite Smashes set, so that wouldn't be a very long time he gets there.
That's true. Okay, so Elf is being activated. I think Eugen threatened to go to the battle phase already.
Yep.
That's why he put his monsters in attack position as well. And now Merly is going to be activated. Merly is hitting 3 cards that we cannot determine. I think the first one might have been Rhinoheart.
Yes, Rhinoheart and both shufflers. And I honestly love that.
There is a card in hand, though, for Malte.
Oh, you're right, there is. I honestly love that from Eugen. I think that's what maybe everybody should do. When there's a Sprite Elf on your opponent's side of the field and you have monsters on board, just announce battle phase and he will most likely respond with Sprite Elf. So you already get one of the interruptions from your opponent out And then you can still stay in main phase 1 because your opponent did something when you announced that you want to enter battle phase. And therefore you can just keep on playing now, as he does. He normal summons Jelly. Very well done by Eugen.
And he cannot use the Prio, so because it doesn't exist anymore, so he can actually use Dragostapelia to negate it.
Yep, and Malte is thinking about it. Maybe he's going for it. I mean, it's so strong what Malte has set up there going second through that board, right? There's still Crime, there's still Smashers, there's the Dragostapelia. This is just really, really strong stuff. And it is a really good showcase of how good the Ishizu Telemans deck is.
So we are going for the rank 4. Is this going to be the Babushka? No, it's Queen Tiara Misu, and this is the OG boss monster of Madolche.
Absolutely. The Queen herself is being summoned, and this is pretty cool because it can actually shuffle back 2 cards on the field. But you need to, the thing is, you need to shuffle back Madolche cards from your graveyard for that, right? So maybe there would be a way for Malte to deny that. Let me double check on the effect.
Necro Valley.
What do you mean?
You could activate Necro Valley and then you can't use Tiara Misu.
Okay, yeah, sure, fair enough. Yeah, but the thing is, he has to shuffle back 2 monsters, so you could just respond with one of the shufflers. You could respond with Kaldor or something, and I think Tiramisu is not going to resolve afterwards. So that would be a pretty easy way to deal with it, but Malte thought otherwise, and he just used the effect of Dragostapelia on the Tiramisu.
Fair enough.
Absolutely.
Use it while you can.
And now, maybe Eugen also wants to go for Zeus at some point. The thing with Zeus is, though, that is one that is 100% getting crimed, right? Yeah. There's a small chance still that Malte does not have a Telemans card or a monster card in general in his hand.
I mean, he can just attack over the Kid Colossus and the Merly, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. And then there's no Teleman monster on the board anymore. But first of all, we go for the second Chocolat à la Motte.
The Madolche pudding cess.
There she is. Right next to each other, they're sitting there now. One is no materials left, but the other one does have 2.
Did he use any effects that lock him out of monsters like Zeus or lock him into Madolche cards?
I don't believe so, honestly.
Because this sounds like a convenient way to win this game, to just basically, okay, adding back Chateau now. Or targeting Chateau, maybe shuffling back Chateau.
That could definitely be the case. But one thing that Eugen has to keep in mind is that the clock also is not really in his favor anymore. 3 minutes and 28 seconds left. So it's going to be quite tight here in game 2. Time-wise. And yes, we are running over the Kid Colossus.
It's not in Eugen's favor?
It's not really going in Eugen's favor, no.
But he's ahead in life points.
Yes, for now he is, but there's one more to get. Like, he is still not winning the match. So if he really wants to win the match, which has to be the ultimate end goal, there's not much time for that left, to be honest.
But for this game, he looks fine for the moment. So he's attacking with Hootcake over Elf, and there is Smashes, which is a card that is actually really good versus Zeus, by the way.
It is, it is.
So Jet is being banished, and we are probably going to get rid of the Elf first. Yeah, that makes sense. Chocolat à la Motte is gone now, and we know that we have Crime here, we have Merly on the field, we have Stapelia
that
still.
Looked like a pass to me. All right, they are talking, but Eugen made some hand gestures which looked like a pass, but no! He has another Banner
called by the grave.
Wow! There is a called by the grave. Who's there?
It's the grave. I got a call earlier, if you guys have seen the introduction video. It was actually the grave. So this one now probably just ends the turn of Eugene, and he didn't even need his Crime. Like, he activated all the other cards that he had in his back row, except for the one that he showed Eugen earlier.
Yeah, but there's Gaia Chatter, so we're still going into Zeus as you were anticipating. But does he have a monster in hand to just negate it with the Crime? That's a question here. Where's Hoodcake now, though?
Yeah, Hoodcake is still negated. He can banish a card from the GY as cost still. But
it's not going to resolve. Nope. Oh, but he's chaining Zeus.
Ooh.
And there is the crime bow. And
he has
it was a
Medora.
Medora in hand. So this is now actually probably sealing the deal for Malte. Play is going over for him, but the clock is something to be really concerned about right now. He normals the Merle, he draws from the top.
Does he hit anything? I don't think he needs to hit anything. There's Chiron. You can now just freely go for a Garura or a Rule Colors. At this point, you probably just go for Rule Colors. This is
There was no Rhino Heart.
That is.
Where was Rhino Heart? We're missing Rhino Heart, my friend.
Wrong card. Wrong card. And we know that he meant to go for Roll Colors. It is. He just grabbed the wrong one. I think that we should still correct that. This is still not a legal summon at this point, but when you're going so close to time, then...
Yeah, I think they're double check. Yeah, look.
Oh, that was a Rhino Heart. No.
No, it was a Chiron. It was a Chiron.
You can't even go for Rule Colors. There was no Kit Colors used, right? Oh, yes, there was Kit Colors used. Yes, now
we figured that out.
Right the first time.
Great. Now we go into battle phase. So Malte is securing advantage in life points right here, right now. So he feels a lot safer and brings himself a lot closer to a 2-0 victory here over our former European champion, Eugen Heid.
And this board is still impressive. Eugen has no cards in hand, I think no cards on the field, and there is still Roll Colors and Dragostapile. You can now consider going into Elf or Gigantic Sprite if you want to shuffle it back first with the Medora that you just discarded for Crime. But you don't really need that even.
Honestly, you don't need to. The board you have right there is good enough, and there is the call for time.
It is the fist bump, and Eugen loses to Malte Imdahl in the round 5 featured match.
We have a winner. Malte Imdahl still undefeated, going strong, now even defeating the European champion, the former European champion, so definitely a showcase of class there from Malte Imdahl. Very well played as well, because just breaking that board with Necro Valley was really good stuff, let's be honest.
We thought that this was like taking out his deck entirely, but he just went for 2-level force. Can I Dweller attack Zeus? Okay.
And it seemed so easy, and in his head it processed so quickly. He didn't even think about it for long. He was going, yeah, that's easy. That's my obvious out.
Maybe he was questioning it a little bit. Like, can it be this easy? Can I just do this? And then
it worked, yeah. Sometimes it is that easy.
Fine.
Sometimes it is that easy. Sometimes you beat 5-0 in a German YCS Dortmund. So Malte Imdahl,
the biggest YCS ever.
Malte Imdahl may be a good shot at becoming our champion of YCS Dortmund, because honestly, he's 5-0 in the tournament. So that's a very good start, first of all. But also, he really showed that he's capable of piloting this deck, which is very skill intensive. So you'd rather be skillful with his deck, otherwise it will not reward you at all.
Yeah, he was really good at using the Zeus against the Necro Valley. Eugene, I don't know if this Gamma in Game 2 really stopped him from putting up a bigger board, because it seems like the deck is not that strong if your win condition is Necro Valley and you can't even protect it. Like, Zeus is not hard to achieve in Tier Elemental Shizu.
He would have had way more card advantage, I think, because he only ended on 2 cards in hand.
And then you can probably OTK more easily.
That on top of it, for sure. But he probably would have gotten to Herald of Orange Light or something, would have had more resources and not only the 2 cards when that Gamma would have not been. And Herald of Orange Light would have been quite a neat little answer to the Zeus, let's be honest. That would have made it a lot easier. But no, Malte just took it with a swift 2-0. And I have a quick question for you now at the end of this.
Shoot it.
The Sprite engine, even though it was a really small one here for Malte Imdahl, what do you think? Is that one that you would play yourself in that Tier Elemental Shizu deck?
Yes, I love it. I would actually go for a blue as well. Not only for the reason that you get one more body on board. I mean, it's a tough decision because you can draw it, and it's not really the best draw always, because you don't always start with the Merle. However,
go ahead.
You can banish the blue in the process and then recycle the entire rest of the engine, so you can actually smash us twice. And if you are in a really long grind game, this might actually let you come out on top.
It will. And interestingly enough, that was the approach that Christopher LeBlanc took. We saw his list, we saw him on feature in round 1. He was actually running the 3 Sprite cards instead of only the 2 that Malte Imdahl has decided. Of course, he did even more cool stuff with the Master Change 2 and so on.
And I mean, you also have the Gigantic Sprite as well that you can banish.
Absolutely. And then, as we have a little bit more time, what would be an absolute dream deck of you to come into the featured match for the rest of the event? We have been wandering through the rows. We have seen a couple of decks. Do you have something in mind you would love to see, maybe?
You know the answer already.
Go ahead.
There is a German player piloting a Scareclaw deck, and he is really good at his combos. Between the rounds, he came to us and was like, I have this crazy combo, and you do this and this and this. And it was way too hard to follow because he spoke way too quickly. However, he's performing really well. I don't know if he's still XO to this round.
He was X1 before the round, so kind of unfortunate.
But we might see him later.
Yes, for sure. Also, one more guy that was doing really well. Do you remember Tobias Stegemann from YCS Utrecht? He brought his Crystal Beasts again, so maybe we're going to see him later. I saw him doing very well early on, so maybe he can continue his success. He almost topped in Utrecht. Maybe it's time for him now. But first of all, let's hear from our winner from this round, Malte Imdahl and Ed, please, for the interview.
Thank you very much, Basti. Yes, I am joined by Malte Imdahl, the winner of round 5. You're now 5-0. At the biggest YCS ever, and you just beat the 2014 European champ and the 2018 Austrian champ, someone who's topped a lot of things. How does that feel?
Feels the same, especially because I never topped the event. I just bubbled a couple of it, and it's just like I was like so under pressure when I was in the feature match because I know it's like a really good player and really known player as well. And yeah, I tried to make like no misplays, but I think I did some of these. Because Madolche is not the most common deck, but yeah.
I was going to say, how did it feel to go up against Madolche? Because this weekend, everyone's expecting the Ishizu tier matchups, like mirror match for yourself. Were you expecting Madolche? Were you a bit nervous when you first saw the cards come out?
Honestly, I heard about it yesterday already, that some players are on a Madolche deck because it has a insanely good tier elements matchup. And I was like, yeah, I'm not really prepared for it, but like there's like maybe 1, 2, maybe 3 people in the room that really can pilot the deck that good, that it's like really dangerous for this deck. And I think Eugen was one of them, but I got lucky with my in-game 2. I draw just nuts, and it's like that's the reason why I won the game. Honestly.
Well, let's talk about your game. So in game 1, Eugen had a lot of misplays because there was a moment where he forgot that he was locked into Earth effects, so he couldn't activate anything in Grave. You popped the Dark with the Field spell. You basically managed to take that game 1 because he just forgot a lot of things and it went downhill. So did you think at that point that you were taking control of the whole round?
I knew that I extra asked how the cards work because I really don't know the cards. And he said that it's locked into Earth effects, and I was like, I mean, yeah, the Dark isn't really a threat anymore. Because normally the Dark is a threat because it can bait out stuff, but in this case it isn't a threat anymore. But I still shuffled back my Magnute because I forgot this at this moment, but overall I was like playing like really like safe at this point because I know I can pop the Dark now because he cannot search, and yeah.
It was a very quick game 1, and then game 2 was a pretty long fight all the way to time. So let's go through some of that. There was the Necro Valley that he sided in, which was pretty good against your deck. But you got into Dweller and then went into Zeus and cleared that Necro Valley. So already at that point, you started to take control. Were you feeling confident around then?
Yeah, I already outed like 2 Necro Valleys this weekend. And like it's like Zeus is like the most common out because like in your extra deck, but obviously you have other outs as well. But yeah, Necro Valley is just or Zeus is just always have access to it, so it's like really easy to get it.
And then you also had the big instant fusion moment, straight into a combo. You milled exactly what you needed. And then you had a field of Dragostapelia, Kikalos. Like, you had a really, really good field going on at that point.
Yeah, I was like really confident that Dragostapelia is the card that I need to win the game. Especially because it reduced the level. That's like really important in this matchup because it's like a rank 4 base deck or Exceed base deck in general. And if you can just manipulate the levels, they cannot go for Exceed summons anymore, and it makes the match up a lot better, a lot easier to play, I think.
And then the final couple of things that happened, you were basically trying to prevent any more Necro Valleys from coming out. You hit him with the Call by the Grave. He went into Zeus, but you used the Crime to negate the Zeus effect. And then just in those final few seconds, you secured that life point difference to get the win. So at that point, was that a big sigh of relief? Because I saw time get called. We saw the T get slapped down. How did you feel?
I mean, I thought that the judges say something at 10 minutes. It's like hard to describe, but if you're in a feature match, like in a tunnel, you really don't feel like the outside anymore. It's like you really concentrate on the match, and I tried to play it as fast as possible, because I thought the judges said at 10 minutes, because I told like in 10 minutes we're gonna say it, but I mean, I asked middle in the game, it's like 40 minutes. I was like, I think they considered it's fine to not call it again. But it would be better for me, because then I could play a lot differently. And now I had to play like a lot quicker. I wasn't relaxed anymore in the last 2 minutes, because it was like, yeah, it's so close to time in there.
Well, you managed to nail it, and you secured that life point difference just in those final seconds, and you got yourself a victory against quite a hot competitor there. So there you go, 5-0, doing pretty well so far. I wish you the best of luck in all of the upcoming rounds. Perhaps we'll be seeing you in the top cut. But there you guys go, Multi winning that 5th round. Don't go anywhere, because we've got round 6 coming up in just a little bit. Attention duelists, welcome to the final of our mini commentator tournament of the Time Wizard 2011 format. You've seen 2 rounds. You've seen our German commentators face off, and Leonard took it. You've seen our Italians face off, and Marcello took it. Now, I have been asked to warn you, Leonard, that you disobeyed in the last round every single rule in Yu-Gi-Oh! And so I've had to be told, if there's any more shenanigans, that it will be an automatic game loss, and that it'll have to go to Marcello by default. So on your best behavior, gentlemen, let's have a high roll to see who's going to be going first. This has been very exciting, and we're going to see who's going to take it. Okay, that's a 5. That's a 5, and that is also a 5. Okay, we're going to have to do this again. Go for the high roll. Okay, a 9. What's going to happen here? Oh, no. Okay. Marcello, you going first? Okay, Marcello is going to be going first. So I'm going to hand you over to a rather unprecedented commentator team of Sebastian and Alberto. We're never going to see it again, so soak this up while you can. Gentlemen, take it away for our grand final.
Thank you very much, Ed. We are here back with Sebastian. First time, huh?
Indeed it is.
Maybe not last one, actually.
Yeah, maybe we continue that. Ed said for the last time, but maybe it isn't. And I can tell you one thing. Leonard is taking this very seriously. I know him by heart, and he takes this very seriously. So this might be the most important game he ever played in his Yu-Gi-Oh! Life. Like, really, he does not want to lose this. And I mean, I have to say, I was quite baffled by what he pulled up on me. Like,
no, exactly. He just went bump, started with the nuts, basically, but still is learning how to read Heavy Storm.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
hopefully
that's the thing. But I think maybe we'll learn in this game.
Hopefully.
Maybe, who knows?
Yeah. I would say, let's just see, right?
Yeah.
Because both players are ready. They know their decks now. It's not random anymore.
Exactly.
They play with their decks from the semifinals. So let's go over to the table and let's see the final of this. There we have them. Look, Leonard still in shambles, laughing, and Marcello won the die roll. And apparently he's Marcello now, which is kind of funny.
No, I think... But also I think that, like, with this kind of matchup, which is very important with the die roll.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, I think if I were Marcello, I would be scared after seeing what we saw against you. Because, like, Gadget overall in that format was very good, because, like, it's a very grind game, you know? I mean,
you saw my grind game wasn't as good, but yes, in theory, I totally prove your point. It is definitely a grind deck for sure. It's also quite interesting that both of us, we played like the anti-meta strategy with slower decks, and we still both lost to like the powerful combo decks. And look at that powerful card from Marcello. One card we still see nowadays, and we will see a bunch of Advice's Dortmund in the main event. Instant fusion.
11 years later, and he still summon level 5 fusion monsters.
That's apparently still a thing, yeah, for real.
And maybe we will see here the full power of Karakuri, which we haven't seen against me, basically. which is able basically to put up multiple synchro monsters on the field and change them into defense position to prevent your opponent to make you, damage. And yeah, Marcello here is laughing, and I feel Leonard as well, because here we see first synchro summoning from Marcello, and Leonard is saying, yeah, do your thing. Looks like there's no Maxi around.
Yeah, we haven't seen Maxi at all, even though it was such a great card back in the day. But the thing is, Maxi got discovered pretty late.
Yeah.
Was it discovered in this moment thoroughly already, or not really?
Me and Marcello at the time we were playing,
yeah,
and like looking back at the deck list of the days, we were like, how we and other people were not playing Maxi. Because everyone...
When you read the card nowadays, you're like, this is the craziest card ever.
No?
And it's on the forbidden section of the list for a reason.
Yeah, exactly.
But here it is actually allowed. And we see Marcello, as you anticipated, is popping off, really. He got into his Buraido. We see that he summoned the next Karakuri. I'm just going to get him up.
And here I think even passing the turn like this, maybe with a couple of back rows is good, because basically you can change the position of your monster, prevent, and now it's back to Leonard.
Oh, it's 2 sets, and if I have seen something from Leonard Koenig, it would be opening up Heavy Storm. So watch him here, Leonard Koenig in action. Oh no! Oh, he again opens it up with the Assault Beast,
which is good. It depends on Marcello's set, because basically, like if there's no Heavy Storm...
But let's be real, if he has Heavy Storm, he's probably going to start it off with Heavy Storm, right? And Leonard looks like he's in a lot more trouble this game, because versus me, he just threw out his cards, he was having fun, he was enjoying himself, and now he sits there quite stoic, not really sure what to go for yet.
He's considering it, yeah, I mean, it's not that obvious. Especially because, like, I really like the setup of Marcello's. Like, I mean, you don't get you get to draw one card even when the Buraido changes the
even on attack, right?
Yeah,
that's quite cool.
Exactly, yeah.
Ooh, and that's a card I didn't have the chance to see.
I haven't seen in a while.
Oh yeah, Dragunity Atlas. And look, even Marcello has to pick it up and read it over again. And when it is normal summoned, you can actually special summon one Dragunity monster from your hand, and then equip it with this card. So it basically is switching places, as Leonard just did. And now the Atlas is in the Spell and Trap zone. It's in the Pendulum scale even. So we now have Dragunity Atlas in the Pendulum scale. Kind of lovely, kind of lovely.
Now comes the Commandant, right? I guess.
Let me double check. That's a level 3 one, I'm pretty sure. Legionnaire. I think it's Legionnaire, right?
Legionnaire?
Yeah, it's Legionnaire. Yeah, it is Legionnaire for sure. And so when this card is normal summoned, which is not the case here because it was special summoned out by the effect of Atlas, you could target one level 3 or lower Dragunity monster in your graveyard and equip it here. So obviously there's one very specific card you always want to equip, and he had access to that versus me very, very early, and he was probably thankful for that. Oh, but Marcello, does he maybe have MS? Oh, he has Mystical Space Typhoon. He has the Mystical Space Typhoon to stop Leonard right at the beginning.
And this is good because basically, I mean, he can basically destroy it and get rid of it, but now it's back to Marcello. I really like this because,
wait, I did forget about that. Atlas, actually, this Mystical Space Typhoon took away the resource of Leonard, but it also gave away his own Buraido. I don't even know. Is that so good?
I think this was a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
Like,
do you think Marcello was aware of that, or just did he forget about it? He just read the cards.
Yeah, because basically, like the first part of oh, yes, Monster Reborn. Okay, that's why. Okay, that's why he MST. That's why he MST. Basically, he wanted to prevent Leonard to overextend, and with the Monster Reborn, basically, he's able to come back and redo what he did in the very first turn.
Yeah, and if I remember one thing from Karakuris, it is that they're very, very much capable of OTKing.
Yeah.
They are definitely capable to put up enough damage in one turn, and probably this is what Marcello is going to go for here.
Yeah.
But there's an upside which would hinder him from that, because he is actually giving Leonard life points first of all.
And this is what I really like about Karakuri. Basically, you can multiple times change, your monsters on the field position and then get to draw new cards. And then here, just if he draws any other Karakuri monster, let's say he could go into another Burei Synchro Summon.
Oh, yeah, that would be huge. And look, he has
Yeah,
access
and
to,
he
I
has
think
it.
it is Nizamu. Yeah, he has Nizamu, which is, funnily enough, as Leonard told us in the last semi-final when you guys played, it's his favorite card of all time. Yeah, one of his favorite cards. And for sure, his favorite Karakuri. And he now gets beat up by his own Nizamu, and he's facing his own favorite
Is he gonna
monster.
get punished by his favorite monster?
It looks like it. But it's so cool with Karakuris because the one Karakuri he has on board already survived the opponent's turn. So it can just by default switch its battle position like regularly, and that instantly gives you access to a draw. So that is really, really strong. When just any Karakuri monster survives the opponent's turn. But look, we are not going to see a game here. Marcello is just attacking over the Legionnaire, is attacking directly with the Nizamu.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand. He's playing more conservatively, let's say, especially if maybe he wants to avoid cards such as, Bottomless Tropple or Solemn Warnings. It makes sense. I mean, he activated Upstart Goblin, so maybe didn't have game on board. Now, I mean, he could either consider to pass turn into Leonard, because basically there's the Nizamu on the field. He has 2 set cards. He could consider it without overextending.
Yeah, and I mean, Nizamu, let's not forget about it, is actually a floater. We saw that in your semifinals. When it is run over, then it actually is just special summoning one more from the deck.
From the deck.
Yeah,
Yeah,
from
it's
the
like
deck.
Mystic Tomato.
Yeah. Oh, but there's Dark Hole from Leonard! And Marcello doesn't like it. He takes a deep breath on Leonard. Is still stoic. He wants to win this, and this is a good way to turn it around here. Dark Hole for free, and the board is empty again.
Wow, this is very good. He has the
Phalanx right after.
Wow. Yeah. This is very good from Leonard, basically, because I think Dark Hole was the very only card he really wanted to pick up.
Indeed.
And now, yeah, he can bring back another one and special summon another Dragonity. Let's see.
Wow, so he tributed the...
From the
Mr. Lane. Yeah, I have him. There we have him in the card highlight spot. And you can special summon this card from your hand by sending one face-up Dragonity monster you control to the graveyard. So that works perfectly, because he wants that Phalanx in the graveyard. That's where it does its job. But there comes the Book of Moon now from Marcello. What a back and forth we have here in the finals. Very deserved final already right here. Both showing the combos. And there's the Kuik now! Kuik is a one that special summons from the deck when you are destroying one monster by battle. Or it's special summoning from the graveyard, but still he gets another monster on board.
Wow. This was huge. This changes a lot, basically, because he's able to come back. What a back and forth.
I love it. At first, it looked like Marcello's setup was really decent, so I thought Leonard will struggle a lot to actually break through, but we're seeing a back and forth here, and both players definitely have their fair share here of this final.
And he comes back. Wow. What a back and forth. I was not expecting. I think the Kyuko was the Quick was the one to go for. And then, yes, just entering battle phase, pushing some more damage and putting pressures on Leonard. And now, let's see if he has something else. Wow.
Instant Fusion is not even at 1 in this particular format. I mean, to be fair, right here, it's just summoning out level 5 vanilla, so it's not crazily impressive, but that enables Marcello now to go into another level 8 Synchro, and of course he goes for Buraido again. And that's a good thing, I think. Burai actually requires you to have Karakuri monsters only, but Buraido actually helps you by using the Cyber Alligator we just saw there.
Yeah, and it's very good, especially on bringing this body on the field, because it lets you draw a fresh card. So basically you have an advantage. Yeah, another new card from Marcello.
Imagine Leonard holding on to a Torrential Tribute all the way through. Oh, but look, he has one Assault Mode Activate set and one in hand. I don't think that's going to turn it around for him here. And he looks into the camera. He knows, he knows, he knows. He knows. He is another victim of Il Bestio, who's also, he's not losing finals. That's not his thing.
That's not happening here.
That's not his thing. So he's passing it over, and now another Dark Hole maybe for Leonard. That could buy him more time. Oh. Did he draw the third Assault Mode Activate maybe? Or is it the Dark Hole? It's a set card.
Yeah.
Okay, oh, it's 2 set cards. But maybe it's Mirror Force. Who knows? It could be Mirror Force.
Yeah, if you draw Mirror Force, that would be crazy. Let's see.
Marcello draws for turn. And I think, you just first of all get some free draws. Why not?
Why not?
Let's take the card advantage. Let's just take that extra draw. And you could even put Kuik into defense position now as well. Just get one more.
Exactly. Yeah. You could play conservatively. I mean, even if he enters battle phase here,
it's not game only when he attacks with Rider and Kuik.
Yeah, exactly.
But as you said, playing it slow here totally is fine. And Leonard instantly grabs his pan, riding down his life points. So both attacks are going through, and Leonard is going down significantly here in life points.
Here he should be left with 1,000.
Something around that.
Yeah, something around that. Yeah. And Marcello, even if I think here he could consider going for a Synchro Summon, but he might be thinking of maybe a Torrential Tribute or something, even if I have to say, at this point, Leonard didn't activate anything. He could even pass turn and then just,
Yeah, I think you're perfectly fine with the situation you have right now. You don't have to commit anything else, but there's the Mystical Space Step, and Marcello is like, no, how could you do that to my Fiendish Shade? And now the impressive comeback of Leonard Koenig starts, and he... we're thinking in draw phase maybe? What's happening? Marcello wants to take his time in the draw phase of Leonard, but yes, it is approved. We're in main phase, and there comes Legionnaire again. And we know there's still a Phalanx in the graveyard, but it is Solemn Warning for Marcello Barberi.
Is that it? Yes!
Oh, yes, he shows it to his opponent. We have a handshake, we have a winner, and there's Maxi also in the hand of Marcello. So even if he would have started to combo here, there would have still been Maxi. So for the first time in this tournament, we see Maxi, even though it didn't resolve, but it was in the hand.
It was there.
What a final, though. I mean, we both didn't really have the pleasure to play that much, especially me, in our semifinals. But this final, they really showed us how fun this format can be.
It was a back and forth. I really like it, especially because like with Dark Hole, we thought that Leonard was back into the game. And then at first we said, maybe he was not that good on the Phalanx, but then Marcello had the Monster Reborn, so everything was calculated, you know?
Yep. He knew what he was doing. He deservedly wins that one. Absolute pleasure playing this one, though, right? It was so much fun. I'm very happy we did that. And maybe for the next YCS, we will have to try to defeat Marcello then. Who knows? Maybe we'll play another Time Wizard format. That would also be very fun. And I think we should definitely check out what the winner and our casting colleague, I have to say it, Team Italy won as well. Let's hear it from the winner at what has Marcello to say after his victory.
Well, quite the duel there. We thought that Leonard may have had a comeback, as you guys said, with some of those Dark Hole plays, some MSTs and things. Quite nice to see a lot of these cards coming back. But your winner of the greatest tournament that we will be a part of is Marcello Barberi. Give it up. Yes. Make sure you guys know it in chat. The crowd has gone wild to make sure Marcello is aware that he has become the Grand Master of the Yugiverse. Celebrate in the chat. Marcello, how does it feel to have won this, whatever this is?
Unbelievable. I'm not used to winning, and when I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh, I really hoped I could get an achievement like today. And what can I say? Instant Fusion good in the nowadays format and good back in 2011. So
it certainly is. And so, Leonard, commiserations. How does it feel to have lost to such a masterful champion?
I mean, it doesn't feel that bad. There are just some games where you don't open your indestructible Dragon Ravine that doesn't have to discard. I'm really sorry again. No, I mean, Marcello won, deserved. It's
a deserved win. So one more time, give it up for the Grand Master of the Yugiverse. It's Marcello Barberi! Well, that's been enough of us with this slightly self-indulgent little tournament that we're having between us as the coverage team. But speaking of coverage, we've got plenty more of that coverage coming up, more content, and of course, plenty more feature matches. Don't go anywhere. We've got more of that coming right up.
itself throughout the ages in a never-ending circle. What if I told you the Duel Monsters cards that surpass the power of Exodia were in front of your eyes the whole time? They were the strongest and most feared creatures of annihilation. Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. Control one and you can destroy 1,000,000 armies. Wield all three and the planet itself will quake in fear.
So for those of you who don't have the benefit of being able to come to one of these live events, we thought we'd give you guys a little bit of a walk around. To start with, this is the main event stage. This is where all of our duelists will be queuing up to make sure that they are registered to take part in our main event, possibly even taking part in our feature matches, heading towards that YCS champion title. Now this is the public event stage. If you're not taking part in the main event, you'll be taking part in the side events. And as you can see, there's a lot of people queuing up here because they want to get their hands on those oversized cards, the Exodia and the full Scapegoat set. People are very, very excited. And as you guys have already seen from the prize wall video, you win points by taking part in the public events, and you can exchange those points for some amazing prizes. It's going to be pretty exciting to see what happens. And if you guys finish your main event or your public event duels early because you've won or possibly because you've lost, then you guys can head over to our Duel Links terminal where you guys can come over and play some of our amazing big screen Duel Links where you can see some amazing summoning animations just like the Dark Magician here. Majestic. And finally, this is the coverage area. Behind me is where you're going to see our feature duels happening, and on my right is where you're going to be seeing where the commentators are sat, and this is where we're going to be bringing you all of the coverage that you guys are going to be seeing over this weekend. So don't go anywhere, because we've got lots of that coverage coming right up.
called Speed Tool GX Midterm Paradox. In this class, there's just one rule. To make the grade, you first must duel. Gather your friends, then clean their clocks. With 4 new decks all in one box. Prove you're clever, like a fox. With Speed Tool GX Midterm Paradox. Available now. Over 100 cards per box. Each box sold separately. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, now available.
Rated T for teen.
What cards do you think really help in the meta right now?
Also Mystic Mind, because I think it's still underrated. People are prepared for Chizu. We also see some Mystic Mind in those decks, but today I've trained with some opponents and they weren't prepared for Mystic Mind. So I'm kind of surprised because we saw at Pasadena it's still very strong.
I mean, a lot of people will play Shizu tier, so I think Dimension Shifter is good. And for the mirror match, I think Dweller is a really good card, Abyss Dweller.
There are a lot of good cards, I think. But I think a Mystic Mind should be a really good card in the format right now. Yeah, I think it can help people to stall out games and maybe to win them in the end without committing too much resources.
Whereas the Bistich, for sure, they're the perfect answer for the Shizu tier, but also everything that can interact with the graveyard like Shifter.
Playing the meta and obviously Shifter, everything that's against the grave basically. The Bisted, Bell, Skullmeister, Soul Drain, everything that just removes cards from the grave and doesn't let the effects go through.
So at these YCS tournaments, outside of the main event, we have the public events. By taking part in the public events, you win points, which you can bring here to the prize wall, where you can exchange those points for some amazing prizes with people like Mike here. Mike, tell us a little about what people can get their hands on here at the prize table.
Well, today people have access to OTS packs. A lot of people have been interested in that. We have deck boxes available, and we have playmats as well.
So what are people mostly going for today? What's been the big hot pick for the points?
OTS packs is always popular because of the ultimate rare cards, but there are other items that people have picked up, like playmats like this. Always a fun one.
Shiny.
Very.
And what would you say is your personal favourite out of all the prizes that we've got here?
As a collector, I'm a really big fan of pop figurines here, but the Marek figurine in the corner has got my eye on it.
I really want the Marek figurine, actually. I might have to take part in these public events to get some points. And that's exactly what you guys here are going to be doing. So best of luck to all of you in the public events. Make sure you get your hands on those points and those prizes. But don't go anywhere, because we've got plenty more coverage of the main event coming right up. Welcome back. We're here with round 6 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live from Dortmund here in 2022. We've worked our way through only 6 out of the rounds that we have to do. 12 in total, but 3 will happen tomorrow before we get into top cuts. There's 4 remaining rounds, including this round that we're about to kick off. So let me introduce our 2 duelists. On my left, we have Alessio D'Arrigo, and on my right, we have Jan Karagos. And this is going to be an exciting duel. So gentlemen, can we do a high roll to see who is going to be going first? Who would like to roll the dice first? Politeness is what we like to see. Jan is going to roll first. That's a 6. Alessio is next. And that's a 9. Alessio is going to be going first, so I will hand you guys over to our wonderful Italian commentary duo. Guys, take it away for this round 6 duel.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to round 6 of YCS Dortmund 2022. Here we are, the winner of the Casters tournament, and Alberto, of course, which is here. But no, joking aside, we have a great match here for you guys. And honestly, we were even more shocked by what we were able to find for you guys. Because, of course, we have been scouting, and while our German colleagues have been, doing our job, we were just looking at the top tables. And we found a lot of interesting decks. So if you think it's just the Shizu tier elements, you would be quite wrong. And the deck that really caught our attention this time was actually the one from John. Because what a throwback it is. It is coming right from the latest Forbidden and Limited list. It is Spellbook. So Spellbook is a deck we haven't seen pretty much since 2013, I want to say. So it's been a while. We have a 10-year anniversary coming soon, pretty much. But yeah, the deck is still, of course, something new. You would not expect a lot of plays, a lot of spells. He's playing a turbo version with like Allure of Darkness, a lot of these spells, and then ending just like back in the day with Jaugen, or some spicy decks depending on the matchups, which I'm not gonna spoil. But essentially we wanted to showcase John's deck, whoever he was facing, because he's also on a really good record with a good shot at making to the top cut. But then we pick it, and his opponent, just like Huygen in the previous round, Alessio is playing Madolce again. So Madolce against Spellbook. It will be 2 decks trying to counter tier elements. This time, unfortunately, facing one against the other. So we'll see if there is something that will completely change the outcome of the match. I can already tell you we are in for a good one. Our players are ready. Let's jump to the table. And here they are. So as mentioned, 2 decks from the past. Madolce against Spellbook. No, this is not a Time Wizard tournament. We are here at YCS Dortmund live for you guys. And what do you think of this matchup that we obviously are super prepared for?
Because basically, like, if you play Madolce at this event, you really want to play against the Shizu tier elements because the deck is very good against this matchup. But facing Spellbooks, I think you don't ever really expect this to happen. But that being said, I think that Spellbooks, in this format also with the Spellbook Judgment, you really have a huge advantage with the Jaugen as well, as you said. Because basically it's like what the Flowander's deck does with the statue. Basically you put up a body and then you basically protect it with the Spellbook of Fate. And I think this is a good strategy. But on the other hand, I think if I were John, I would not be super happy to play against Madolce. Because basically your strategy is focused to play against most of the current meta decks that are the most popular, but Madolce, I think it's not super easy to play against.
Absolutely, and you can see him smiling as soon as the first Madolce card is revealed, but for any of you guys who don't know, he's actually his opponent, Alessio opponent, is actually a content creator as well, and he's actually quite known in especially the German community for creating, you know, this kind of surprising decks, I would say. So I wouldn't surprise me if he was one of the people and players to this weekend who knew Madolce.
Yep.
So maybe it will not get caught off guard by this opening, but surely great start by Alessio. We haven't seen too much of Fenrir this weekend, but it's one of the best cards, of course, from Kashtira, who are just getting better and better in the future with new product release. So
yeah, I mean, it's one of these cards that really puts you far ahead in the game, because like you get to search another one, and also it's very annoying to play around.
Absolutely, and here, as we have seen already from Eugen, this is why you want to start things off with the Glass Soufflé, which is so strong against Tier Element, but it's not Tier Element he's up against. So Chocola mode, of course, gonna come down, and this is already stuff we have seen in the previous round, at least a fair amount. And honestly, I don't mind this deck. It's definitely a bold choice, but when you expect to play against I would say like maybe 7 to 8 out of 12 rounds against the Tier Element, I think it could be worth it.
I mean, the deck overall, I think it's super powerful, has a lot of plays, and you can extend your combo. The only thing I'm concerned with is Alessio's strategy, because like we have seen this deck being played with multiple Ishizu cards, and Alessio is only playing 3 Mudora, and that's it.
I absolutely agree with you. I think playing multiples makes sense, because when your opponent finds out you're playing a non-tier deck, they just want to use Agido and Kelbeck and just mill 10. But then if you play multiple copies of Keldo and Mudora, then they are just not that incentivized to do so. But here we see one of the Vernusylph, the duck, one of the best artworks personally I've ever seen. It's so nice. But yeah, for the rest, this is a huge opening. And,
yeah, no, I mean...
we can check his extra deck maybe to see what options he has. Probably Abyss Dweller is in there somewhere, but he can go for Baguska. There are a few options, of course, depending on the matchup. And here, he's probably going again for the Soufflé, I would guess. But let's see. Yeah, Soufflé so strong, and what an opening from Alessio.
We have seen during the past events sometimes Madolce's being played, and I have to say that keeps doing his things still very well, with new supports and new cards as well. And also like the Soufflé in this format is very good.
And here, as you can see, Alessio pretty confident with the deck, knows what he's doing, will try his best to get ahead with this advantage. And the Spellbook deck from his opponent is already with the back against the wall. Yeah, won't be easy to break this board. Let me check if we can just try and bring up some of these engines, because unfortunately he's playing 9 Bestials, but they are useless against an entirely Earth deck like the one from Alessio. And we can already see, I think he has the
couple of them,
actually
right?
true, yeah. I think he has Druid and Saronir, and you can see how just useless they are. Yeah, and here we see, of course, the fresh C-Start, which is actually pretty annoying to deal with, and yeah, this is done. So his opponent will now pick up his cards. Let's see, he's definitely looking for some of these turbo engine cars, Nadir, maybe Allure of Darkness would be nice.
Which he drew.
Yep. And now, surprisingly, we get to see the Soufflé right away, targeting Angeli and a very nice ultimate rare copy from the graveyard. But yeah. As mentioned, the Spellbook, a deck from basically 9, almost 10 years ago. And that's pretty much the same for Madolce, because we have mentioned in our interview how Chris LeBlanc won a YCS recently, but it was funny enough the 10-year anniversary of his first YCS win, which was with Madolce. Yeah. So it has been a while also for the Madolce deck, 10 years since his first YCS win. Maybe we will get a second win this weekend with the deck. But yeah. Now Allure of Darkness, and here is where he will reveal what he's playing, maybe. For now, of course, Bestial's not really much of a tell, but this is one of the tech cards from the German player. This allows you to put back a level 6 from your hand or field, which is really nice, and draw 2 cards. So this is already quite nice from Chan. Yeah, because he has to put it at the bottom of the deck. Yep. So gonna shuffle his deck to draw 2. And then put the Bestial on the bottom, which is great news because you really don't want to draw Bestials in this matchup. So picks up 2 fresh cards, another Allure of Darkness, so will not stop anytime soon. Looking like an Exodia deck out here, so.
Let's see what he picks up.
So drawing 2, I think, a couple monsters. Is that a Jaugen? Which actually wouldn't be that bad here, you know? Even just normal summoning it. For how wild that sounds. But here is the part where Alessio gets to know what deck he's up against. It is the Spellbook Magician of Prophecy. Oh my, how much time has passed since last time we have seen this card in action. And it gets met by an Herald of the Orange Light.
I think, I mean, you have to activate it, right? Because like if you're up against spellbooks, you know that a lot of spells will be played.
Yep.
And now Magician of Souls.
Great.
I'm really curious to see here now what Alessio is thinking, because I like for a second, like you see a couple of Allure of Darkness, and then
and here another of his very unique engines, which are the Jackal King, right from his deck to the graveyard. Definitely an interesting build of the deck for Chan. This brings back so many memories from those days. Which were pretty much right before my successes in the game and yours. Because yours never really came.
No, with spell, not really.
But, yeah. Here we see another one of those really good spells from the deck, which is the Nadir Servant. Great card. Again, one coming back to free with the latest Forbidden and Limited list, which gives a lot of these decks a new tool. And unfortunately, I think the Promenade is activated. Great card. Basically negates the effect of a card, which in this case will be the Nadir Servant, and not just a monster, so it can negate the spell and traps.
It's tough now.
It's tough, because he also drew one of the, I remember even back in the day, worst spellbook to open, which is the Spellbook of Life, which really was the one you didn't wish to draw, but just wanted to search. And now, yeah, he will activate the Bestials on the Jackal. Yep. Not that it's that threatening, to be fair. It seems like Alessio opening might have been too strong in this one, but let's see if his opponent will find a way to fight back. Spellbook of Life at the moment not activatable, because you need another spellbook card in the end. And now the last engine is revealed. As you could have guessed, it is the Fleur, so he's playing Dogmaticas. Of course, Nadir Servant was already a big tell, but it's tough to actually go in any direction from here. Oh, and there is another Herald. Wow. Double Herald from Alessio. Really way too much. I think we have seen the writing on the walls on this one. The handshake, even though it's only game one, cars are picked up, and it is Alessio who takes this one home. What a start from the Italian. We mentioned how both are playing decks from basically 10 years ago, adapted to the current format, and Alessio really showing why he is with such a good score here in round 6. Great stuff, honestly. He set up the board pretty well, even though he could not have guessed what he was up against. He kept his composure and was trying his best, but I gotta say, between the two, his opponent really got punished, because we mentioned how both our decks built for the tier matchup, but while Alessio built his deck with cards that can be, I would say, more useful against other matchups, like the Sphere mode, the Mudora, his opponent is playing 9 copies of Bestials, which are unfortunately completely useless against Madolce. He opened 3 copies after the Allure of Darkness, and that is what costed him the match. I'm sure now, though, we'll get to adjust their decks with this side decks. So what I'm asking you first and foremost is, what is Chang gonna side in?
Nice question, because basically your deck is like here to play against, as you said, Ichizu tier.
Yep.
Like going first, triple tactic talents could be good. Although I have to say, like, his side deck is oriented to play against either going second, because there are a lot of cards to go second. So also he could choose to go second this kind of matchup. Although we have seen how powerful the Madolce deck is, so I wouldn't pick second, honestly.
Myself. I think the strategy could be to try and just turbo through as much as possible, and then side in the 1 copy of Dogmatica Punishment. And then when you end with the Jaugen, just like 10 years ago, you end with Jaugen plus either a spellbook face down to just protect the Jaugen, or the Dogmatica Punishment.
Yeah.
And then you just pretty much play it as if it was a Flowandris deck with the statue. On the other hand, Alessio has a few tools. I think Dimension Shifter is one that should not be underestimated, because the spellbook cards in the graveyard are quite usable, and if you get rid of all of them, that's good. And also, Evenly Matched and RP Feather Dusters are always cards that are going to be good against such a deck. So we'll see if our players had the similar thoughts as us, but they are ready for game 2, so let's find out who will be the winner of game 2. And here they are. So again, as mentioned, let's see if he will put his hands on some of these interruptions. The one and only, he does open double Allure. This hand is really good from the German player. Double Allure of Darkness. I think I see a spellbook as well. Yeah, and it is great opening. He can use the knowledge he already has in his hand to draw 2 cards afterwards when he gets to the Magician. So he will turbo through a lot of these resources with the Spellbook of Knowledge in his hand, and of course the one and only Spellbook of Judgment, which I really looking forward to seeing in action after so many years.
And you can see Alessio smiling. Yeah, just came fresh out of the Forbidden Limited list.
And finally, we get to see it in action. I have waited a long time for this, and I'm excited to see it. As you can see, basically, for every spell card, and I repeat, spell card, which means that it also counts other spells, not just the spell books. You get to summon Jaugen, you get to summon some of these Gravekeeper tech cards we have been keeping hidden from you guys. And let's see where this goes. Wow, he actually goes for a Link summon right away. I thought he was gonna use, you know, the Magician Soul before, but instead he goes for the Link we have not seen, I think, maybe ever in action.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try and bring it up for you guys on screen. But essentially what it does, it's very similar to a Crescent, I would say. So if any of you guys don't know what that does, it's essentially you get to reveal 3, and then your opponent adds randomly one of them to your hand. So that's really, really strong. And the first card is added back. Again, I'm really surprised that he didn't just try and draw some cards with Magician Souls before.
Yeah, I mean, I think he wants to play it more safely, but I mean, now he could activate the Spellbook of Judgment and then going for the draw to play.
For sure you go for Spellbook of Judgment, and there it goes, Spellbook of Judgment being activated. Now he can follow it up with Allure of Darkness or Spellbook of Knowledge, and there he goes. So we can put a counter up to just keep, you know, these numbers of spells that are gonna be activated throughout this turn. Hopefully it's at least 3, so we get to see the Jaugen afterwards in the end phase. That's the main plan for this deck. And what a throwback, Chaos Sorcerer being banished by Allure of Darkness. Wow.
We're not in 2013, by the way, so.
Yeah, we really aren't. There is no priority. This is actually Chaos Sorcerer, not a Time Wizard event being played in 2022. What a time to be alive, really. And here we see the Knowledge. Again, draw 2, pretty good card. He's thinking whether to actually send one he controls or one from the end, and it does. So gets rid of the Link, draw 2 cards, and the counter is now on 2 spells. So he needs only 1 more spell to be able to summon that Jaugen.
Yeah, I mean, any card for like Allure of Darkness, he has so much.
Yeah, so many different ones.
Yeah,
and I already can see a lot of spells in his hand. So so I see a no. Unfortunately, you know that maybe he has 2 spells that he cannot activate. Wow.
Fate.
Is it Fate or is it another?
Should be Fate.
Okay.
And another Knowledge.
Yeah, it's Fate and Knowledge. So without summons, because now he's forced to go for a Bestial. So he goes for a Bestial, but I'm not sure that he has access to it. That's why I really would have liked to use Magician Soul to draw. This is getting really risky, because now he gets to the Bestial. But if it's just 2 spells he has activated, this is really underwhelming by Khan.
Yeah, I mean, drawing 2 cards in that spot, I think would have made the difference. Because now he's only left with this true. Yeah, he has to set at least the Fate, and then in the end phase can special summon a Magician. But
unfortunate stuff here. Yeah, he's just forced to set you, and this changes so much. Because just any spell was good enough to summon the Jaugen and probably shut everything from Alessio, who is now instead, I think, is screaming with joy inside him about this ending turn, where he basically is forced to summon a Magician.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate stuff here by the German player, and yeah, Alessio in the driving seat. If he picks up evenly matched, this would be brutal.
Yeah, either one evenly matched, or RP's Feather Duster, or Kashtira as well, Defender.
Yeah, because all these bestials are completely useless, as we know, against the deck from Alessio. And yeah, as you mentioned, Kashtira Fenrir, evenly matched, so many good cards, and he has access also to RP Feather Duster, Pot of Prosperity, to look for those cards. What is it gonna be? Alessio picks up his 6th card.
He has it, I think.
I think he also has a trap card, right?
Yeah, he declared Battle Phase.
Battle Phase is declared by Alessio. We might see an evenly matched really soon, and this could be brutal for the German player. Wow. Yeah, he allows it. Ooh, and surprisingly enough...
maybe he's activating the one to bounce back. First one. Just... yeah.
But would you really do it now? Because now you're left without... Like, you don't even need to have an evenly matched.
Would you do it anyways?
No. No, what? The evenly matched?
Yeah.
You might as well. Like, if you are setting up the board, why not? You will keep it useless in the end, but like, yeah, it doesn't go for it, and I don't know. Alessio might have been bluffing. I think it was definitely a correct decision here to go to the battle phase and try and use evenly matched, but yeah, I'm really surprised by the decision to use Fate and get rid of the last face down card. Because now Khan is back on 6 cards, but they don't really interact with whatever Alessio is going to throw at him now.
Yeah, especially because like he has at least a couple of bestials in his hand, which are not useful. I mean, they're completely like useless against Madolches. And now he's using the Petit Cesser and then triggering the Chocolat.
Yep, he goes for Soufflé, then Chocolat, gets the Oat Cake. This is pretty much what we have seen in game 1. And already looked convincing, but when you are up against no interruptions, and you know that there are no interruptions, because pretty much you know every single card that your opponent has added, this makes your life just so much easier. And yeah, it seems really tough for the Italian not to find a winning line. Sure, there are some resources back, which kind of reminds me of Sky Striker in a way, you know, but it's not exactly engaged. So what you get the next turn, sure, you can do a few cute things, but I really would have liked the Fate to stay face down from Khan. If your opponent has evenly, you have to allow them to use it, and then...
Yeah, especially because like I think considering all the things he had on board, Fate was the better one, no?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if your opponent evenly matches you, Fate is useless, because then you have to either keep Fate or the monster, and then that means Fate is no longer an option. But that's the deck, so you know that if you're faced against the evenly matched, you need to find a solution, and unfortunately, Alessio might as well have been bluffing. But here we see the Tiramisu, which is so good. Once again, not getting rid of every single card left from Khan. And just like in game 1, once again, we get to set the Madolche Promenade, or Promenade, if we want to use the French accent, which is just a negation. It's really strong here. Can negate pretty much any threatful, even the evenly matched, in case Khan actually sided it out going first, which I doubt. But I mean, even if we just end on this, honestly, I don't mind this opening.
Luckily, there are still 20 minutes remaining, so it's not like they should pay too much attention to the clock yet. But yeah, just reading the Chateau, I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is getting more and more a feel spell kind of game at the moment, and Madolce Chateau, one of the OG ones, but still really annoying nowadays. It's basically what gives this deck some grinding potential.
I think the deck is especially good in this format because like everybody's playing Bestials, and I mean basically you shut down your opponent's strategy with playing Madolches. And also, I think putting these bodies on the field are very annoying to play against. Not only the Fenrir, but like the XYZ that the deck can afford are incredibly powerful. And there's the Soufflé, it's amazing, honestly.
And yeah, here just going back and clarifying the action from Alessio. But in the meantime, I think we can go back to us while they figure out this game state situation. As we were saying, pretty much they were just having a little bit of a language barrier, which can happen when we play in Europe with so many lovely different countries. And it mainly involved declaring the battle phase with the evenly matched, and it was unclear whether the cards activated by the German player were declared on the attempt to enter the battle phase, which of course, as all of you should know, means that if you then activate a card, like it was back in the day with Formula Synchron, I mean, you have to essentially replay, and the battle phase is yet not entered, which means we are still in main phase 1, while if the declare to enter the battle phase and then the German player agreed, those cards were played during the battle phase, which means we are now in main phase 2. So this is pretty much what they're clarifying. So outside of this, I think we are getting really impressed by these Madolce decks. What do you think? Do you think that they actually have what it takes to make it to the top 64?
I think they have, because like as we said previously, I think not only they have the advantage to play against Bestials, because I think Bestials package are one of the most played one this weekend, and one of the most consistent one, because basically you get to search the ones you don't have during the end phase, and then you keep recycling them, as we saw like in the previous future matches we have had. But especially I think that with the new Ishizu cards, basically you can afford to mill cards, and then your opponent, if they see you're playing Ishizu cards, they are afraid, because like they don't really want to let you mill, you know?
Yeah, because essentially what we were discussing, even in the meta discussion or going into this event, is when there is such a deck like it is for Ishizu tier that is so dominant and clearly the best deck at the moment, there are two ways to go for it. Either you join them or you beat them. So if you join them, again, we have seen multiple type of builds, but when you try to beat them, you really need to understand the dynamics of Ishizu tier elements. And I think it is one of the most unique decks we have ever seen in Yu-Gi-Oh! And that is because of the dynamic of milling cards off the top of your deck. So as you mentioned, while in the mirror match, it gets into a very intricate thing where you don't really want to use the effects of milling before an Abyss Dweller. When you're playing against a deck that's not Ishizu tier, you always mill 10, because then it's just a plus on your side. But when you're preparing against Ishizu tier, you need to take that into consideration, because milling 10 cards off the top of your deck can be disruptive for a lot of decks who, for example, plays one-offs. So just to take an example of Flowanderies, if you just mill every single time 10 cards at the beginning of the duel, you can get it with the 1 copy of statue and a lot of these important one-offs. So what I really like about these guys' idea was we play a deck that it's already really good against tier, and then we include in our deck just the 6 copies of Keldu and Mudora, so that if my opponent wants to mill me 10, then I get some benefit as well. And I think this makes a lot of sense. I like it a lot, because at the worst case, I know it sounds really weak, but just normal summoning a Keldo or a Mudora can get you there against tier, because they have to commit into the battle phase, and usually the normal summon is the Rhino, which means that at the very worst case you just stop the Rhino, and I think it's a decent idea. Of course, in Madolce the benefit is that you play Orange of the Herald, right? We saw it in game 1. That's because most of the Madolce monsters are also Fairy, which is really nice, I think, but I don't know if it has enough to win the whole thing. But it's top 64, so we might see one shoe or of those. So I think it's definitely an interesting one. On the other hand, I gotta say the Spellbook deck was slightly weaker, but our game state has just been reinitiated, so we can go back to the table for the end of game 2. So here we are as we were leaving the match. The Tiramisu resolved, shuffling away the entire field from the Spellbook player. And now the action is back to the Italian, who was still trying to figure out his combos.
Are you surprised that he's not playing Abyss Dweller at all in the...
I mean, it's definitely a little surprising. At the same time, Glass Soufflé acts as a pseudo-Abyss Dweller. It's not as oppressive, I would say, but it still deals with the cards in the graveyard. So I guess they want to prioritize Soufflé, and honestly, I don't really blame the decision, I would say. So that can work. But now, as we were saying, we just get to add a few resources from next turn, and here we'll probably see the Soufflé, right?
Yeah.
Which I wouldn't mind. It's almost 8. Maybe if we get another event in France, then we'll get to eat it there. But now play is back as expected. We did see the Soufflé coming down from Alessio, and it's followed once again by the C-Start. Same thing as we saw in game 1. I mean, if it's not broken, why fix it? It worked in game 1. It should and could work once again. So, impressive turn, and now it's back to the German player, who in the end phase most likely will activate one of his Bestials, trying to get another search off the deck. Unfortunately, the Bestials get much worse. Who would have guessed when you have to banish your own cards for their effects? And this is exactly what the German player is been forced to do. So, what could be the plan? We have a few draws available. Unfortunately, yeah, that's on the field. Spellbook of Judgment has been used. So we would need to, first of all, get back to it and then use it again, which isn't the easiest thing in the world. But yeah, now just some clarification about the effects, which, as mentioned, it's essentially similarly to a Mudora, able to shuffle things back and then, due to the additional effects, get some bonuses. But it's really, really strong, because it also makes one of your Madolce unaffected by monster effects. Okay, so we see already a normal summon. Interesting. We want to see a Jekyll King normal summoned here by Khan. Is gonna try and put some spell counters on it. For any of you, I'll just bring it on the screen. Is able to negate a monster effect once he has spell counters on. That's why Alessio is not willing to have any of that and will activate it right away.
I mean, I think it's okay, especially because like you're going to put some pressure on your opponent with the Jackal, especially because can add some spell cards that need to be used. Here are the secrets. He chained now. Okay, this is good. He chained one of his pistols so that the souffle won't be able to resolve, and he has also the other one.
Wow. Double Bestial coming down from Khan, who is trying his best to stay in this match and take it to game 3. But let's see if he will be able to. I think the Italian has some trick up his sleeves. And in the end, we already know he has the Spellbook of Life. And then I think the Draw Shoe as well, right?
So yeah, he also had the knowledge because he bounced it back with the Fate.
So knowledge and life, plus a third one, which might be the book. Yeah, so he gets to the magician potentially. But he already normal summoned, so I would be surprised. Maybe he can get the Fate, he can get any other spells. And yeah, he does get to the Fate, makes sense. What a card it was back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, back then it was
so strong. Non-targeting, banishing, yeah, or even just the Book of Moon effect was really strong.
It was incredible. You know, Dragon Ruler format and spellbooks. Without mentioning Dragon Ruler, no?
Yeah. Good old days, but we like them just as we like this current format. And now, as mentioned, we get to see a bunch of spells being activated, more counters on the Jackal, and now in a blink of an eye we'll be able to actually negate monster effects. An interesting play here. We get to see the knowledge, which is activated. And now, yeah, we get to see a Fate being chained.
Yeah, now the Jackal has been activated and on the promenade.
And yeah, here he gets to draw 2 cards with the knowledge. Let's see if he picks up any more interruptions. We are now at 4 plus 6, so he's trying his best to stay in this. Do you think Alessio has something here? Let's see.
But looks like Khan was able to come back into this game. I'd say quite swiftly, because like with the normal summon of Jackal, he put Alessio into some troubles, because like the Jackal can negate, of course, after spell cards being activated. And also the Bestials on the board, I think, put some pressure on Alessio's side.
I mean, for sure, you really don't want to be staring at those 2,500 monsters. I wouldn't like it if, you know, I found them on an alley at night. So, I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't like it if I found you on an alley at night, but that's another story, I guess.
What else better could you ask for? Huh?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Let's not go there. Yeah. So, I mean, can we check if there are any rank 6 plays available for the deck? Yeah. Oh, nice. So it's not the Beatrice, but we have one spicy tech up the sleeve, which I think it's one that was pretty much used by Jesse Cotton in the finals, of course, which is the Wallow. And I'm gonna bring it up for you guys on the screen. I think it's an incredible card.
Yeah.
And here it is. So Wallow, founder of the Dragons. First of all, the relevant effect is already, especially in this format, that it gains attack. All of your monsters gains attack based on the cards in the graveyard. Of course, it's not against Madolce, that ain't great. But then you can detach materials and pretty much set a spell which you can use right away, which makes it really good against talent. Or you can just summon a monster. So it's a very interesting card, I would say. And yeah, here I think we are moving to the battle phase, maybe. What is the other face down card? It's another Promenade. Yeah. The first one banished by fate, the second one resolving, but he still loses one of his monsters. And now we mentioned 19 minutes left at the beginning of the turn. Now there are less than 8 minutes, and this could actually come down to a timeout battle. And I don't want to jinx it, but it could be the second draw in a row when we are commentating this weekend. So
they need to be careful, because of course, like Madolce's combo takes time, and also can activate a lot of bestials and spell cards as well. And with 7 minutes on the clock remaining,
play is back to Alessio, it seems. So at the very end, he wasn't able to deal that much damage at all to Alessio. And now it's the opposite thing. Of course, if any of you guys are not familiar with the official rules for YCS, is the timeout rule. Not only does it count for draws as in the previous match, but if, since we are in game 2 and game 1 was won by Alessio, if time would be called now, Alessio would be the winner of the match, because he won game 1 and he's ahead. So it's definitely something to keep in mind, because Alessio can choose to play it safer, and then it's basically as if I'm able to deal damage or just OTK, I win. If I'm not able to do damage, I'm still winning the game if time is called before we are both on 8,000. So definitely an interesting line of plays, but for now we are seeing again the ultimate copy of the Princess Pudding, I think, and gonna move to the battle phase maybe? Let's see. Or maybe it's considering another Link summon. The Paddington's definitely there, and yeah, we get to the battle phase. And the Chocola mode is gonna try an attack over the Wallow. Yeah, gonna count how many cards are in the graveyard, but it seems as if Alessio might have done a little bit of wrong calculations. Wow. Really? Oh, wow. That's shocking. What a turn of events.
Yeah, I think he means calculated it, right? That's the only...
Oh my, oh my.
Yeah, 200 life points, so I did some miscalculation.
I might have to quit my streaming career and get back to doing mathematicians, you know, and teaching in Italian schools, maybe. This could get worrying. But yeah, unfortunately, Alessio really with a wrong calculation is now at least dealing damage to himself when there are 4 minutes left.
I think he heard you when you said equal life points, he was the winner of the match. Maybe he got afraid, I don't know.
I mean, it's definitely a surprising lines of play, and I think the handshake comes down from both players. Wow, I really didn't see that coming.
Game 3.
Yeah. What an ending of this game 2, honestly. I'm shocked. We were saying just how in game 2 Alessio seemed as if he was dominating. He had a lot of, honestly, control in the entire match. But then his opponent played the one secret weapon which you never saw coming, which is math. And math was strong enough to defeat Alessio, unfortunately dealing enough life points where it didn't make sense to continue the game, because, of course, you then lose in time and it's a draw. While when you're playing cards like Gaga Cowboy, you can try and go into game 3 where you're gonna set up that old-fashioned XYZ. And here our players, I think, are already with their decks, a quick side deck. So without further ado, let's find out who will be the winner of round 6 in this game 3. And here they are, a quick side deck. Love to see it when there are 3 minutes remaining. It's gonna be Alessio with the Prosperity, which, by the way, will put in a lot of work as it halves the damage dealt to his opponent. So if Cowboy comes down now, there are only 400 life points dealt. And yeah, we bring up on the screen the one and only. But he gets to reveal, okay, 6 cards. Yeah, I was surprised that it was only 4. We see the Shifter, the Herald, the other Herald, and ooh, it's not the greatest, but yeah, it's the Duck. Yeah. It has to be the Duck, and it is. So once again, the Vernusylph is added to the end. Really good opening by the Italian. Gonna try his best to stay in this. And yeah, ooh, we don't see the Cowboy though.
Okay.
Interesting. We do not see the Cowboy. We see the Chocola mode right away, shuffling back some cards. And yeah, the Italian really considering his plays, but playing super fast, I would say.
Yeah, Alessio knows his deck. Now with the Angeli, let's see if he manages somehow to set up also a Cowboy play, because almost a minute remaining on the clock.
Yeah,
that would be lineup I will go for, honestly, because
yeah, I mean, if he doesn't go for it, he would definitely He does not. No way. Play is back to his opponent, and instead of going for Gaga Cowboy, he chose to forego it in time almost. This could be the course we were talking about. His opponent just sprinting as fast as he can. Gets it with an effect Veiler, and he's gonna just try his best to deal some damage. Can he pull this off? Wow. I think, let me check Fate real quick, because I'm thinking about a very unique play. And I think this could be the way to win this game. If he has access to it, you can use it as an enemy controller, boost your little magician, but there are very few seconds, and I don't think Khan is playing as fast as he could. And he gets rid of it now. Let's see. Okay. Are we finding a solution to win in time, or is this gonna be a draw once again? Few seconds left. Gonna try and draw 2 cards, but I think he had it. I think he had it with Spellbook of Life, and time is called. Wow. Can we find a solution? Instant Fusion, definitely not the one you want to pick up when time is called. And unfortunately, it seems like once again this will be a draw for our players. What a end of this match. Wow, you can see the crowd just applauding and as the game and match, and it's unfortunately, or luckily for both, can't quite tell, a draw. Once again, what can we say? We just keep on getting draw after draw when it's us doing it. We have never had a draw previously in the Swiss portion when we were doing commentary together. Now it's 2 out of 2 in a row, back to back. Honestly, I am still surprised though.
I mean, we were thinking Alessio was going for the Cowboy lineup.
Yeah.
Especially because, like, there was 1 minute remaining, right?
He had a rank 4 option, and he didn't go for Cowboy. I think by the end gesture, because at some point he was summoning an Ootcake, it's as if he forgot that he had already normal summoned.
Yeah.
That's my only explanation, but what a way to lose a game. That's devastating, because he could have gone for Cowboy. He had the effect Veiler just in case. But I gotta say, on both ends, I think Khan wasn't as quick in his thought process as he could have been, because when your opponent passes, you have 1 minute. Of course, you have to be super fast. But when he got effect Veiler, I think by having the Spellbook of Life, what you do is you go for Spellbook, like you go Knowledge, whatever. You fill the graveyard, and then you go Knowledge. You get back something, you make a Dark and a Charmer, any Charmer does it. Fate, turn the monster into attack, and you do 300. And that, it's totally possible with 1 minute remaining. So unfortunately, I think both missed their chance to victory, and unfortunately, they are now with a record that's unlikely to make it to top 64. Regardless, it was a great show from both, but as you might guess, this one was a pretty long one, so we will not be having an interview as there is no winner in this match once again. But thank you guys for staying with us. This was round 6 of YCS Dortmund 2022. Round 7 is coming up with the German team doing commentary, while me and Alberto will take care of the last 2 rounds, round 8 and round 9. There are still 3 rounds remaining for day 1. Don't miss any more of the action. Stay tuned, and we will be back soon with more coverage.
And welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Dortmund 2022. So we've just had round 6. That means remaining for today's coverage, we have 3 more rounds. And in all the times that I've been doing hosting for this, I've never seen a draw happen on the features. And today, we've now had 2. So that was pretty intense. What did you guys think of that last game, though? That was something we didn't expect to see. We've now seen also 2 Madolches and then a Spellbook deck. So that's pretty interesting.
People must think there's more Madolche than Ishizu elements in the room, which I can spoil you is not the case. But still, sometimes it's just fate. You're going for a random deck being Spellbook, and then it gets matched against Madolche. It's just great.
What did you think of Spellbooks?
Spellbook is a great deck. I actually played it back in the day, not when it was really good against Dragon Rulers, but later on. And I had pretty intense matchups versus Mermelds at locals when both decks weren't good at all anymore.
Did you ever face Madolche when you were playing it?
I don't think so.
No. I don't think many people expected to see that, but I am pleased that we're getting to illustrate some different decks because, as has been mentioned before, quite a lot of Ishizu elements at the moment. I believe in the top cut of YCS Minneapolis, it was 81% of the top cut. Oh, is it Pasadena, not Minneapolis? My mistake. But that's how much of a representation you're seeing in these top cuts. What will it be in our top cut here? We'll have to find out very shortly. So why are we here, the 3 of us? Well, I'll tell you. It's because we've been asking you guys to ask us some questions for commentators over on our socials. So make sure you guys do go and respond to that. So I've got 5 questions asked by you, our wonderful viewers at home in the chat on Instagram and Facebook, I believe. So we're going to go through those one by one with Leonard and Sebastian here. Why don't we start with number 1? So guys, what drove you to become commentators? I like the term drove, like it drove you insane. What drove you here? What drove you to become commentators for card games? And how long did it take to learn it all?
I mean, I got better and better at the game competitively, and there was a point where I had the chance to cast an event, to commentate and try it out, and I immediately fell in love with it. So there was not like really a procedure that made me go there or think about it too much. I just started doing it, and I fell in love. And I think, how long did it take to learn?
A lifetime.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm still always improving, I hope. I do hope that I'm still improving. And yeah, I mean, it takes quite a while.
It certainly does. Basti, what about yourself? What drove you to start doing this, and how long did it take you to learn about all the cards?
Yeah, I started as a player, as probably most of us did, and it was a fun ride. Wasn't super successful, but it was fun. Then I had a little bit of a career in judging as well, so that was my second adventure in Yu-Gi-Oh! And then I was like, I really want to get into the 3rd dimension of this as well, so casting would be another ideal thing I could do as well. And while starting off doing some casting, I met this mad lad right there, and since then we've become somewhat of a dynamic duo, and it's just
The Cringe Brothers, did you just say?
Yeah, we are the Cringe Brothers. That's our thing now.
We are the Cringe Brothers. Is that's going to be your slogan now? We're going to have that written on a lower third next time you guys commentate. So, quite a few years for you then behind the wheel.
My life is basically dedicated to Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, in so many different aspects, and I love it.
And that's what we want to hear, that kind of positivity about the commentating. It's a long old road to get here if there's that many cards. There's over how many now? Tens of thousands by this point. 12,000 cards. And you've got to know what at least the vast majority of them do, how they interact. And it's such a moving goalpost all the time with new sets coming out, then new archetypes being introduced. So you guys knowing the amount that you do as often as you do with the amount we've had to do these is genuinely remarkable, I must say. Thank you for that question. So we'll move on to our next one. What is your favorite field spell? Don't say it.
Primeval Planet Parlerino.
Really?
It's a great field spell. Can't lie about it.
We've seen it a lot this weekend already.
No, I think it's the Sanctuary in the Sky. I'm a big fan of the Agent archetype. And, I mean, it was never really that good. But it was still cool.
What about yourself, Basti?
I'm a bit of a striker hat, so Area 0 would be my field spell of choice. Pretty easy choice for myself.
Labelled as the #1 dinosaur fan here, I'm going to have to go with Lost World, and I stand by it. It's a good card. You get those tokens on the field, you get to negate it, and it gets you to pop some of the babies and stuff. It all works out. That's my choice, and I'll stand by it. I'll defend dinos to the death. So we'll move on to the next question. I'm glad neither of you said the one card that no one wanted to say, but someone's saying it in the chat, I can promise you that. How long have you been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for? We've kind of answered that already, but let's answer it again.
Almost 20 years now.
We're old.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think when I was 6, Legend of Blue Eyes came out, and my grandpa bought me some in a game store.
Are you Yugi? Your grandpa's teaching you how to play.
No, but it wasn't his store, though, so that's the difference, maybe. But apart from that, yes.
My grandfather's deck has no pathetic cards, Leonard. What about yourself, Basti?
My first starter deck was Joey, and he was from the beginning my star, so I was a Joey person all around. And then the first deck I brought to a tournament actually were Gladiators, so it was some time, so it was just some schoolyard battling with Yu-Gi-Oh! And then at some point I jumped into the competitive scene as well, and Gladiators was the first deck I enjoyed competitively.
I still remember the days of opening the sort of original Yugi and Kaiba structure deck. I went on holiday to America with my family, and in a 7-Eleven was a Joey and Pegasus decks that at the time I didn't know existed. And I lost my mind. And I was like, Mother, please, I must have these decks. And I've got to take those to school, and nobody had ever seen them before. And it was great to be able to sort of... Exactly, I was dominating the playground Yu-Gi-Oh! Back then, I tell you. But it's probably similar for me. When those were coming out, when the anime was starting to roll out, that was when I was playing it. So basically from the start. We're old. We're older than we wish we were. But that's how long we've been playing. How many questions have we got? We've got 2 more questions to go through. Quite an easy one. Favorite card of all time?
Chaos, the Shadow Monarch. It is not Nizamu, the Karakuri, as Basti stated earlier. It is not Dragon Ravine. I wish it was better. It is Chaos, the Shadow Monarch.
Speaking of Dragon Ravine, I know we talked about it briefly in your introduction. Do you want to apologize publicly to everyone for your display during our mini tournament?
I mean, it is okay that I forgot that. I thought you didn't have to discard for the add effect of the Dragunity one, but I just didn't see it with the Heavy Storm. I haven't activated Heavy Storm in ages, I think, so...
Copium. Sorry, it's okay, dude. Basti, what about yourself?
Yeah, a little bit of a boring answer because I already mentioned the Striker card, but my favorite card then is Sky Striker Mobilize Engage because I'm a Striker hat, so I have to go with the best Striker card ever printed.
What is it you like about Sky Strikers?
It was such a grindy deck back in the day. The mirror matches were so intense because they took so long and it was just trading resources back and forth. It was just fantastic gameplay for me.
I seem to run into it a lot on Master Duel, but I don't think we've seen that many at any of these YCSs recently, have we? There are some here?
There are some on the top tables, I can give you that.
Ooh, so we may be seeing that on some of the feature matches, possibly. I guess we'll see.
New support. There was new support in Magnificent Mavens. There's now Sky Striker Linkage, and that's a really powerful card, so maybe it is the push that Striker needs, actually. Who knows?
As for me and my favorite card, Ultimate Conductor Cyrano. How could you not? It's the best boss monster ever. Or I love it, and you can all back off because I'm going to stick with that till I die. And finally, last question we've got, remember, submitted by you. If you want to give us more of these, we're going to be going through another one of these tomorrow. But I'm also going to be talking to the Italians with these. But go check out our Instagram, go check out our Facebook as well, and you'll find the links to those there. Last question. Kind of an obvious one, but what deck do you think will win? Now, I want to preface this by saying before we had Sprite Tier down to be the winners of some tournaments, and then Rika Sun Avalon won. So there are sometimes where what you expect to win doesn't. So any rogue choices?
I mean, yeah. Go on. It hasn't performed in round 2 of the featured matches, but I still think that Pendulum can actually win this.
You're quite big on the Draco Slayer Pendulum deck, though, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I love Pendulum cards. You can, they are monsters, but they are spells.
Monsters band spells together. It might be the thing that we see. We might see another 1 or 2 in the feature matches, but we'll have to wait and see for that because we know as much as you do at this point about what's going to make that top cut. Basti, what would you say?
Actually, I like his answer because we saw a lot of them still on the top table, so definitely not out of the competition yet. But one that I like myself of his format is the cool little Naturia cards. Mole Cricket, Camellia, they're insane. Their effects are so crazy. And we've seen Dinka Bui, for example, bringing it to the tournament. So I have trust in him and all the other Naturia players, and I hope we see them top.
You never know. So keep an eye out for those, because in the following top cuts that we've got, we could very well see some of those cards there. But we are likely to see some Ishizu Tielemans taking some of those top slots. So don't be surprised if you start seeing quite a few mirror matchups over those. But remember, we still have 3 more rounds of the initial Swiss that we're going to be covering today, then the final 3 rounds of Swiss tomorrow before we get into our top 64 cut here at YCS Dortmund. It's going to be very exciting. We've got our next round coming up as soon as we can, so stand by. We'll see you very shortly.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Dortmund 2022. I'm here with Chris LeBlanc. I don't think you need much introduction, but of course we'll still go through it. First of all, it's great to see you, and great to see you in Europe, first time. So how does it feel?
It feels really great. Definitely a different environment. I really appreciate all the Europeans for making me feel welcome. It's been great so far.
For sure, and you should feel welcome. We catch each other a couple of times back in the US in the past years, but it has just been incredible to witness your return, your comeback into the game, and of course the story, we have to mention it. Just over a month ago, you became a 4-time YCS champion, and the craziest thing is 10 years since your first win, right? So, what a journey in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, it's insane. How was that experience? How does it feel? Is it different from your first win?
I definitely felt like my first win was like the most memorable up until this moment, like when I won the 4th one, because it was like a huge milestone for me. I felt like it was a lot different playing like today's day and age than it was playing back in the day. A lot more like the coverage is great. Konami really does a lot for the game and the players, so I think that was what really like meant a lot to me.
For sure, and we were just having a quick chat before this interview, and we'll get to experience the differences between, of course, our setup and the one in the US, which are both doing great things for the game, and hopefully we'll see you on stream as well, playing and showcasing your plays. We have seen how you, ever since the start and the cards came out, you were a pretty big fan of tournaments, I want to say, but you still showed up your own style in Minneapolis with a deck that not many people saw coming, with Sprite cards in it. And you were saying just how you adapted your deck for last weekend, unfortunately losing on the bubble, but what do you think of the current format and just meta today?
I think the current state of the format, very skillful. It takes a lot of thinking and preparation. It's a lot of key points in your plays. You can't really make mistakes. If you mess up like one time, it'll mess up the whole flow of the game. So I think it rewards a lot of better players. I think it speaks that Hani Jawari just had won YCS Pasadena. So I mean, it just even shows like the first event with the Shizu tier, a great player has won. So you know.
Absolutely, there has to be some skill, of course, involved in there, but we already knew that. So we'll be curious to see how European players will adapt this weekend to the trends, of course, as you mentioned. YCS Pasadena, everyone had to just witness it and adapt maybe their decks this weekend. Do you expect some major shifts in like deck building? Of course, still Shizu tier being the deck to beat, I would say. Or are you afraid of like some tier 2, other decks that are flying under the radar? What do you think?
I definitely think there's going to be a high representation of Flunder, but I also think that foreign events in general, like especially European events, have definitely spoken out where like Josh had just won with Sprite, and it just shows that you don't need to play tier, which is being considered as like the best engine in the format, and he still destroyed that event. Like he showed that you can just play a consistent deck and still come out on top. So I think anything could happen going into this event, especially with how many players there are. I think it's going to be a great tournament regardless.
Absolutely, and you did mention Joshua, so I gotta bring this up because, of course, again, another player coming back and winning his 3rd title, but you really didn't let him enjoy the win. You got the 4th and you basically tied. And you mentioned, of course, Billy in your interview, but do you have a message specifically maybe for Joshua, or are you trying, what's your goal, I guess, in Yu-Gi-Oh, going for the 5th win, World Championship, maybe, a lot of different things in your mind, so.
I would say, I think Josh definitely motivated me a lot, and I feel like that's where like my win actually came from, because him tying me in YCS wins was a huge thing for me. I'm like, wow, it's like a weird feeling when somebody catches up to you and you're like, oh, I want it so much more, and I feel like it had a huge impact on Hani for him to win his event. And honestly, like my goals for Yu-Gi-Oh! Obviously to go to Worlds because I've never been, but just to keep playing and enjoying the game. I think that really matters way more to me than winning any like specific event.
Absolutely, and it's great hearing this from you. And we have interviewed a lot of these players who, for example, on top of my mind, Rafael Neven as well, who pretty much go to every event, whether they are in South America, US or Europe. So hopefully we'll see more of you from European events, and we'll of course wish you a lot of good luck for the event. We'll see how it goes, and if you decide to come back visiting us for other events. This was Chris LeBlanc. Thank you guys for being with us. We'll definitely catch him on stream playing. We'll be back quite soon with more action from YCS Dortmund.
Join Elemental Hero Neos for new adventures in Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. New heroes, new strategies, new enemies, 100 new cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of the Elements. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to YCS Dortmund 2022. I'm here with familiar face, Christopher Nielsen.
Hello everyone.
Thank you very much for joining us here in this interview.
Thank you for having me, appreciate it.
So, familiar face, for those of you who don't know Christopher, he has been topping YCSs all around the world, I would say, top 8 European Championship competitor.
Yes.
You have quite a history.
I have, yeah.
For Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yes.
And now let's talk about a bit about YCS Dortmund.
Yes.
And how it has basically the meta changed since YCS Utrecht.
Yeah, it did
1 month ago.
Yeah.
So first of all, I'd like to ask you about Darkwing Blast.
Yes.
I think one of the most precious additions we have had is the Bestial.
Yes.
And so what do you think about them in general? And here in this specific format, we have seen how they interact, let's say, as a DD Crow, but as a body on the field.
It is, as well, yeah.
So what is your thought about that, and especially in the Ishizu tier elements?
It is, and that one as well. I really think the Bestial cards is really good into the deck, like into the meta game. I think the cards are really well designed. You can use them as a quick effect if they have a monster, and you can also use them as just a normal DD Crow to keep playing on your own turn. Like the Dragon deck got a little bit of support of that. The new Bestial one that can search a dragon in the end phase. I think that's really good design of the card. And 2500 is pretty much level 6. That's like that's a Stardust Dragon back in the days. That was pretty hard to make. Like you need a
still hard to keep rid of, no?
You need a Mali and a Formula Synchro or something like that.
And then you can get over it. Yeah.
And then attack, suicide, and send one of those. Like I think the cards are really well designed, and I really like them, especially in this format as well because of the Ishizu tier deck. Yeah. It's a really deck like to remind me of Necros a lot, back and forth Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was a kid younger, when I also played that as well, I was one of my favorite formats because like it was back and forth all the time, and I think that was really good with that deck. Like it wasn't just one turn you just die, and the mirror match of the Shizu, if you play mirror in the deck, I think the turns take a little bit longer, and I really like that. And also the engine of the Bestial cards you can splash rank 6s, and it does so many powerful rank 6 M7. I didn't see anybody in Pasadena play that, but that's a really good rank 7, 6 as well. You can get a Bestial back to your hands, you can summon again another DD Crow, get another one. It's a really good card. Beatrice as well.
One after another.
Beatrice, able to send any card of your deck, the turn you summon it, instead of to wait a turn for like your Burning Abyss. I think that's so powerful. That's really, really good. So I really like the cards. It's really well designed. So I think they're really nice. I think that a lot of people are going to play them this weekend as well.
And my next question is always related to the Ishizu tier element.
Yes.
Because we have seen in Pasadena basically something quite different from Minneapolis, in which basically some people were splashing tier elements with Sprite. So my question is, how would you feel playing a small engine right now, Sprite card with Sprite Sprint, which is very powerful as well.
Good card,
but how would you approach in these terms? Would you be afraid of playing a deck like this at the moment, especially because like of the Bestials, how powerful they are?
I think like I wouldn't try to enter Sprite and Tier and Ishizu into the deck. I saw Charlie, he did really well at Pasadena, he went 9-0, they won. But they too, he lost 3 in a row, got really unlucky with the deck because I don't think the deck is bad at all. I think it's really powerful, but it just seemed like to try to do more and you have to. Like the normal tier, they already do enough pressure on the field, like having 1-2 creatures, some back row, some interaction in hand and grave. It's more than enough to grind in the mirror. So I don't think you need the other one. That's obviously a more powerful version of the deck, like to do more, like the sprint cards, like the Sprite cards. It's really good, especially in the Sprite matchup if you play against that deck. Dog is getting way more value to getting blue than to Jed, Smashers, and just rolling. It's really hard to beat if you play that as well, but I don't think you need them into winning. That's why I personally won't play them for this event. I played them at last Utrecht. I played it at Utrecht. I played Sprite in my deck. I think they were really good in the tier deck. So I was really happy. They were really good. If we had the new cards, that would be even better.
Yeah, exactly. So, and talking about those matchups you are most afraid of.
Yeah.
On top of my mind for this event, there's of course Flow Wanderers, which. Yeah, that's I think the main problem of the deck. I think apart from that, I think one other card which might be very troublesome, let's say, is Necro Valley. So how would you feel? Because like we have seen players not having so many options against this kind of rock decks. Are you afraid of them?
I'm afraid of them. I'm not gonna take I'm just gonna play Mirror the whole weekend. Like normally most of the team especially in Euros when we and Marcello played Zodiac. Everybody thought you're going to play Zodiac the whole week, but most of the people played True Drago. And then we're ending up playing Rebus in main deck was really bad against True Dragos, and everybody tried to beat the Mirror so badly, so they forgot about the other decks. And I learned about that from that time, and you shouldn't do that to just completely regard the other decks. So I will still have some cards into that deck, especially Flanderies. I'm really scared of playing that. I don't think it's a bad deck at all. I think have potential to do really well. but it won't be a deck I personally will choose to play. But I think it will do really well, and especially also Nick Corvalli into the other decks that play that Shifter as well. Like somebody got Mash in second. I played that at Euros as well. I told you about already there.
Yeah, I know that.
Everybody played it now. It's like I told them already back that that's a really good card, but. And now everybody played it as well. That card is really good in the mirror as well. It's basically a Macrocosmos.
Exactly.
Dark Lore. That's pretty good as well. So yeah, I'm scared of course I'm taking considering into my side deck as well, what should I be in it and stuff like that. So I definitely have some slots in my side deck for that kind of matchups.
And hopefully we will get the chance to see you in action this week and not playing too many rock decks and beating them.
So yeah, hopefully getting like...
So best of luck to you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us.
I will, like always.
Thank you very much guys for watching. We will be back soon with more action from YCS Dortmund. Thank you.
And welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Dortmund 2022. We've only got 3 more rounds of Swiss to go through today, and the final 3 will be happening tomorrow. But the first of those last 3 is the match you see before you, round 7. On my right, we have Matthew, and on my left, we have Batuhan. And this is going to be another exciting duel that we've brought you guys for our feature match. Gentlemen, we need to do a high roll to see who's going to be going first. So who would like to roll first? Batuhan's going to go first. That is a 10. Matthew, lucky roll, go for it. That's a 7. Who's going to go first? Who's going to go first? Batuhan, you going first? Yes. Okay, awesome. Right, Batuhan's going to be going first, which means I'm going to hand you guys over to our wonderful German commentator team. Leonard, Sebastian, take it away for round 7. Only 3 more to go.
Thank you very much once again at round number 7 it is. And we're getting joined by some birds this round, and you
yes.
may not be expecting those birds, to be honest, because there are some pretty popular birds flying around in the metagame right now. But we found another birdish deck, which is pretty cool as well, and it's pretty old school, Leonard, right?
Yeah, they are more sinister. It's Kaka. We're going to see Blackwing on stream.
Oh yes, it has been a while, but Darkwing Blast actually brought some really neat support for the Blackwing archetype.
I mean, that's why it's called Darkwing Blast, right?
Indeed, that was the original name of the set. We all thought there's a lot of Blackwing cards coming, and they were, and Batuhan actually put it all together, managed to still be X1-1 in this tournament. They are ready to play. Let's see what Blackwing is going to do in 2022. Let's get into the action.
You know, Basti, I wonder if Ed calls the other casters wonderful as well.
I have no idea. I hope so.
I'm getting a little bit jealous. Okay, so let's see. I think Batuhan is going to start, and what we know about Blackwing is that the first turn board revolves around 2 Dawn King, a Kali Yuga, the DDD boss monster.
Yep, that is a fiend, but we're going to see a lot of winged beasts before that. And he is going to start off with a very powerful one, and this is Moon. This is one of the, I would say, middle stage release cards of Blackwing, because they weren't among the original ones, but then they came out in between in the Legendary Duelist season, and that's a really powerful one, because you can just banish it, and then you will activate Black Walkaround.
You have to banish a different...
Oh, do you have to?
An other Blackwing monster, and he banished Simoon with Simoon and then got to activate the Black Whirlwind.
Fair enough, works though. That certainly works. You just activate the Black Whirlwind and you immediately then normal summon one after, so he normals with Simoon and gets to search one monster with 1,600 or less attack points, and that's one of the new ones he just instantly got there. It's Sudri, and he also...
it's Shamal.
I think he searched for Sudri and he still has Shamal in hand. I think I saw Sudri as well.
Let's get Shamal up first, because I think he just revealed this one. You can send this card from your hand or field to the hand, then place a Black Feather Whirlwind.
Yep, I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. So we do not only have Black Whirlwind now, but we also have Black Feather Whirlwind being activated right there.
Yeah.
And Matthew, of course, has to read up on the new cards. A bunch of support cards, honestly, in Darkwing Blast for the Blackwing archetype. And some pretty cool one. And actually, back in the day, nobody really used to play the original Black Winged Dragon. But this card actually is really a centerpiece of the deck now.
Oh, and we have Vata, the big brother of Vayu, the symbol of honor, the emblem of honor.
Yeah, look at that. Batuhan is just going from one new card to the other. So all the support cards actually making their way into the deck. All of the support cards were really useful and helpful for the strategy.
Look at how gangster this bird looks. This is so cool.
Also, it actually has exactly the same stats than Vayu, right?
It is really an emblem.
It is the actual brother, yeah. It is the actual brother. And this one is really cool because it lets you, on the field, synchro summon. Doesn't sound too crazy because you could normally just synchro summon with it anyways, but you can use the second material from the deck. So you're just going to use itself, being a level 2 tuner, and something else from the deck. And I think we're going to see Blackwing Dragon right there, right?
Yeah, because Vata always synchro summons into the Blackwing Dragon when using its effect.
Oh, but there's Halfness as a response from Matthew. And what are we milling? Ooh.
Keldor Modora and Mystic Mine. So this is one card that Batuhan does not want to see at all. But having these two shufflers is, I think, really, really strong against the deck.
Yep, we see one card that would be useful in the graveyard being Sephiroth. So that's definitely unfortunate that Matthew has double shuffler there with Modora
and he
and
also takes
Chinook, right?
Chinook, I think. Yeah.
Chinook is going into the graveyard there as well.
The Snow Blast.
Yes. Another card from Darkwing Blast. And look, Matthew now takes them all together, reads them one by one. What do all those little birds do?
We don't have time to read each card separately. And now there it is.
In
the
Starlight Rare, of course. The beautiful Starlight Rare
beautiful.
from Darkwing Blast. It's always a cool thing that there's one spot for Starlight Rares always being an OG card. We had Ghost Bell, for example, not very long ago. And now in Darkwing Blast, we have the Black
Winged
Dragon.
Stardust Dragon.
Oh, yes.
Black Rose Dragon, I think.
Indeed, we had. So, there is the Black Winged Dragon now on the field. So, why don't we bring it up onto the screen as well? Because people may have forgotten what Black Winged Dragon was actually doing.
This card actually solo wins versus, what's it called? Mystic Mine Burn deck.
Yeah, because burning is not really a thing anymore.
Am I mistyping this?
Maybe you are. Let me bring it up for you. That's how you need this. You need this right
there.
Very easily. I think we're getting there. Yes, there he is coming. Black Winged Dragon in its beautiful Starlight Rarity. Even in our card highlight, it is in Starlight Rare.
It's the Darkwing Blast Starlight. Perfect.
Yep. So. Oh, but he has a Bestial on top of it, and that's a huge downside from the Blackwing deck. Of course, they're all dark, so the very popular Bestials are actually working very well against it. Now we're using the Sephiroth to bounce back our Black Feather Whirlwind.
The Vata was supposed to be special summoned again by the Black Feather Whirlwind, and this Black Feather Whirlwind is now being... We don't take 400 damage from that Sephiroth. We have Blackwing Dragon collecting these counters.
There's another activation of the Black Feather one. And as I thought, he searched for the Sudri early on. So that's another 3-0 from Darkwing Blast. That's one of the ultras, actually, of the set. And he's normal summoning it here.
This one just searches a monster on normal summon or a card that mentions Blackwing Dragon.
Yeah, as the new support is evolving around Blackwing Dragon, and he's already on the field, it will be quite easy to find something here. And this looks like Orochi, isn't that Orochi? Yeah, that's one of the older ones, actually. Blackwing Orochi the Squall.
We have a really OG one in the deck as well, by the way. So Basti is saying the older ones, but we might actually see a card from Crimson Crisis apart from Black Whirlwind.
Yep. But don't spoil that yet. Oh, there's another old one, though. And I think this trap card is actually really powerful. Blackwing Twin Shadow. He just searched it. And that's a really, really good one. Because this also
one is
mentioned...
from Darkwing Blast.
Yeah. What did I say?
Old one.
No, just a new one from... I was totally thinking of a new card because it was just released. And that also, of course, mentions Blackwing Dragon. And that's why he could search it with the Sudri. And therefore, he now could even activate this from his hand in his own turn, even as though it is a trap. Because if you read it very carefully, you will realize that you can activate it from your hand if you do have Synchro Monsters on board of the Blackwing archetype.
And now we are going into...
Yeah, there's another Synchro Summon happening. And that looks like...
the name.
That looks very much like, let me just see. Oh yeah, that's Blackwing Tamer Obsidian Hawk Joey, which is a card that was also released alongside Simon back in the legendary Duelist days. But it's also a card that hasn't seen a whole lot of play. And funnily enough, it's a warrior and not a winged beast. That's very untypical for Blackwing cards.
I mean, it is not a Blackwing, it is a Blackwing Tamer.
True, yeah. And it is on the board now. And let's see what he can do after this. He already baited out the Majora shuffle, so only one more shuffle effect to go through.
And he already has a big board. I mean, like...
Oh,
yes, we are going to see something really cool now because Obsidian Hawk Joe is a warrior.
Muddy Mud Dragon might be something that could lead into Red Eyes Dark Dragoon here. That is basically the only fusion monster he's playing in his extra deck, so it would also be the only option he could go into with that Muddy Mud Dragon. I would love to see Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, because we haven't seen him in ages. And yes, he uses the Black Winged Dragon and the Muddy Mud Dragon to bring down the Red Eyes Darkness Dragoon. He hits the field.
A nice
and
little
now
buffer.
there
Yeah, we're
comes
going
the
for the Twin Shadow.
Twin Shadow as well.
I'm going to get this one up as well. I confused something. I thought you need the Joe for the fusion summon, but you actually need a dragon monster.
You need a dragon. You need the Red Ice Dragon specifically, or just a dragon. Yeah, now Matthew is thinking on whether to use the Caldo, and he decides to do so. And ooh, there was the Raider's Wing being discarded. Let me check. Oh, of course, he negated with it doesn't matter what Raider's Ring is doing right here, because he just used it as a discard for the Dragoon, and he keeps on going. This is looking strong here from Batuhan.
And this looks like Raikiri.
Yeah, it does for sure. Oh, it could be Boreas Storm the Wicked one, right? Yeah,
That's
it's
what I'm
Boreas
thinking.
Storm the Wicked win for sure. Another one of the support cards from Darkwing Blast, and we're dumping another monster to the graveyard.
Which is Steam the Cloak, a card that has been recently set to limited status on the Forbidden and Limited list.
This card was forbidden for a while, and now it's back, mostly due to Christian Hakifibrax joining the Forbidden section, but there's also Kalbeck for
milled
Matthew.
from the deck, so Kalbeck is going to bounce Boreas Storm.
Yep, that's what's going to happen. But still, I mean, Batuhan already has Dragoon on board. But on the other hand, Matthew, let's be honest.
He has 3 monsters on board as well, and he's going to get even a Druid Swarm in the end phase.
Yep. And you would be like, there's Red Eyes Dark Dragoon on there, so you could just take care of the monsters. But that effect only is applying when you really hard summon it with the Red Eyes Fusion. When you have the normal monsters in graveyard, and we know there are no normal monsters in his graveyard right now, and therefore the pop effect actually doesn't come into place here.
That is indeed true.
Oh, what?
Wow.
He's just getting rid of his Dragoon from Steam. I did not see that coming.
I did absolutely not see that coming either, gotta be honest with you.
He doesn't value the Dragoon at all. I mean, I do understand it a little bit, because there are no cards left in hand for Batuhan, so the negation effect would have been just simply not happening, but still, just having a tower monster with 4,000 attack points doesn't sound too bad,
I mean, it does not contribute to his goal in the end, which is to summon Kali Yuga.
Do you think we can get there still? I mean, he has a level 7 monster on board with his Synchro, and he could now Synchro summon to another level 7 monster, right? So maybe we're still going to get to Kali Yuga, actually. You might be right. It could happen still.
But doesn't he have to go over the Rusty Bardash? He might actually be locked into the Blackwing monsters at some point, because I gotta be honest with you guys, I don't know the Blackwing combos by heart yet.
Not yet. We should all learn them after seeing Batuhan combo off for so long here already. I mean, he's already in for this for 10 minutes, and he hasn't stopped yet. So he's definitely... This deck is actually fun to watch and has been probably fun to play.
2 shuffles, Kaldo, Mudora, Magnamut, and Kalbeck from hand. 4 interruptions, and he's still going. This is actually really impressive.
Absolutely. And I mean, we talked about the downside of Matthew having 3 monsters on board already, but the upside is that he already used 3 of his cards in hand. So he only, when he draws for turn, has 3 cards in hand to use. So there's definitely some potential that Batuhan might be winning this year. And that's the next big Synchro monster coming out. Black Wing Full Armor Master hitting the field. One of the biggest ones, 3,000 attack points, 3,000 defense points. And that is a pretty cool monster. I mean, look at him. What a cool looking card.
He's being summoned in defense position, and it's unaffected by other card effects.
Yes, but that doesn't hinder Matthew from resolving the effect of Magnamut, searching for a Druid Swarm. And that means we are in end phase. That means this is the end board of Batuhan. Let's see how well it stands versus Matthew here. And also, let's continue reading the Full Armor Master again. Each time an opponent's monster activates its effect, you can place one wedge counter on that opponent's monster, and after that effect, resolves. And okay, yeah, the other effect that interacts with those counters only works in your turn, so that's not going to be too helpful here. Just seemed like something you would go into because it cannot get out as easy as the two other monsters on board, but it doesn't really sound like something that would be impossible to out for Matthew here.
So I mean, from what we have just seen, he had Raider's Wing in hand. This is why he can't send it with Rusty Bardash. So maybe this is why he didn't go into that route.
That's potentially true. And look at this! We saw a lot of old birds, but now a Cyberstein is hitting the field.
Oh yes, this is another OG card.
And of course, it works very well in the fusion deck as Telemans, and he's just paying 5,000 life points to special summon out. Kid Colors. I wanted to say a very expensive instant fusion there.
Yeah, this is what Kid Colors is worth to him.
Absolutely.
And I mean, there are other normal summons in the deck. I mean, of course, Cyberstein is a level 2 monster, so you can always resummon it with Elf at some point.
That's usually the plan.
Yeah.
You want to mill it and then bring it back with Elf to have an additional fusion summon. But here in that case, he hard drew it, so you might as well normal it and get his play going by summoning out the Kid Colors here. And yeah, look at this. Now that there was a level 2 monster on board with Cyberstein, he might as well link it off for the Elf we were talking about. And now we go for Kid Colors, summoning out the Rhinoheart from hand and bringing itself to the graveyard. Oh man, he's popping off here. He mulls Scream, he mulls Halfness,
Scream,
Merly,
and Instant Fusion. That is huge. He can actually just bring the third name into the GY now, which would be Shiren, but does he even have the space on the field to resolve all these effects?
I mean, he would have to use monsters from the field for that. So Kaleidoheart would have to come down at some point with that Rhinoheart on board. But yeah, I think he just uses all of his zones here, basically.
But what I'm thinking is, without Pearlerino, does he even get over the full Armor Master? Because it's unaffected by other card effects and it is at 3,000. So is there an out for Matthew? Does he play a bigger Link package? It does not look like it.
Let me see. You might be right. He might be struggling to actually out this here. I mean, one way could potentially be Dark, because there are a lot of big dark monsters in the graveyard of Batuhan, and maybe Blackwing Dragon could... How much attack does Blackwing Dragon have?
2,600, if I'm not mistaken.
Not enough. Yeah, I'm quite sure it's not 3,000, so you're probably right.
I mean, the 3,000 does not help you at all.
It's 2,800, but still it's not enough.
We have plenty of 3k attackers on field already, but full Armor Master is in defense position, so...
Yeah, it's exactly 3k, so you would need something bigger than 3k. Borea Storm also not being big enough. Yeah, I think there's not really a way for him to get over this right now, so maybe the summon of the full Armor Master bought Batuhan a turn here, because it would not be able to be outed.
And it puts wedge counters on all the opponent's monsters.
Yeah, he keeps on counting.
I mean...
And there's Dweller now. Yeah, and I mean...
Dweller makes sense, I guess.
He could go for Zeus as well. I mean, Dweller or Zeus both would be good options, I think.
Reading. I know how it is to play against the deck you have no idea of.
Absolutely.
And we are attacking, and we don't care about that, right?
Oh, wait. Let's double read rule colors, because there is a battle effect as well. I'm pretty sure there's something we are missing right there. Other aqua monsters you control cannot be destroyed by battle. That was the effect I was thinking of, but I don't know how this is doing something for him here. It was enough to run over the full Armor Master, though.
Well, let's just accept the fact that it happened. I mean, we're not going to solve this mystery anytime soon. And Matthew takes game 1 after having so many hand interaction. It was Havness into milling the 2 shufflers. It was Magnamut, and it was a Kalbeck being hard summoned to spin the Borea Storm.
Yeah.
So that was a lot.
Absolutely. Let's just quickly double check. Abyss Dweller, does it only boost itself, right? Or does it boost aqua monsters in general? I think that could be the case why he summoned that Abyss Dweller right there, right? I'm actually kind of curious. Okay, we do not have it here in card highlight, but whatever. So I think it does actually boost aqua monsters in general, and Rukalos is one. So, or water monsters even better. I mean, it works for Rukalos, and I think that was definitely the reason why it was big enough to run over the full armor master there, and it was strong, good enough to wipe out the entire life points of Batuhan. We were watching a long combo by our Blackwing player here by Batuhan, but it wasn't met with success.
I mean, this was such a good hand of Matthew to open with against this. Kalbeck really showed up in this matchup.
For sure. Unfortunately, he had to play versus 3 interruptions. In the end, even 4 interruptions because Modora and Caldo were milled, so definitely an unfortunate scenario for him. Let's see, though, what is Batuhan bringing in to support his going first strategy here. Let me tell you something, there's not really anything. One card maybe, Triple Tactics Talent.
I'm pretty sure Triple Tactic Talents would have showed up in the last match. There were so many effects activated. I mean, we have discussed this earlier. Players are actually main decking 1 talent because you can always resolve it, but you never really want to have 2 in your hand, so you should play at least 1.
Yep.
And because you can always resolve it, it's always a good card, so you really want to have it in going first. I think you want to have it in the main deck all the time.
Looking at Matthew's side deck, there's so many going second cards that I can see coming in here, because he already had 3 interactions on his opponent's turn. He's going to up that number even now by siding in Infinite Impermanence as well, I'm pretty sure. And then another copy of Mystic Mine will help, because that is also pretty good versus Kali Yuga. And then one card I'm also looking at, and I think you just looked at it as well, Super Polymerization, is that what you're thinking?
Yep, this could actually take out the target for the rank up spell.
Because it's only in main phase, right?
Yeah, but you can just priority draw phase it anyways.
That's
if
what
it
I
wasn't
mean.
In the main phase.
Exactly. But yeah, otherwise, you could anyways always use the Super Poly, you're right. But in this specific case, I think the Super Polys are going in quite easily. So maybe that would be something Batuhan has to think about, because he could also as well just end on 1 monster and then use the rank up on that, and then Super Poly isn't a thing anymore.
Fair enough.
So that could be the game plan. We saw that he was eager to do a whole lot more, though. He was summoning monsters left and right. In the end, didn't have the success he wanted to. Let's see whether he has more success here. Let's go for game number 2 of this feature match. All right, we're back on. Batuhan will start once again here with his Black Wing strategy. And I want to see them all again. He basically brought the whole gang last game. He summoned all of them.
No, we were missing the Crimson Crisis Black Wing. I want to tell you guys before we don't see it. Gale the Whirlwind is a one-off. Apparently, you still needed to outstar the strengths.
Looks like it. And he's starting it off again with the Sudri. And he's searching out another new one. Let's double read on it. Yep.
Yeah, we don't need to check out the Telements cards.
No.
Give us the Blackwing Spice.
Yep, Sudri into Shamal, and Shamal,
Shamal
as in game number 1, is going to activate the Black Feather Walkaround, right? Yeah,
and you cannot ash that because it activates directly from the deck into the Spell Trap Zone. I don't think that Matthew wants to ash that because he doesn't play it. And now we are seeing Vata.
Yep, another normal summon. And Vata wants to do the same thing it did last time, just putting 1 into the graveyard and synchro summoning with it then. You don't even need to use the monsters on board, you can just use stuff from the deck anyways. And look, he sends the Harmattan, he sends the Sephiroth, and that would again make himself a level 8 synchro monster, which should be the beautiful Black Winged Dragon. There we have him once again.
Why was he able to normal summon twice?
I don't necessarily know. Maybe it has to do with Black Feather Whirlwind.
I'm checking the card right now. I really don't know.
I mean, that's a pretty good question. Maybe Blackwing Shamal the Sandstorm allows that.
Check that one as well. Let me check Vatar as well. Maybe he can... Oh, I think he can special summon it from the hand.
That's the thing, yeah.
It just has the OG Blackwing effect. You can special summon it if you control another Blackwing.
Easy, and there's Kalbeck again, though.
Oh, no.
Oh, as you say, no. By performing the Synchro Summon into the Blackwing Dragon, there was 1 monster going into the graveyard.
Huge.
And he just wants to bounce the Blackwing Dragon, I'm pretty sure. And that is potentially stopping Batuhan quite heavily again here. Because I think Matthew in game 1 realized everything is evolving around that Blackwing Dragon. So if you just instantly get rid of that, that could be a pretty early stopping point for Batuhan.
And this is a gigantic problem for the deck. I'm not going to wow Magna Mood on the Black Feathered Whirlwind. He has it all again. He just has not revealed a Havness yet. So maybe it's just Magna Mood and Kelbeck this time. But still bad enough for Batuhan.
Yep.
Okay, so now we are checking if it actually works with Kelbeck, I think. Can you actually use Kelbeck on the summon of Black-Winged Dragon after Vata sent a monster from the deck to the GY?
I mean, I would think so, to be honest.
I would think so too.
But it's always good to confirm. So our judges are having a quick read on the card, but looks good to me. And it's crazy. Matthew running good today, running good. Opening Kelbeck and Abyssal Magnum with both games versus the good old Blackwing strategy. Must be good, must be good.
This is a really big problem for the Blackwing strategy right now, because these plays, they are really good. Like, you're milling a card from the deck to synchro summon. This is amazing, but it opens up Kelbeck plays.
Yep. And also, the deck being completely dark-centered.
Yeah.
Is not really the best. That's what I like about the Naturia deck. We saw that in action earlier as well. All the Earth cards. Madolce, same deal. It doesn't even interact. It doesn't even give the Bestials a chance to hit your deck. But here we see this deck really being a dark deck and therefore being targeted by one of the most popular engines in the whole tournament.
Same goes for Pendulums, by the way. You just, I mean, you open your opponent up to summon Magna Mood on your Revolution Dragon, but that does not really hurt you.
Yep, you're right. We are now using the effect of Sephiroth's Bow, paying a couple of life points.
Getting back to the hand. Let me check the Black Feather Whirlwind again, if you can just activate it and use it again like Black Whirlwind.
That would be cool. So, we are tributing the Sephiroth. And he's double reading on the Sudri. I do understand as well. You said it earlier. And you know what I also understand? That you had to bring a Pendulum. You just a Pendulum hat, and I can only imagine your face tomorrow when we see that somebody's making top cut with Pendulum.
Oh, I would love that.
Yes.
Immediate feature match.
Not even a question. Not even a question.
Nobody can discuss this with me.
Yeah, but we talked about
I have the power to do that, but
we talked about it a little bit in our quiz or like our Ask the Cast interview. There are still quite a few Pendulum decks being very well in the tournament, being very well in competition. So.
Oh, this is Nothang.
Oh, Nothang coming down, which actually is now burning the opponent, right? Because we only saw life points lowering his own effects, lowering his own life points, but now Nothang is going to burn the opponent actually. Nothang, the Starlight.
And now you can actually activate the Black Feathered Whirlwind, and Nothang opens you up to have another normal summon.
This deck is just gaining normal summon after normal summon after normal summon. It almost feels like Fluanda Reese and Blackwing are really both birds.
Why
I mean,
do
they are.
Winged Beasts always get extra normal summons? I want extra normal summons as well.
Yeah, why don't they give us... We do some pretty good birds imitations, so I think we should get extra normal summons for our next tournament as well.
Exactly.
So, yeah, he's now even Batuhan is reading on his own Blackwing cards. Shamal stays banished though. And Sudri is coming back to hand. And we're summoning the Vata back to the field. And as far as I'm aware, Vata is not once per turn, right? Or is he?
I am
Let's double check on that for sure.
not sure. I think this one has a hard once per turn clause on it.
Yes, it has, I just read it up. Yep.
However,
Vata
this is still a level 2 tuner.
Yeah, you can just go the regular way about it. You're right.
I mean, it's kind of boring to go for the regular route, but I mean, it's a little bit more stylish as well.
On the other hand...
Oh, we get the Twin Shadow. This is such a good card.
He might as well now this time get into his Rusty Badij Link plays. Maybe we get to perform the Kali Yuga play this time. So even though he was again stopped twice by Matthew, he might have a chance here.
Oh, we are going for a level 6 Synchro Summon.
Or a Link 2 summon, who knows? But it looks more like a Synchro Summon to me. Yep.
Borea Storm.
We're seeing Blackwing Borea Storm, the Wicked Wind. There he is.
And this one sends another Shamal. I think Shamal doesn't really do anything. Oh, we are going.
But we're climbing. We're climbing.
So Wicked Wind is a tuner. So are we going for the...
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We gotta love to see it. The cover monster from Darkwing Blast being summoned here. The Black-Winged Assault Dragon.
There we go, guys.
As if we would have scripted that, right? Just ask him, yeah, please summon the Starlight Rare from the set, and now also the cover monster. Good effort, Batuhan. Thank you.
But I mean, this is not the way you want to summon this out, because you can actually summon this out by banishing a tuner and Black-Winged Dragon from the GY.
Oh, yeah. And that Black-Winged Dragon never hit the graveyard, so...
No.
That was just rather the hard way, and not the great way to summon this card. And look, we're in end phase again. We see that he's adding the Druid Swarm off of the effect of Magnamut.
And Druid Swarm is actually an easy out to this, because the effect of Black-Winged Assault Dragon is that it collects Black Feather counters every time your opponent activates a monster effect. And as soon as you have 4, you can tribute the monster and destroy all cards on the field. However, if you have Druid Swarm already, I mean, you know the drill. You guys have seen Druid Swarm already. You summon it once, and then you go into a link play, and with the 1 counter, the Assault Dragon will just get sent to the graveyard.
Absolutely, absolutely. That doesn't look too favorable for Batuhan, but let's see what Matthew can do out of this. Is it even... What level is Shamal, is what I'm wondering right now. Is Shamal even level 2? Shamal... Okay, no, Shamal is level 4. That's good, that's good. So, I would have thought maybe he could even just special summon something with Dark from the graveyard then and instantly have access again. Okay, there's Merly now. We're building a chain by the looks of it. Oh, and look at that. That is now this time even coming in for the handy effect of being somewhat of an effect veiler. It's Chinook the Snow Blast. When you have a Synchro monster on board, you can actually just, oh wow, you can negate 1 monster on the opponent's side of the field. But we talked about the Super Polymerizations coming in for Matthew, and that does not only dodge the Chinook, but it also gets rid of the Blackwing Assault Dragon.
This is so strong. I mean, we have talked about Super Polymerization coming in here to possibly out a Phantom Knight's rank up spell, but this one is way worse.
Yep, and now the card has hit the graveyard, and Matthew is going to resolve the Merly, and he already has the Mud Dragon on board as well. I think he's explaining the situation that he's going to dodge the effect negation of Chinook here, which is absolutely true because it's not on the field anymore. Or maybe Chinook just works different than Veiler.
No.
Does it
the
work?
Targeted monster loses 700 attack. Also, it negates the effects. So...
I mean, it cannot lose the attack when it's not on the field anymore, so... But it looks like the judges have ruled it in the way that he cannot mill, because...
But the card can't resolve because there's no target anymore. I thought.
I would be thinking the same than you, but...
Is that not how Yu-Gi-Oh works?
Sometimes you gotta question yourself, Leonard.
I do, right now.
But yeah, Matthew is questioning the effects of all the Black Wings in the graveyard of Batuhan currently, just reading up on them. And look, we were right, Leonard. We don't have to question our life. We don't have to question all the decisions.
I was actually searching for Veiler here to read up what I was missing on.
Yeah, but the Merly has resolved. The Super Poly helped in dodging that Chinook effect, and he milled for... There can be only 1. He brought in There Can Be Only 1 going second. That is usually an option you would side in versus Floanderies, but once again, those decks are kind of similar at the end of the day because it's also a lot of Winged Beasts.
It's Winged Beasts all along.
Oh, but there is a Bestial in the hand of Batuhan, stopping the effect of Merly from resolving.
Oh, and we have seen that this Merly is kind of important to Matthew, right?
Absolutely.
Because he actually protected the mill effect by using Super Poly. He did not hit another name, and this could be the end of the turn. I mean, he has some plays, and he has many plays, to be honest. But the most important thing is that it was the Merly that triggered here, because now he can't go into dark sprint plays.
That's true. One line I see very clearly, though, is that he could just go into Redoer, and then Redoer detaches Vikel back, and then you get instant mill 5. Oh, why not?
Has to go from field, hand, or deck.
You're so right about that. True. That works with all the Telemans monsters, but not with the Kelbeck.
Yeah,
You're totally right.
Now we are going to see Beatrice or Wallow. It's Beatrice.
It is Beatrice, and that then works because this will actually bring you one Telemans monster from the deck to the graveyard. Or he might as well go for another Kelbeck and just take the gamble and mill 5. Could also be very reasonable.
Wouldn't do that.
Probably not. It's just safer to just instantly go for a Telemans name. It is just most certainly safer.
As soon as you get into your first name, that resolves, you get the Kid Colors and get the second name as well. So there's really nothing you want to hit at this point. You also search for Scream already. Now we're sending Shiren, and Shiren is going to activate. Are we going to see a DD Crow? I know it's not as good as the Bestial cards, but it's still a Winged Beast that is dark.
Cool.
You can Icarus attack it.
The thing is, what I'm seeing right now, he might just spin away the Magnamood with Kaleido Heart, and I think I see Game again on board. So this might be a pretty quick affair here by taking this 2-0. He's searching for the Rhino Heart, decisively adding it to his hand. I think he already had Rhino Heart in his graveyard, so he would have access to the Kaleido Heart already, but that looked like he would be announcing battle phase.
Oh no, he had to shuffle it back.
Oh yeah, you're right. So, did he Norman summon? Oh yeah, he Norman summoned them early, so... But he could special summon it out with the effect of Kid Colors, of course. So...
He discarded the first Rhino Heart with Super Polymerization, that's why it was in the GY, and then he had to shuffle it back.
Indeed. So, Batuhan thinking maybe here for a quick second. Maybe something like Nibiru coming in here. Nibiru would actually be kind of clutch here. On the other hand, you would give your opponent a mill 10 in that scenario, because then Kelbeck would trigger and Kid Colors would trigger as well, so...
Kelbeck still doesn't trigger.
You're right. I don't think I'm going to get that until the end of the event.
It's okay, it's okay. I will correct you every single time, it's fine. But where do you get that Nibiru from? I mean, you have the deck list open here.
Yeah, there is no Nibiru, but in theory, you know...
In theory, Nibiru is a good card sometimes, but not all the time.
You're right. So, let's see. Batuhan really wants to not rush this decision, because it looks like he has an interaction here. It just depends on what it is.
Which one could it be? Can Gale the Whirlwind save him? Oh, he has the Twin Shadow. We knew about that already. So now he can Synchro Summon. And which card is it that he can summon out here? Can he go for the full Armor Master again? And does it even help him?
Honestly, I don't think it would, because he could just go for the same line that he did last time. He could just go for Dweller, he could just go for Rukalos. It would be just the same as in game number 1. So I'm really curious to see what Batuhan is bringing up here. Is it something else? Is it something that could really help him here?
Level 8 Synchro.
Level 8, maybe it is.
Can he summon Stardust Dragon with this?
He's not running it, I'm afraid.
I was thinking.
But it is one that we haven't seen yet. It is Blackwing Silver with the Ascendant. I have never seen
this card being summoned with effect.
Honestly, me neither.
Only a value target. This card is Synchro Summoned. You get this card pops 2 cards on summon.
Alright.
This card pops 2. When this card is Synchro Summoned, you can target up to 2 face-up monsters on the field with defense lower than this card's attack. Destroy those targets. You cannot conduct your battle phase the turn you activate this effect. You don't want to. It's your opponent's turn. During each of your opponent's turns, the first Blackwing monster you control that would be destroyed by battle is not destroyed. This is actually really solid.
That's kind of nice. So he is actually getting rid of the Rukalos. Oh no, the Kid Colors. But now, I mean, it's kind of nice because that lets him not special summon out the Rhino Heart from his hand, because the effect cannot be used anymore, but it will still give him the mill 5 from the Kid Colors here. Oh, and we're special summoning out the Nofung as well. I think that must be because of the Black Feather Walkaround, right?
Oh, yes, exactly.
And we're again reading the Silverwind.
Beatrice loses 800 attack points. This is really huge. By the way, if Matthew knew that Silverwind does this, he could have chained Muddragon and called Dark, and then, oh no, it doesn't even target.
Yep, that's even cooler.
Oh, but now he milled Kelbeck.
We saw that he mills Kelbeck here. We see that he also milled the Rhino Heart. Looks like he doesn't want to mill with Kelbeck, because he already has all the names in circulation, so it would be a little bit of a waste, but he could have milled Shuffler, so that doesn't seem too bad.
Kaldo. Dora the Sword Oracle and Kaldo the Sacred Protector?
I would just say you're right. Yes, you are right. You're absolutely right. Yeah. So we are going to resolve the effect of Chiron. So what's next? Do we go for Kaleido Heart first, or do we go for Rule Colors first? Looks like Kaleido Heart to me. When he's putting down the Rhino Heart, it usually will end up being Kaleido Heart, because you can only summon that.
And I think he really wants to get rid of this Silver Wind, the Ascendant, because this one protects the Blackwing monster from being destroyed by battle, and it is really relevant in this scenario. Also, keep in mind, Beatrice lost 800 attack points due to no Fang.
Yeah, absolutely. Basic math, basic Yu-Gi-Oh here. Very old school deck versus very much a new deck. Let's see. This is now not game on board anymore, though, for Matthew, I'm afraid.
I mean, he can't even out, at this scenario, he can't even out both monsters, because the Beatrice lost the attack points.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But he could go for a rank 4 play still here. But he's going to out the Magnamoot. Interesting decision to out the Magnamoot over
the Blackwing monster.
Blackwing monster, yeah. Because you would think that your opponent can do more with an engine monster than with just a random dragon being on the board there.
That is true.
But let's not forget that random dragon, that bestial Magnamoot.
He attacked into it.
Oh.
It lost attack points. The Beatrice crashed. The Beatrice was destroyed by battle. No Big Dante as well. I mean, there would be one, but
maybe he wanted that though, because now an XYZ monster is battled. He could go into a rank 4 in main phase 2, and that enables him a Zeus line.
Fair.
And he goes for that very quickly, so I'm pretty sure that's actually going to be the play here. There's Baguska, and yep, there's also Zeus. And that, I think, Batuhan has no cards in hand. He will be able to search for one Bestial or for one Dragon monster in the end phase.
He immediately activates the Zeus, and this one I find quite interesting. Okay, now you can trigger the Kaleido Heart and then send a card, which would probably be Scream to send out a trap. Okay, well, fair enough.
Indeed, I think that's kind of nice.
But didn't he? No,
oh, he goes for Halfness.
So he has one more Fusion Summon open. I don't know if he still has Kid Galas in the GY. No, he just passed, so I don't understand why he didn't do it in the next turn, so he can actually trigger his own Kaleido Heart with Zeus.
That is very odd. That is very odd to me. He could have just done it in standby phase. It would have been the same thing.
He went from a board wipe with a shuffle plus... Okay, the shuffle doesn't really do anything, you know?
I'm pretty sure why he did that. He wanted the set card, and he would have had to sacrifice the set card otherwise.
How much better is a set card than a board wipe plus another fusion?
You're probably right. I'm on your team there.
Thanks.
So Batuhan already wanted to draw for turn, but I'm pretty sure the effect of Magnamoot on field was announced, so he should absolutely grab a Bestial monster first of all.
Oh, yes.
And then go for his turn afterwards.
Go get that Druid Worm.
And I mean, that Druid Worm might honestly even help.
Yeah.
It could already be the first step to out the board. You could just summon it in defense position, and when your opponent then runs over it, you can get the other monster off of the board. So maybe Batuhan can come back here.
You know what? I would have just liked to see a Dweller, because this graveyard of Batuhan is filled with Blackwings that are just waiting to activate their effects, if there even are some that he can activate. Just because when we were looking at the cards before the match, I think there were some pretty powerful GY effects.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one thing we know is Sephiroth is one of the ones you can... One of the rare effects you can only use once per duel, and he already used Sephiroth, so we're definitely not going to see Sephiroth at all. But maybe one of the others, potentially. So there's a little bit of judge call going on, no problem. Players just confirming on some ruling, which is absolutely standard.
And now we can discuss some deep Blackwing strategy.
Oh, please. What was your favorite Blackwing back in the day?
I mean, Kalut was the nastiest one to use on your opponent. Vayu was the coolest one because it is a ninja chicken. And Shura felt like the strongest one because of the 1800 attack, and your opponent never wanted to attack into it, because if you get colluded, you go plus... Okay, +1, but still
wow, yeah, let's go.
That was a lot back in the day.
To me personally, the coolest was Bora always. I like Bora. I absolutely love Bora because the piercing damage really came up, and it actually helped special summoning, you know? What am I talking about? It actually helps sealing the deal, because back in the day, Blackwing really was the OTK deck of all of them. When those were first released, we saw so many really swings for game in one turn. It was like the usual scenario. I remember back in the day with a young friend of mine. It was one of our first bigger events. We were traveling to a different city to it. I brought myself my Gladiator deck, as I was a Gladiator enjoyer. And my friend was bringing a Blackwing strategy. Please don't laugh, because it is a true story.
I'm laughing with you.
And you will hear a very nice happy end at the end.
Okay, let's go.
Because I think it was like 300 players or something. I scrubbed, of course. I didn't do very well in the tournament. But my friend, he brought Blackwings. We were like 13, 14 years old. Never played a big tournament. And he made top 16 with Blackwings.
Wow.
And he OTK'd one guy after another, like all the older guys, and he was just like, yeah, that's game, I think. And so he was the talk of the town in that night, or in that
One
day.
of the reasons why Bora was so great and so important was that Dandelion was a card, and people were always summoning 0/0 tokens in defense. And you had Zirocco, who can boost the attack of your Blackwings.
That's true. That happened. I forgot about
also
that.
one monster, and then you can actually go for like 8,000 damage with one attack over a Dandelion token.
Absolutely. Also, one very crucial card back in the day, and you always needed a level 4 end gale for that, was one very cool level 7 synchro. Do you remember one level 7 synchro that always ended the game back in the day?
Darkstrike Fighter.
Darkstrike Fighter it is. This card was a Ralad in between, so it's not as strong anymore today. But back in the day, you could just tribute all the monsters after doing some piercing damage with your Boros and so on, and then the game would be over instantly.
That is true.
Crazy
It
times.
was also Crimson Crisis card. However, level 7 Synchro Monsters, what do we have in this game right now? Because as you guys have seen, the deck has changed a teeny tiny bit.
A little bit, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day you had Armor Master, which was kind of a boss monster because it couldn't be destroyed by battle. Now we have the full Armor Master, which just ignores everything except for battle.
Yeah,
Important.
and we saw that in game 1.
Yeah.
Battle worked quite well.
Yeah, Dweller, good card, pushes everything. So, do we have any level 7 synchros here? Because I don't think that we have seen any.
Not really. Let me double check on this extra deck. There would be Raikiki, but Raikiki is a level 8, right?
Okay,
oh no,
cool.
wait. I think Raikiki actually is a level 7. Don't disrespect my boy Raikiki like that.
You did not know this card existed.
That's true, but I saw it on the deck list right there, right now.
If this card is synchro summoned using a Blackwing monster as material, I'm just going to read this out. It is treated as a tuner monster while face up on the field. Once per turn, you can target cards your opponent controls up to the number of other Blackwing monsters you control, destroy them. So I will have to read that again for myself because I did not realize what I was reading.
Yeah, but I mean, the sole fact that he hasn't summoned it yet is making it pretty obvious to me that he's not going to summon it very often in general, right?
I mean, it makes sense that he hasn't summoned it yet because it is a card that destroys opponents' monsters. It does not do it on summon, so it is a so-called ignition effect that you will have to activate on your own.
Yeah.
So you don't do this on your first turn when your opponent has few monsters, which weren't even that few in Matthew's case. And you can't use Twin Shadow to summon it and then pop your opponent's field because you can't activate it as it's not a quick effect.
To be fair...
Which would be really strong, by the way.
Yeah, to be fair, even though we already are in timeout, we already have like 40 minutes or something passed, good old Batuhan hasn't even seen his turn 2 in this match ever.
No,
in game 1, he played out a very long turn 1, and then his opponent, Matthew, just ran him over still. And then in the second game right now, he again comboed for quite a while, but not that long. But his opponent took some time then to build up his board again. Yeah. But he didn't finish the game this time. And it would now for the first time be the case that he gets his second turn.
But before he gets to the draw phase, we are going to have an investigation because Batuhan does not get to play his second turn in this tournament anymore.
Yeah, somebody appeared on Batuhan getting the second turn. And
this is probably what happened.
That cannot be. Blackwing players, they have additional normal summons, so they cannot have a second turn. That's impossible. How is that going?
Okay, Basti.
Yes, please.
Important question.
Oh, you only have important questions.
Which deck would be better right now if it
okay,
had
I'm
a
listening.
second normal summon?
Yes.
Except for all of them.
Okay. Yeah, all of them, right?
Okay, I said except for all of them.
Then none of them? I guess, right? No, but I mean, it's really cool. Like, let's really imagine what kind of deck you could push with another normal summon. Because normal summon is not really the summoning technique that is super popular at the moment, besides for Flunder. I mean, you gave me an obvious
I like
answer.
my normal summon, and I use Rhino Heart, I use the Melee.
But do you really need another normal summon?
I mean, I need the first one. It's
Yes.
still popular.
Yes, the first one is popular, but after that, I think there's not really any deck that needs it.
a second normal summon would basically be a free special summon, so it would...
All right,
okay. I mean,
all right.
Actually, this is my bad. This was really a stupid question.
Thanks for at least realizing that.
It was really throwing you on the bus.
Let's get more into the tournament again.
Yeah.
They are still discussing,
Sure.
but we were walking through the rows at the top tables in the last round, in round number 6, now being in round number 7. And we saw some pretty interesting decks. We already spoiled you that there's quite a few Draco Slayer Pendulum decks actually performing well. We saw at least 3 to 4 or 5 being at the top 50 tables, so they are definitely doing well in the tournament, and you could definitely expect some of them to make top cut at some point. That would be really cool. And then, on top of that, some other decks we haven't talked about yet.
The players are packing together, by the way.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, we're going to hear what happened in a moment, so that's really cool. And as we are talking about other decks, why don't we look into the deck breakdown? Because I just heard we have a deck breakdown, so let's look at it and let's see what are the most popular decks at this YCS Dortmund. And you see the most popular deck indeed is Ishiza Telements, but honestly, I am surprised by only seeing 28% there. It is the most popular deck, disregarding the other category.
But Basti, I know some pretty great players that are on this deck. I think the conversion rate is going to be much higher than 28% of Ishizu Telements in the top cut.
I would agree. I would 100% agree. And look, Draco Slayer actually even made it into the breakdown. That shows us that there are quite a few Draco Slayer players, because out of 2,500 players, 2% is quite impressive. Oh yeah, I see your
50?
face. You're doing math right now.
50? Is it 50?
It should be 50, but I don't. My math isn't as good, so I'm here to commentate Yu-Gi-Oh, not to do math. So let's look at the other decks, though.
Always difficult with us.
Interesting decision of the 3% of players just running with pure Telements. I honestly think the Ishizu engine works so well together with the Telements archetype that I wouldn't want to miss it. And on the other hand, I honestly would have expected more people to be on Fluander Reese than on Sprite, because to me, Fluander Reese seems like the best answer to Ishizu Telements. It seems like it could be the best contender, but still, 14% of the field have decided to run Sprite. And I mean, we saw a couple of lists. They are coming up with interesting solutions for the matchup.
Sprite is kind of a fan favorite at the moment since it came out. This deck is really popular. And we have seen great players on Sprite. We will have them in the featured match, I can tell you that.
Absolutely.
I'm really sure about that. And it looks like we are going into a game 3.
This is interesting because players just shuffled up. That must mean that we had Batuhan, our Blackwing winner, all of a sudden winning this game.
Blackwing wins a game.
Bringing us a game number 3. So let's go back over to the table. Let's see what game number 3 of this round 7 feature brings us. There we have them, looking as confused as we are, and the score is equal now. It is 1 for Batuhan and 1 for Matthew. I think we got a little bit of extra time, having us a little over 5 minutes now left on the clock, and we're going into a game 3 here between Matthew and Batuhan.
And it is really good for Matthew that Batuhan does not start with a long combo, because Nothang burns for 800 life points, and this could be a factor.
Oh, wow. Activate Scream. Chainlink 1 is the Rhino Heart. Chainlink 2 is the Scream. We're hitting a Rhino Heart and a Hafnis. Not too bad of a start.
Well, it's really good, I would say.
Absolutely. He hit a name. He gets to dump another name with the Rhino Heart he just summoned.
And now we are going to see a targeted mill from the Rhino Heart.
Yep, and then in a new chain, most likely what's going to happen is...
It is another Hafnis.
Mills another Hafnis. Why is he doing that?
He probably does not want to put them all in the same chain while having so few resources in the GY already, so I guess he just wants to keep another one in the GY.
I guess that's the case. So we are resolving Rhino Heart and Hafnis. Hafnis just uses both of the Hafnises. And I mean, this way you secure that you're not going to mill the Hafnis later on in the turn, because you have 2 Hafnis at the bottom of the deck. So it's kind of nice because you prevent yourself from milling a name you already have used in the turn. So yeah, your deck is already shuffled again. Yeah, what can you do?
Nice try.
Sometimes it'd be like that. Look, and we are searching for the Merle and the Shiren. That's kind of nice to instantly search for another Tearlaman's name when you're searching for Shiren, because
Cool
it
Blackwing
instantly
deck.
gives you a discard. Yep.
Anyways, Shiren effect.
Okay, he brings down the Merle now, so that is a classic case of mill 8, and he mills the crime. But I think he mills a bunch of cards that could bring the crime back into the deck.
That is true. Kalback as well. Kalback can be triggered. We also have Mudora. We don't see Kaldo in the GY just yet.
But, oh.
I think he hit Shiren, right?
Yeah, he did hit the Shiren.
And he's going to activate Kalback as well. So maybe there are some cards in Batuhan's deck that will help him win this game in his not first turn.
So we are resolving the Kalback. We see that there was an impermanence by Batuhan, not in his hand, but rather got milled by the effect of Kalback, so it doesn't help him right here, right now. I think if he would have had impermanence opening hand, he would have either used it on the Rhino Heart or on the Kid Colors, I'm pretty sure.
So Roll Colors is being summoned here, and I mean, do you think that he is going to... Does he have a Scatter Shot in his side deck?
Let me just quickly check that. Yes, there is Volcanic Scatter Shot.
Oh, it is in hand! It is in the hand!
And I mean, you can just discard it with Shiren, right? That should totally work. So, yep, we are discarding Volcanic Scatter Shot for the effect of Tearlaman's Shiren. That means we're going to burn for 500. But first of all, we're going to resolve the rest of the effect of Shiren, milling 3 cards, having Mudora and Heartbeat being milled.
Actually re-adding the Tearlaman's Crime. Pretty strong.
That
or
is really
Salik.
strong.
I mean, you don't really get to have another monster in hand now, and you can't add one. I think you've resolved all the effects. So at this point, you actually just...
And now this should be the elf. Yep, there it is. And you can see it on the screen as well now. Matthew is ahead in life points, and now he's also ahead in summoning rank 4s again in this game because the Time Thief Redoer is hitting the field. Another set card, and 1.5 minutes right around that for Batuhan now to maybe get those life points back, maybe get ahead again. Honestly, if Batuhan gets to his main phase, there are a couple of ways for him. And he has drawn for turn here. There comes a Redo and standby phase, but he's in main phase after that.
Oh, and Vata is being added to the Redoer. Vata is actually a really good GY effect for him, no?
That is not really the card that Matthew wanted to hit. He already has monsters underneath his Time Thief Redoer, so a trap or a spell card would have definitely been better. But let's see what Batuhan can do here. As we just said, he is in his main phase, so there are a couple of effects in his deck that could inflict burn damage. For example, the No-Tone we were just mentioning a couple of times. He started all off with the Black Feather Whirlwind, though. And what's happening after? Looks like he may be using the effect here. Oh no, he's going to normal summon Sudri.
Let me get Sudri up for you guys again, so you don't forget Sudri the Phantom Glimmer. And Salik is immediately activated. Merle is there on the field. Merle can be tributed, and Merle can easily make another powerful fusion blade.
But Leo, what do you think about that? Honestly, I think that Salik is quite preemptive, because we've seen there are burn effects in the extra deck of Batuhan. So I would have honestly just waited until he summons out the No-Tone to just prevent Batuhan from getting damage in. And now we see timeout has been announced. So now it is on Batuhan to actually change the current status of life points. And that is right now Matthew being up 500 life points because of the effect of Volcanic Scatter Shot. But as we saw, Batuhan has a couple of options to actually burn his opponent here.
Exactly. So Sudri, is it going to be sent to the deck with Roll Colors, or is it the Black Feathered Whirlwind? No, the Sudri is going into the deck. It's not it's not under the deck, it's in the deck, but I think we will.
For the moment, it doesn't really matter. Okay, we are shuffling.
No, let's keep it the correct way.
Absolutely correct. So, Batuhan, you've shown us a lot of very cool Blackwing monsters, and I'm already thankful for remembering us of all of them. But do you have it in you? Oh, that is tough. He's using the prosperity. So that means every burn damage he's trying to do is going to be halved for the rest of the turn. We're not going to see any battle damage because he will not be able to leave his main phase 1 as timeout was just announced. But is there any way?
This cuts Nothung's damage to 400, so it wouldn't even win through the scattershot effect of Matthew. This is absolutely insane. But I mean, maybe he has other effects that help him. Maybe he can activate Nothung twice. Can
That's
he recycle
what I was just
it?
looking up. And nope, you can only use this effect of Nothung once per turn. It's a hard once per turn. No way Nothung is going to resolve twice. And he takes the Simoon. There must be a way. When Batuhan is playing on right here, there must be a way for him to actually deal more damage. I'm very hopeful for him.
Maybe he just wants to show us his cool combo as well.
It looks like he picked up Dimension Shifter for turn. Oh no, that was his deck, but there was Dimension Shifter in there.
He just went for the Simoon.
Okay, Simoon, of course, activating the effect. Or is he going to use Shamal first? Oh yeah, he's using the Simoon, banishing the Shamal. And then normal summoning the Simoon, of course. But first of all, of course, we're going to activate the Black Whirlwind. So maybe Batuhan just wants to show off. Maybe he just wants to, once again, show us all the cool Blackwing cards he brought here to YC's Dortmund.
And let me get the OG, one of the best permanent spells that we have ever had in this game, up for you guys. Look at this absolute beauty, Black Whirlwind.
Indeed. So now he's triggering the Scream, and Scream hits him a Halfness. It hits him double Halfness, actually.
Doesn't look like he already used Halfness, right?
Yeah.
No, he tributed Merly. Now he can just also resolve Whirlwind first. He will use Halfness in the chain after that. Honestly, I can't lie, a Pearl would be helpful here for Matthew.
Indeed, it would be. So is there a way for Batuhan? Because we still haven't figured out any other way besides Nothung to deal damage. But he needs another way, as we were just saying. Nothung would, in combination with that Prod of Prosperity, only be 400 points of damage, which would be 100 life points short due to Volcanic Scattershot burning him for 500 the turn earlier. Whereas Dark Dragoon would be a cool way if it could actually pop opponent's monster and inflict damage.
Oh, that is true as well.
But it does not have that effect because there are no normal monsters. No Dark Magician, no Red Eyes in the graveyard.
What about the Raid Traptor cards that I'm looking at in the extra deck?
I don't think they're going to make it. I don't think they're burning.
No.
So, we are searching. We are still searching, and Matthew wants to take his time to actually perform a summon now. He did use the Halfness going into Kid Kalos here. Kid Kalos now also using the effect. And Batuhan is like, yep, sure, go ahead. I mean, what kind of card is he even summoning into here? Oh, he's searching for Halfness, okay. He's searching for Halfness because there would be no other fusion. Okay, you can summon Garura. Congratulations, you summoned Garura on your opponent's turn. But that probably isn't really helping you in any way. So, we see he has Vata. He has Twin Shadow in hand as well. But first of all, he's going to special out the Vata. And honestly, Vata might become my new favorite Blackwing. I really like Vata.
It's really cool, right? I like the jacket.
Yep.
It really looks like Jack Atlas.
Oh, and we are going to see the OG Blackwing Gale the Wild One. Thank you, Batuhan, for completing every single Blackwing card in your deck. You showed us every single one of it on the field. And now we're going to see the redoer from Matthew.
So now that we have Vata and Gale, I think that he really wants to get probably rid of the Gale because halving the attack points without having battle phase is threatening.
Indeed it is. So, okay, yeah, of course, there's still Dracostapelia left, sure. I was talking about Garura, but Dracostapelia actually is quite good because it is another negate. There comes the effect of Vata now.
Yes, and Vata might actually be answered with the Dragostapelia effect. Vata, oh wait, Black-Winged Dragon probably has some kind of effect, right? I mean...
Oh yes, Black-Winged Dragon it is. I just saw the last sentence. And if it does inflict damage to your opponent equal to the attack lost by this effect. So Black-Winged Dragon might be the option to actually burn some life points here in this match. So is he getting to it though? is he getting to his Blackwing Dragon? That's the real question here. So, but I just was so excited about the last sentence, but what does he have to do to actually inflict damage?
Black feathered counters that you get from taking damage, which you don't take then. It soaks it up.
Yeah, I see.
Then you reduce the attack of a monster on the opponent's side for 700 for each counter.
Yep.
Then you deal 700 damage.
So he would just basically need 2 counters.
Yeah, exactly.
He needs 2 counters and the Blackwing Dragon on field. And he also has to find a way to actually play through the rule colors, play through the Dracostapelia. Those are still there on the field.
And I don't know if there is a way. I mean, he can go for the level 7 Synchro Monster, your boy, which was named
Raikiki. So let's see whether he can go for that, though.
The Rain Shower, by the way.
Who would have thought? But yeah, he is now considering.
You can just go into a Blackwing Dragon now, but does that really help you at this point already?
He's first of all going to use the effect of Vata.
Yes,
so
this
Vata
is what I want
should
to see.
absolutely bait out one of the negates here from Matthew.
Or you just wait until the Blackwing Dragon hits the field. But maybe there is a way to, like, book it to dodge the targeting effect.
That would be so cool. I mean, I'm kind of biased here. I love Blackwings.
Yeah,
and
of course.
That's why I really want to see Batuhan actually pulling this off here. And of course, it is always David versus Goliath. We have Ishizu Tielemans versus Blackwing here.
Of course.
I think it's pretty obvious to the viewers at home who they are rooting for as well.
So there is a Predator counter on the Vata, and now we are going for a level 8 Synchro Summon. This could be the Black-Winged Dragon, the boss monster of the Blackwing deck.
He's searching for it.
Is
no! We're going to see the warrior of the Blackwing, actually. The Blackwing Tamer, Obsidian Hawkjoe, first of all.
Oh, we're going for a rank level 7. Oh, because Simoon was level 5. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking he can go into it with Gale.
Yeah, but he left the Gale on board. Now comes the Mudora onto the Vata, so Vata is actually getting shuffled back into the deck. But you would probably just shuffle back more cards with the Mudora. Yeah, okay, he shuffles back the Scatter Shot.
He wants to mill it maybe again. So now there is another Vata in the GY.
I honestly think he maybe should have quite early shuffled back the Scatter Shot. Just having that chance to mill another one would have made it just harder for Batuhan to deal enough damage here. But this is really coming down to it. Is the Blackwing Dragon hitting the field? Is he going to be able to summon it? Is he going to be able to resolve the effect?
But he needs to get some counters on it too, yes.
Yes, you're right. I'm so curious whether he will be able to do it.
Also, there is still Roll Colors effect.
But Simoon, first of all, is coming back due to the effect of Black Feather Whirlwind. So, what's next? Oh no, the handshake is next.
He hands the shake.
So, that was a fantastic duel. We see a round of applause from our crowd, and absolutely deserved. Batuhan put up a great show with his Blackwing deck. Nobody really would have seen that coming. It was super close, and he was still in competition until the last second of his match. He really was trying to fight to get into that Blackwing Dragon, but ultimately fell a little bit short, and therefore Matthew won this featured match here.
He could summon the Blackwing Dragon. He did not do it in the end, but he would not be able to get any counters onto it so that he can burn his opponent for 700 life points. This Pot of Extravagance, Pot of Prosperity, really kind of hurt him because he could have gone for 800 damage with Nothung, but in the end he had to use it, right?
He didn't have a play otherwise. He needed it to get to all of his combo pieces he was actually getting then, because honestly, he was playing and Blackwing seems really cool, because we saw game 1 where he played through Kelbeck, Bestial Magnamut, and Havnis with the mill of
Mudora.
2 shufflers. And he still produced an end board, and he was still going on and on and on.
The end board was a monster that is unaffected by card effects, and this is not too bad.
Not the craziest, though. And then after that, here now in game number 2, he again fought through so much. Yeah, but he fought through so much again now in this last turn of the duel. And he almost got to his win option again.
Yeah.
So that was really, really impressive stuff from him there.
That is true. And in game 2, I think he would have really, I mean, that was a gigantic board that he had to play through. It was with Salik and Roll Claws and
It
then
was tough.
summoning the Rhino Heart, Kaleido Heart, and you know the drill, guys. You have seen Ishizu Element once or twice.
Absolutely, yeah. But we were just, right before we were getting back into the game, talking about the other cool decks that are actually rocking at the top table still. One deck I wanted to bring up because it's also one of my favorite decks, even my favorite deck. There are a couple of Sky Striker players actually sitting at the top table still, so we might get this into the featured match as well again.
And I'm really impressed by that because with Bystials around...
Seems weird, right?
Your race get banished and you want your race.
Indeed you do, but maybe you're just going for one-turn kills now a lot more often because that release of Linkage Sky Striker Mobilized Linkage really helps you because the Striker deck now shifts from being a deck but literally never OTKs when not having access to access code Talker to a deck that can just quite easily go for game every single time because of the existence of Linkage.
That is true.
Because that provides you quite a bit of damage potential. So I think it is actually not even that important to have that big of a grind game nowadays anymore. So you can just focus on actually going for game quite fast, and that's just another way to play the deck now, but it seems to be a working way because there are a couple of successful players still in.
I would like to see it work without Mystic Mind, to be honest. I mean, the card is still a really, really strong card and it's still a popular choice in the deck.
Of
but
course.
In the latest events, it has felt like the deck did not really do anything with the own engine.
I mean, yeah. I mean, speaking about Mystic Mind, we of course have some Mystic Mind strategies at the top tables as well.
I think we have 1XO.
It looked like there was somebody being 6-0 with like a pure Mystic Mind burn strategy. And then also I think there was somebody piloting a Runic Mind strategy that has become very popular with the release of Runic cards as well.
There are other Runic strategies that are focusing decks out with the Tearlament Ishizu cards with Kalbeck and Agido.
Totally.
and the Runic cards, you are deck outed in 4 turns.
That could be really, really interesting to see as well. I'm very sure that we're going to see many more great featured matches over the course of the event. We have 2 more rounds to go today. We're not going to be in the casting booth for those. We're going to hand it over to our Italians and we're going into bet after this. I mean, no, we're going to watch a couple more
we are
games
going to
here
walk
in
around
the venue.
the venue
We
and
just
look
love
at the top
Yu-Gi-Oh so
tables.
much at the end of the day. But this is the end of our working day. So I will hand you now over again to @Templar and our winner of the future match, Matthew Chan. So take it away.
Thank you very much, Basti. Yes, I am joined by Matthew Chen, the winner of round 7. So, first of all, congratulations. But let's talk about what happened there, because there was a big stall and you had a game loss. Do you want to talk to us about it? It was to do with, I wrote it down, it was activating Shireen twice. Was that what happened?
Off the Beatrice, I sent a Shiren, and then later on, I kit milled a Rhino Heart, and I had a Shiren in hand, so I was like, I won't use the Rhino Heart on field effect, and I haven't used it yet. But then I used the Shiren again, whereas I could have Rhino Heart sent Havness and it would have reached that game state still. But like, it was completely my fault. It's not on the judges or anyone else but me. So it's what it is.
Mistakes happen. There's a lot of pressure on those. And did you tell me before that that was your first ever feature?
Yeah, it was.
Then yeah, there's quite a bit of pressure up there. So mistakes do happen, and you know. Either way, you've come out on top after all that. So let's sort of go through some of the things that were happening. There was quite a lot going on in game 1. There was a huge first turn from Batan and stuff. You were giving a lot of the Bystial and Ishizu interactions there that were stopping things. There was the Cyberstein into Kit Kalos and things. Did you have any other spicy options for the Cyberstein during that?
No, I'm not running exterior, but I think it's like running a second copy of Instant Fusion. Like, it's not quite, but it's like almost that sort of analogy. So.
And then there was the Dweller monster that got over the full Armor Master, and then you took game 1. We obviously talked about game 2. Things happened pretty well, like your Super Poly wiped the Assault Dragon, dodged the Chinook effect with the effect Veiler style. Then that's when the game state thing happened. And so then we went on to game 3. You were going for scatter shot, you built your field, and then he was just sort of clinging to that final main phase. Were you worried at any point that he was going to get that burn damage off?
So I know from what I've seen, I think No Thung was the only burn damage that he could do. So I just had to make sure he couldn't get to level 6. But even if like the time rules were anything, I think my board was just uncrackable.
Well, that and the prosperity caused a problem because that halved the damage anyway, so that was a real problem.
Take 400, yeah.
So actually, for the longest time we were watching going, there's very little he could do. There's one of the Blackwings that does 700 damage. We were thinking, would that even do it? You'd have to crack 1,000 damage to be able to do it. So it was a long old stretch. He tried to see if he could do it, but in the end, Matthew, you took the win. Congratulations. Even through all the turmoil that went on in Game 2, you've come out on top. 2 more rounds for you today. It's getting late. Do you feel confident? Do you feel good about these last 2?
Hopefully it doesn't go like that round.
No kidding.
Yeah, but hopefully it'll go well, yeah.
Excellent. Well, best of luck with those. Congratulations again. Hope it all goes well. Guys, we have 2 more rounds coming up. We're just finishing up the last bits of extra time in the rest of these duels that are going on. But we'll be back with the final 2 feature matches of today here at YCS Dortmund. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Dortmund. I am here with Typhoon Bayraktar and he is going to show you a deck profile of the absolute spice. So Typhoon, what are you showing us?
It's Pendulum.
Very good. Pendulum decks, I have loved them since they came out. So, what are the 4 most important cards of your Pendulum deck?
So the most important cards of the new Draco Slayer Pendulum deck are of course Draco Slayer cards. We have this new Majesty Phoenix, which is both a Draco Slayer and the Magic Spectre, so 2 really great archetypes. And there's also your Ignis Phoenix, your new main deck monster, which is basically Performable Plushfire. If you remember, that card, it's been on the banners for a really long time. And of course, our main boss monster, Ignis Prominence, which shuffles cards away without targeting and special summons cards from your deck without a once per turn clause.
So you said without a once per turn clause, so how many times do you do this in a turn?
You can do it up to 4 times a turn if you play conservatively.
So can you walk us a bit through your combo? What are you doing? What are you trying to end on?
So this deck plays how the original Pendulum deck of 2016 played, the Draco Pal deck. So you summon your Draco Slayer extra deck monsters. You have a Fusion, you have an XYZ, you have a Synchro, and at the end of your turn you can overlay those level 8 monsters, you can leave them on the field, but since then we've also gained some Link monsters, so you're also gonna Link summon powerful Link monsters such as Appaloosa, IP Masquerena, and you also have access to rank 4s because all of these are level 4 monsters, so you can summon Abyss Dweller, which is like game over in this meta field of tier element. So this deck really has a lot of tools, and it's just probably the strongest Pendulum deck we've had since Electromagnet was banned.
And that should scare a lot of people because Pendulum has been strong in the past. So we've already heard that rank 4 toolboxes this event are crazy strong. So what do you think are the weaknesses of the deck? What are you most afraid of this event?
So the biggest weakness of this deck are cards that are not played anymore, such as Nibiru, Anti-Spell Fragrance, but nobody's playing those cards anyway, so you don't have to be scared of those cards. Of course, you might lose against Tier Element when they go first and summon a field that consists of multiple negates and trap cards, so that might be a weakness, but most people are opting to go for Abyss Dweller, which this deck does not care about.
Because your destruction effects all trigger in the extra deck, and yeah, this way you dodge the Dweller. So, thank you, Typhoon. One last question. How many players are going to go to the top cut with Draco Slayer Pendulum?
I think at most it's 1 person, and if 1 person tops with this deck, then it's me.
Okay, so this is what I want to hear from a former German national championship champion. Typhoon, thank you very much, and we're going back to the live coverage of YCS Dortmund.
the ages in a never-ending circle. What if I told you the Duel Monsters cards that surpass the power of Exodia were in front of your eyes the whole time? They were the strongest and most feared creatures of Annihilation. Obelisk the Tormentor, Slifer the Sky Dragon, the Winged Dragon of Ra. Control one, and you can destroy 1,000,000 armies. Wield all three, and the planet itself will quake in fear.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Speed Tool GX Midterm Paradox. In this class, there's just one rule. To make the grade, you first must duel. Gather your friends, then clean their clocks. with 4 new decks all in one box.
Prove you're clever, like a fox, with Speed Duel GX Midterm Paradox. Available now.
Over 100 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, now available.
Rated T for teen.
Welcome back. So we're here with our penultimate feature match here at YCS Dortmund on our first day, the Saturday. We've had a long old day. By this point, we're getting near 10 p.m, so our duelists are getting tired. But that's not going to stop them. We've got to get through these last 2 rounds before we head into our second day when we start to reach the top cut. So allow me to waste no further time by introducing Federico Micozzi and Christopher Nielsen, who are going to be taking part in round 8 feature match. Gentlemen, can we do a roll of the dice to see which one of you is going to be going first? Who would like to roll? Christopher? Okay, Federico is going to be going for the first roll. That's a 5 for Federico. And that is a 4 for Christopher. Federico, are you going to go first? Federico is going to go first, so I will hand you guys over to our wonderful Italian commentary team who are going to take you over our penultimate feature match of today's coverage. Guys, take it away.
Hi everyone and welcome to round 8 of YCS Dortmund 2022. We are already smiling because this is a great match. We are honestly so hyped for this and for multiple reasons. First of all, number one on top of my mind, both of these guys are stellar European players. Absolutely astonishing list of achievement, multiple top card results by both. And both actually missing even those slightly dead win. Federico Micozzi, I mean, if you guys have been following me on doing commentary, you know that he's my soft spot, I guess we can say.